8 billion people worldwide were forcibly thrown into a survival world. And within just half a day, some were found lying on the grass, desperately licking the dew off the leaves. Someone knelt down and begged for help in a chat channel for half a bottle of mineral water. Some people are attacked by venomous snakes and have no medicine around, so they can only watch in despair as their bodies gradually lose consciousness. Some people went to great lengths to find a piece of bread, only to have it snatched away by other survivors before they could even take a bite. However, this is only the safest phase of the survival world. After 48 hours, the newbie protection will completely disappear, and black bears, saber-toothed tigers, and various prehistoric beasts will be unleashed and actively attack survivor shelters. While countless people were still crying out for help, a man had already taken up a worn-out bow, an arrow, and shot a fully grown saber-toothed tiger with a single wooden arrow. Even more outrageous, he merely touched the corpse, and the massive saber-toothed tiger vanished instantly, transforming into 200 portions of meat, a complete tiger skin, sharp fangs, and a large quantity of precious materials, which directly filled the man's warehouse. This man was Zheng Yuan. After being thrown into the survival world, he awakened the world's only SSS-level growth talent, godhood. There are 4 divine talents. Divine Gift can increase daily settlement rewards tenfold. Divine Vision can see resource information, the weaknesses of ferocious beasts, and hidden dangers. Each day, a Divine Authority can choose one item to replicate tenfold. A Divine Position will accompany the individual's growth, bestowing upon them exclusive divine items that other survivors simply cannot obtain. However, Zheng Yuan had only just entered the forest. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, he asked Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi what talents they had awakened. Sheng Luiying had obtained an S-rank healing technique, capable of healing wounds no deeper than 1 centimeter and no longer than 10 centimeters. She felt the healing range was too small, but Zheng Yuan knew very well that in this world without medicine or hospitals, healing abilities could be life-saving in critical moments. Xie Qingxi also awakened an S-rank talent called Power. This ability can ignore the difference in strength between 2 parties and forcibly control any target for 1 second, with a cooldown time of only 1 minute. Upon hearing about the talent's effects, Zheng Yuan immediately understood that their lineup was practically guaranteed a perfect start. Sheng Luiying was responsible for healing, Xie Qingxi for crowd control, and Zheng Yuan for combat and resource gathering. In a true life-or-death struggle, a single second's pause could determine victory or defeat. Zheng Yuan didn't hide anything and revealed his SSS-level divine talent and the ability to increase rewards tenfold on the spot. The two of them listened with shining eyes, and Sheng Luiying couldn't help but exclaim that with the tenfold reward, they might never have to worry about food again. Just then, Zheng Yuan turned his gaze to the snake carcass on the ground, and his divine vision immediately displayed detailed information. It was a non-venomous snake, which could be broken down into 4 pieces of snake meat, as well as snake skin, snake gall, snake bones, snake fangs, and snake oil. Zheng Yuan selected the decomposition method through his consciousness, and the snake corpse was immediately enveloped in a layer of white light, instantly transforming into several crystalline orbs of light. All the materials were processed very cleanly. Even the steps of bleeding and skinning were omitted. Zheng Yuan Gang put the materials into his backpack, and the system notification sounded again. After comprehensive evaluation, he was appointed as the director of this shelter, with the authority to allocate resources and expel members. At the same time, the shelter panel officially opened. They must build a level 1 shelter within 48 hours, or they will lose the newbie protection. Construction requires 100 pieces of wood, 20 iron blocks, and a foundation blueprint, all of which are currently in 0 quantity. Zheng Yuan deliberately put on a serious expression and announced that he would definitely help the 2 of them survive, which immediately made Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi laugh. After the joke ended, he opened the world chat channel, intending to gather useful information from it. The chat channel was in complete chaos. Some people were teleported to the desert, some landed on snow-capped mountains, and others had just come out of the toilet, their pants still wet, only to be thrown into the wilderness. The unluckiest person looked up and saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and could only frantically cry for help in the channel. Zheng Yuan ignored the complaints and idle chatter, quickly sifting through the large volume of messages to extract several key pieces of information. Everyone's drop-off location was completely random. Besides forests, deserts, and snow-capped mountains, this world was also teeming with prehistoric creatures. The vast majority of survivors didn't even possess a decent weapon. If they encountered a large predator, their chances of survival were virtually nil. Even more challenging is the possibility that different survivors might be dropped into the same area. Resources are extremely limited, and strangers may not be willing to cooperate. They might even kill each other to seize food and shelter. Therefore, their most important task now is to gather as much material, food, and fresh water as possible before nightfall, while also familiarizing themselves with the surrounding environment. The system time had already reached 3 p.m. Zheng Yuan didn't delay any longer and immediately led the two into the forest. They hadn't gone far when their divine vision revealed its true value. A 40-year-old oak tree, if felled, could yield 20 pieces of wood, but unfortunately, they didn't have an axe. Fortunately, the fallen branches scattered on the ground could also be directly converted into wood. Zheng Yuan casually picked up a withered branch from the ground. After confirming the transformation, the branch immediately turned into a neat piece of wood. Although Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi could not see the item information, they were also able to complete the transformation normally. The three then split up, exploring as they went and gathering dead branches along the way. 20 minutes later, their backpacks contained more than 30 pieces of wood, nearly a third of the wood needed to build their shelter. Along the way, Zheng Yuan also used his divine vision to find several clusters of non-poisonous wild fruits. These fruits could both relieve hunger and replenish a small amount of water. After the three of them ate some, they put the remaining wild fruits into their backpacks. As Zheng Yuan continued deeper into the forest, he suddenly stopped. His divine vision, observing the tracks left on the ground, revealed that pheasants, gray rabbits, black bears, and saber-toothed tigers had passed through the area. The black bear had appeared an hour earlier, and the saber-toothed tiger had only been gone for 3 hours. Zheng Yuan, unwilling to take any risks, immediately led the two away from that area. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a particularly conspicuous notification suddenly appeared in his field of vision. An E-grade treasure chest was hidden in the bushes ahead, and there was no immediate danger nearby. Zheng Yuanxian carefully scanned his surroundings with his divine vision, and only after confirming that there were no problems did he reach out and part the bushes. Inside the treasure chest was only a bottle of mineral water, a loaf of bread. Although the quantity was small, they were all the most scarce survival supplies at this stage. Sheng Luiying was already a little thirsty, so Zheng Yuan handed her a bottle of mineral water. But she only took a small sip to moisten her throat before immediately returning the water to Zheng Yuan, not wanting to waste a single drop. Before long, the three arrived at an open space, where a hunter's hut stood abandoned for many years. Their divine vision indicated that traps might have been set around the hut, but they were all now ineffective. Confirming this, Zheng Yuan pushed open the door and went inside. The roof of the hut was broken, the tables and chairs were covered in dust, and a rusty iron box sat in the corner. The three of them split up to search, and soon found an old bow with a loose string, a wooden arrow, and a rusty skinning knife. Although this skinning knife could be used to process prey, it posed a risk of causing tetanus. However, given the severe lack of tools, Zheng Yuan still put it in his backpack. Zheng Yuan didn't dismantle the tables and chairs in the hut to exchange for wood. There was no shortage of dry branches in the forest, and making too much noise might attract wild animals. During his rest, Zheng Yuan reopened the chat channel and continued searching for clues about the iron block and foundation blueprints. Someone in the channel warned that if you encounter a tiger, never believe in the so-called sliding tackle technique. His companion actually took the internet joke as a fighting method and ended up sliding right into the tiger's mouth. He only managed to escape with his life thanks to a flashbang. Immediately afterwards, a member of the hunting party showed off the C-grade treasure chest he had just obtained. Inside the chest was a blue dagger and 10 iron ingots. The person happened to have a bow and arrows with them when they traveled through time and had already hunted down 6 wild beasts, yet only obtained this one C-grade treasure chest. In other words, the most direct way to obtain iron ingots and high-level equipment is to hunt wild beasts, but the drop rate of items is frighteningly low. Zheng Yuan closed the chat channel and was about to leave with the two when his divine vision suddenly locked onto a crack in the eaves. Hidden in the crack was a dusty paper tube, its color almost completely blending into the surrounding wooden planks. Even an ordinary person standing directly beneath it would have difficulty noticing its presence. Zheng Yuan reached for the paper tube, unfolded it, and found a complete foundation blueprint inside. The hint from his divine vision suggested that this blueprint had been deliberately hidden here by someone in the past. A question immediately popped into Zheng Yuan's mind. Had other transmigrators visited this hunter's hut before? Did they ultimately die in the forest? Or did they successfully leave this world? However, there were absolutely no clues to be found. Zheng Yuan simply stopped thinking about it and put the foundation blueprint into his backpack. Of the wood, iron blocks, and foundation blueprint needed to build the shelter, the hardest one to find had been obtained. Next, they just needed to continue collecting wood and manage to get 20 more iron blocks, and they would be able to build a level 1 shelter. The three men left the hunter's hut, preparing to continue searching for resources nearby. However, less than 10 seconds after they left the hut, a rustling sound came from the bushes 30 meters away. The next moment, a huge head slowly emerged from the bushes. Its amber vertical pupils were fixed on the three of them, and two sharp fangs, each more than 20 centimeters long, hung down like two curved blades from its mouth. A sudden rush of sound went through Zheng Yuan's mind as he instantly recognized the beast before him. It was the saber-toothed tiger they had deliberately avoided not long ago. The saber-toothed tiger slowly emerged from the bushes, its shoulders almost reaching Zheng Yuan's chest, its muscles undulating with each step. Sheng Luiying turned pale with fright, and Xie Qingxi instinctively moved closer to Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan originally wanted to make a joke to ease the tense atmosphere. According to the tropes in novels, at this moment, an old man with a white beard should descend from the sky and slap the saber-toothed tiger away with one palm. However, the saber-toothed tiger had already taken a step towards them, and not a single white feather appeared, let alone the white-bearded old man. Zheng Yuan immediately realized the reality and shouted for the two to retreat back to the hut. The three turned and ran for their lives, almost tumbling and crawling into the hunter's hut, then slammed the wooden door shut with all their might. But the dilapidated hut was drafty and its wooden walls were rotten to the core. It probably couldn't even stop a wild boar, let alone a saber-toothed tiger of such a massive size. The saber-toothed tiger outside the hut was clearly aware of this. It didn't pounce on the hut immediately, but instead approached slowly and leisurely, as if it were just taking a stroll. The heavy footsteps grew closer. Instinctively, Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi squeezed to Zheng Yuan's sides, almost pressing their entire bodies against him. Sheng Luiying's eyes were red-rimmed, and her voice trembled. "Are we really going to die here today? We don't even have weapons. How are we supposed to fight?" Xie Qingxi bit her lip, forcing herself to remain calm. "My power skill can control it for a second, but what about after that? We only have a small knife." Zheng Yuan, however, was surprisingly calm. Of course he was afraid, but fear wouldn't solve the problem. Of the three, only he possessed systematic combat talent. If he didn't step up now, who would? He glanced down at what he held in his hand, an old bow and an arrow. If he hit it, great. If he missed, great. And even if he hit, what if it wasn't a vital spot? Zheng Yuan gritted his teeth, remembering he hadn't used his daily copying ability yet. He had originally planned to save it, to copy it tenfold once he found rare metals or special materials. But now that he was almost dead, what was the point of saving it? He silently chanted in his heart, "Divine authority, activate." The next second, the lone arrow glowed with a pale golden light. When the light faded, one arrow had multiplied into 10, which he held heavily in his hand. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath, knocked an arrow, and opened the window of the small house. To be honest, he had never studied archery. He didn't understand the posture, breathing, or release technique. He was just an ordinary college student. But he had an advantage that others didn't: divine vision. Under divine vision, translucent red markings appeared on the approaching saber-toothed tiger, varying in shade, while the positions of its heart, throat, and eyes were clearly marked with two characters by the system. Weakness: divine vision hit. A hit to the heart can be fatal. It is recommended to shoot from the third rib gap on the left front side, which can penetrate the aorta. Zheng Yuan narrowed one eye and drew the bowstring taut. His hand was steady. Archery is all about composure. Even a slight tremor of the hand can send the arrow veering 3 feet off course. Whoosh! The first arrow flew out, grazing the saber-toothed tiger's head and embedding itself in a tree trunk behind it. The saber-toothed tiger didn't even dodge, merely shaking its head as if mocking the attack as utterly insignificant. Sheng Luiying was so anxious she was about to cry. "I've never been in a relationship before. I can't just die like this." Zheng Yuan, while knocking the second arrow, retorted without turning his head. "Then why don't you confess now? You won't have any regrets before you die, and you won't have lost anything." Sheng Luiying's face flushed red, and she even forgot half of her fear. "You? What nonsense are you talking about?" Zheng Yuan didn't reply, and the second arrow was already knocked. This time, he didn't aim for a vital spot. The saber-toothed tiger's heart was blocked by its forelegs, and its head was a small and agile target, so he chose a larger target, the foreleg joint. Whoosh! The arrow arced through the air and pierced the saber-toothed tiger's right foreleg with a soft thud. The saber-toothed tiger roared furiously, its steps faltering noticeably, and its speed visibly slowed. But it didn't stop. Instead, it was completely enraged and dragged its injured leg towards the wooden house. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the distance was less than 10 meters. Sheng Luiying's mind went blank. She thought she was really going to die here. She subconsciously looked at Zheng Yuan and saw him knocking the third arrow. His profile was taut in the sunlight, his brows furrowed, and he was as focused as a fully drawn bow. At that moment, her heart calmed down. Even if she died here, it didn't seem so regrettable. At least, she would die beside the person she loved. Just as the saber-toothed tiger was less than 3 meters from the cabin, crouching low to pounce, Zheng Yuan shouted, "Xie Qingxi." Now! Xie Qingxi's voice trembled, but she activated her skill without hesitation. Dominance. An invisible force erupted from her body, accurately striking the saber-toothed tiger that was about to leap. The massive body, which had just taken off, seemed to be paused, frozen in mid-air for a full second. This was Zheng Yuan's chance. The saber-toothed tiger stretched out its body completely, and its right foreleg, which had been blocking its chest, opened as it pounced, completely exposing the deepest red vital mark. Zheng Yuan drew the bowstring taut and released it. The arrow flew so fast that even he could only see a blurry afterimage. The next instant, the arrow pierced precisely into the red marker. Weakness hit, damage dealt, fatal. The massive saber-toothed tiger convulsed violently in mid-air, then crashed to the ground with a dull thud, like a collapsing wall. It struggled a few times, letting out a low whimper before falling completely silent. Killed, saber-toothed tiger. Experience points gained, 500. Loss, searing treasure chest X1. The room was silent for a full 3 seconds. Sheng Luiying's legs went weak, and she staggered backward. Zheng Yuan reacted quickly, catching her and pulling her into his arms. It's all right. Zheng Yuan gently patted her trembling back, his voice unusually gentle. "It's all over, we survived." Sheng Luiying buried her face in his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and tears finally streamed down her face. Just a moment ago, she truly thought she was going to die. It took her a while to calm down, but soon she realized that she was nestled in Zheng Yuan's arms, her face pressed against his chest, and his arms were wrapped around her waist. Sheng Luiying's face instantly turned red to her ears. She had had some physical contact with Zheng Yuan before, such as leaning on his shoulder when they were tired or shoving each other when they joked, but they had never been this intimate. The feeling of being held in his arms made her heart pound wildly. Her face flushed. She lowered her head, only daring to stare at the tips of her shoes, avoiding Zheng Yuan's gaze. Xie Qingxi stood beside her, silently watching this scene, her lips twitching, but she said nothing. Zheng Yuan didn't notice those details. His mind was completely occupied by the blue glowing treasure chest outside the door. A C-grade treasure chest. To get such a high-level treasure chest on his very first kill, he immediately squatted down in front of the chest, rubbing his hands together and chanting, "Golden legendary, give it to me." The treasure chest opened with a click, but the expected golden light didn't appear. However, the rewards inside still made his eyes light up. Received, Iron Block X100. Received, Wooden Chair Blueprint X1. Received, Wooden Table Blueprint X1. Received, Iron Axe Blueprint X1. 100 iron blocks, and only 20 to build a shelter. That's 5 times more. There are also 3 blueprints. Zheng Yuan checked the instructions and learned that the workbench in the shelter can craft items, and crafting requires blueprints to unlock materials. The only downside was the lack of food, but there was a saber-toothed tiger carcass outside, waiting for him to decompose. Zheng Yuan immediately ran to the corpse, and his divine vision ability displayed the information. Saber-toothed tiger, dead. Quality, elite. Estimated decomposable output, approximately 200 portions of saber-toothed tiger meat, 2 saber-toothed tiger teeth, 1 complete tiger skin, 1 skeleton for tiger claws for tendons, approximately 30 portions of fat, and approximately 20 portions of blood. Zheng Yuan gasped in astonishment. The output was outrageous. There were 200 portions of meat alone, enough for 3 people to eat for a long time. He couldn't wait to click to decompose it. A white light enveloped the massive tiger corpse, and after a moment, it split into countless small balls, each containing a portion of materials, covering the ground. Zheng Yuan started stuffing saber-toothed tiger meat into his backpack, but the 10 slots were quickly filled. Backpack space insufficient. He clicked his tongue and turned to Sheng Luiying, asking, "Luiying, do you have any space in your backpack?" Sheng Luiying's embarrassment subsided slightly, and she quickly checked and said there were still 6 slots left. Zheng Yuan then told her to put away the fat and tiger claws, and that he would figure out what to do with the rest himself. After the materials were almost sorted out, Zheng Yuan clapped his hands and said that the meat wouldn't spoil in the backpack, and it could be kept for as long as it wanted, so there was no need to worry about wasting it. Xie Qingxi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Zheng Yuan, however, looked around. What they really lacked was wood. The shelter needed 100 pieces of wood, and they had only collected about 30. Opening treasure chests and fighting monsters didn't drop any wood, so they were still quite short. His gaze fell on the hunter's hut, on the dilapidated tables and chairs, and the rickety wooden bed, and an idea immediately came to him. "Make way," Zheng Yuan said, rolling up his sleeves and walking in, kicking a broken chair. Crack! The chair shattered into pieces, and a system notification immediately appeared. Obtained. Wood fragments that can be converted into wood. Convert. Zheng Yuan immediately chose to convert. Obtained. Wood X4. His eyes lit up. It really worked. Then, chairs, tables, and wooden beds all fell to his feet, the cracking sounds echoing continuously. Before long, he had dismantled all the wooden structures in the hut, and the amount of wood he had converted jumped to 103, just enough for his needs. Zheng Yuan stepped out of the hut and found a flat, open space nearby. There weren't many bushes here, and the view was good. "This will do," he said, opening the shelter construction panel. Timber, 103 100ths, iron blocks, 120ths, foundation blueprints, 1/1. All materials have been collected. Shall we begin construction? Zheng Yuan silently asked himself to start construction. The next second, wood and iron blocks flew out of the backpack, transforming into streams of light that converged. The foundation blueprints automatically unfolded, turning into a pale blue light net spread across the ground, and all the materials, as if controlled by an invisible hand, began to be rapidly constructed. The wood automatically took shape, the iron blocks automatically solidified, and the beams, walls, and roof assembled rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, a decent-looking cabin appeared on the open ground. This shelter was a size larger than the hunter's hut, with sturdy walls, wooden-framed windows, a neat roof, and a small terrace at the entrance. Shelter completed. Current level. Level 1, newbie protection period activated. Remaining time, 48 hours. Shelter is extracting traits. Zheng Yuan was stunned. Shelter actually has traits? Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi also joined in, the 3 of them staring at the semi-transparent panel as the text scrolled rapidly. Trait extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations. The shelter has obtained the unique trait. Many children, many blessings. Special effect description. Each time the shelter chief successfully conceives a child, she will randomly receive 1 type of unlimited resource, including food, water, materials, and energy. When the child is born, the shelter will receive an additional type of unlimited resource. Special note: the chief can conceive with any adult of the opposite sex. The gestation period is automatically compressed to 1 month, during which appearance and movement are not affected. The 3 people stared at the panel, falling silent for a moment. The reason was simple. The information in this feature description was simply too much. Many children, many blessings, bearing offspring, giving birth in just 1 month, and it didn't affect appearance or movement. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Sheng Luiying was the first to react, her fair, round face quickly turning pink as she awkwardly didn't know where to put her hands. Xie Qingxi wasn't much better off. Her usual confident and flamboyant smile was completely gone, and she just lowered her head, biting her lip, her face burning red. Isn't this just making them have children with Zheng Yuan? He might like it, but this trait is just too outrageous. 1 a month, 12 a year. Wouldn't he have children everywhere? Zheng Yuan's expression was equally subtle. He desperately tried to smile, but reason forcefully suppressed it. He actually drew the many children, many blessings lottery. Isn't this God paving the way for him? His gaze couldn't help but sweep over the 2 girls beside him. On the left, Sheng Luiying was round and adorable, her skin glowing white. She was currently covering her face, only her bright red ears showing. On the right, Xie Qingxi had lost her usual flamboyance, instead appearing rather pitiful. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. One was lively and outgoing, the other was well-behaved and cute. They each had their own charm. Back in school, he had struggled with deciding who to pursue, but the idea of having 2 girlfriends at the same time was simply unrealistic. But now, it seems there's no need to choose. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath, tried to put on a serious expression, cleared his throat, and said, "Comrades, we humans have hope." Xie Qingxi remained silent, as did Sheng Luiying. No one responded. Finally, Zheng Yuan broke the awkward silence by pushing open the shelter door. "Let's go in and see what it's like inside." The 3 filed in. The room was empty. It was a 2-bedroom apartment with a fairly regular layout, but apart from the walls, floors, and ceiling, there was nothing. There were no beds, no tables or chairs, not even the most basic furniture. Zheng Yuan was somewhat disappointed. Why did it have to be a 2-bedroom apartment? If it were a 1-bedroom apartment, wouldn't the 3 of them have to squeeze in a 1 room? As he was secretly grumbling to himself, he suddenly noticed a small platform in the center of the living room, about waist-high, with a smooth stone slab embedded in its surface that emitted a faint blue light. Zheng Yuan walked over, and a semi-transparent interface immediately popped up on the stone slab. Workbench. Function. Various items can be crafted here. Current interface. Crafting list. He looked closely and realized this interface was very similar to the workbenches in games he'd played before. The right side was the materials bar, with a total of 16 slots. The left side showed the crafting options, displayed with icons and names. However, there are very few things you can make right now. Only a few items such as wooden axes, wooden pickaxes, wooden chairs, and wooden tables. All other icons are gray question marks and cannot be clicked at all. Zheng Yuan quickly noticed that the lit icons all had 2 words printed below them, divine vision. He paused for a moment, then understood. Could it be that he possessed divine vision, which allowed him to see part of the manufacturing process? To verify his guess, he turned to Sheng Luiying and asked, "Luiying, can you see which production methods you can find?" Sheng Luiying obediently stepped forward, looked around, and shook her head. "There's nothing, just gray question marks. You can't click on them." Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up. He basically understood. Without divine vision, the crafting list wouldn't be visible on the crafting table. No wonder so many people in the chat were asking how to make things. It wasn't that they lacked materials, but rather that they couldn't even see the options. The talent gap was indeed ridiculously large. However, just because others didn't have it didn't mean his teammates were helpless. Zheng Yuan remembered that he still had 3 design blueprints in his backpack: a table, a chair, and an iron axe. The instructions clearly stated that he could learn them by approaching the workbench, and the crafting method would be permanently recorded after learning them. He took out 3 blueprints and studied them one by one at the workbench. The 3 blueprints transformed into streams of light and entered the stone slab, instantly lighting up the icons of the wooden table, wooden chair, and iron axe on the interface. Zheng Yuan waved again. "Firefly, take another look." Sheng Luiying leaned closer again, her eyes lighting up. "I can see it. 3 things, a wooden table, a wooden chair, and an iron axe." Zheng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although these basic crafting methods weren't very useful to him, the 2 girls could use them. In case he wasn't at the shelter one day, they could make something themselves and wouldn't be completely clueless. After dealing with those matters, Zheng Yuan refocused his attention on the crafting list and began considering upgrading his current equipment. The most pressing item to replace was the old bow-heed, saber-toothed tiger from the hunter's hut. He noticed it while shooting the saber-toothed tiger earlier. The bow was worn, the string loose, and the arrows noticeably less powerful. If Xie Qingxi hadn't managed to control the saber-toothed tiger for a second at the crucial moment, giving him a chance to aim at vital points, a direct confrontation with this broken bow would have been suicidal. Fortunately, he now had 4 saber-toothed tiger tendons. These were perfect for making bowstrings. Zheng Yuan found the bowstring upgrade on the workbench, put the old bow and a saber-toothed tiger tendon into the materials inventory, and clicked upgrade. A golden light flashed and then faded, and a new bow lay quietly on the workbench. Tiger bow, quality, C, attack power, 100, durability, 30/30ths. The notes show that the bow is still the old bow, but has been replaced with saber-toothed tiger tendons, which greatly increases its power, but its durability will be consumed faster. While not top tier, a C-grade weapon was sufficient. Its attack power had jumped from 20 or 30 to 100. If he encountered a saber-toothed tiger again, Zheng Yuan was confident he could take it down within 3 arrows. He casually checked the upgrade materials for the bow. 5 portions of elm, locust, or oak wood, plus 2 iron blocks. Zheng Yuan went outside and scanned the surrounding area. His divine vision quickly identified the trees. Pine, poplar, birch, cedar, willow, all miscellaneous softwoods. There wasn't a single piece of hardwood suitable for making a bow. It seemed he'd have to wait until the next scene. Zheng Yuan wasn't in a hurry. His current C-grade tiger bow was enough to get him through the beginner protection period. He returned to his workbench and continued browsing the crafting list. The weapons he could make included 4 categories: knives, swords, clubs, and spears. Iron knives, iron swords, and iron rods have moderate attack power and are fast, but their range is too short. If you really get close to a wild beast, it might strike with a claw before you can even use your weapon. Finally, he clicked on the preview of the spear. The shaft was 1.8 meters long. The spearhead was nearly 30 centimeters long, and the entire spear was over 2 meters long. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Before the enemy even got close, the spearhead was already pressed against their face. More importantly, spears are simple to use. You just aim and thrust forward, unlike swords which require specific slashing angles and parrying techniques. For beginners, spears are clearly more practical. Zheng Yuan then looked at the 2 saber-toothed tiger fangs in his backpack. They were over 20 centimeters long, slightly curved, with sharp tips and astonishing hardness. Practically ready-made spearhead material. The more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. He immediately chose to craft a spear, placing in 1 saber-toothed tiger tooth, 5 pieces of wood, and 1 piece of iron. The workbench shone with golden light again, even more dazzlingly than when he upgraded the bow. As the light faded, a brand new spear appeared on the table. Zheng Yuan gripped the shaft with both hands and lifted it. The weight was just right. The 2-meter-long weapon felt surprisingly comfortable in his hands. The shaft is carved from wood, with a smooth surface and natural wood grain at the grip, ensuring a non-slip grip. The spearhead is crafted from saber-toothed tiger fangs, fused together to form a sharp, diamond-shaped tip. Obtained, saber-toothed spear. Quality, B-grade, attack power, 130, durability, 100 out of 100 trait, penetration, has a chance to ignore part of the target's defense when attacking. The notes indicate that the spearhead is crafted from saber-toothed tiger fangs, possessing extremely high sharpness. Combined with a 2-meter shaft, it can inflict fatal damage on enemies from a safe distance. Its attack power is 130 points, 30 points higher than the tiger bow, and its durability reaches 100 points. Zheng Yuan then realized that saber-toothed tiger fangs were indeed excellent materials, making the equipment crafted from them significantly superior. He swung the spear a couple of times, the wind whistling through it, the feel incredibly satisfying. But after the initial excitement, he quickly calmed down. No matter how high his attack power, he needed to stay alive before he could unleash his full potential. Having weapons alone isn't enough. He also needs armor. If he encounters a fast enemy, a single swipe of their claws could kill him before he even has a chance to strike. Zheng Yuan reopened the crafting list, scrolled to the armor category, and was quickly drawn to an option, tiger armor. After clicking on the preview, he couldn't help but gasp. This armor set has an extremely imposing design. The chest plate is made of layers of bone plates, the shoulder armor is raised high, and the most eye-catching part is the helmet, which is clearly the head of a saber-toothed tiger with its mouth open. Once donned, it looked like a saber-toothed tiger standing upright from a distance. Zheng Yuan immediately checked the materials. 3 iron blocks, most of a saber-toothed tiger skeleton, and 5 pieces of wood. Exactly everything was there. He stuffed the materials into the workbench, took a deep breath, and clicked craft. A burst of golden light erupted, and when it faded, a complete set of tiger armor lay neatly on the workbench. The chest armor, shoulder armor, arm armor, leg armor, and helmet, all 5 pieces were present, their bone white and dark iron gray colors clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Zheng Yuan immediately added it to his inventory and donned it with a single click. The next second, tiger armor covered his entire body. His face appeared from the tiger's mouth, with 2 saber teeth hanging down from both sides of his cheeks. Combined with his already outstanding appearance, he looked both wild and handsome. After dressing, Zheng Yuan looked down at himself. Aside from being slightly heavy due to the true bone and iron blocks used in his armor, everything else was almost perfect. On the first day of the apocalypse, he already had a full set of armor, a B-grade spear, a C-grade bow, and nearly 200 portions of saber-toothed tiger meat in his backpack. This start, calling it a cheat code, wouldn't be an exaggeration, would it? Zheng Yuan was admiring his own heroic posture when a suppressed laugh suddenly came from behind him. Xie Qingxi had appeared behind him at some point, covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Zheng Yuan turned around, spread his arms, struck what he considered a domineering pose, and asked her if he looked handsome. Xie Qingxi finally burst out laughing, pointing at his tiger helmet and saying, "This thing is hilarious. Wearing a tiger head on your head. Are you afraid the tigers won't recognize you?" Zheng Yuan raised his chin and said confidently, "This is called intimidation. When the tigers in the forest see him, their legs will go weak. They might even think he's their long-lost ancestor." Xie Qingxi laughed even harder, attracting even Sheng Luying's attention. She examined the helmet and commented seriously, "Actually, it's quite cute." Zheng Yuan was speechless. Goo! This was clearly domineering. Oh well, these 2 women had no sense of aesthetics, and he was too lazy to argue, so he continued to focus on production. He used the remaining wood to make several barrels, each capable of holding about 3 liters of liquid. There were plenty of animals in the forest, and there was a high probability of a water source nearby. With the barrels prepared in advance, he could simply fill them with water when he found it. He then made wooden bowls, spoons, chopsticks, and 2 simple wooden cups, completing his basic living supplies. After finishing, Zheng Yuan leaned against the wall of the shelter and opened a trading channel to check the situation. The trading channel is different from the chat channel. It displays rows of trade lists, showing items for sale, items needed, and the poster's ID. Since it's early in the game, everyone has few items and is mostly exchanging scavenged supplies for life-saving resources. Zheng Yuan quickly scrolled through the chat and discovered that the most sought-after item was water. The chat was flooded with requests for water. Some were trading their only knife, others were exchanging 3 wild fruits for 1, and still others were trading iron ingots for a bottle of water. Even players in the desert were getting thirstier just looking at the trade list, and one Oasis player's comment, "Just had a drink," infuriated them. Zheng Yuan understood. Water was the most scarce and critical commodity right now. Everyone had been suddenly thrown into this world, forced to flee and explore without food or water, resulting in immense physical exhaustion. They could skip meals, but water was unbearable, especially in the high temperatures. A few hours without replenishing fluids could lead to dehydration. Currently, in the trading channel, the ratio of water to meat is roughly 1 pound of meat to 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Zheng Yuan frowned upon seeing this. This was saber-toothed tiger meat, the meat of a B-grade beast, yet was only worth a bottle of water? In his original world, a bottle of mineral water only cost a few dollars, and tiger meat was practically impossible to buy. His eyes lit up, and he immediately realized that finding a clean water source would be like finding a money-printing machine. If there were an underground river, it would be a continuous source of supplies. So this is nature's transporter. Zheng Yuan suddenly realized that he now fully understood Nongfu Spring's business model. Of course, it was too early to think about that now. He needed to find the river first, and also confirm whether the water was safe to drink. After regaining his composure, Zheng Yuan began placing orders. He divided the saber-toothed tiger meat in his backpack into portions of 1 pound each. The meat, after being processed by the system, was uniform in size, bright red in color, and had beautiful snowflake-like patterns on its surface. He listed 10 portions at once. Saber-toothed tiger meat in exchange for bread, bottled water, flint, salt, compressed biscuits, and other supplies. Each order was clearly labeled. Zheng Yuan knew that exchanging meat for bread seemed like a bad deal to many, but survival wasn't just about eating meat. The human body needs carbohydrates to replenish energy, and staple foods like bread and biscuits were important. Eating only meat would still lead to weakness and dizziness in the long run. In this perilous world, lack of stamina is tantamount to suicide, so his staple food had to be changed. Less than 10 seconds after he logged off, the trade channel exploded. Holy crap! Saber-toothed tiger meat. On the first day of the apocalypse, I haven't even caught a pheasant, and you've already killed a saber-toothed tiger? Did you travel through time with a gun? How is that possible? Some people suspected it was fake, but others immediately refuted them. The trading system automatically verified that the name clearly indicated saber-toothed tiger meat, making it impossible to fake. The crowd erupted in excitement, the screen filled with comments like, "Outrageous," "Master, please carry me," and someone even asked if Zheng Yuan needed any leg ornaments. Zheng Yuan glanced at the exclamations in the chat, a slight smile playing on his lips. He slowly typed a few words into the input box, nothing more than a sliding tackle. Send. The trade channel was silent for a moment, then erupted in chaos. Sliding tackle. Someone just yelled slide into the tiger's mouth. And here comes a slide to kill tiger. Are you guys in a group? Are you serious, sir? How do you slide kill a saber-toothed tiger? Tutorial needed. Don't believe me. Even a regular tiger is terrifying enough, let alone a slide to kill. Zheng Yuan glanced at the screen full of doubts, smiled faintly, and casually closed the channel. The 10 portions of saber-toothed tiger meat he had posted were quickly snapped up. Everyone was hungry, so offering meat for trade was naturally very attractive. The meat problem was temporarily solved, but the water problem remained. Zheng Yuan looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting, and it would be dark in about an hour. They had to set off as soon as possible. He turned to Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi and said, "I'll go out to find a water source. You two stay in the shelter for now." Sheng Luiying immediately shook her head. "No, I don't want to stay here alone." Xie Qingxi quickly echoed, saying that if a monster suddenly appeared in this desolate wilderness, her control skills wouldn't be able to hold out indefinitely. Zheng Yuan thought about it and agreed, nodding, "Okay, let's go together. Follow behind me and don't wander off." The two girls obediently agreed and followed him out of the shelter like little followers, heading towards the direction where they had vaguely heard the sound of water earlier. The forest was bathed in the orange-red hues of the setting sun as the three journeyed through it, discovering several low-level treasure chests along the way. The contents weren't particularly valuable, just a small loaf of bread and a wooden comb, but they did find a few blueprints for a wooden fence, wooden flooring, and stone walls. Zheng Yuan planned to post the blueprints on the trading channel after he got back, hoping to exchange them for water and food. These were the two things he needed most right now. After walking for a while, Sheng Luiying suddenly stopped, listened intently, and her eyes lit up. "Wait a minute, did you hear that? The sound of water." The three of them fell silent. Sure enough, they heard the faint sound of flowing water in the distance. A river. They quickened their pace, and, after passing through a thicket of bushes, their view suddenly opened up. A small river, a little over 3 meters wide, appeared before them. The current was gentle, and the setting sun shone on its surface, creating a golden ripple. Water plants grew along the riverbank, and wildflowers bloomed sporadically. But the problem was also obvious. The river water wasn't clear. It had a slightly yellowish tinge, whether from silt brought in from upstream or some other contaminant. It was unclear. The three of them squatted on the bank, looking at the water with some concern. Sheng Luiying gently touched the surface of the water with her finger, frowning as she asked, "This water, is it drinkable?" Xie Qingxi was also extremely thirsty, but dared not drink. Getting an upset stomach in the wild was no small matter. Zheng Yuan hesitated as well. He vaguely remembered there being a filter in the workbench, but he hadn't examined the materials closely. For now, they could only take the water back and figure out a solution later. He took out several wooden buckets from his backpack and gave them to the two men. "Fill them up first, 1 bucket each. I'll study the filter when we get back." The buckets were quite large, each holding 3 liters. So 3 buckets would hold 9 liters, enough to last the 3 of them for a few days. The 3 of them squatted by the river to fetch water. Xie Qingxi stood on a rock that jutted into the river and leaned over to push the wooden bucket into the water. The bucket filled up with a gurgling sound, and just as she was about to get up, her foot suddenly slipped. The stone, worn smooth by years of river erosion, was covered in moss and incredibly slippery. Xie Qingxi lost her balance, cried out in surprise, and tumbled into the river, bucket and all. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. Qingxi! Sheng Luiying screamed in fright. Zheng Yuan reacted even faster, almost reflexively dropping the bucket and diving into the water. The icy river water instantly enveloped his entire body, but fortunately the current wasn't strong, and he soon spotted Xie Qingxi. She could actually swim, but falling into the water was too sudden, and her clothes had absorbed water, leaving her frantically thrashing about. Zheng Yuan quickly swam over, put one arm around her waist, and used the other to paddle, pulling her towards the shore. Xie Qingxi instinctively grabbed his shoulder, clinging to him tightly as if grasping at a lifeline. Feeling Zheng Yuan's strong arms around her waist, her panicked heart calmed down a little. Her soaked clothes clung to her body, and her face was almost pressed against Zheng Yuan's chest, where she could clearly feel the warmth emanating from his chest. Zheng Yuan carried Xie Qingxi ashore. She was soaking wet, dripping water as she stood on the bank, panting heavily. Zheng Yuan glanced at her subconsciously and almost had a nosebleed on the spot. Xie Qingxi was wearing a light-colored thin t-shirt and athletic shorts today. After being soaked in the river, the fabric was almost transparent, revealing her wet figure. Water droplets dripped from her long hair, sliding down her neck and collarbone, making Zheng Yuan's mind go blank for a moment. He quickly recited a calming mantra in his mind, forcing himself to calm down. Xie Qingxi wiped the water from her face and called out to him, both annoyed and amused, "Zheng Yuan, what are you staring at?" Zheng Yuan then turned his gaze away and quickly asked if she had swallowed any water. Xie Qingxi coughed twice, saying she had only taken a sip, and complained that the river water looked terrible and tasted even worse. Zheng Yuan looked at her soaking wet body, then looked down at his own dripping clothes and frowned. Now the most pressing problem was what to do with all his clothes wet. The summer evenings weren't cold, but traveling in wet clothes was definitely uncomfortable, and they'd have to figure out how to dry them once they got back to the shelter. To make matters worse, they had no spare clothes at all. Their backpacks contained only meat, wood, and iron blocks, not even a spare t-shirt. Xie Qingxi realized this too, glanced down at the clothes clinging to her body, her face slightly flushed, but she didn't say anything. Sheng Luiying ran over and draped her coat over her shoulders. Although it was thin, it was better than staying like this all the time. Zheng Yuan packed the 3 buckets full of water into his backpack and urged the 2 to go back first. It was getting dark, and if they delayed any longer, they wouldn't make it back to the shelter in time. The 3 of them carried the remaining buckets away from the riverbank. But they hadn't gone far when the bushes on the opposite bank suddenly stirred, and a gaunt-faced man parted the branches and cautiously poked his head out. He frowned, staring at the empty riverbank, muttering to himself, "I clearly heard someone talking just now, but they vanished in the blink of an eye." A gentle evening breeze rippled across the water. He looked around for a few more moments, and only after confirming no one was there did he retreat back into the bushes. Along the path at dusk, Zheng Yuan browsed the trading channel, hoping to find some dry clothes. But on the first day of the apocalypse, everyone was thrown in empty-handed. Being able to keep the clothes on their bodies was already a blessing, let alone trading extra clothes. The channel was almost entirely filled with food and water, with occasional iron ingots and wood, but not a single piece of clothing. Zheng Yuan closed the interface, thinking that changing clothes was out of the question. But then he thought, if there were no clothes to change into, wouldn't that mean? He was about to smile when he immediately stopped himself, forcing himself not to let his mind wander. The 3 figures gradually disappeared into the afterglow of the setting sun. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was completely dark. A crescent moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery light, and the starry sky was a rare and beautiful sight. After pushing open the door and entering the house, the 3 of them stood in the empty hall, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. There was no bed, no blanket, and their clothes were still wet. If they slept like this for the night, something bad would most likely happen tomorrow. In this world where medical care and medicine are scarce, a cold is no small matter. Zheng Yuan spoke first, his expression serious, saying that for the sake of health, one must take off wet clothes and let them dry before going to sleep. The two girls exchanged a glance, their faces slightly flushed, but neither objected. Zheng Yuan was right. Sleeping in wet clothes close to the skin in this cabin in the wilderness would easily lead to illness. Zheng Yuan went outside and built a makeshift clothes rack using a few thick branches. One end was stuck into the ground, and the other end was propped against a crack in the wall. It was more than enough to hang a few clothes. He patted the rack to make sure it was stable, then took off his still-dripping shirt, wrung it out, and hung it up. Xie Qingxi glanced at Sheng Luiying, gritted her teeth, and mentally comforted herself that people of the martial world don't care about such things. She also took off her soaking wet clothes and handed them to her. Sheng Luiying lowered her head and quickly walked to the window, carefully hanging up the clothes one by one. As she hung them, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Zheng Yuan beside her, her gaze unconsciously drifting downwards again. Only one word popped in her mind, big. Zheng Yuan stood shirtless in the hall, feeling the cool evening breeze blowing in through the doors and windows. He had to admit, the breeze after taking off his wet clothes was quite refreshing. The cool air brushed against his skin, carrying away the sweat and fatigue of the day, making him feel much lighter. However, Zheng Yuan soon felt hungry again. He had walked so much today, fought a saber-toothed tiger, and jumped into the river to save someone. The little food he had eaten earlier had long since been digested. Zheng Yuan opened the trading channel and first checked his orders. Most of the trades had already been completed. For loaves of bread, 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and a flint, all the most urgently needed items at the moment. To his biggest surprise, he also received an order for salt, which he exchanged for 50 grams of refined salt. Salt is a wonderful thing. With it, grilled meat no longer has to taste bland. Just a sprinkle of it instantly elevates the flavor several levels. Zheng Yuan took the items out of the trading channel and placed them on the ground to count them. For loaves of bread, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of mineral water, plus the 1 bottle left over from before, making a total of 3 bottles of water, 2 flints, and a small packet of refined salt. The bread was only the size of a palm, weighing about 100 grams each. The compressed biscuits were gray cubes, as hard as rocks. The 3 of them each shared a piece of bread and a little water, drinking very sparingly. It wasn't that Zheng Yuan lacked meat to exchange for water, but rather that the water price was outrageous. Someone was listing water in the trading channel, offering 4 jin of meat for a 500 milliliters bottle. Zheng Yuan was furious and immediately closed the page. 4 jin of meat for a bottle of water? Did they really think he was a sucker? The 3 sat on the shelter floor, quietly munching on their bread by the faint moonlight. Zheng Yuan felt it wasn't filling at all, so he tore open a pack of compressed biscuits and took a bite. With a crunch, his mouth was filled with dry powder, almost choking him. He could only sip water to swallow it down. It was awful, absolutely awful. After walking for half a day and expending so much energy, a piece of bread and a bite of biscuit weren't even enough to fill a gap between his teeth. Fortunately, he had nothing else but plenty of meat. Saber-toothed tiger meat. He'd never actually eaten that before. Just thinking about how impressive it would be to go back to his original world and tell people he'd eaten saber-toothed tiger meat in another world would be enough to make him feel proud. Zheng Yuan stood up and said, "You two wait here, I'll go outside to grill some meat." Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi looked up at the same time, their eyes lighting up in the darkness. Tiger meat. Sheng Luiying swallowed hard, her stomach growling in unison. Xie Qingxi also wanted to get up to help, but she only managed to get halfway up before realizing she wasn't dressed yet. Her face flushed, and she silently squatted back down. Zheng Yuan, unaware of the commotion behind him, had already stepped outside. Under the moonlight, he found a patch of clear land without any dry grass near the entrance of the shelter, used stones to create a makeshift fire pit, and then gathered dry branches and grass to pile inside. He picked up a flint and steel and struck it a few times. Sparks flew onto the dry grass, and flames leaped up. Zheng Yuan placed some thicker branches on the fire and quickly started a small campfire. Then he whittled a few more branches to use as skewers, took out 2 pounds of saber-toothed tiger meat from his backpack, cut it into thick chunks, and skewered them one by one. Flames flickered, their orange-red light illuminating the night. Zheng Yuan placed the meat skewers over the fire. The flames licked the meat, quickly changing its color and sizzling. Oil seeped out, dripping into the fire and sparking tiny embers. The rich aroma of meat wafted into the shelter on the night breeze. Inside, Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi sat side by side against the wall, looking through the window at the shirtless boy grilling meat outside. The firelight reflected off Zheng Yuan's profile, casting a warm glow on his already striking features. The thin layer of sweat on his forehead glistened in the firelight. He had broad shoulders and lean, well-defined arms, not exaggerated but full of power. As he flipped the meat skewers, the muscles in his back rippled slightly, like a slowly drawn bow. Sheng Luiying stared, somewhat mesmerized, a silly grin on her round face, her eyes unblinking. The more she looked at Zheng Yuan, the more handsome and reliable she found him. When they encountered the saber-toothed tiger during the day, everyone panicked, but he remained calm, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. Just now, when Xie Qingxi fell into the river, he was the first to jump in and save her. Now, he's grilling meat for everyone. Xie Qingxi hugged her knees, quietly staring out the window. Seeing Zheng Yuan flipping the meat skewers, her heart raced, and her gaze involuntarily drifted downwards. She abruptly looked away, her cheeks burning. Xie Qingxi turned to look at Sheng Luiying beside her and found that she was also blushing, but was still staring blankly out the window. Luiying, Xie Qingxi called softly. Sheng Luiying came back to her senses. What's wrong? Nothing. Xie Qingxi looked out the window again, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips, and muttered softly, he's so handsome. Zheng Yuan, standing outside, was completely unaware that two girls were secretly admiring him. He was focused on turning the meat skewers, occasionally sprinkling on some salt he had just bought. The crystal white salt grains melted instantly on the scalding hot meat, mixing with the oil and seeping into the meat, releasing an explosion of aroma that was even more tempting than before. After grilling for more than 10 minutes, the meat skewers had turned enticing golden brown, with slightly charred edges and sizzling oil. Zheng Yuan picked up the largest skewers and strode back to the shelter. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the two girls shrink back simultaneously, one shy about being naked herself, and the other shy about the other girl being naked. Zheng Yuan was completely oblivious to the subtle atmosphere, and casually squatted down in front of them, handing them the steaming hot barbecue. Here, try your Chef Zheng's cooking. Sheng Luiying carefully took the grilled meat Zheng Yuan handed her, blew on it to cool it down, and then took a small bite. Thank you. The next second, her big eyes lit up. Delicious. This meat is incredibly fragrant. When you bite into it, it's bursting with juice and has a rich, savory flavor. The saltiness brings out the natural sweetness of the meat, and the outer layer is crispy while the inside is tender. Every bite is so delicious that you can't stop eating it. Xie Qingxi couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. My God, this is so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious barbecue in my life. The three of them sat on the floor of the shelter, quietly munching on their barbecue by the moonlight from the window and the glow of the campfire. As Zheng Yuan devoured his meat, he secretly glanced at the two girls opposite him. The moonlight was dim, yet it still illuminated Xie Qingxi's slender neck, delicate collarbone, and the faint curve of her neck. During the day by the river, this very sight had almost made him lose his focus while chanting his calming mantra. Zheng Yuan felt a surge of heat in his heart, and his body reacted accordingly. The two girls' gazes almost simultaneously fell on that spot, and the air froze for half a second. Sheng Luiying immediately lowered her head and bit into the grilled meat, burying her face low and pretending not to see anything, but her ears were already as red as if they were about to bleed. Xie Qingxi coughed lightly and quickly shifted her gaze to the moon outside the window. She almost choked on the roasted meat in her mouth, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's good, she mumbled, chewing the meat in a voice only she could hear. Before long, the three of them had finished off the 2 pounds of roasted meat. Zheng Yuan still had nearly 200 portions of tiger meat in his backpack. It seemed like a lot, but they needed to exchange it for water and supplies, and they were short of everything, so they couldn't afford to waste it. After eating his fill, he began to think about sleeping. A bed wasn't difficult. With wood and blueprints, he could make one at a workbench. But a quilt was a different story. Zheng Yuan opened the trading channel and repeatedly searched for quilt, blanket, and cotton quilt, flipping through the list several times, but found nothing. That's normal. On the first day of the apocalypse, people can't even keep their food and water. Who would trade their life-saving supplies for blankets? People with blankets would keep them for themselves. Unless they're starving, they wouldn't sell them. Zheng Yuan turned off the channel and sighed. He had just managed to get a bottle of water by trading a pound of meat for a bargain, and after taking a sip, that was all he had left. Water resources are still too scarce. He looked at the bottle of water and decided he had to make a filter as soon as possible to clean the 3 buckets of river water he'd brought back that day. Buying water through the trading channel wouldn't last. Those people in the channel were all incredibly greedy. They'd trade 4 pounds of meat for a bottle of water. They were treating him like a sucker. He decided against trading. Rather than be ripped off, he'd do it himself. Using the faint moonlight streaming in through the window, Zheng Yuan walked to his workbench. The pale blue interface lit up, clearly illuminating his face. He scrolled through the production list line by line. Beds, quilts, blankets, pillows, and mattresses were all there, but most of the icons were grayed out and couldn't be clicked. His eyes lit up when he clicked on the quilt option. Required material, plant fiber. This sounded fancy, but it was actually just tree bark, vines, hay, and even dried broadleaf plants. In other words, it was everywhere outside. Zheng Yuan then clicked on the mattress option and found that it required filling material. He originally wanted to use saber-toothed tiger skin, since the fur looked thick and should be good for making a bed. However, the system coldly gave a note. The fur is too stiff and not suitable for making a mattress. Well, a saber-toothed tiger isn't a lamb after all. Its fur is as stiff as a steel wool brush, and it'd probably be more uncomfortable than a hard floor if you actually laid it on. Zheng Yuan sighed again, acknowledging how convenient having divine vision was. Even if someone else had the materials, they might not know what to put on the workbench. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his rusty skinning knife, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the shelter. A cool night breeze blew through the forest, chilling his naked body. To put it nicely, it was a return to nature. To put it bluntly, he was a savage. Zheng Yuan circled the area around the shelter. The moonlight wasn't bright, but with the starlight and his divine vision, he could see clearly without any problems. He crouched down and began cutting grass. Although the skinning knife was rusty, the blade was still sharp. One slice and a handful of dry grass was gone, which he immediately stored in his system inventory. Repeating this process, he soon had enough grass, bark, and vines to cut, which he carried back to the shelter and piled up next to the workbench. Zheng Yuan brushed the dust off his hands, stuffed the materials into the workbench, first converting them into plant fibers, and then choosing to make a thin blanket. A white light flashed, and a few seconds later, a light blue blanket appeared on the table. He picked it up and touched it. The texture wasn't as good as the pure cotton blanket from his original world, but it wasn't prickly either. It was just a thin layer. Although it's not cold now, the deep-seated Chinese instinct is that you must cover your stomach when you sleep. Even on a deserted island, you'd find a leaf to cover your stomach. Then, Zheng Yuan organized the remaining materials and made another thin mattress. It was stuffed with hay and plant fibers, covered with coarse fiber cloth, and felt a bit like a tatami mat, just the right firmness. Then came the most important thing, the bed. This was actually the simplest. The basic wooden bed was listed in the workbench inventory, and you could make one with just 4 pieces of wood. Zheng Yuan put the wood in, clicked craft, and a simple wooden bed quickly appeared before his eyes. But he only made one. As for why he only made one, Zheng Yuan certainly knew the answer. One bed for 3 people. Wouldn't they just have to squeeze together to sleep? He secretly gave himself a thumbs up for his ingenuity, thinking he was practically a genius. However, he still looked apologetic, turned to the 2 girls sitting against the wall in the moonlight, and said helplessly, "There's only enough material to make 1 bed, not a second one. How about we squeeze in?" Sheng Luying raised her round face, her cheeks slightly flushed. She looked at Zheng Yuan with a hint of shyness and helplessness, and muttered softly, "I heard everything you were planning by the river." Even so, she wasn't really angry. After all, materials were limited, and it was certainly more comfortable for the 3 of them to squeeze together than to sleep on a hard floor. She couldn't be bothered to expose Zheng Yuan's little scheme. Xie Qingxi was even more decisive, nodding and saying, "All right, it's better to squeeze and then to sleep on the floor. Otherwise, my back will be broken tomorrow." Zheng Yuan was overjoyed, but he still maintained a self-reproachful expression on his face. While making up the mattress, he sighed, "I'll cut down more trees tomorrow and try to make another one." After the beds were made, the three of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Who should sleep in the middle? No one said it outright, but everyone knew the answer. Finally, Zheng Yuan spoke first, his tone as natural as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "Lu Ying, you should sleep in the middle. You're the most restless sleeper, so you won't roll off easily if you sleep in the middle." Sheng Luying was speechless for a moment, feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't find a reason to refute it. She could only blush and climb onto the bed, lying in the middle. Xie Qingxi lay on her left, and Zheng Yuan lay on her right. The bed was only the size of a single bed. Cramming 3 people in wouldn't have been spacious at all. Sheng Luying was sandwiched in the middle, with Xie Qingxi's warm, soft body on her left, and Zheng Yuan's strong, burning shoulder on her right. She could clearly feel the body heat emanating from both sides, and smell the faint aroma of barbecue emanating from Zheng Yuan, mixed with the refreshing scent unique to young men. Zheng Yuan was equally unsettled. Sheng Luying beside him was so soft, and she had a faint, sweet fragrance about her. He couldn't tell if it came from her hair or her skin. The fragrance wasn't strong, but it kept getting into his nose, making him feel like he was being scratched by a cat. What's worse, the 3 of them were so close that they would bump into each other with the slightest movement. At that moment, his arm was pressed against Sheng Luying's, and the warm touch of their skin made it difficult for him to remain calm. After a moment of silence, Xie Qingxi spoke first, asking, "Can we go back?" Sheng Luying rubbed her stomach and whispered, "I don't know, I miss hot pot." Zheng Yuan looked at them and said in a low voice, "Going back is probably not an option for now, but I definitely won't let you go hungry." Xie Qingxi was quite nonchalant. "It's fine not to go back. After graduation, we'll be treated like slaves anyway, so we might as well stay here and be like wild animals." The 3 of them started chatting and talked for a long time. As night deepened, the 2 girls fell asleep one after the other. Zheng Yuan was still awake. He opened the system interface and saw that it was already past 10 p.m. His biggest concern at that moment was when the daily rewards would be distributed. Did he really have to wait until midnight? Bored while waiting, he opened the chat channel again. To his surprise, it was still bustling in the middle of the night. Since no one had phones or short videos to watch, chatting was their only form of entertainment. Many people were either trying to pass the time or looking for a bit of courage, engaging in casual conversation. Some people squatted in trees, afraid to sleep, worried about falling. Some were transported to the snow-capped mountains and were frozen solid. Others were stuck in the swamp and could only lie there waiting for dawn. Some people were even begging for wood, saying they were just 10 yuan short of building a shelter and were willing to trade stones for it. They were immediately met with ridicule, with people saying the forest was full of wood. Why would they need that? The person replied in despair that they were in the Gobi Desert and didn't have a single tree. The most outrageous comment in the channel was from Wang Gudan. He said he had no teammates and could only blush in front of the female monkey. He had just given her a peach, but the female monkey gave him a banana in return, and he asked if that counted as a token of their love. The crowd below burst into laughter instantly, with some even shouting that this couple was locked in forever and the key had already been swallowed. Another person, earnestly trying to survive, claimed to have conjured a rope with his bare hands and was trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Then someone reminded him that 4 pounds of wood could be exchanged for a flint in the trading channel. The man immediately broke down, saying he had been rubbing for half an hour and his hands were blistered. Looking at the chat logs, Zheng Yuan couldn't help but smile. Compared to them, his current situation was like heaven. He had a shelter, a bed, a full stomach, and 2 beautiful women lying beside him. He glanced sideways at Sheng Luying, who was so close to him. She was fast asleep, her cheeks still flushed. Zheng Yuan felt that restless feeling within himself again and sighed silently. He was a little thirsty, definitely thirsty, and not just thirsty in his mouth. But these things can't be rushed. Some fruits aren't ripe yet, and picking them will only make them sour. Zheng Yuan could only comfort himself, telling himself there was plenty of time. After a whole day of tossing and turning, time travel, tiger slaying, and river rescue, even with his excellent physique, he couldn't keep going. Before long, his eyelids grew heavy, and his consciousness slowly faded into darkness. Zheng Yuan didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly felt a familiar suffocating sensation again. The feeling was exactly the same as when he had just transmigrated yesterday. It felt like something soft yet heavy was pressing down on his chest. He groggily opened his eyes and, by the moonlight streaming through the window, almost burst out laughing. Sheng Luiying had rolled over again, half her body pressed against him. Her round face was pressed against his chest, her lips slightly parted, her breathing soft and shallow. Even worse, her soft flesh was pressing against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Zheng Yuan was exasperated. How could she have fallen asleep so quickly? Her sleeping posture was just too outrageous. But he dared not move her, lest he wake her up and the situation become even more awkward. Just as he hesitated whether to move Sheng Luiying away, a small exclamation mark flashed in the corner of his vision. Zheng Yuan's spirits lifted. It was a system message. He opened it with his mind and found that his daily settlement had been credited to his account. Daily settlement. Settlement date. Day 1. Build shelter. Plus 5 points. Kill elite saber-toothed tiger. Plus 10 points. Craft saber-toothed spear. Plus 3 points. Craft tiger armor. Plus 3 points. Craft tiger bow. Plus 3 points. Find water source. Plus 3 points. Build bed. Plus 2 points. Craft several living items. Plus 1 point. Total score. 32 points. Basic reward. 1 bottle of kidney tonic. Divine power talent activated. Rewards multiplied tenfold. Obtain 10 kidney tonics. Extra reward. Level 1 sharpshooter skill. Divine power talent activated. Skill upgraded to level 6 sharpshooter. Extra reward. Backpack space expanded by 2 slots. Divine power talent activated. Backpack space expanded by 20 slots. Extra reward. 1 bottle of mineral water. Divine power talent activated. Obtain 10 bottles of mineral water. Zheng Yuan stared at the panel, his mouth gradually widening. 10 bottles of kidney tonic, 10 bottles of mineral water, 20 more slots in his backpack, and his marksman skill had jumped from level 1 to level 6. This was the true power of an SSS level talent. Others might work hard all day and only get 1 bottle of water, 1 backpack slot, and 1 level 1 skill, while he got 10 times that. Zheng Yuan immediately clicked on the reward that piqued his curiosity the most. Kidney tonic quality. Special effect description. 1 bottle refreshes the mind. 2 bottles prevent fatigue. 3 bottles grant immortality detailed effects. Permanently increases strength attribute. Enhances fatigue resistance. And increases maximum stamina notes. Increases stamina in all aspects, including combat, work, and certain abilities that are best left unsaid. Zheng Yuan blinked, then carefully read the description again to make sure he wasn't mistaken. It was a great item, absolutely fantastic. If it were listed on the trading channel, it would probably be snapped up like crazy. But he definitely wouldn't sell it. Just thinking about drinking a few bottles and having inexhaustible energy, turning him into a human perpetual motion machine, made him feel that the reward was well worth it. Next, he clicked on the second reward. Sharpshooter level 6 passive skill. Effect. Within 100 meters, arrow hit rate increased to 100%. Description. When the target is within 100 meters, the arrow will automatically correct its trajectory to accurately hit the target. Seeing this, Zheng Yuan couldn't help but gently pat Sheng Luiying on the shoulder. During the day, when fighting the saber-toothed tiger, he had to fire several arrows before hitting its vitals, the first one even missing by a wide margin. That was with the help of divine vision to pinpoint its weakness. But now it was different. With a level 6 sharpshooter, he could hit anything within 100 meters, and, combined with divine vision, it was practically an aimbot cheat. With his unerring archery skills, a saber-toothed spear with a power of 130, and a suit of tiger bone armor, Zheng Yuan felt confident enough to roam freely in this tale's forest. He was even somewhat impatient for dawn. But at this moment, in the dead of night, Sheng Luiying was still softly nestled against him, breathing evenly, fast asleep. Zheng Yuan felt the warmth emanating from her chest, and a sudden itch stirred within him. His hand, as if acting on its own, slid down and gently patted her twice. Her skin was soft and supple, and even through the blanket, it stirred his heart. Sheng Luiying hummed softly in her sleep, snuggling closer to him without waking up, instead holding him even tighter. This made it even harder for Zheng Yuan to fall asleep. Fortunately, he was too exhausted to resist the drowsiness. Before long, he drifted off to sleep, holding the soft, squishy Sheng Luiying in his arms. The next day, sunlight streamed through the windows of the shelter, illuminating the 3 people sprawled on the bed. Zheng Yuan woke up first, squinting at the blinding light. He glanced to his side instinctively and almost froze. Xie Qingxi was sleeping on the other side of the bed, her posture completely unrestrained, a far cry from her usual pure and innocent school beauty image. She was sprawled out, utterly defenseless. Last night, to dry their wet clothes, all three of them had hung their outer garments outside. After a night of summer breeze, the clothes were long dry, but no one had the audacity to put them back on. The morning light fell upon Xie Qingxi, bathing her collarbone, waistline, and long legs in a soft glow. The visual impact was overwhelming. Zheng Yuan felt as if his gaze was glued to her, and it took considerable willpower to look away. Yet, his peripheral vision continued to autofocus uncontrollably. No, I can't watch anymore. If I keep watching, something bad will happen, especially since the two girls are about to wake up. He took a deep breath and quietly climbed out of bed. Sheng Luing, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly, curled up in the middle of the bed like a kitten, breathing evenly, her cheeks rosy. Zheng Yuan walked to the door and touched the clothes on the clothes rack. They were completely dry and still smelled of grass and sunshine. He took down his own t-shirt and shorts, and then took the two girls' clothes back. He walked to the bedside, intending to gently cover Xie Qingxi with her clothes. But the moment the clothes touched her shoulders, Xie Qingxi sat bolt upright, as if electrocuted, her scream piercing the morning air. She snatched the clothes and held them tightly in front of her, her face turning from white to pink, then from pink to deep red. Even her neck was bright red. Zheng Yuan turned around expressionlessly, his tone as flat as an announcement of the weather. I didn't see anything. Xie Qingxi fell silent. Of course she didn't believe it. Her eyes had practically glued to him just now. But what could she do? She couldn't really let him gouge her eyes out. She bit her lip and quickly put on her clothes, her movements so fast they almost left a blur. Sheng Luing was also awakened by the screams. She sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes and asking what had happened. When she saw Xie Qingxi frantically dressing and Zheng Yuan shirtless with an innocent look on his face, she immediately fell silent. She silently pulled the blanket tighter around herself, only peeking at Zheng Yuan with her eyes, showing, her ears turning a subtle red. Xie Qingxi kept her head down the whole time, not daring to even glance at Zheng Yuan out of the corner of her eye. The thought of her sleeping posture being seen in such a state made her wish she could disappear into the ground on the spot. After the two girls got dressed, Zheng Yuan, just like yesterday, had already started a campfire outside and begun roasting saber-toothed tiger meat. The forest air was fresh in the early morning. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and birdsong occasionally drifted from afar. The campfire was burning brightly. The meat skewers sizzled as they were licked by the flames, and their aroma wafted on the morning breeze. As Zheng Yuan turned the meat over, he planned out today's schedule. Exchanging supplies for water was not a long-term solution. The most important thing was to make the filter and clean the 3 buckets of river water they had collected yesterday. 3 buckets of water make 9 liters, enough to last 3 people for several days. In addition, with his current level 6 marksman skill, he can hit the bullseye almost every time within 100 meters, giving him much more confidence to move around in the forest than yesterday. He was so nervous after encountering a saber-toothed tiger yesterday that his palms were sweating. If he were to run into another one today, he was even confident he could teach it a lesson about being a moving target. However, there are always priorities. The water issue comes first. He'll build a filter first, and then consider exploring further afield. After the barbecue was cooked, Zheng Yuan distributed the skewers to the 2 girls. The 3 of them sat at the entrance of the shelter, eating the hot saber-toothed tiger meat while enjoying the morning breeze. Zheng Yuan suddenly remembered yesterday's daily settlement and asked them what they had received. Sheng Luing paused in her eating, then slapped her forehead in annoyance. Oh no, I forgot to check. Zheng Yuan was speechless. How could she forget something like that? Sheng Luing quickly opened the system panel and searched for a while before finally reading aloud. She had obtained an insect repellent and 2 short-sleeved shirts. She took the items out. The insect repellent was a small spray bottle, about the size of her palm, containing a pale green liquid. The instructions said that when sprayed on the skin, it could repel mosquitoes and insects for 8 hours. The 2 short-sleeve shirts were ordinary white cotton t-shirts, unisex in style, suitable for both men and women. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. Insect repellent was a good thing. The shelter was relatively quiet because of the newbie protection period, but the forest outside was completely different. Yesterday, when they were exploring, mosquitoes were everywhere, biting them and making them itchy and uncomfortable. With this thing, at least I won't be tormented by mosquitoes when I go out exploring. Xie Qingxi wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and opened her backpack. Her daily expenses were 4 bowls, 2 sets of clothes, and 2 sets of underwear. The 4 bowls were ordinary porcelain bowls with fairly fine workmanship. The 2 outfits were gray long-sleeve shirts and dark trousers, made of a cotton linen blend that was breathable and durable, suitable for both men and women. In the wild, these long-sleeved shirts and trousers were much more practical than short-sleeved shirts and shorts, protecting against mosquitoes and scratches from branches. But the most eye-catching items were the 2 sets of lingerie. Xie Qingxi regretted taking them out as soon as she did. They were 2 black lace sets with delicate trim and bow decorations, making her blush no matter how she looked at them. Her face turned red again, and she quickly stuffed the items back in her backpack, cleared her throat, and pretended nothing had happened. Zheng Yuan calmly looked away. He told himself that he wasn't interested in this kind of thing. Really, he was a man of principle. He was only interested in the original, unprocessed. After seeing their rewards, Zheng Yuan seemed thoughtful. They had both received everyday items like insect repellent, clothes, and bowls, while his rewards were completely different. It seemed the divine duty effect in the SS level talent was indeed extraordinary. While others drew everyday necessities, he had drawn a treasure that could raise his power ceiling. After breakfast, Zheng Yuan dusted off his hands and prepared to get to work. The first thing he needed to do was get himself a change of clothes. He opened the trading channel and searched for clothing, but the results were still dismal. The clothes everyone wore when they transmigrated were their entire possessions, and there were very few items worth selling. The few that did appear were snapped up instantly. Zheng Yuan spent half a day refreshing the page, finally managing to snag a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts with a pound of saber-toothed tiger meat. Having a change of clothes finally put his mind at ease. Next, he went to the workbench and used iron blocks and wood to craft an iron axe. A flash of golden light, and a brand new iron axe appeared on the workbench. Iron axe, quality, common, function, reduces stamina consumption by 20% when chopping down trees. Durability, 100/100. Note, to get rich, first chop down trees. This is an age-old truth. Zheng Yuan made 3 axes in one go, one for each of the 3 people. They'd already collected most of the dead branches near the shelter yesterday, so gathering more branches to make more wood was clearly unrealistic. If they wanted more wood, they have to cut down trees. He handed the iron axes to Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi. The 2 girls gripped the axe handles, their expressions somewhat bewildered. Zheng Yuan shouldered his axe and walked towards the nearest tree. Don't just stand there. No one who doesn't work gets to eat. We'll definitely need more materials to upgrade the shelter later. The 2 exchanged a glance and followed him. They understood that in this world, no one was obligated to support idlers. Even the best talent couldn't put food on the table. Zheng Yuan arrived at a tree as thick as a bowl, took a deep breath, and swung the axe down at the trunk. With a snap, the axe blade embedded itself in the wood, sending wood chips flying. He chopped more than a dozen times, only slightly sweating on his forehead, his arm not aching. The iron axe was indeed effective at reducing physical exertion. After the 20th blow, the trunk creaked and the entire tree crashed to the ground. Zheng Yuan clicked on the tree trunk with his mind, and the system popped up a conversion prompt. A white light enveloped the entire tree, instantly breaking it down into 20 neat wooden blocks, which were automatically added to his inventory. 20 pieces of wood from one tree. This efficiency was far greater than collecting dead branches yesterday. He turned around and saw Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi clumsily swinging their axes at a thinner tree. Zheng Yuan reminded them to keep chopping, while he prepared to go out and find the materials needed for the filter. Before leaving, he took out 2 large balls of saber-toothed tiger meat from his backpack, each weighing about 20 pounds, and handed them to the 2 women. Zheng Yuan said, "You guys take the meat and keep an eye on the trading channel at home. Exchange it for anything useful you see. Just don't make the prices too outrageous." Sheng Luiying looked at the meat in her hand, somewhat surprised. "So much? What about you?" Zheng Yuan waved his hand. He still had over 100 caddies of saber-toothed tiger meat in his backpack, enough to last for a while. Xie Qingxi put away the meat, clapped her hands, and said, Don't worry. Leave the trading channel to us. Be careful when you go out alone. Don't run into a saber-toothed tiger like yesterday. Zheng Yuan patted the tiger bow on his back, then shouldered the saber-toothed spear, full of confidence. Even if that saber-toothed tiger's great-uncle came, I could shoot him into a sieve. With that, he strode into the forest. After a few steps, he couldn't help but look back. Each time the two girls swung their axes with force, their chests trembled, particularly noticeable in the morning light. No, that's not right. Zheng Yuan immediately shook his head, seriously correcting himself in his mind. It was the two large trees trembling as they were chopped down. Yes, that's it. Zheng Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked around, hoping to encounter a few more wild beasts so he could test the power of the tiger bow. The forest was as if it had been washed clean in the early morning. The air was fresh, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting golden patches on the ground. After walking for a while, Zheng Yuan suddenly remembered that he still had 10 bottles of shunbao, a traditional Chinese medicine for kidney health, in his backpack. He hadn't had a chance to drink them last night because he was so excited. The instructions said that it would permanently increase strength, fatigue resistance, and endurance, and that it would increase endurance in all aspects. The effects seemed to be tailor-made for him. He took a bottle out of his backpack. The bottle was only the size of a palm, filled with an amber liquid that shimmered faintly in the sunlight, looking like a high-end energy drink. Zheng Yuan read aloud the advertising slogan on the label: 1 bottle to refresh your mind, 2 bottles to never tire, 3 bottles to live forever. He unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and took a swig. The next second, his eyes lit up. This taste. The carbonated bubbles exploded on his tongue, sweet and refreshing like cola, but with a subtle herbal aroma. Zheng Yuan finished the first bottle in 2 gulps and couldn't help but smack his lips. This stuff actually tasted better than cola. Just as he was about to put the bottle away, a surge of heat suddenly welled up in his stomach, quickly spreading through his veins to every part of his body. Zheng Yuan looked down, and his pupils contracted slightly. The muscle lines on his arms were becoming visibly clearer. He already had a good physique, lean and well-built, looking slim in clothes, but muscular underneath. But now, under the influence of shunbao, a traditional Chinese medicine, those lines that were originally barely visible have begun to bulge. The biceps are more prominent. The forearms have become smooth and powerful, and the abdominal muscles have gradually deepened. These aren't bulky muscles built up in the gym. His muscles seem to have been sculpted and refined. They've become stronger but not bloated. Each muscle is perfectly proportioned, exuding a lean and powerful aura that's ready to explode at any moment. Zheng Yuan raised his arm, looking at it from different angles in the sunlight, and couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, this is too obvious." What surprised him even more was that the changes weren't just physical. The grogginess he felt when he first woke up had completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented level of alertness. The sounds, light, and smells around him were all quickly captured by his brain without the slightest sluggishness. 1 bottle is this potent? Then what are we waiting for? Zheng Yuan immediately pulled out 4 more bottles of kidney tonic from his backpack and chugged them down one after another. As the effects of the medicine spread, he could feel the muscle fibers throughout his body trembling slightly, as if awakened by some force, greedily absorbing energy. When he looked down again, even he gasped. His chest muscles were full, but not exaggerated. His abs were clearly defined as if carved by a knife. His shoulders were broader, and his arms had a more powerful look. He stretched his shoulders and arms, and found that his flexibility had not decreased, but was actually stronger than before. Looking at his new muscles, Zheng Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "These lines!" Eddie Peng would be speechless. Daniel Wu would be moved to tears. If the girls at school saw him like this, their screams would probably lift the roof off the school building. He was already handsome enough, but now with this muscular physique, how are other men supposed to compete? Zheng Yuan basked in the sunlight for a while, admiring himself, before finally putting the remaining 5 bottles of shunbao, a traditional Chinese medicine for kidney health, back into his backpack with satisfaction. Drinking too much at once would be a waste if it couldn't be absorbed. Besides, he also discovered that while shunbao was effective, it wasn't an unlimited product. The first 2 bottles showed the most significant improvement, but by the 4th and 5th bottles, muscle growth slowed considerably, with the focus shifting more towards consolidation and refinement. It seems this kind of enhancement has an upper limit. Beyond a certain point, further consumption is merely icing on the cake. He had originally intended to replicate more, but now it seemed unnecessary for the time being. This strength was already sufficient. Zheng Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented power as his 5 fingers closed, and couldn't help but smile. He stretched, his bones cracking and popping, and he squinted comfortably. It was time to get down to business. Zheng Yuan quickened his pace and headed towards the stream from yesterday. The riverbank was much the same as yesterday. The water flowed gently, shimmering in the sunlight. The water was still somewhat yellowish, but it looked a little clearer than it had been in the evening. Zheng Yuan first filled 3 buckets with water and put them in his backpack, then began collecting materials to make a filter. Last night, before going to bed, he saw the filter option in the workbench list. The materials needed were roughly gravel, fine sand, charcoal, plant fiber, and a container for holding water. The riverbank was lined with pebbles and fine sand, and charcoal wasn't hard to find either, just burnt wood would do. Zheng Yuan found a dry spot, rolled up his trousers, took off his shoes, and waded barefoot into the shallow water. The water was icy cold, and the sand and pebbles beneath his feet were a little rough, but surprisingly comfortable. He bent down and began picking through the water for suitable pebbles and sand. The pebbles shouldn't be too big or too small. The size of a fingernail is just right, enough to form a filter layer. The fine sand should have uniform particles and as little mud as possible. With the aid of divine vision, the properties of everything are clearly marked. Crushed stone is suitable for filtration. Fine sand is suitable for filtration. River pebbles can be used for construction, but their filtration effect is average. Using these tips, Zheng Yuan's efficiency in selecting materials was ridiculously high. A dozen minutes later, Zheng Yuan had collected enough pebbles and fine sand in his backpack to make a filter. But he didn't leave immediately. He squatted by the river, one hand still feeling for pebbles, the other seemingly casually resting on his bow, while his peripheral vision kept scanning the bushes on both sides. According to common sense about wilderness survival, there should be animals near water sources. Rabbits, pheasants, or other small animals will always come to drink. Although this river is not large, it should be considered an important water source in the area, and theoretically, it shouldn't be so quiet. Zheng Yuan silently thought to himself, according to the normal plot, a wild rabbit should hop out to drink water by now. Then he'd shoot an arrow, and tonight would be an extra meal. He now possessed a level 6 marksman skill, his arrows always hitting the target within 100 meters. A mere wild rabbit. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? But as time passed, the riverbank became eerily quiet. Not a single rabbit, not even a frog, was seen. Occasionally, a few dragonflies would flit across the water, but those creatures were ineatable, and he wasn't so narcissistic as to believe he could shoot one down with an arrow. After picking up the last handful of fine sand, Zheng Yuan stood up, rubbed his sore knees, and couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why aren't there any animals here? Were they all scared away by that saber-toothed tiger yesterday?" He brushed the sand off his hands and turned to go back. But in the instant he turned around, Zheng Yuan caught a glimpse of a dark shadow rushing towards him at astonishing speed. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply, alarms went off in his head, and his body reacted before he could react. He immediately opened his backpack, selected the tiger armor, and equipped it. The entire action took less than 0.3 of a second, but the beast was faster. The next second, an overwhelming force slammed into him. Zheng Yuan was sent flying backward, the sky and treetops spinning wildly in his vision, before he crashed into the river with a splash. It hurt, it fucking hurt. He felt like he'd been hit in the chest with a sledgehammer. His internal organs were shaking. His back slammed into the riverbed pebbles, the pain almost giving him a stitch. Luckily, the river was shallow, only up to his calves at most. Otherwise, he would have swallowed a whole pot of water just from choking. Zheng Yuan lay in the water, stunned for a second, then abruptly looked up at the creature that had ambushed him. It was a black bear. It was smaller than the saber-toothed tiger from yesterday, but still terrifyingly large. Its body was covered in thick black fur, with a crescent-shaped white patch on its chest. Its 4 paws were in the shallow water, its small, dark eyes fixed on Zheng Yuan, and drool was still hanging from the corner of its mouth. The ability to see beyond sight is triggered immediately. Black bear, age, 2.5 years, status, healthy, hungry, meat quality rating, excellent, rich and fat, suitable for roasting or stewing. Weaknesses, eyes, nose, anus. Divine vision alert. This is a young black bear that is just separated from its mother and is living independently. It is quite large, but lacks combat experience. It is currently very hungry and has treated you like a buffet. Zheng Yuan climbed out of the river, soaking wet, water droplets streaming down his hair. He wiped his face and looked at the black bear, unable to help but curse. Where's the rabbit? I've been waiting for this rabbit for ages. Why did it spawn a big bear instead? He glanced at the prompt again, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh, a bear cub that's been practicing for 2.5 years? Can it sing, dance, and rap? If not, I won't hold back. The black bear didn't understand, but it was clearly very interested in this moving and roaring prey. It growled, pawed at the ground, and prepared to pounce again. Zheng Yuan's heart tightened. He immediately drew his saber-toothed spear from his backpack, gripped it tightly with both hands, and aimed the spearhead at the black bear. That last moment made him realize that even after drinking 5 bottles of kidney tonic and gaining considerable strength, he was still a nobody compared to the 2.5-year-old black bear. A direct confrontation was absolutely out of the question. While using his spear to pin the black bear down, he surveyed his surroundings. He was standing in the shallows, his feet sinking into slippery pebbles, which restricted his movement. The black bear, on the shore, held the advantage of the terrain. He had to get to the bank first. But as soon as he took a step back, the black bear lost its patience. It pushed off with its hind legs, its massive body lunging forward again, its 2 front paws outstretched, sharp claws sending a stench through the air. Zheng Yuan didn't have time to think. He strained his legs with all his might. The leg strength, enhanced by the kidney treasure, saved him at that moment. He sprang out of the water, barely dodging the attack, and landed on the grassy riverbank. The black bear missed its target and crashed into the water, creating a large splash. Annoyed, it shook its head and turned to charge at Zheng Yuan again. This time, Zheng Yuan didn't dodge. He steadied himself, gripped his saber-toothed spear tightly, and thrust it fiercely at the charging bear. The shot was swift and deadly. The spearhead, forged from the saber-toothed tiger's fangs, was incredibly sharp, and combined with the tiger's increased arm strength, the spear tip pierced the black bear's chest with a soft thud, penetrating 3 or 4 inches deep. The black bear immediately let out a deafening roar, the excruciating pain driving it into a frenzy. It raised its massive paw and slammed it heavily onto the spear shaft. The immense force traveled along the spear shaft, causing Zheng Yuan's hand to tremble violently and his fingers to go numb. The spear flew out of his hand, tumbling several times in the air before landing with a thud on the grass a few meters away. Looking down, he saw that his hand had been cracked by the impact, with beads of blood seeping out. That beast is incredibly strong. Luckily, he drank the kidney tonic. Otherwise, that slap might have broken his bones. The black bear gave him no chance to catch his breath, roaring as it pounced, its 2 front paws raised high, aiming to slam down hard at Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan didn't have time to pick up the spear and could only raise his arms to block. With a muffled thud, the bear's paw slammed heavily onto his arm. The force was astonishing, but most of the damage was absorbed by the arm armor of the tiger armor. Zheng Yuan felt his arms were sore and numb, and in pain, but he could still bear it. The armor did a great job. As expected of armor made from saber-toothed tiger bones, it's really tough. Although the sternum plates cracked from the impact, it's still very sturdy overall and shows no signs of falling apart. In his heart, Zheng Yuan silently thanked the saber-toothed tiger from yesterday. Brother Tiger, thank you. I'll wear armor made of your bones again in my next life. Then, he gritted his teeth, and instead of retreating, he charged straight at the black bear. He braced his shoulder against the black bear's chest, wrapped his arms around its thick waist, and braced his legs firmly against the ground, managing to stop the bear's charge. The black bear clearly hadn't expected this tiny human to dare to confront it head-on. It lowered its head to bite Zheng Yuan's neck, but the tiger head helmet blocked its mouth, making it unable to find a place to bite. The black bear grew even more agitated, swinging its paws and slamming them repeatedly against Zheng Yuan's back. The dull thuds echoed repeatedly, each strike carrying immense force. However, the tiger's protective armor was equally sturdy, its layers of bony plates distributing most of the impact. It hurt, but it didn't damage his bones or muscles. Zheng Yuan abruptly pulled a hand from the black bear's embrace, gripped the skinning knife tightly, and aimed it at the crescent-shaped white patch on its chest, plunging it in with all his might. The blade sank into the hilt, and the black bear's body stiffened abruptly. Zheng Yuan didn't stop, gritting his teeth as he grabbed the handle and pulled upwards, cutting a long gash in the black bear's chest. Scalding bear blood gushed out, splattering all over his body and face, staining his tiger armor a dark red, making him look exceptionally ferocious. The black bear let out a heart-wrenching howl, its rage instantly turning into terror. It looked down at its bleeding wound, then at the human in front of it that it couldn't kill no matter how much it was swatted, and instinctively screamed for it to run. This guy is strange. His hard shell is impossible to bite or break, but the knife in his hand can cut through his flesh. It's terrifying. The black bear forcefully broke free from Zheng Yuan and turned to run wildly into the depths of the forest. Its limbs are thick and strong, pounding the ground with each step. Even though its chest aches terribly with every step, it believes it can escape. After running for more than 20 meters, the black bear was even a little smug. It had 4 legs, while its opponent only had 2. How could it possibly catch up with it when it came to escaping? But the next second, a sharp, excruciating pain suddenly shot through its rear end. An arrow flew from behind, striking its most vulnerable and unguarded spot with pinpoint accuracy. The black bear's 4 legs buckled, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. It trembled with pain, trying to turn around, but even that was difficult. It tried to scratch with its paws, but couldn't reach. It tried to rub against the ground, but the arrow shaft was still embedded, and the more it rubbed, the more painful it became. Is this even humanly possible? Why did you have to shoot here, of all places? If you're gonna hunt, just hunt properly. Why are you aiming like that? The black bear howled pitifully, but the footsteps behind it grew closer. The blood-covered human approached, drawing his bow once more. This arrow is called Chrysanthemum Remnant. Zheng Yuan narrowed one eye, his posture more relaxed than hunting, like someone practicing archery at a range. Try to run? He smirked, loosening his grip. Did you ask my head of proctology? With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air, striking the black bear precisely in the eye and penetrating its brain through the eye socket. The black bear's howl ceased abruptly. Its massive body twitched twice, and then remained completely still. Killed. Black bear. Experience gained. 400. Drop. Grade B treasure chest X1. Zheng Yuan put down his bow and let out a long breath. After the battle, the adrenaline slowly subsided, and the pain all over his body finally surged up. His chest, back, arms, and the area between his thumb and forefinger were all in pain. He looked down at the tiger armor. The breastplate was cracked in several places, a piece of his shoulder armor was broken off, and the arm armor was covered in wounds. Thank you for your hard work. Zheng Yuan patted the cracks in the breastplate, then walked towards the black bear carcass. Disassembly. A white light enveloped the black bear's massive body, quickly transforming it into orbs of light. Gains. Bear meat times 180 gene. Gains. Bear heart times 1. Gains. Bear liver times 1. Gains. Bear fat times 30 gene. Gains. Bear paws times 4. Gains. Bear hide times 1. Gains. Bear tendons times 6. Gains. Bear bones times 1 set. Gains. Bear gallbladder times 1 oat. The bear head has been preserved according to the operator's wishes. Zheng Yuan deliberately kept the entire bear head, intending to take it back to the shelter and hang on the wall as a trophy. The tiger bone armor paired with the bear head decoration instantly elevated the ambience. The bear meat alone weighed 180 gene, approximately 90 kilograms, and with the remaining saber-toothed tiger meat in his backpack, their current food supplies were enough to feed the 3 of them for several months. In the early days of the apocalypse, when others were still struggling to find food, Zheng Yuan had already achieved meat-eating freedom. He packed all the materials in his backpack, then looked at the treasure chest floating next to the black bear's carcass. A Grade B treasure chest. Unlike the Grade C treasure chest dropped by the saber-toothed tiger yesterday, this chest had a faint silver sheen on its surface and was also larger. Golden legend. Zheng Yuan murmured, clasping his hands together, and then lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay a board. Zheng Yuan picked it up and examined it. It was a rectangular flat panel about the size of an A4 sheet of paper, its dark blue surface gleaming faintly in the sunlight. Mini solar charging panel. Quality. Grade B. Function. Converts sunlight into electrical energy, stores it in a built-in battery, and charges electronic devices via a USB interface. Charging efficiency. Medium. Zheng Yuan paused for a moment. This thing couldn't be eaten or drunk, but it was definitely a good product. Although there were no devices that needed charging now, who knew what kind of electrical devices might be needed in the future? It was always good to be prepared. He carefully put the solar charging panel into his backpack, preparing to take it back to the shelter. On the way back, Zheng Yuan was still wearing the tiger armor. Although the armor was quite damaged, safety came first. If any wild beast suddenly jumped out of the forest, his bare body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, he found that after his strength increased, the armor wasn't as heavy anymore. Zheng Yuan, covered in blood, walked along the forest path, carrying a saber-toothed spear. About 10 minutes after he left the riverbank, two figures quietly emerged from the bushes on the opposite bank. They parted the grass and cautiously scanned their surroundings. When they saw the large, shocking stains of blood on the riverbank, they both gasped in shock. The pebbles on the riverbank were stained dark red. The grass along the shore was covered with bloodstains, and even the river water still held traces of blood. The two men exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and wariness in each other's eyes. A thin, dark-skinned man crouched down and touched the bloodstains on the ground, whispering, "The blood's not completely dry yet." The fat man beside him's eyes lit up. "Looks like a combat-type talent, and the injuries are quite severe. There's a chance to pick up the scraps." The thin, dark-skinned man paused. "A bargain hunt?" The fat man lowered his voice. "A person who can kill this kind of beast must have a lot of treasures. He's injured now, which is our chance. Then we chase after him." "Chase him." The shelter. From afar, Zheng Yuan could see his wooden house standing peacefully in the sunlight. Two figures sat at the door, each holding a wooden cup, chatting idly. He took a few steps closer and realized that the surroundings were completely different from those in the morning. The trees that used to surround the shelter had been almost all cut down, leaving only an open space where the sun shone unobstructed on the wooden house, leaving behind low tree stumps on the ground. Zheng Yuan looked at this scene, then at the two girls sitting side by the door, and a warm feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He had just finished fighting monsters outside, and came back to find someone waiting for him at home. The trees had been cut down, and the house had been tidied up. This scene made him feel like a winner in life. Although he doesn't have two wives yet, just thinking about it fills him with overwhelming happiness. Zheng Yuan was lost in thought, grinning foolishly, when Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luying finally noticed him. The next second, their expressions changed simultaneously. In their eyes, Zheng Yuan emerged from the forest covered in blood, his face stained with dried blood, half of his armor shattered, looking as if he had just crawled out of hell. Zheng Yuan, Xie Qingxi, was the first to rush over. Reaching him, she hesitated, wanting to touch him, but afraid to, lest she hurt his wound. The smile in her eyes was gone, replaced only by anxiety and heartache. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What happened to you? Were you hurt?" Sheng Luying followed closely behind, her eyes already red. She grabbed Zheng Yuan's still bleeding hand, looked at the shocking gash between his thumb and forefinger, and said with reproach but even more heartache, "You still say you're fine when it's like this?" Zheng Yuan looked down at the two girls anxiously surrounding him, and felt a warmth spread through his heart. It felt so good to be worried about. He quickly explained, "It's okay, most of this blood isn't mine." He then pulled a bear's head from his backpack, held it up, and waved it. "I found it on the way." The two girls then realized that he was carrying a black bear's head. The bear's head was a size larger than his tiger head helmet, its black fur stained with blood, and its eyes still held the terror of its death. Xie Qingxi's eyes widened. "You killed another bear?" Sheng Luying was speechless, only looking at the bear's head, then at his shattered armor and bloodied hands, her eyes reddening even more. Feeling a little embarrassed by their stares, Zheng Yuan could only briefly recount his encounter with the black bear by the river. He spoke of it casually, as if he had just picked up a package while out for a walk, but the two girls' expressions grew increasingly unpleasant as they listened. Upon hearing that he had been knocked into the river by a black bear, Sheng Luying covered her mouth. Upon hearing that he had fought the black bear at close range with a skinning knife, Xie Qingxi clenched her fists. Only when they heard him finally shoot an arrow that hit a vital spot, and then another that pierced the bears, did the two of them finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xie Qingxi snapped out of her daze and couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. "Are you crazy? That's a black bear. How dare you get close to fight it?" Zheng Yuan chuckled. "Well, we're back now, and we've got quite a haul, 180 gene of bear meat, plus bear paws, bear gallbladders, bear tendons, and bear skin. We even got a solar charging panel from the B-grade treasure chest. This is a huge profit. Sheng Luiying didn't reply, but quietly held his injured hand and closed her eyes. Soon, a soft, pale green light appeared in her palm. I'll help you heal. Warmth traveled from her palm to Zheng Yuan's hand, like a hot spring gently flowing over the wound. The feeling was tingling and slightly itchy, not uncomfortable, but rather like countless invisible tiny hands slowly stitching up his injury. Zheng Yuan looked down and saw that the tear was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The torn flesh contracted and glued together in the green light, and its color gradually faded, slowly approaching normal skin tone. Not only the injuries on his hands, but also the bruises on his body from the black bear's blows and the throbbing pain in his chest from the impact, all felt warm and itchy. The pain gradually subsided, and he felt much more relaxed. Zheng Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This healing technique is amazing." But he soon realized something was wrong. Sheng Luiying was focused on treating him, her eyelashes trembling slightly, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, her once rosy lips gradually losing their color, and her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Zheng Yuan's heart tightened. Sure enough, not long after, the green light in her palm gradually dissipated, her body swayed, and she felt as weak as if she had just run 800 meters, unable to even stand steadily. The next second, her legs gave way, and she fell forward. Zheng Yuan reacted quickly, pulling her into his arms. His voice was filled with anxiety. "Luiying, how are you?" Sheng Luiying leaned against him, weakly shaking her head. Her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz. "I'm fine, just too tired. I treated Qing, she's abrasions yesterday, and I used it again today. It's quite exhausting." Zheng Yuan then realized that while her healing technique was effective, it consumed his own physical strength. The more severe the injury, the greater the consumption. His hand was split open, and he had many bruises on his body, making him clearly more difficult to treat than she had imagined. Zheng Yuan didn't say much. He picked Sheng Luiying up in his arms and strode into the shelter. He carefully placed her on the bed, pulled a thin blanket over her, and propped up her pillow to make her more comfortable. "Don't move, just rest." Zheng Yuan squatted by the bed, wiping the sweat from her forehead, his voice incredibly gentle. "Leave the rest to us." Sheng Luiying looked at him so close, feeling the lingering warmth on his fingertips, and a faint blush rose on her pale face. She gave a soft nodded obediently, and then closed her eyes. Zheng Yuan stayed by the bedside, watching her breathing gradually become steady. Only after confirming that there were no other problems did he stand up. Zheng Yuan went to the next room, took off his blood-stained clothes, and changed into a clean pair of shorts. He didn't wear a shirt at all. He had just finished drinking 5 bottles of kidney tonic, and his muscles looked sculpted, so wearing clothes would be a waste. He went to the workbench and arranged the leftover charcoal, gravel, fine sand, plant fiber, wooden bucket, and black bear tendons from yesterday in order. After confirming that the materials were correct, he directly chose to make a simple filter. With a flash of golden light, an ingeniously designed filtration device appeared on the table. It consisted of an inverted wooden barrel on top, with small holes covering the bottom and layers of filtration below. It looked primitive, but the design was very practical. Zheng Yuan took out a bucket of river water and poured it in from above. The turbid river water passed through charcoal, fine sand, gravel, and fiber mesh, and after a few minutes, clear, transparent water droplets began to drip from the bottom. He quickly grabbed a mineral water bottle to catch the water, and as he watched the water level rise little by little, a smile crept onto his face. With the filter and the river water, the 3 of them would no longer have to exchange meat for water. They could even sell the excess water on the trading channel. It was practically a steal. At this moment, Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi walked over. Zheng Yuan wanted to show off the filter, but he found that the 2 women's eyes were not on the water at all, but staring straight at his bare upper body. Broad shoulders, chest muscles, abs, and V-line were clearly visible in the sunlight. Xie Qingxi stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "So big? Where did you get that? It wasn't like this morning, was it? Did you drink hormones in the woods?" Sheng Luiying couldn't help but reach out and poke his biceps, her voice full of surprise. "So hard. It wasn't like that last night." Halfway through her sentence, she realized she had exposed her peeping, and her face instantly turned red. The 2 girls acted as if they had discovered a new continent, poking his abs one minute and touching his arms the next. Zheng Yuan felt a little uncomfortable being touched, but still said smugly, "After 5 bottles of Shenbao, this is the effect." Upon hearing that it was a daily reward, the two exchanged a shocked glance. Their rewards were merely daily necessities, while Zheng Yuan received both permanent attributes and powerful skills. The difference in SSS level talent was too obvious. Xie Qingxi suddenly put on a sweet smile and pulled Zheng Yuan to the bedside. "Brother, you must be exhausted. Sit down and rest. I'll get you some water if you want, and I'll grill whatever you want to eat." Zheng Yuan was indeed tired, and he fell asleep soon after lying down. Outside the shelter, Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying continued working as dawn broke, trying to increase their daily settlement score. Inside the house, Zheng Yuan breathed evenly and slept soundly. Soon after, 2 furtive figures followed the footprints and bloodstains to the vicinity of the shelter. A tall, thin man carried a rusty machete, while a short, stout man carried a sharpened wooden stick. They crouched in the bushes, watching the wooden house. They initially thought Zheng Yuan was badly injured by the wild beast and hoped to take advantage of the situation. But when they saw Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying at the door, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The tall, thin man licked his lips and said in a low voice, "There are no laws here. As long as we kill that man, the 2 women are ours." Although the short, fat man was worried that Zheng Yuan, who could kill wild beasts, was not someone to be trifled with, the tall, thin man was convinced that Zheng Yuan was seriously injured and that it was a 2-on-1 fight, so their chances of winning were high. The two agreed to lie in ambush and make their move when Zheng Yuan came out. The tall, thin man hid behind a tree, while the short, stout man concealed himself in the bushes at the edge of the shelter, squatting there until his legs went numb. As the sun began to set, the shelter door finally opened. Zheng Yuan emerged shirtless, stretching and cracking his knuckles, his muscles gleaming in the sunlight. The short, stout man watched with a mixture of envy and resentment. But Zheng Yuan walked towards the bushes where he was hiding, stopping at the edge of the shelter's perimeter. He looked down, then lazily unbuckled his belt. The next second, a stream of urine accurately poured into the grass. The short, fat man was soaked from head to toe, but he gritted his teeth and dared not move, constantly reassuring himself that he would endure this and take revenge 100-fold after his older brother succeeded. After urinating, Zheng Yuan fastened his belt and strolled back. The short, stout man had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly turned around, a bow appearing in his hand, 3 arrows knocked. Asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk. The 3 arrows were fired in quick succession. Before the short, stout man could even cry out, he was struck in a vital spot and fell into the grass. In his dying moments, he couldn't understand when Zheng Yuan had discovered him. 1 player killed. Loot. Backpack X1. Zheng Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that killing someone could drop equipment. He stepped out of the protected area and bent down to pick up the backpack. Just then, the tall, thin man behind the tree roared and charged out, his short knife aimed straight at Zheng Yuan's waist. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Zheng Yuan moved out of the protective zone, his attention still on his backpack. He couldn't effectively use his bow and arrow at close range. A single strike would decide the outcome. But just as the blade was about to pierce him, a suit of bone-white armor instantly covered Zheng Yuan. The blade struck the breastplate, leaving only a shallow mark. The tall, thin man froze, not even having time to react, when Zheng Yuan kicked him away, sending him crashing to the ground like he'd been hit by a truck, his short sword flying out of his hand. Zheng Yuan looked down at him, a 2-meter-long spear appearing in his hand, and said calmly, "You really know how to hold back." Actually, his divine vision had already marked their positions. He was deliberately giving them a chance to see how the other would react. The tall, thin man finally realized he'd messed with the wrong person, and blood gushed from his mouth as he tried to beg for mercy. Zheng Yuan didn't hesitate. His spear pierced through, instantly killing him. Player killed. Loot. Backpack X1. Zheng Yuan scanned the area, confirmed there were no enemies nearby, picked up the 2 backpacks, and returned to the protected zone. The shelter door suddenly flung open, and Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying rushed out, their faces filled with anxiety. "Zheng Yuan, are you all right?" Xie Qingxi grabbed his arm and checked him over, while Sheng Luiying went behind him and touched his shoulders and back, anxiously asking if he was injured. Their hands roamed over his chest, abs, back, and arms. Zheng Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Are you checking my wounds or taking the opportunity to grope me? Xie Qingxi immediately blushed and withdrew her hand, stubbornly insisting that it was just a checkup. Sheng Luiying also lowered her head and stood to the side, her ears burning red. Only after confirming that he was all right did the two truly breathe a sigh of relief. Zheng Yuan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at their tense expressions and suddenly reached out and pulled them both into his arms. The two girls were stunned, but neither of them pulled away. After a while, Zheng Yuan-song let go, squatted down, and rummaged through the two backpacks. Inside were iodine, a compass, salt, a flint, rope, an iron block, and half a pack of compressed biscuits. The only truly useful items were the iodine, salt, and the compass. He couldn't help but complain. They dare to rob us with this kind of equipment? But the iodine and compass were indeed good. One could prevent infection, and the other was convenient for exploration. They would also be worth a lot of money in the trading channel. As dusk fell, Zheng Yuan remembered that he hadn't used up his daily divine power replication attempts, so he took out the iodine solution separately. A flash of golden light, and 1 bottle of iodine solution multiplied into 10 bottles, neatly arranged on the ground. He then opened the trading channel to search for melee weapons. Today's close-quarters combat with the black bear had taught him that while a spear was powerful, it became a hindrance when engaged in close combat. He needed a suitable melee knife. Soon, a grey cold steel samurai sword caught his attention. Zheng Yuan offered a bottle of iodine and 6 caddies of saber-toothed tiger meat as a trade. After recognizing him as a master who had single-handedly killed a saber-toothed tiger, the other party immediately agreed. A flash of light, and a sheathed katana landed in Zheng Yuan's hand. He drew the sword and swung it. The blade gleamed coldly, and the feel of it was excellent. Now, he had the tiger bow for ranged attacks, the saber-toothed spear for mid-range combat, the katana for close-quarters combat, and the tiger armor for defense. As Zheng Yuan gazed at the setting sun, a sense of vigilance crept into his heart. In this world, wild beasts were not the only danger. Sometimes, humans were more terrifying than wild animals. He glanced at the sky and said casually, "It's time to eat." Chapter 24, Silver Frost Plain. Zheng Yuan was fast asleep. In his dream, he was lying on a Hawaiian beach sunbathing. Sheng Luiying was handing him coconut water on his left, and Xie Qingxi was applying sunscreen to him on his right. The warm sunshine made him feel lazy. But the next second, the dream suddenly changed. The beach, the sunshine, and the coconut water were all gone. It was as if he had fallen into a huge ice cellar, surrounded by white ice walls, with the cold seeping into his bones. He ran forward desperately, but the ice cellar grew larger and colder with each step. Even his breath was misty. Zheng Yuan couldn't stand the cold, and in his daze, he reached out and touched something soft and warm. His body reacted faster than his brain, and he immediately hugged the source of warmth into his arms. The moment his face was buried in it, it was incredibly soft, with a faint milky scent lingering on the tip of his nose. The warmth emanated through the thin fabric, finally pulling him back from the ice cave to Hawaii. Wrong. Zheng Yuan opened his eyes groggily, only to be met with a vast, white abyss right in front of him. After more than a second, his brain finally registered that his face was buried in Sheng Luiying's chest. Sheng Luiying curled up in his arms, sleeping like a kitten, a look of contentment on her face, her hands unconsciously gripping his arm. Behind him, Xie Qingxi was also pressed tightly against him, one arm draped over his waist, her body heat radiating through the thin blanket. The three of them were crammed into one bed, with Zheng Yuan sandwiched in the middle. No wonder he was alternating between feeling hot and cold in his dream. But the air outside the bed was ridiculously cold. Zheng Yuan carefully moved his face away, his movements as light as if defusing a bomb, afraid of waking Sheng Luiying and then having no way to explain himself. He slowly sat up. The thin blanket slipped off, and the cold air immediately rushed onto his bare upper body, making his hair stand on end. "This," he gasped, rubbing his arms, his face full of confusion. Yesterday was still summer, and even a blanket felt too hot to sleep on. How did he wake up feeling like he'd stepped into a freezer? Zheng Yuanguang stepped onto the floor. The wooden planks were as cold as if they had just been taken out of the refrigerator, and the chill crept up his spine. Shivering, he walked toward the filter, wanting to check the water that had been filtered the night before. Next to the filter were several mineral water bottles filled with filtered water. Zheng Yuan picked up a bottle. It was ice cold. Upon closer inspection, he saw that a thin layer of ice had formed on the surface of the water. With a gentle shake, the ice shattered into several pieces, jingling and swirling inside the bottle. The water has frozen over? He rubbed his eyes, and after confirming it wasn't a hallucination, he immediately went to the door. The wooden doorknob was as cold as an iron rod in the snow. He pushed hard, and suddenly all that was left outside was white. The sky was overcast, the sun had not yet risen, and the whole world was shrouded in a gray-white morning light. Goose feather snow fell from the sky, and the distant forests were all turned into a white sea. The branches weighed down with thick snow, and even the tree stumps left over from yesterday were covered in white. The biting wind swirled snowflakes into the room, and ice pellets hit Zheng Yuan's chest, making him shiver and almost jump up on the spot. Bang! He slammed the door shut, leaned against it, panting. His arms were covered in goosebumps, and his lips were purple from the cold. What the hell? System, are you kidding me? Yesterday, it was the height of summer, and today it's winter? At least give us an autumn transition period. Who can stand this? He was still wearing short sleeves and shorts, which had fit him perfectly yesterday, but today in the blizzard, it was practically like running naked. The cold wind still seeped in through the cracks in the wooden planks, carrying tiny snowflakes and howling. The warmth left over from last night had long been swept away by the snow, leaving the entire cabin as cold as an icebox. Zheng Yuan rubbed his arms while opening the system panel. Current scene, Silver Frost Plains. Scene duration, 7 days. Scenario objective, survival. Friendly reminder, nighttime temperatures in the current scenario can reach -20 degrees Celsius. Please take precautions against the cold. The shelter will not automatically relocate during the scenario's duration. Survivors are advised to adapt to the changing environment. Silver Frost Plains? Lasting for 7 days? Zheng Yuan looked at the panel, his lips twitching. This meant they had to endure 7 whole days in this icy wasteland before they could enter the next scene. The system switches around way too arbitrarily. But now wasn't the time to complain. The worst part was the cold. In just a few seconds, his feet were almost numb with cold. He had to find a way to keep warm first. Freezing to death here was anything but honorable. Zheng Yuan immediately opened the daily settlement panel, hoping that the system would distribute some cold weather supplies today. Daily settlement. Settlement date, day 2. Shelter director, Zheng Yuan. Killing the black bear, +10 points. Discovering and protecting water sources, +2 points. Build filter, +3 points. Build beds and bedding, +2 points. Kill 2 enemy survivors, +40 points. Collect some plant fibers and other materials, +1 point. Craft 3 basic iron axes, +1 point. Overall assessment. A fascinating day that combined combat prowess with sociological experimentation. Overall score, 61 points. Basic reward, Mini Farm X1. Divine Power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Received, Mini Farmland X10. Bonus reward, Immobilization Charm X1. Divine Power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Received, Immobilization Charm X10. Zheng Yuan glanced at the points details, his eyes darkening slightly. Killing the black bear only earned 10 points, but killing the 2 survivors who tried to steal his life gave him 40 points, 20 points per person, more than a black bear. It seems that in the system's evaluation, killing people is more valuable than killing wild animals. This system seems to encourage survivors to kill each other more than hunting. Zheng Yuan temporarily suppressed this thought and turned his attention to today's reward. Chapter 25. My attempt to show off failed. Wait, I could have done it twice. Mini Farmland and Immobilization Charm. Both rewards were great, but Zheng Yuan was completely missing the warm clothing he needed most. It seemed like fate wasn't cooperating this time. He first clicked on the description of the mini farm. Mini Farmland. Quality. Special. Function. Allows for indoor crop cultivation. Requires minimal space. Comes with a growing base. And crops grow 10 times faster than with conventional methods, requiring no fertilizer or natural light. Note, a tiny plot of farmland, the hope for feeding a family. You can plant whatever you want, but sowing seeds is hard on the eyes. It grows 10 times faster and doesn't need fertilizer or sunlight. It's truly a wonderful product. For the past few days, They've been eating roasted meat every meal. Even the most delicious saber-toothed tiger and bear meat can't keep up with the lack of vegetables. Zheng Yuan had previously searched the trading channel, but there were very few people who could sell vegetables. Occasionally, someone would find wild fruits and vegetables, but the prices were outrageously high. Some would even ask for 2 pounds of meat for a small handful of wild vegetables. With the mini farm, I can grow my own vegetables in the future. As for seeds, I'll have to figure that out later. Then, he looked at the immobilization talisman. Immobilization charm. Function. Can be used on any creature to immobilize it for 1 minute. The talisman disappears after use. Note, 1 minute is enough for you to run 200 meters, or it's enough for you to stab it 60 times. The choice is yours. It can freeze a living being for 1 minute. This thing can definitely save your life in a critical moment. 10 immobilization talismans are equivalent to 10 chances to save your life. But right now, the most important thing is to keep warm. Zheng Yuan walked to the workbench, opened the crafting list, and quickly browsed through the clothing category. The dense array of equipment icons was dazzling, and after flipping through for a while, he finally found a lit-up option in the fur products category. Bearskin coat. Bearskin coat. Quality, grade B. Materials needed: 1 whole bear skin, 2 bear tendons, and some plant fiber. Warmth retention, excellent. Note, wearing this will make you the strongest guy in the snow. I happen to have a complete bear skin from yesterday, along with bear tendons and plenty of plant fibers. All the materials were there. The only problem is that there's only 1 bear skin, enough to make just 1 coat. But there are 3 people in the house, so how are they going to divide it? Zheng Yuan gritted his teeth and ordered the production anyway. Something was better than nothing. At worst, the 3 of them could huddle together for warmth, since they had already squeezed into 1 bed yesterday. A flash of golden light appeared on the workbench, revealing a heavy black bearskin coat. Zheng Yuan reached out and picked it up. It probably weighed over 10 kilograms. The bearskin was ridiculously thick, with dense and long black fur, and the inner layer was a treated, soft leather that felt warm to the touch. He had even considered using the bearskin as a carpet or hanging it up as decoration to give the shelter a better appearance. After all, it was prey he had hunted himself, and displaying it would be more impressive than any antique or painting. But now he's in no mood to show off. He's practically frozen to death. No, this blanket seems to be big enough to hold 2. Just then, a rustling sound came from beside the bed. Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi were also woken up by the cold. The 2 of them wrapped themselves in thin blankets and huddled together like 2 round hamsters. That thin blanket was made of plant fibers yesterday. It's fine to use in the summer, but in temperatures below minus 10 degrees Celsius, it's not much different from covering yourself with a newspaper. At most, it just slows down the freezing process a little. Zheng Yuan took the bearskin coat over. The bearskin was wide and large enough that when unfolded, it was almost like a small quilt. He draped his coat over the 2 girls and then moved closer to them. The 3 of them, shoulder to shoulder, huddled together, the bearskin coat billowing over them like a small tent. Warm up first. Zheng Yuan tucked the edges in tightly to prevent the cold air from getting in. I'll be fine once I change into thicker clothes. The 2 girls didn't say much and naturally leaned closer to him. Sheng Luiying rested her head on his shoulder, while Xie Qingxi leaned against his other arm. The bearskin coats covered the 3 of them together, and their body heat was transferred between them in the small space, quickly warming them up. During this time, they had almost every kind of physical contact they could imagine. They shared a bed, cuddled together for warmth, and when he fell into the river, it was Zheng Yuan who pulled him out. All 3 knew in their hearts that they were more than just ordinary friends, but none of them actually broke the unspoken understanding between them. So now, snuggling together for warmth feels quite natural. So natural that Sheng Luiying doesn't feel awkward burying her face in Zheng Yuan's shoulder, and Xie Qingxi doesn't feel anything is wrong with putting her hands on his legs for warmth. Zheng Yuan felt the warmth emanating from both sides, which warmed his heart, but his mind remained clear. A bearskin coat won't last long. They would be spending the next 7 days in the freezing cold and couldn't just stay in bed huddled together for warmth. They also had to explore, gather resources, and hunt every day. Otherwise, they wouldn't earn daily points, and without points, there were no rewards. In the apocalypse, it was tantamount to waiting to die. We can't keep hiding. Zheng Yuan looked at the 2 girls beside him, his voice soft but firm. We still have to stay here for 7 days, and just staying indoors won't do. Let me see if I can change into some warm clothes. He opened the trading channel and began searching for clothing-related trades. The channel was in an uproar. Last night it was summer, but this morning it was snowing heavily, catching everyone completely off guard. Holy crap, it suddenly started snowing. I slept in a tree last night and almost froze to death. Does anyone have warm clothes? I only have short sleeves. I'm freezing. I also need a jacket. I'll trade 10 pieces of metal for one. It's over 40 degrees Celsius in the desert here. So hot, I feel like my skin is peeling. I'd like to switch places with you. Shut up, you desert idiot. I'm freezing stiff squatting in the snow, and you're saying it's hot. I was worried about the temperature dropping yesterday, but today it's gone straight to the top. The system is so thoughtful. Zheng Yuan didn't have time to read these complaints. He directly searched for warm clothing. Quite a few people are actually selling them. The price, however, is far from appealing. Chapter 26, We Must Go Hunting. It's estimated that many people went to snowy places today, and thick clothes that were previously unwanted suddenly became hot commodities, with prices increasing several times over. Zheng Yuan quickly scanned the trading channel, piecing together what he could find to buy 3 sets of clothes: an outer layer, innerwear, pants, and shoes. The system identified them all as new, most likely obtained from other people's treasure chests. This trip cost a total of 130 gene of meat. He killed the black bear yesterday, and with the remaining saber-toothed tiger meat, he originally had nearly 200 gene in his backpack, but now he only has a little over 50 gene left. Zheng Yuan felt a pang of heartache. He had thought that 200 pounds of flesh would last a long time, but it turned out that it was not durable at all in the apocalypse. In this kind of weather, without thick clothes, he would freeze to death in less than 2 hours outside. At night, the temperature would drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius. If he slept outside in short sleeves, there would be 3 more ice sculptures in the shelter the next day. After the transaction, 3 sets of winter gear appeared in the backpack. Zheng Yuan glanced at the appraisal. A down-filled inner jacket, a fleece-lined thermal inner layer, thick cotton pants, and waterproof snow boots. Simple in style, but made of sturdy materials. On average, each person has less than 40 pounds of meat. In the original world, a full set of winter clothes from head to toe would cost 1 or 2,000. Not to mention that this is something that can save lives in an environment of minus 30 degrees Celsius, which is considered a very reasonable price in the post-apocalyptic world. Zheng Yuan knew he was lucky to have acted quickly. If he had waited any longer, and others had reacted, the price would have continued to rise, and he might not even be able to exchange 200 gene of meat for 3 sets. He gave the clothes to the 2 girls. They didn't care whether they looked good or not, and immediately put them on. The 3 girls wore different colors, but the sizes all fit perfectly. After changing into thicker clothes, the 3 of them felt noticeably better. Their pale lips gradually regained color, and their hunched shoulders relaxed. Wearing snow boots, standing on the cold floor, finally felt much less uncomfortable. However, this was only a temporary solution. Wearing thick clothes and staying indoors was manageable, but remaining still was still cold. The shelter's wooden walls were drafty, with cold air constantly seeping in through the gaps. If it was like this during the day, at night the temperature would drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius, and clothes alone certainly wouldn't be enough to keep you warm. The shelter must be upgraded. Zheng Yuan opened the construction system and spent 60 pieces of wood to thicken and reinforce the wooden house. The next second, the cracks in the walls were patched up, and the cold wind finally stopped blowing in. But the windows were still letting in drafts, and even if the drafts were blocked, a proper heating method was still needed. Zheng Yuan continued to upgrade the insulation solution. The system lists several items: window sealing, fireplace construction, wall insulation, roof reinforcement and insulation, and door sealing. The required materials include wood, stone, bear fat, tendons, plant fibers, and animal hide strips. Zheng Yuan read through the entire book and quickly discovered the key problem. He could cut wood, and he had bear fat, tendons, and plant fibers. He could even find a way to get stones, but he had no animal hides whatsoever. The only bear skin in the backpack had already been made into a coat. The saber-toothed tiger fur was too stiff and not suitable for warmth, and most of it had already been used when making the tiger armor. Unfortunately, the insulation upgrade relied almost entirely on animal hide strips. Without animal hides, the windows couldn't be sealed. If the windows couldn't be sealed, even if a fireplace was built, the heat would escape through the gaps, making burning more wood pointless. It seems I have to go hunting. Thinking about this, Zheng Yuan realized another problem. Although it was snowing heavily outside, the snow itself was good news. The snow and ice on high mountains are almost like distilled water, unlike river water which is mixed with silt, humus, heavy metals, and bacteria. Once the snow melts, it's basically clean water, even if it has some minerals. In this environment, having water to drink is already a great blessing. He was worried that there wouldn't be enough filter material, and that he'd have to go get more water after using 6 buckets. Now, with snow everywhere outside, he could just fill a bucket, let it melt, filter it, and drink it. The water problem is no longer a concern. The good news is that water resources are plentiful. The bad news is that everything else is scarce, especially food. In the icy wilderness, wild animals either hibernate or hide in their dens, making hunting far more difficult than in the story forest. Yesterday, you could still see rabbit and pheasant tracks in the forest, but today there's only a vast expanse of white and not a trace left. In the trading channel, some people even complained that upon seeing the water was melted snow, they immediately canceled the trade, feeling that snow water was unsafe. Zheng Yuan, however, didn't care. He had a filter. Once the snow water melted, it would be filtered again, making it definitely cleaner than the river water he had been drinking before. However, there was one more thing to take care of before leaving. Seed. When Zheng Yuan received the 10 mini farm plots, he made up his mind that since there was something that could be used to grow vegetables indoors, he should plant it as soon as possible. Although the growth rate was 10 times faster, it wouldn't be ready to harvest in just 1 or 2 days, so planting early meant eating sooner. He opened the trading channel and searched for seeds. The results were pitifully few, with only 3 people selling tomato seeds, potato seeds, and loofah seeds. Zheng Yuan skipped over the tomatoes and loofahs. Tomatoes are delicate and require specific environmental conditions. They can easily die if not handled carefully. He also didn't like loofahs. His gaze finally settled on the potatoes. Chapter 27 Going Out. The seller offered 30 potato seeds for 3 pounds of meat, and Zheng Yuan placed the order almost instantly, without hesitation. In the apocalypse, potatoes are practically a chosen crop for survivors. They are cold and drought-resistant, undemanding in terms of soil and climate, and have a short growth cycle. Add to that the tenfold speed boost from mini farms, and they can be harvested in no time. More importantly, potatoes provide most of the nutrients the human body needs, including starch, protein, vitamin C, and potassium. You could survive on potatoes alone for a long time. Zheng Yuan took 30 potato seeds, walked to the corner of the room, and took out the mini farm. This thing was smaller than he had imagined, only 5 centimeters square and less than 1 centimeter thick. It had a small base at the bottom, was entirely emerald green, and had a surface covered with fine grids. It looked like a child's toy. Can you really grow anything in such a small space? Zheng Yuan tried, placing a potato seed on it. As soon as the seed touched the surface of the field, it began to shrink from the size of a fingernail to a sesame seed, and then automatically embedded itself into the grid. He carefully placed another seed, only to discover that while this thing was amazing, it was very hard on the eyes. Each sesame-sized seed had to be aligned with a grid, and a farm had about 30 or 40 grids. It took patience to fill them all. Zheng Yuankai planted only 2 seeds, and his eyes felt blurry from looking at them. Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luing were drawn over and were astonished to see the seeds automatically shrink and fit into the grid. They had initially thought the farmland was too small, but now they realized that 30 seeds probably wouldn't be enough. Xie Qingxi pushed Zheng Yuan aside, saying, "Let me do it. Your eyes are almost closed." Sheng Luing also stepped forward. "I have good eyesight, I'll join too." Zheng Yuan took a break and handed the remaining seeds to the 2 girls. The 2 girls, heads close together, focused intently on placing the potato seeds into the mini farm. At this moment, Zheng Yuan spoke up, "I'm going to change into some outdoor gear and then go hunting." The 2 looked up at the same time, their expressions changing. Xie Qingxi frowned. "Go out? It's snowing so heavily outside. Do you know how cold it is right now? What if you get frostbite?" Sheng Luing walked over to him and took his hand. Her small hands held Zheng Yuan's palms. Her fingertips were icy cold, and Zheng Yuan's hands weren't much warmer either. She noticed that Zheng Yuan still had faint scars on his tiger's mouth from yesterday's fight with the black bear. Although they had healed, they were still glaringly obvious. Sheng Luing said worriedly, "Your hands are already so cold, and you still want to go hunting. Zheng Yuan grasped her hand in return, gently squeezing it, and said in a light tone, "We still have to stay here for 7 more days. We can't just stay in bed all the time. If we don't go out today, we'll have to go out tomorrow. We'll have to face this sooner or later." After saying that, he released Sheng Luiying and then reached out to pat the heads of the 2 girls. "Don't worry, I'll get some more professional cold weather gear. I've got a waterproof jacket, snow boots, and a windproof coat already, so everything will be fine." Sheng Luiying bit her lip and remained silent. Xie Qingxi also fell silent. They both understood that in this world, no one can stay in a safe and comfortable place forever. Daily points are essential for survival. To earn better rewards, you must explore, adventure, and even fight. Zheng Yuan opened the trading channel and began searching for professional cold weather gear. "The down jacket I got before is only suitable for indoor warmth or light activities. If you really need to walk and hunt for long periods in a blizzard, you'll need gear like a waterproof jacket, snow pants, and outdoor snow boots." These items are already being sold in the trading channel. It's clear that many people obtained high-level cold weather items from the treasure chest yesterday. However, the prices are not low. There's already a lot of bidding for down jackets and snow pants, and outdoor snow boots are being sold at ridiculously high prices since everyone is currently lacking suitable shoes. Zheng Yuan spotted a pair of professional snow boots that had just been hung up and was about to trade them for meat when his hand suddenly stopped. He changed his approach and directly listed a bottle of iodine and 35 kilograms of meat, with a note: "In exchange for a full set of professional outdoor cold weather gear, including a windproof jacket, snow pants, and snow boots." In less than 3 seconds, the other party agreed. In the apocalypse, iodine, a disinfectant, is more valuable than gold. Gold can't cure infections, but a small, improperly treated wound can be fatal. To Zheng Yuan's surprise, the other party also gave him an extra fur hat and a pair of wool gloves. Zheng Yuan took out the equipment and tried it on one piece at a time. The jacket is pure white, blending almost seamlessly into the snow outside, providing natural camouflage. The material is lightweight yet highly windproof. Once the zipper is fully zipped up, no cold air can get into the collar. The snow pants are dark gray with reinforced knees. The outdoor snow boots are calf-high with deeply textured, non-slip rubber soles and thick fleece linings that warm your feet instantly. The fur hat has ear flaps on both sides, protecting the entire head except for the face. The wool gloves are also suitable, allowing for free movement of the fingers without hindering the drawing of the bow or the grip of the weapon. Zheng Yuan put on his full gear and stretched around the room. Although it was much heavier than usual, it didn't affect his sword-wielding or archery. The 2 girls saw that he was fully armed from head to toe, and they knew they couldn't stop him. Xie Qingxi sighed, walked over, and helped him straighten the collar of his windbreaker, and then pulled his hat up straight. Just as Zheng Yuan was about to push open the door and go out, a figure suddenly rushed up from behind. Chapter Husonyol's Osvidkish. Sheng Luiying tiptoed and quickly pecked Zheng Yuan on the lips, blushing as she whispered, "We'll wait for you to come back." Zheng Yuan stood frozen in place, the soft touch still lingering on his lips. Sheng Luiying seemed to have used up all her courage, her face flushed crimson. But an inappropriate thought popped into Zheng Yuan's mind. In TV dramas, 9 out of 10 girls who get kissed by a girl before going to war and are told they'll wait for him to come back never do. Is this setting a flag for the future? No, absolutely not. Zheng Yuan pulled Sheng Luiying's head close, leaned down, and kissed her on the lips, saying earnestly, "I will definitely come back." After saying that, he released his grip, turned around, pushed open the door, and walked out. His white figure quickly disappeared into the swirling snow. Sheng Luiying stood at the doorway, her fingertips lightly touching her lips, the blush on her face lingering. Xie Qingxi stood behind her, looking in the direction Zheng Yuan had disappeared, her lips twitching as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately she remained silent. In the wind and snow, Zheng Yuan walked towards the distant forest. The snow was ankle-deep, and each step he took made a crunching sound, leaving a trail of deep footprints behind him. The cold snowflakes hit his face like shards of ice. He hunched his shoulders and tightened the ear flaps of his fur hat. However, the situation outside was better than expected. The wind was light, and the snowfall was lighter than in the morning, turning from heavy snowfall into fine snowflakes that quietly blanketed the world. The anti-slip treads on the snow boots were very useful, preventing slipping in the snow. Although the snow had already covered the tops of the boots, his toes remained warm. Every now and then, Zheng Yuan would take out his compass to check his direction and prevent himself from veering off course in the snow. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a cluster of tall trees finally appeared ahead. Zheng Yuan looked up and saw that the trunks were thick and straight, and the branches were covered with snow. The ability to see clearly is automatically triggered, and information appears before one's eyes. Oak. Tree age, ranging from 30 to 50 years. Fishing yields 15 to 20 pieces of wood. Special note: hardwood with a dense and hard texture, suitable for making high-end furniture, building materials, and bows. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up. Oak. Yesterday, when upgrading the tiger bow, the crafting table indicated that the bow upgrade required hardwoods such as elm, locust, or oak. He had searched for a long time in the story forest before, finding only pine and cedar, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an entire oak forest in the snow today. The fact that such thick, large trees can grow here indicates that the altitude isn't too high. It's rare to see such large trees above 3,000 meters. This oak forest is probably around 2,000 meters, or even lower. Although it's cold, it's not oxygen deprived, and physical activity is still manageable. Zheng Yuan pulled an iron axe from his backpack, walked to the nearest oak tree, and began to chop. The iron axe's effect of reducing physical exertion was still obvious. Although the thick clothes made his movements much more cumbersome, after more than 20 blows, the oak tree, as thick as a bowl, still crashed down, kicking up a large snowflake. He converted the tree trunk into timber and put it in his backpack. The oak was darker in color than ordinary wood, with a fine grain, and it felt heavy in his hand. It was indeed good quality. After chopping down this tree, Zheng Yuan didn't continue. He already had the hardwood. He could upgrade his bow when he got back, and he'd have to come back for the rest later. Besides, chopping down trees was quite noisy, and it would be troublesome if it alerted any wild animals nearby. The main purpose of coming out today is still hunting and getting animal hides. Zheng Yuan put away his iron axe and took out a piece of saber-toothed tiger meat from his backpack. The meat was still steaming when he took it out. The system backpack was unaffected by external temperature, so whatever was put in remained the same when taken out. A fist-sized piece of meat with beautiful snowflake-like patterns steamed in the snow and looked incredibly tempting. He placed the meat on the snow, then took out a small bottle of saber-toothed tiger blood and poured it around the meat. The dark red blood was particularly striking on the white snow, and the warm, pungent smell of blood quickly spread in the cold air. In this kind of weather, chasing prey is basically a waste of effort. Movement is difficult in the snow, and visibility is limited, but wild animal sense of smell doesn't fail because of the snow. Using meat and blood as bait and waiting patiently is far more efficient. After setting up the bait, Zheng Yuan quickly left, picked a sturdy oak tree not far away, and climbed up it in a few swift movements. The snow on the trees was shaken off in a flurry. He found a sturdy branch, sat on it, leaned against the trunk, took out the tiger bow, knocked an arrow, and stared down at the chunk of meat in the snow. He was less than 100 meters from the bait. This range was precisely the absolute hit range of a level 6 marksman skill. As soon as the prey appeared, he could aim and shoot with unerring accuracy. Zheng Yuan placed the bow across his knees and rubbed his hands together. Although the wool gloves were warm, his fingers would gradually get cold after sitting still in the snow for a long time. So he took off one glove and put his hand in the inside pocket of his jacket to keep it warm, then switched to the other glove after a while. Time passed little by little. The snow was still falling, and fine snowflakes landed on the brim of my hat and my shoulders, gradually accumulating into a thin layer. In the distance, the piece of saber-toothed tiger meat was half covered by the new snow, and the red bloodstains had been diluted considerably. Why aren't they here yet? Zheng Yuan waited in the tree for more than 2 hours, and his body temperature began to slowly drop. No matter how warm his windproof jacket and down jacket were, he was losing heat little by little while he was still for a long time. His toes felt cold, and his fingers were getting stiffer. Just as he was about to lose patience, a white figure suddenly appeared at the edge of his field of vision. Chapter 29. The Pack of Wolves. Zheng Yuan held his breath. In the snow, a silvery white figure moved silently, its fur covered with gray-black spots and rings, almost blending into the snow. If it weren't for its movement, it would be almost impossible to spot with the naked eye. It has a slender and robust body, with a thick, long tail swaying gently behind it. Snow leopard. The divine vision ability immediately displayed the following information. Adult snow leopard, approximately 4 years old, hungry, currently hunting for food. Its fur is of extremely high quality, thick and soft, making it a top-tier material for insulation against the cold. Zheng Yuan's heart started racing instantly. What he wanted was this warm fur coat. The snow leopard was clearly drawn by the scent of blood and was cautiously approaching the meat in the snow. Its steps were light, and its amber eyes constantly scanned its surroundings, extremely vigilant. Zheng Yuan held his breath and slowly raised the tiger bow. His movements were slow and steady. He drew back the bowstring little by little, aiming the arrow at the snow leopard's head. Right now, call out. The arrow tore through the cold air and struck the snow leopard precisely in the head. The snow leopard didn't even have time to scream before its body stiffened abruptly, and it fell silently into the snow. Blood gushed out, staining a small patch of white snow red. One blow kills. Zheng Yuan exhaled a long puff of white mist, a smile playing on his lips. A level 6 marksman is indeed exhilarating. Within 100 meters, he hits exactly where he aims. He slung his bow over his shoulder, slid down from the tree, and strode toward the snow leopard carcass. The snow was ankle-deep, crunching under his feet, but his steps were unusually light. The snow leopard's fur was thicker than he had imagined. Zheng Yuan squatted down and touched it. The layer of silvery white fur was dense and soft. His fingers could sink up to halfway into it. If it were made into a coat, it would definitely be lighter than bearskin, but just as warm. He had just dismembered the snow leopard and put it into his backpack when he suddenly heard a series of urgent sounds. Crack, crack, crack. It wasn't just one or two sounds, but a large, dense chorus of footsteps on the snow, rapidly approaching from afar. Zheng Yuan suddenly looked up. Less than 200 meters ahead, a gray-black figure moved swiftly across the snowfield. Its limbs moved in a flurry, kicking up snowflakes, and its eerie green eyes were fixed on him and the piece of saber-toothed tiger meat. Wolf. A pack of wolves. There are at least 20 or more. Zheng Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Those pairs of green eyes on the pale snow looked like a row of floating will-o'-the-wisps, all pressing down on him. The wolves running at the front had already grinned, revealing their gleaming white fangs, their tongues hanging out of their mouths, and their breath swirling in the cold wind. The divine vision ability is sending out a barrage of messages. Gray wolf, adult, a social predator. Gray wolf, hungry. Gray wolf, scout of the wolf pack, extremely hungry. Gray wolf, the main force of the wolf pack, extremely hungry. As far as the eye could see, there were only gray wolves, all driven mad by hunger. Their bellies were so sunken that you could see their ribs, and their eyes gleamed with ferocity. Zheng Yuan felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly. A single black bear can fight, but a pack of wolves is a completely different story. They can coordinate attacks, feint, and encircle. Once a person is surrounded, they simply don't have enough attention. Damn it, are you trying to kill me? Zheng Yuan cursed, turned and ran, his target the oak tree he had just been standing there. Snow boots raced through the snow, each step leaving deep craters and sending snowflakes flying everywhere. The wolves, seeing their prey escape, sped up in pursuit, their howls echoing across the silent snowfield, particularly eerie. When he was less than 10 meters away from the oak tree, the wolf in front had caught up to within 3 meters of him. The sounds of wolves scratching in the snow and heavy breathing were almost right behind me. Zheng Yuan leaped up, grabbed the branches he had stepped on earlier, and used his waist and abdomen to throw himself up into the tree. He sat on a horizontal branch, panting heavily, white mist gushing from his mouth and quickly dissipating into the cold air. The wolves rushed up to the tree almost right behind his heels. Several wolves leaped at the same time and pounced on the tree trunk, their claws scratching at the bark with a harsh, screeching sound. But they weren't felines, and their claws weren't suited for climbing trees. After a few struggles on the straight, thick oak, they slid down. Zheng Yuan sat on a tree branch, looking down at the densely packed wolf heads below, and his heartbeat slowly calmed down. Fortunately, wolves don't climb trees. If it were a pack of leopards, he would have been dead here today. The wolves circled the oak tree, numbering at least 20, and were even more unsettling than they had appeared from a distance. They refused to leave, occasionally raising their heads and howling softly at Zheng Yuan in the tree. Some wolves were still unwilling to give up, and they tried to pry at the tree trunk with their front paws, but the oak tree was too thick and straight, and they couldn't climb it at all. Zheng Yuan did not shoot the arrow immediately. He first opened his backpack and donned the tiger armor with a single click. The bone-white armor once again covered his entire body. Although the breastplate still had cracks, its defensive capabilities remained reliable. After putting on his armor, he took out the remaining 5 bottles of kidney tonic. He held 5 bottles of amber liquid in his hands. He didn't bother to drink slowly. He opened each bottle one by one and gulped them down. The cool, cola-flavored liquid flowed down my throat into my stomach, quickly turning into a scalding hot stream that rushed through my veins to my limbs and bones. Zheng Yuan could feel his muscles trembling slightly, his heartbeat becoming stronger, his breathing becoming deeper, and his blood and energy filling his body to the point of almost bursting. I finished all 10 bottles of Shenbao this time. He clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented power between his knuckles, and even felt that he could strangle a cow with his bare hands. Then he picked up the tiger bow again. There aren't many arrows left in the quiver, only 6. I used a few yesterday shooting a black bear, and just now I used one shooting a snow leopard, and I haven't had time to retrieve them yet. 6 arrows are far from enough against more than 20 wolves. But each shot is one less to kill. Once one is dead, there are fewer to go. Chapter 30, Battle Against the Wolves. Zheng Yuan knocked an arrow, slowly drew back the bowstring, and scanned the wolf pack under the tree, finally locking onto the largest one among them. That guy was clearly a size bigger than the other wolves, with a darker mane around his neck. He stood at the back of the pack, coldly looking up at Zheng Yuan, as if he were looking at prey that would fall into his mouth sooner or later. Judging by appearances, that is the Wolf King. To catch a thief, first catch the king. In a team fight, first take down the carry. Zheng Yuan aimed at its head and released his finger. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the Wolf King's skull from behind his ear. The Wolf King's body stiffened, and he collapsed onto the snow with a thud, kicking up a cloud of snowflakes. The wolf pack immediately stirred, and several wolves that were nearby sniffed the corpse and let out low growls. But they didn't disperse. The wolves quickly raised their heads again, continuing to stare intently at Zheng Yuan in the tree. Zheng Yuan frowned, knocked another arrow, and aimed at another, larger wolf. Whoosh! Thud! Whoosh! Thud! Whoosh! Thud! 3 arrows were fired in quick succession, and 3 large wolves fell to the ground one after another. 4 arrows later, 4 wolves were dead, and even the alpha wolf was gone. Yet the pack still surrounded the tree, howling even more fiercely, their eyes even more crazed. Zheng Yuan touched his quiver. There were only 2 arrows left. 2 arrows against a dozen wolves. Even if you hit every shot, you still can't kill them all. He looked up at the sky. The sun would soon be setting. Once it got dark, the temperature would drop sharply, and he would only get colder and colder up in the tree, eventually exhausting himself. The wolves have fur, numbers, and can take turns guarding. In terms of patience, he alone could never outlast a pack of wolves. You cannot spend the night in a tree. Zheng Yuan gritted his teeth, knocked the last 2 arrows at the same time, and aimed at the 2 wolves closest to him under the tree. Whoosh! 2 arrows were fired simultaneously, and both wolves fell to the ground. The quiver was completely empty. Without the slightest hesitation, Zheng Yuan put away his bow, drew his cold steel katana with his left hand, gripped his serrated spear with his right hand, and stood up from the tree trunk. He looked down at the swarming wolf heads below, their gleaming green eyes like will-o'-the-wisps burning in the snow. The next second, he jumped down. His body was encased in bone-white armor as he slammed into the wolf pack from above. The moment he landed, several gray wolves pounced on him simultaneously, their sharp teeth and claws attacking him from all sides. Zheng Yuan neither dodged nor used any tricks. He relied on strength. With his left hand, he swung his katana horizontally, the blade slicing a cold arc across the snow, instantly sending 3 pouncing wolves flying. With his right hand, he thrust his spear forward, piercing a gray wolf's chest and pinning it to the snow. In the face of absolute power, all skills seemed fancy and ineffective. After drinking 10 bottles of kidney tonic, Zheng Yuan's strength had become so great that even he himself could hardly estimate it. These medium-sized gray wolves were no different from small dogs in front of him. With a single sweep of the blade, a wolf can be sent flying several meters. With a kick, a wolf tumbles through the snow like a ball. The problem is, there are too many wolves. Wolves surrounded him from all sides, gray wolves constantly pouncing, biting at his neck, their claws frantically scratching at his tiger armor. A constant creaking sound echoed from the bone plates, the ear-piercing noise of wolf fangs scraping against the armor. Zheng Yuangang had just killed 2 wolves in front of him when suddenly his back felt heavy. A wolf pounced on his back, biting his shoulder armor and tearing at it desperately, a foul stench wafting from the back of his neck. Zheng Yuan swung his elbow and struck the wolf on the head, causing it to release its grip in pain. He then grabbed the wolf by the scruff of its neck and flung it away like a sack of potatoes, knocking down another charging wolf in the process. At this moment, several wolves circled around from the side, trying to outflank him from behind. Zheng Yuan remained calm and took out 3 immobilization talismans from his backpack, throwing them at the wolves. The talisman transformed into 3 golden rays, precisely affixing itself to the 3 fiercest wolves. The 3 wolves instantly froze, remaining motionless in their pouncing posture. A minute of stillness is enough. Zheng Yuan gripped his saber-toothed spear tightly and charged towards the pack of wolves directly in front of him. The spear in his hand was like a white lightning bolt. With each thrust, a wolf fell. His left hand held a samurai sword without stopping, his right hand a spear, and his left hand a sword, stabbing and slashing at the same time, the wolf's blood quickly staining a large area of snow red. 1, 2, 3. He had lost count of how many he had killed, and he couldn't remember how long the fight had lasted. Later, the shaft of the saber-toothed spear was covered with dents from wolf teeth, and the spearhead was smeared with semi-congealed wolf blood. The katana remained sharp, but the hilt was also soaked in blood and became sticky. His tiger armor was covered in new scratches and bite marks, and the bone plates were densely covered with wolf fang marks. Some of the cracks were even longer than before. Wolf carcasses lay scattered haphazardly on the snow, their blood staining the surrounding area for dozens of meters a glaring dark red. The remaining wolves finally became afraid. Not knowing which one turned and ran away first, Zheng Yuanzheng swung his knife at the wolf in front of him, and out of the corner of his eye he saw several gray wolves with their tails between their legs rushing into the woods. Immediately afterward, as if receiving a signal, the other wolves turned tail and fled for their lives, even faster than when they came. Zheng Yuan stood there, leaning on his spear, panting heavily. White mist billowed from his mouth, condensing into wisps of white smoke in the cold air. He hadn't expected that these wolves would be afraid. He thought the word fear didn't exist in their vocabulary, since they didn't even run away when the alpha wolf died. Now it seems they weren't fearless, just had a very high threshold. After more than half of them died, they finally realized that this bone-armored monster wasn't suitable for dinner. But then again, he was still able to stand. Not only was I standing, but I also felt full of energy, as if I could fight all day long without any problem. The combined effect of 10 bottles of kidney tonic is terrifying. Chapter 31 Coma. Zheng Yuan looked down at himself. He was covered in blood, some from wolves and some from his own. Wolf fangs couldn't pierce his bone armor, but in places the armor couldn't cover, wolf claws had still slashed several wounds. Fortunately, the wounds weren't deep, and the blood clotted quickly in the low temperature, preventing excessive blood loss. He planted his spear in the snow and was about to count his spoils when he suddenly saw several glittering treasure chests floating among the wolf carcasses. I almost forgot the important thing. The treasure chest is the real focus. Zheng Yuan quickly counted them. Several chests were scattered around the 16 wolves, one of which was even gleaming with silver light. It was a grade B treasure chest. It seemed that while the wolf pack was troublesome, their drop rate was indeed higher than that of a single wild beast. He eagerly lifted the lid, and a flash of silver light revealed not weapons or food, but a sled. The vehicle resembles a snowmobile, with wide skis at the bottom and a small, sputtering engine at the rear. Its all-white body allows it to blend almost perfectly into the snowy landscape. It seats 2 people and has a small cargo rack in the back. Small snowmobile quality B grade, fuel engine, snow-specific vehicle, can move quickly on snow up to 1 meter deep. Zheng Yuan couldn't suppress the smile playing on his lips. It was like a divine vehicle had fallen from the sky. He had been worried that he would freeze to death walking back covered in blood, but unexpectedly, a snow vehicle appeared out of nowhere. He immediately dissected the 16 wolves, filling his bag with wolf meat, pelts, bones, tendons, and teeth. Of the 16 wolf pelts, 7 were badly damaged, while the remaining 9, though damaged, could still be used after some processing. He then put all the other treasure chests into his backpack, intending to open them when he got back. He then righted the sled, flipped himself over, and climbed onto it. The engine sputtered, its sound particularly clear on the quiet snowfield. Zheng Yuan twisted the throttle, and the sled immediately glided forward, moving much faster than on foot. On the way back, a cold wind blew in my face, and even wearing a fur hat couldn't keep out the biting chill. I hadn't felt it when I was fighting, but now that we'd stopped, my body temperature was dropping rapidly. His clothes, soaked with wolf blood, clung to his body, and a gust of cold wind made him shiver. His windbreaker and down jacket had long been torn open by wolf claws, exposing the insulation, and blood was seeping through in many places. The cold wind blew in through the hole, scraping against his skin like ice blades. Zheng Yuan's fingers gradually froze, and he could barely feel the handlebars. His toes also began to go numb, and his wet socks grew cold inside his snow boots, with a chill creeping up from his feet. To make matters worse, he also began to feel a chill in his chest. This feeling is very wrong. Zheng Yuan gritted his teeth and twisted the accelerator to the floor. The sled carved a long arc across the snow and sped toward the shelter. Fortunately, the wind was favorable, and the snow was flattened by the sled's flattened surface, making the journey 2 or 3 times faster than walking. The compass on the handlebars pointed steadily in the direction they had come from, preventing Zheng Yuan from getting lost in the vast snowstorm. Before long, the outline of the shelter finally appeared ahead. Inside the house, Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying were tending to the newly planted mini farmland when they suddenly heard the sputtering sound of an engine outside. Sheng Luiying looked up in confusion. What was that sound? The two pushed open the door and went out, then froze instantly. A silver-white sled was parked in front of the shelter, its engine just turned off, still emitting faint exhaust fumes. A person sat inside, covered in blood, his clothes tattered, his tiger armor covered in scratches and bite marks. That face was indeed Zheng Yuan's, but he looked like he had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. Zheng Yuan. Sheng Luiying was the first to rush over, followed closely by Xie Qingxi. Zheng Yuan packed the sled into his backpack and got off. His foot wobbled. He whispered, "It's okay," but his voice was almost swallowed by the wind and snow. The next second, he fell forward and passed out. Xie Qingxi reacted quickly, catching his limp body. Zheng Yuan was ice cold all over, and when his cheek touched her neck, she shivered violently from the cold. "Quick, help him inside," Xie Qingxi shouted urgently. 2 girls, one on each side, supported Zheng Yuan and dragged him into the shelter. He was over 6 feet tall and wearing armor, so he was as heavy as iron. It took the 2 girls a lot of effort to finally put him on the bed. Without the slightest hesitation, Sheng Luiying placed her hands on Zheng Yuan's chest and immediately activated a healing spell. A pale green light shone from her palms, enveloping Zheng Yuan's upper body. This time, the green light was brighter and lasted longer than yesterday. Under the effect of the healing spell, Zheng Yuan's minor injuries began to heal, and the bloodstains on his arms from the wolf claws gradually faded and disappeared, leaving only faint pink marks. The minor scratches on his face disappeared, and his face was restored to its original state. But Sheng Luiying knew very well that Zheng Yuan's real danger was not his external injuries, but his body temperature. His body was frighteningly cold, especially his chest and limbs, as if the cold had penetrated into his bones. The healing technique can heal the wound, but it can't solve the hypothermia. If this continues, he'll really be in trouble. Sheng Luiying stopped the treatment and exchanged a glance with Xie Qingxi. Neither of them spoke, but they both understood what the other meant. Xie Qingxi stood up and removed Zheng Yuan's tiger armor piece by piece. The armor was covered in wolf bite marks, and blood was still dripping from some places. She also took off his blood-soaked, tattered clothes one by one. She piled the clothes and armor on the ground, then used old clothes dampened with water as towels to wipe away the bloodstains from Zheng Yuan's body bit by bit. A cool cloth brushed against Zheng Yuan's chest, and even though he was unconscious, he frowned slightly. Chapter 32: Opening Treasure Chests. Xie Qingxi moved very gently, wiping Zheng Yuan's neck down to his shoulders, chest, and abdomen, cleaning away the dark red scabs that had congealed on his body little by little. After doing all this, She looked at Zheng Yuan, who was lying unconscious and cold on the bed, bit her lip, and then took off her clothes. On the other side, Shang Luiying did the same. The two men flanked Zheng Yuan from the left and right, pressing their body heat against him, and then pulled over the bearskin coat and down sleeping bag, wrapping the three of them up tightly. While unconscious, Zheng Yuan had a bizarre and long dream. He dreamt that he fell into icy seawater, and there were two scalding hot octopuses around him, one in front and one behind, which he could not break free from no matter how hard he struggled. Even though he was in the deep sea, those two octopuses were burning hot, and their tentacles kept wriggling all over him. Zheng Yuan was too lazy to question the logic in his dream. He just felt that being warm was better than freezing to death. After an unknown amount of time, he finally slowly opened his eyes. There was no light in the room, only a sliver of snowlight filtering through the cracks in the window. The snow outside seemed to have stopped, and the moonlight reflected off the accumulated snow, casting a hazy, grayish-white glow inside. He quickly realized the situation. Shang Luiying was sleeping on the left, Xie Qingxi on the right, and the three of them were crammed into one quilt, wrapped in thick bearskin coats, looking like a giant silkworm cocoon. Zheng Yuan looked down and saw that the bloodstains on his body had been wiped clean, leaving only a faint fragrance. The two had obviously cleaned his wounds and then warmed him with their bodies. He didn't move, afraid of waking them. In the moonlight, he couldn't help but glance at them. Shang Luiying's figure was still stunning, and Xie Qingxi's curves were exquisite. The moonlight bathed them, making them appear as if they were coated with a layer of silver. Zheng Yuan forced himself to look away through sheer willpower. Business was more important. He hadn't used his copying ability yet, hadn't opened the treasure chest, and hadn't upgraded the shelter. He gently moved his arm, intending to open the system panel. As a result, Shang Luiying on his left grumbled in dissatisfaction and hugged him even tighter, while Xie Qingxi on his right subconsciously snuggled closer to him. Zheng Yuan froze. Fine, let's just leave it at that. He used his mind to bring up the system panel and found it was already past 11. He quickly began to check the treasure chests he had obtained from killing wolves that afternoon. There were 15 in total, 4 C grade and 11 D grade. He opened the D grade ones first. The light was soft, and the items that came out were a mixed bag. A thermos and a roll of toilet paper. The system notes read, "Young man, use less toilet paper. Go out and chop down more trees." Zheng Yuan's lips twitched. Next came a bundle of rope with a note reminding him that it was legitimate rope and not to use it for anything bad. Zheng Yuan simply ignored it. Then they found 10 iron blocks, 3 boxes of braised beef instant noodles, a box of instant coffee, and a regular flashlight. The items were all practical, but not yet game-changing. Zheng Yuan paused for 3 seconds when a hot pot with 2 separate compartments appeared. The pot was bronze with an S-shaped divider in the middle, one side for cooking spicy broth and the other for clear broth. The label read, "Nothing can't be solved with a hot pot meal. If it can't, then 2 meals will do." Eating a steaming hot pot on a snowy night with temperatures dropping to minus 20 degrees Celsius is enough to make your mouth water. After opening the D-level treasure chests, Zheng Yuan started opening the C-level ones. The first one lit up with silver light, a down sleeping bag, the one currently wrapped around the 3 of them, labeled as capable of keeping them warm up to minus 20 degrees Celsius. The note specifically reminded them, "This is a single-person sleeping bag. Don't let 2 people sleep together." The second C-level treasure chest contains a strobe flashlight, which has a built-in strobe function and can emit a blinding light for a short time, causing temporary blindness to nocturnal creatures. Upon opening the third one, Zheng Yuan perked up immediately. Inside was a gas cylinder and stove, an 8-kilogram gas cylinder with a single burner. The label read, "The essence of human civilization, simply a gas stove. This thing is so useful. Before, we used to roast meat over a campfire inside the shelter. It was smoky, and there was always the risk of sparks hitting the wooden walls. If it caught fire, the whole shelter would be destroyed. With a gas stove, cooking and heating are so much more convenient." For the last C-grade treasure chest, Zheng Yuan silently wished for something powerful. A flash of light, and a chainsaw appeared. His eyes lit up. This was a real gem. With a pull of the chainsaw, who would dare approach? Zheng Yuan mentally reviewed his spoils, feeling more and more that the battle with the wolves that afternoon was worthwhile. Although he had almost frozen to death, the sled, chainsaw, gas stove, down sleeping bag, flashlight, and so many wolf pelts were all lifesavers in the harsh environment. Chapter 33, Paralysis Ring, Invisibility Cloak. However, the most practical thing right now is still that sled. With this vehicle, Zheng Yuan's exploration range has expanded several times over. Before, he could only explore a few kilometers on foot, but now, with a car, he can travel dozens of kilometers in a circle. Thinking of gasoline, he immediately checked the fuel gauge on the sled and found that the tank was almost empty. In the apocalypse, gasoline is used up little by little, and occasionally someone would put it up for sale on the trading channel. But the price was shockingly high. 1 pound of gasoline could cost 5 pounds of meat. Zheng Yuan opened his backpack, extracted the gasoline from the fuel tank, and then activated his divine power talent. Daily copy, target, gasoline. With a flash of golden light, 1 unit of gasoline instantly multiplied into 10. This amount of gasoline was enough for him to drive his sled across the snowfield for several days. Gasoline was a strategic resource, and even if the environment changed in the future, it would likely come in handy. Keeping it would definitely not be a loss. After dealing with the gasoline, Zheng Yuan opened the shelter management panel again. He had hunted 12 wolves that afternoon, and the last thing he needed now was animal hides. Of the 16 wolf pelts, the damaged ones could be cut into strips, the intact ones could be made into large items. And there was also a snow leopard pelt, suitable for making a high-end coat. He opened the insulation upgrade plan and first checked the window sealing option. Animal hide strips, wood, bear fat, and tendons were all available, so Zheng Yuan immediately confirmed the upgrade. A soft golden light simultaneously shone through all 4 windows of the shelter. Thick animal hides automatically covered the window frames. Bear fat filled the edges and gaps, and tendons were stretched into thin threads to firmly secure the hides. The windows, which had previously let in drafts from all sides, were instantly transformed into airtight and insulated windows. Next, he selected door sealing and used animal hide strips and bear fat to seal the door gaps tightly. Finally, he selected wall insulation layer installation, and plant fibers and animal hide strips automatically flew out and adhered to the interior wall panels, forming a soft insulation layer. After the 3 upgrades were completed, the temperature in the room immediately changed. The chill that had seeped in from all directions finally disappeared, replaced by the quiet warmth found only in enclosed spaces. Although the room temperature was still not high, it was much more comfortable than before. Zheng Yuan looked down at the 2 girls still clinging to him. Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi were fast asleep, breathing evenly, with contentment on their faces. They hadn't even woken up despite the room being filled with golden light. They were clearly exhausted. Zheng Yuan didn't fuss anymore. He simply pulled the blanket up a little more to cover them both more securely. Then he put his arms around them, pulling their warm bodies closer to his chest. Let's just sleep like this tonight. The shelter had been upgraded. The windows were sealed shut, and the doors were draft-free. The 3 of them huddled together, so even if it got cold, it wouldn't be too cold. Zheng Yuan closed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips, and quickly fell asleep again. When Zheng Yuan woke up the next day, he felt warm all over. The room was quiet, with only a few even breaths. The doors and windows, sealed off last night, had blocked the cold draft, and the insulation layer on the walls had also worked its magic. The room temperature was significantly higher than yesterday morning. Although my breath was still white, at least I wasn't shivering. He carefully pulled away from the 2 girls' embrace. Sheng Luiying mumbled something sleepily, then turned over and continued sleeping. Xie Qingxi didn't wake up, but subconsciously pulled the bearskin coat closer to herself. Zheng Yuan took out clean clothes from his backpack, put them on, sat down at the workbench, and opened the system panel with anticipation. I haven't checked the daily settlement yet. Yesterday, I killed 12 wolves and completed a bunch of other tasks, so my points will definitely be high. Daily settlement. Settlement date. Day 3. Shelter director. Zheng Yuan. Slaying the snow leopard. Plus 10 points. Kill 12 gray wolves. Plus 60 points. Discover and cut down oak trees. Plus 2 points. Crafting a hunting trap. Bait plus 2 points. Wolf pack encounter. Outnumbered victory plus 15 points. Shelter insulation upgrade. Sealed doors and windows. Wall insulation plus 10 points. Obtain a vehicle. Sled plus 5 points. Overall assessment. 1 against 26. The Wolfpack Terminator. This isn't survival. This is monster grinding. Overall score. 104 points. Basic reward. Level 1 Paralysis Ring X1. Divine power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Received. Level 1 paralysis ring x10. Bonus reward. Level 1 invisibility cloak x1. Divine power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Obtained. Level 1 invisibility cloak x10. Bonus special reward. System backpack space expanded by 10 slots. Divine power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Expanded to system inventory space increased by 100 slots. Zheng Yuan looked at the list of rewards and couldn't help but open his mouth. 100 slots in your backpack. He used to have only 20 slots, but now it's increased to 120. From now on, when he goes hunting, he won't have to carefully calculate his backpack capacity anymore. Then, he looked at the paralysis ring. Paralysis ring. Effect. When equipped, each attack has a 1% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second. Note, it's a 1% chance. It all comes down to luck. If you're unlucky, you might get away with 100 hits without triggering it. If you're lucky, you might get a one-hit kill. Young man, do you consider yourself lucky or unlucky? A 1% probability isn't high, but it's not low either. The key is he is 10. Zheng Yuan placed 10 paralysis rings on the workbench, their silvery white surfaces gleaming faintly in the dim room. He put them on one by one, until all 10 fingers were soon covered, shimmering with silver light, making him look like a nouveau riche. Then it suddenly occurred to him that if 10 rings were worn at the same time, would the probability actually add up? Would each of the 10 1% be calculated independently, or would they be added together to form a 10% probability? If it's truly 10%, that's incredibly powerful. On average, it triggers paralysis once every 10 strikes, instantly elevating combat control to a whole new level. With a puzzled look, he opened the crafting list on the workbench and discovered that the paralysis ring could actually be crafted and upgraded. Chapter 34 Invincible Cheat. Invisibility Cloak. Zheng Yuan decisively chose to upgrade, and with a flash of golden light, a brand new ring appeared on the workbench. The ring was no longer the previous silver-white color, but a dark gold all over, with fine art patterns on the surface. When the light shone on it, it even faintly flashed with purple electric light. The moment I put it on, a subtle electric current shot from my fingertips to my wrist, sending a tingling sensation through me. Paralysis ring. Effect. When equipped, each attack has a 10% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second. During paralysis, the target cannot move or use skills. Note, it chops quickly and it numbs quickly. With a 10% chance of paralysis, combined with Zheng Yuan's current attack speed, he could practically control his enemies to the point of questioning their existence. He satisfiedly put the ring on his right index finger, wiggled his fingers a few times, and was in a very good mood. Then, he looked at the invisibility cloak. Level 1 Invisibility Cloak. Effect. Provides visual invisibility. The wearer is invisible to the naked eye. Limitations. It will make noise when moved, odors cannot be hidden, and slight light distortion may occur after prolonged use in direct sunlight. Note, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Walk quietly and don't fart. Zheng Yuan opened the crafting list on the workbench to check the upgrade path, and what he saw made him gasp in shock. Level 1 is invisible to the naked eye. Level 2 can block physical detection and cannot be detected by radar, infrared, or light signals. Level 3 can block aura and life traces, and all sense of smell and thermal tracking will fail. Level 4 is even more outrageous, and after wearing it, you will enter a space layer that overlaps with reality, and even your own weight will disappear. What does entering the spatial interlayer mean? It means that even if the enemy knows where he is, they simply cannot hit him. Attacks will pass right through his body, as if striking thin air. This is practically an invincible cheat code. Zheng Yuan's breathing became heavier. He had a total of 10 Level 1 invisibility cloaks. According to the rule of combining 2 into 1, he could combine them to make 1 Level 4 cloak, leaving 2 Level 1 cloaks. Several golden lights flashed across the workbench, and finally, a nearly transparent robe lay quietly on the surface. Its material is extremely special. It feels like water or mist to the touch, and although you can clearly touch it, you can never see it clearly. When you rotate it, it also refracts a faint 7-colored halo, like a very thin soap bubble. Level 4 Invisibility Cloak. Effect. When worn, It allows entry into spatial interlayers, complete immunity to physical attacks and touch, shielding all traces of presence and life, complete visual invisibility, silent movement, and zero weight. Limitations: each session lasts 1 hour, with a 6-hour cooldown. Note: if an enemy were to slash you 10 times in front of you, each strike cutting right through, wouldn't he be furious? Zheng Yuan carefully folded the level 4 invisibility cloak, his movements as gentle as handling tofu. This was his trump card, a lifesaver in a critical moment. He also put away the remaining 2 level 1 invisibility cloaks, intending to give them to the 2 girls later. After getting the ring and the invisibility cloak sorted out, Zheng Yuan turned his attention to the armor. The tiger armor set in the corner was already battered and bruised. It had accompanied him in fighting saber-toothed tigers, enduring black bears, and withstanding an attack by 12 wolves. Now, the breastplate was cracked in several places, a piece of his shoulder armor was broken off, and the arm armor was covered with dents left by wolf teeth. Although it's still wearable, its defensive capabilities have clearly decreased. Zheng Yuan checked the materials in his backpack. There are still quite a few wolf pelts. He would need the bearskin coat, and he only had 1 snow leopard pelt, which he planned to keep. There are also some iron ingots, but not many. He opened the crafting list. The armor he could make included leather and iron. Leather armor was lightweight and warm, but offered only average protection. Iron armor offered higher protection, but was bulky and didn't keep him warm. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Yuan made a simple and unpretentious decision to make both. He wore leather armor as an inner lining and iron armor as his main protective gear. This way, he was both warm and resistant to beatings. As for weight, after drinking 10 bottles of kidney tonic, his strength was so great that even he couldn't figure out his limits. So wearing 2 layers of armor was no problem at all. He took out the remaining 26 iron blocks from his backpack, confirmed that a set of iron armor required 20 iron blocks, plus tendons and animal hide strips for connecting parts, and then put them directly into the workbench. With a flash of golden light, a complete set of iron armor appeared on the table. Armor. Quality, grade C. Defense strength, medium. Durability, 150/150. Features. Provides good protection against both sharp and blunt objects. Note, it's quite heavy, but with your current strength, it's probably about the same weight as wearing a sweater. Subsequently, Zheng Yuan used wolf skin, wolf sinew, cotton cloth, plant fibers, and resin to make a wolf skin lining. Wolf skin lining. Quality, grade C. Defense, low. Warmth retention, good. Features, soft and close-fitting. Does not interfere with the wearing of outer armor. After finishing his own gear, he used the remaining wolf pelts to make 3 wolf skin coats. Although wolf pelts are not as thick as bear pelts, their warmth still far surpasses that of ordinary cotton-padded coats, and the silver-gray fur is soft, smooth, and has an excellent feel. Zheng Yuan unfolded a coat and draped it over his body. The moment he put on the thick coat, warmth enveloped his entire body. Combined with the fleece inner layer and down jacket underneath, he felt cozy and warm. With the equipment nearly finished, Zheng Yuan decided to test the invisibility cloak's effects. Looking at the panel isn't enough. You have to experience it yourself to know just how outrageous this thing really is. He turned to look at the bed. Shang Luiying and Xie Qingxi were still asleep. One curled up like a shrimp, the other fast asleep, clutching the corner of her bearskin coat. They were exhausted from taking care of him last night and were sleeping soundly. A wicked smile crept onto Zheng Yuan's lips. Chapter 35, Embracing Both Women. Zheng Yuan draped the level 4 invisibility cloak over his body, and the transparent robe instantly covered his entire body. At that moment, he seemed to have become a wisp of air, standing in place, but without any sense of presence, and not even a shadow could be seen beneath his feet. He tried to take a step forward, but the room was eerily quiet. He deliberately stomped his foot, but still no sound came out, as if all sound had been completely erased. This effect delighted Zheng Yuan. He quietly approached the bedside, looked down at the still sleeping Shang Luiying and Xie Qingxi, and couldn't help but have a wicked thought. He reached out his invisible hand and gently pinched Shang Luiying's nose. Shang Luiying frowned, struggled in her dream for a moment, and opened her mouth to breathe. Zheng Yuan quickly let go and stepped back. Shang Luiying opened her eyes groggily, raised her hand and swept it in front of her, but didn't touch anything. She just mumbled something, then turned over and crawled back into bed to continue sleeping. Zheng Yuan was trembling from trying to suppress his laughter, but thankfully the invisibility cloak also masked his laughter. He then went around to the other side and reached out to poke Xie Qingxi's face. Xie Qingxi suddenly opened her eyes, scanning the room warily, but found no one. She looked at Sheng Luiying, who was fast asleep with her back to her, and asked with a yawn, "Luiying, why did you pinch my nose?" Sheng Luiying replied vaguely, "No." Xie Qingxi frowned and looked at her for 2 seconds, confirming that she wasn't pretending to be asleep. She then pretended that she hadn't woken up yet, rubbed her eyes, and closed them again. Zheng Yuan, still in a playful mood, reached out and tickled Xie Qingxi's waist. Xie Qingxi instantly sat up, fully awake, and turned to glare at Sheng Luiying. But Sheng Luiying remained motionless. Xie Qingxi's expression shifted from annoyance to confusion, and finally she muttered softly, "Could it be an illusion?" Zheng Yuan felt it was about time, so he stood in the center of the foot of the bed and, taking advantage of the two girls' inattention, took off his invisibility cloak. "You two, aren't you up yet? The sun's practically high in the sky." Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying screamed simultaneously. There had been nothing in the room just moments before, yet Zheng Yuan had appeared out of thin air, as if by magic. Xie Qingxi pointed at him, her words slurred. "You! How could you?" Sheng Luiying peeked out from under the covers, her face full of shock. "Where did you come from? There was no one here just now." Zheng Yuan waved the transparent robe in his hand and said smugly, "An invisibility cloak. Never seen one before, have you?" Xie Qingxi then realized what was happening. Her face flushed red, and she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. "So it was you who was playing tricks? I thought it was Luiying." The two girls exchanged a glance, then stared at Zheng Yuan, their eyes conveying a clear message. "You just wait." However, their attention was quickly drawn to the invisibility cloak. Xie Qingxi, wrapped in a blanket, leaned closer to take a look and exclaimed, "This is amazing. If you wear it and no one can see you, wouldn't you be invincible?" Zheng Yuan explained that this was a level 4 invisibility cloak, which could only be used for 1 hour at a time and required a 6-hour cooldown period after use. He then took out 2 level 1 invisibility cloaks and handed them to them. "These two are for you. Level 1 can only be invisible to the naked eye, but movement will still make a sound, and your scent cannot be concealed, but the advantage is that there is no time limit." Sheng Luiying took the invisibility cloak, her eyes sparkling as she examined it. Xie Qingxi was even more direct, shaking it out and preparing to put it on. Zheng Yuan suddenly spoke up. "You're not allowed to wear it." The two girls were startled and immediately covered themselves with the blankets, their minds racing. Sheng Luiying even closed her eyes, as if she were already prepared. After Zheng Yuan approached, he simply patted her head and asked, "Why are you closing your eyes?" As he spoke, he took out 2 wolfskin coats. "Wear these first. It's too cold to wear only the invisibility cloak." The two girls were relieved, but felt a little disappointed. However, their eyes lit up when they saw the wolfskin coat, and they quickly took it and put it on. Xie Qingxi stroked the soft wolf fur and exclaimed, "I've never worn real leather clothes in my life, but I never thought my first time would be with wolf fur." Sheng Luiying nodded repeatedly. "It's so comfortable and warm." Zheng Yuan watched them put on the wolfskin coats. They did indeed have a unique charm. As for the only snow fox pelt, he didn't take it out. After all, it was difficult to divide since there was only one. He'd deal with it later. "All right, put on the invisibility cloak and see how it works." The two girls agreed at the same time, and the moment they put on the cloak, their figures disappeared from the room. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Yuan heard a series of footsteps on the wooden floor. Although he couldn't see the people, the sound and smell were unmistakable. The faint milky scent emanating from Sheng Luiying, mixed with Xie Qingxi's gardenia fragrance, wafted into Zheng Yuan's nose. A smile played on his lips, and he suddenly reached out to his left, precisely embracing a soft, warm body. He knew immediately, by touch, that it was Sheng Luiying. Sheng Luiying exclaimed in surprise. Her invisibility effect disappeared automatically upon contact, and she appeared in his arms with a blush on her face, her round eyes full of shyness. The sound of soft footsteps retreating came from the right. Without even turning his head, Zheng Yuan stretched out his right hand and pulled back another invisible man who was trying to slip away. "Trying to run?" Xie Qingxi also appeared, and he put his arm around her waist, her face buried in his chest, her ears turning bright red, but she did not push him away. The three of them stood in the center of the room, Zheng Yuan with his arms around the two blushing girls on either side, his sense of satisfaction almost overflowing. Chapter 36. Hot pot is a must in winter. After a brief moment of tenderness, Zheng Yuan's anger hadn't subsided when his supreme bone began to stir restlessly again. Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi quickly noticed something was wrong, and their faces turned red. What to do? Unexpectedly, Xie Qingxi took the initiative to extend her hand. Zheng Yuan thought to himself, it has to be her. Seeing this, Sheng Luiying was not to be outdone. After their intimate moment, the warm atmosphere in the room didn't last long because it was too cold. Last night, although they sealed the doors and windows and added insulation to the walls, the temperature inside remained below zero due to the lack of a heat source. Breath was visible in the air, and even standing still for 2 minutes made your toes feel cold. Zheng Yuan knew that the fireplace had to be made as soon as possible. He went to the workbench and opened the trade channel to search for fireplace materials. The system upgrade required stone, wood, and tendons. He had wood and tendons, but lacked stone. Fortunately, stones are not scarce in forests and snowfields, and their price is very low. Zheng Yuan traded 1 pound of wolf meat for 20 stones, and the other party also gave him a large bundle of dry grass as kindling. Once he had gathered all the materials, he clicked craft. A golden light flashed across the workbench, and a half-person-high stone and wood fireplace appeared against the living room wall. The fireplace is made of gray and white stone blocks, with a stone chimney at the top that goes straight to the roof to vent the smoke outside. Zheng Yuan squatted down, stuffed the hay into the stove, added a few pieces of oak firewood, and took out a flint and steel, striking it twice. Sparks flew onto the hay, and as soon as the smoke rose, he coughed, choking on the smoke. A flint and steel works, but it's too primitive and can easily burn your hands. With fireplaces already available, using this thing feels like living in the last century. So Zheng Yuan opened the trading channel again and searched for lighters. To his surprise, there were actually people selling them. He traded 1.5 pounds of wolf heads for a brand new windproof lighter with a metal casing, gas filling, concentrated flame, and no fear of wind. The transaction was complete, and the silver lighter was in his hand. Zheng Yuan brought the hay closer, gave it a push with his thumb, and a blue flame hissed out, instantly igniting the hay. The flames quickly climbed up the oak wood. The firewood crackled and popped, its flames illuminating the living room. Zheng Yuan tossed the lighter with satisfaction and casually stuffed it into his pocket. This one is still the most convenient. The fire in the fireplace burned brighter and brighter, the orange flames dancing, and heat poured out of the fireplace, quickly filling the living room and warming the air. Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi sat down in front of the fireplace at the same time, each reaching out to warm themselves by the fire. Zheng Yuan also sat in the middle, and the three of them sat side by side, warming themselves by the firelight. At this time last night, they were still huddled in bed, freezing, using their bearskin coats as blankets. Now the house is warm and cozy, with the doors and windows tightly shut, keeping out the cold winds. As Zheng Yuan warmed himself by the fire, he suddenly remembered the hot pot with 2 broths he had obtained from opening a treasure chest yesterday. With a fireplace, a snowy day, and a hot pot and 2 broths all together, it would be a shame not to have hot pot. He turned to the 2 girls and asked, "How about we have hot pot?" Xie Qingxi's eyes lit up immediately. "Hot pot? Where did you get this pot?" Zheng Yuan took out a double-compartment hot pot from his backpack. The copper-colored pot gleamed in the firelight. Then, he took out the gas stove he had set up the day before and placed it next to the fireplace. Sheng Luiying looked at the pot and stove, her mouth slightly agape. "Can we really eat hot pot?" Zheng Yuan had already opened the trading channel to search for the base material. Otherwise what? In the apocalypse, we can only eat compressed biscuits and drink snow water? I worked so hard to kill so much meat. Wasn't it all for the sake of living a good life? He posted a trade notice, selling 3 caddies of wolf meat in exchange for hot pot base, dipping sauce, and seasonings. The channel exploded the moment the transaction order appeared. Some people were asking questions, while others broke down in tears, shouting that they were freezing to death while Zheng Yuan was actually going to eat hot pot. Still others said that on the 4th day of the apocalypse, while they were still gnawing on tree bark, others were already having hot pot. It may sound sour, but with 3 pounds of wolf meat laid out before them, no one could say a word. Soon enough, Someone actually came to make a deal. The other party had 2 packets of hot pot base, 1 packet of chili oil, and 1 packet of clear broth, all of which were supermarket packaged goods. The system verified that they tasted authentic, and they also included a small packet of sesame paste and minced garlic. The seller exclaimed in a private chat, 3 pounds of meat for a hot pot meal, what a generous guy. Zheng Yuan didn't bother with any nonsense and directly confirmed the transaction. With the broth ready, he started looking for beef and mutton. Hot pot just doesn't taste the same without beef and mutton. Just thinking about mutton rolls dipped in the spicy broth until they change color, then scooped out and dipped in sesame sauce, makes his mouth water. After searching around, I couldn't find any beef or mutton, let alone pork or chicken, in the trading channel. Zheng Yuan frowned. Logically speaking, among so many survivors, someone should have encountered cattle and sheep. He scrolled through the chat history and finally understood the reason. In the apocalypse, cattle and sheep were considered precious large livestock. They could produce milk and reproduce, and whoever got them would cherish them and raise them, unwilling to kill them at all. Occasionally, someone would hunt wild cattle or sheep, but they would keep them for their own consumption and not sell them. It seems that if I want to eat beef or mutton, I'll have to go out and hunt for it myself. Zheng Yuan stood up, put the gas stove and the hot pot in place, and brushed the dust off his hands. I can't buy beef or mutton on the trading channel, so I'll go out and hunt one. As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Luiying and Xie Qingxi stood up at the same time. Chapter 37. The 3 Go Hunting. Upon hearing that Zheng Yuan was going out, Xie Qingxi immediately said that they wanted to go with him. She was really worried about him, as he had returned alone yesterday, looking like an icicle. Shang Luiying nodded and leaned closer to him, saying that they hadn't really seen the outside world since they arrived. Zheng Yuan thought for a moment, realizing that with the sleds available today, it would be faster and safer for the 3 of them to travel together, so he agreed. Before leaving, Zheng Yuan went to the workbench to prepare. The oak wood he had cut down yesterday was just right. He opened the tiger bow upgrade interface, put in the old bow, 5 pieces of oak wood, and 2 pieces of iron, and clicked upgrade. With a flash of golden light, a brand new tiger bow appeared on the workbench. Its quality was upgraded to B+ grade. Its attack power reached 150, and its durability increased to 70. The oak bow body, paired with a saber-toothed tiger tendon bowstring, increased arrow velocity and improved long-range accuracy. Zheng Yuan tried pulling the bowstring and was quite satisfied with the upgrade. He then traded 2 more padlocks from the trading channel, one for the main gate of the shelter and the other for the small fence gate in the courtyard. While it wouldn't stop someone with real ambition, it was better than nothing. After getting ready, the 3 of them went outside. The snow in the yard was already up to their calves. Zheng Yuan locked the door and took out a silver-white sled from his backpack. The engine sputtered and white mist spewed from the exhaust pipe. Zheng Yuan got on the bike and gripped the handlebars. Xie Qingxi sat behind him and naturally wrapped her arms around his waist. Shang Luiying was the last to get on, hugged Xie Qingxi, and pressed her face against her back. Zheng Yuan reminded the driver to sit tight, then twisted the throttle. The sled carved an arc through the snow and headed towards the distant forest. The snow had stopped, but the sky remained overcast. Distant mountains, blanketed in white snow, stretched layer upon layer to the horizon, a breathtaking sight. Xie Qingxi watched the snow rushing past on either side, exhaling a puff of white mist, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Shang Luiying also peeked out from behind, squinting at the snow-capped mountain, and softly echoed. Although the temperature was very low and the wind was cold on their faces, all 3 of them were wearing thick wolfskin coats and did not feel uncomfortable sitting on the speeding sled. Zheng Yuan was driving in front, and feeling the 2 people behind him pressed very close, a slight smile appeared on his lips. The sled tracks rolled over the thick snow, kicking up 2 white waves of snow. It was easier to operate than he had imagined. A twist of the throttle, and it went, a squeeze of the brake, and it stopped. Shang Luiying sat in the back, watching Zheng Yuan drive so effortlessly, and felt a little itchy to try it herself. She leaned forward and said she wanted to give it a shot. Zheng Yuan asked her if she knew how, and she confidently replied that she could learn with a little instruction, and that it looked pretty much like bumper cars. Zheng Yuan thought the car wasn't difficult to drive, so he stopped, shifted to a low gear, and gave her the driver's seat. He sat in the back and briefly pointed out the accelerator, brake, and steering wheel, telling her not to twist the accelerator too hard and to take it slow. Shang Luiying excitedly gripped the handlebars and carefully twisted the throttle. The sled suddenly lurched forward, and she was so startled that she immediately slammed on the brakes. The sled stopped again, and all three of them tumbled forward. Zheng Yuan supported her shoulders from behind, reminding her to slowly release the brake and gently accelerate, and not to be nervous. Sheng Luiying bit her lip, her round face full of seriousness, and tried again. This time, the car finally glided out steadily. "I've got it going," Sheng Luiying exclaimed excitedly. Xie Qingxi hugged her waist, laughing and urging her to go faster. Zheng Yuan, sitting in the back, watched the two cheering girls in front of him, a smile also appearing on his lips. He leaned back in the back seat, about to close his eyes and doze off for a while, when he suddenly heard Xie Qingxi scream. Chapter 38, The Unexpected Snow Leopard. "Fireflies, look ahead." A white shadow suddenly darted out from behind a snowdrift by the roadside, heading straight for the sled. The thing was entirely silver white, except for its amber eyes and its mouth revealing fangs, which were particularly striking. "It's a snow leopard." Sheng Luiying was so startled that her hand froze, and she jerked the handlebars sharply to the left. The sled swung in an S shape across the snow, narrowly avoiding the first pounce. After missing its target, the snow leopard dug long tracks in the snow with its paws and turned to continue its pursuit. Zheng Yuan immediately knelt down on the back seat, reached over Xie Qingxi's shoulder, and grabbed Sheng Luiying's hand in the handlebars, saying in a deep voice, "Don't panic. Don't let go of the accelerator, or it will catch up." The three of them were almost huddled together. Zheng Yuan's voice rang close to Sheng Luiying's ear, steady as a rock. He steadied himself and looked back. The snow leopard ran wildly across the snow, its speed almost as fast as a sled. Its silvery white figure was like a bolt of lightning, and it could leap far away with each push of the ground. Soon it pounced again. This time, it didn't pounce directly on the person, but leaped from the side and rear, trying to jump onto the sled. Zheng Yuan took down the tiger bow, knocked an arrow, drew the string, and whispered, "Qingxi, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. The snow leopard leaped into the air, its two front paws already resting on the rear fender. Power! Xie Qingxi decisively activated her skill. An invisible force instantly struck the snow leopard. It froze in midair, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Only 1 second, but that was enough for Zheng Yuan. The bowstring was released, and the arrow whistled through the air at close range, piercing the snow leopard's open mouth with pinpoint accuracy, penetrating its palate and reaching its brain. The snow leopard's body jerked violently, sliding off the rear panel, rolling several times in the snow, and then remained motionless. 1 arrow killed him. Killed, snow leopard. Experience points gained, 300. Drop, 1 Sirang treasure chest. Zheng Yuan patted Sheng Luiying on the shoulder. Pull over. Sheng Luiying quickly brought the car to a stop, slumping in her seat and gasping for breath. Those few minutes had been the most thrilling experience she had had in her 20 years. Xie Qingxi turned around and stared wide-eyed at Zheng Yuan. "You're amazing. You killed a snow leopard with a single arrow from a moving vehicle." Zheng Yuan slung the bow over his shoulder and casually said, "He's just naturally gifted. There's nothing I can do about it." He got out of the car and walked to the snow leopard carcass. This snow leopard was slightly smaller than the one from yesterday, but its fur was just as beautiful, with thick, soft, gray-black rose spots on a silvery white base. Zheng Yuan directly decomposed it. A flash of white light, and the corpse turned into balls of light. A snow leopard skin, dozens of kilograms of snow leopard meat, a set of leopard bones for leopard tendons, and 2 leopard teeth. He put everything in his backpack, then picked up the floating sea-gray treasure chest next to him, but didn't open it for the time being. "Let's go. Let's continue looking for cattle and sheep." Zheng Yuan got back into the car and looked at Sheng Luiying. "Do you still want to drive?" No, we're not going to open it." Sheng Luiying shook her head repeatedly. "We almost thought we were going to be eaten by a leopard." Zheng Yuan smiled, switched back to the driver's seat, and started the sled. They then wandered across the snowfield for over an hour. Along the way, they saw several snow hares and a flock of white snow chickens, but Zheng Yuan did not stop. He was looking for beef and mutton suitable for hot pot. Snow rabbit was too scarce, and snow chicken was too dry. Only large chunks of beef and mutton, sliced into pieces, could give hot pot its soul. Just when he thought he was going to go home empty-handed, a black dot appeared in the snow ahead. As the sled got closer, the dot grew larger and its outline became clearer. That was a yak. It stood in the snow like a small mountain. Its whole body was covered with long black fur that almost reached the ground, and its 4 strong hooves were firmly planted in the snow. It has a pair of thick, sharp, curved horns on its head. Their bases almost fuse together to form a thick, bony shield. Its eyes are fierce, and white mist billows from its nostrils. The divine vision ability immediately popped up a message. Tangula yak. Age, 3 years old. Breed, wild Highland yak. Weight, approximately 800 kilograms. Meat quality rating, excellent, with fine muscle fibers, even fat distribution, and a natural grassy aroma. Characteristics, short-tempered, highly aggressive, will actively charge at creatures that intrude into its territory. Weaknesses between the eyebrows, throat, lower abdomen. Note, yak meat is a top-tier ingredient for hot pot. The more volatile the yak's temperament, the more tender the meat. Zheng Yuan parked the car 30 meters away and got out. Xie Qingxi grabbed him. What are you doing? Zheng Yuan stretched his shoulders, cracked his knuckles, and said, let's test my current physical condition. There were too many wolves yesterday, so I didn't have enough fun fighting them. Today I'll test my strength against them. Both girls gave each other a "Are you crazy?" look. They were nearly frozen to death yesterday after being surrounded by wolves, and today they're going to go toe-to-toe with an 800-kilogram yak. Before they could stop it, the yak let out a low growl, pawed the snow twice with its front hooves, and charged forward on all fours. The weight of 800 kilograms caused the snow to tremble slightly as it ran, and chunks of snow fell from the long hair. Instead of dodging, Zheng Yuan charged straight at the yak. Chapter 39, The Paralysis Ring shows its power. Sheng Luiying screamed and covered her eyes. Xie Qingxi's pupils contracted, and she began to charge up her skill. The next second, a muffled explosion rang out on the snowfield as flesh and bones collided violently, the impact kicking up a large cloud of snow that instantly obscured the two people's vision. When the snow fog dissipated, Sheng Luiying peeked through her fingers and froze on the spot. Zheng Yuan was surprisingly not thrown into the air. He stood firmly in the snow, his feet leaving 2 marks less than half a meter long, and his hands gripped the yak's 2 horns tightly, holding his own against the 800-kilogram behemoth. A hint of confusion flashed in the yak's eyes. It rampaged across the plateau, and even snow leopards and wolves dared not confront it head-on. Yet this 2-legged human in front of it actually blocked its full-force charge. Zheng Yuan felt the pressure coming from his arms and made a judgment in his mind. After combining 10 bottles of kidney tonic, his explosive power is now at least 3 tons. In other words, he can single-handedly wrestle with a small truck. He swung his arms sharply, deflecting the yak's horns, then took 2 steps back, took out the paralysis ring for his backpack, and put it on his index finger. Come on, let's have some fun. Zheng Yuanxiao beckoned to the yak with his finger. The yak couldn't understand the actions, but it sensed the provocation. It angrily exhaled and charged again with its head down. Zheng Yuan dodged the horn by sidestepping and slammed his right fist directly into the yak's cheek. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. With each punch he threw, he muttered, "Pain, pain, pain, pain." The fist slammed into the thick fur, producing a dull thud. On the 6th punch, the yak's body suddenly stiffened. An almost invisible arc of electricity spread from the ring to its entire body, causing its massive muscles to go out of control instantly, and its 4 hooves to become rooted to the ground, unable to move. Zheng Yuan immediately realized that this 10% trigger probability was much more useful in actual combat than he had imagined. If you punch fast enough, 6 or 7 punches can trigger paralysis. And during the 1-second paralysis period, you can throw several more punches and new paralysis may be triggered again. This is practically unlimited control. As Zheng Yuan continued to beat her, he kept muttering, "Mama." The 2 girls next to him looked completely bewildered. Xie Qingxi couldn't help but nudge Sheng Luiying with her elbow. "Luiying, why does he keep swearing?" Sheng Luiying was also confused. "I don't know, but what he said sounded like paralysis." Xie Qingxi found it increasingly outrageous the more she looked at it. The yak was like a giant sandbag. It froze as soon as it charged, and Zheng Yuan punched it several times. It finally managed to move, but was once again pinned to the spot. After playing for a while, Zheng Yuan had had enough. Having confirmed his strength level and verified the effect of the paralysis ring, he decided to give the bull a quick death. He drew his cold steel samurai sword and, taking advantage of the yak being paralyzed again, slashed its throat with the blade. The massive yak swayed twice before crashing to the ground, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. Killed, Tangula Yak. Experience points gained, 500. Drop, 1 D-grade treasure chest. Beside the yak's neck, a treasure chest with a faint, earthy yellow glow lay quietly in the snow. Zheng Yuan was slightly disgusted to see that it was only a D-grade item, but he still bent down to pick it up and opened it. There was a jar of sesame paste sitting there all alone. Sesame paste. Quality, average. Note, this is pure sesame paste, stone ground, with a rich flavor and intense aroma. A top choice for hot pot dipping sauce. Note, this cow never imagined that it would provide you with hot pot dipping sauce with its own droppings. Zheng Yuan looked at the sesame paste, then at the yak on the ground, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your yak is pretty good, providing both meat and dipping sauce, a one-stop service." He then began to dismember the body. Received 330 gene of yak meat. Received 60 gene of yak hide. Received yak heart X1. Received 1 yak liver. Received yak lung X1. Obtained yak stomach X1. Received yak horn X2. Received 1 set of yak bones. Received yak tail X1. Received a quantity of yak blood. Received yak whip X1. Received a quantity of yak fat. With over 300 gene of beef in hand, plus the wolf meat and saber-toothed tiger meat from before, the meat in his backpack was enough to feed 3 people for several months. However, Zheng Yuan did not intend to keep them all. In the apocalypse, meat is the hard currency, and there are plenty of good items in the trading channel, so you should trade when necessary. He packed up all his belongings with satisfaction and rode back to the shelter with Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying. It was already afternoon when we returned to the shelter. Zheng Yuan parked the car at the gate and took out his keys to open the door. As soon as he pushed the door open, a warm blast of air rushed towards him. The firewood in the fireplace had been burning since before I left home in the morning, and by the end of the day, the whole house was warm and cozy. The 3 of them had been outside in the cold wind for a long time, but as soon as they entered the house, it felt like they were soaking in a hot bath, and every pore on their body felt relaxed. They started taking off their coats. The wolfskin coat was hung on the door hook, the down jacket was draped over the back of the chair, the windbreaker was folded aside, and the snow boots were replaced with soft-soled slippers. It's too warm inside. If I wear so many layers, I'll start sweating. Zheng Yuan stripped down to just a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, plopped down in front of the fireplace, and felt the heat of the flames on his face. But when he turned around, he suddenly froze. Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying also took off their coats, and they were even more efficient than him. At this moment, the 2 of them, each wearing a little dress, stood in the firelight of the fireplace. Xie Qingxi was wearing a black JK uniform, with a black blazer over a white shirt, a thin tie at the collar, and a pleated skirt that reached just to the mid-thigh. The cinched waist design accentuated her slender figure, and her 2 straight, white legs extended from under the skirt, gleaming with a warm, jade-like luster in the firelight. A total heartbreaker for straight men. Chapter 40. The stockings finally came in handy. Sheng Luiying changed into a pink schoolgirl outfit. She wore a light pink knitted cardigan over a white round-neck shirt and a pleated mini-skirt, the hem of which was slightly longer than Xie Qingxi's. Her already petite figure was made even more adorable by the pink outfit, making her look like a sweet cotton candy. Zheng Yuan could hardly take his eyes off her. On one side is Xie Qingxi in a black JK uniform, pure yet alluring. On the other is Sheng Luiying in a pink JK uniform, cute yet voluptuous. Outside, it's freezing cold with temperatures tens of degrees below zero, but inside stand 2 girls in JK uniforms. The contrast is simply unbearable. Zheng Yuan's throat felt a little dry, and he couldn't help but ask, did you 2 change? Xie Qingxi smiled and moved closer to him, twirling lightly, her skirt billowing slightly with the movement. She leaned down at Zheng Yuan, a smug look on her face. Pretty, isn't it? This is my daily reward for today. Isn't it beautiful? She was so close that Zheng Yuan could see the curve of her eyelashes and smell the faint sweet aroma of bread in her breath. Her small mouth was right in front of him, and in the firelight, it shimmered with a soft, watery hue. Zheng Yuan couldn't resist and leaned forward to give her a light kiss on the lips. Xie Qingxi's eyes widened instantly, and she jumped back half a step as if she had been electrocuted. She covered her mouth with one hand and didn't know where to put the other. Sheng Luiying, who was standing next to her, was also stunned. Her mouth was slightly open, but before she could speak, Zheng Yuan pulled her over. Zheng Yuan turned and kissed her on the lips, the action as decisive as stamping a seal. Then he whispered in her ear, "What are you looking at? You gotta share too." Sheng Luiying's face flushed red to her ears, and she froze on the spot, like a computer that had suddenly overloaded and crashed completely. Xie Qingxi covered her mouth, looking at Sheng Luiying, who had also been kissed. The question she wanted to ask suddenly caught in her throat. She wanted to ask why Zheng Yuan kissed her, but Sheng Luiying had also been kissed, so it seemed like they were all the same, and she couldn't really hold a grudge against each other. Zheng Yuan stood in front of the two blushing, bewildered girls, holding one in each hand, and said in a calm tone, as if announcing the weather, "From today onwards, we are a family." He spoke calmly, but his heart was actually racing. He admitted he had acted impulsively, but in this apocalypse, even tomorrow wasn't certain, so there weren't many chances to take things slowly. Besides, he had already noticed that both girls had feelings for him. However, they were best friends, and neither was willing to be the first to confess. Since that was the case, he would take the initiative. Zheng Yuan looked down at the two women who were still in shock, his gaze involuntarily drifting downwards a few degrees. Xie Qingxi's legs are white and straight, with slender ankles and beautiful calf lines. Sheng Luiying's legs are more rounded, not thick, but rather soft and full, with dazzlingly white skin. But no matter how Zheng Yuan looked at it, he felt that something was still missing. No stockings. He had long ago learned the lesson that beautiful legs are only complete when paired with stockings, a lesson he had mastered from countless novels and anime. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Zheng Yuan reached into his system inventory and pulled out two pairs of unopened stockings. One pair was black, and the other was white. Both were over the knee. The things I bought before finally came in handy today. He handed the black one to Xie Qingxi and the white one to Sheng Luiying, his tone direct. "Put them on." Xie Qingxi took the black stockings, looked down at them, then looked up at Zheng Yuan. "Where did you come from?" Zheng Yuan remained expressionless. "Daily settlement." He spoke with such confidence, as if the daily settlement really did include stockings. Then he added, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and put them on." Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness and a touch of inexplicable joy in each other's eyes. The two sat down on the edge of the bed and began putting their socks on. Zheng Yuan walked to the workbench, pretending to get a cutting board and a knife, but the angle of his head was just right, and his peripheral vision fell entirely on the edge of the bed. Xie Qingxi moved swiftly. Holding the ends of the black stockings, she slipped her foot inside and pulled it upwards little by little. The black stockings ran from her ankle to her calf, then over her knee, finally stopping at the mid-thigh. The firelight shone on her black stockings, giving them a fine sheen that made her legs appear even longer and made the exposed section of her fair skin stand out even more. Sheng Luiying, on the other hand, was slow and deliberate. She first pulled the white silk stockings out of the packaging, carefully arranged their direction, and then carefully put them on her feet, rolling them up little by little from the ankle. The white silk stockings covered her rounded calves, and when the top of the stockings stopped above her thighs, they left shallow marks, which only accentuated her soft and gentle temperament. After they finished dressing, they stood up and glanced at each other. Xie Qingxi's black and white outfit made her look both sweet and cool. Sheng Luiying's pink and white outfit made her look as soft as a freshly baked strawberry cream cake. They walked up to Zheng Yuan one after the other. Xie Qingxi deliberately stretched her right leg, clad in black stockings, forward a small step, lightly touching her toe to Zheng Yuan's calf, and looked up to ask, "Does it look good?" Zheng Yuan looked down. Black stockings encased her slender legs, gleaming delicately in the firelight. The tops of the stockings were just a few inches below the hem of her skirt, revealing a section of snow-white skin with faint marks from the tight stockings. Zheng Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Beautiful." Chapter 41, Smooth and Juicy. He squatted down and carefully felt it. The sensation was indescribable, only to be felt. Xie Qingxi's leg trembled slightly, but she didn't pull it back. Seeing this, Sheng Luiying also stretched out her leg. White stockings covered her legs, giving her a more innocent look than black stockings. The tops of the stockings left faint marks on her thighs, which, combined with her slightly plump figure, made her appear even softer. Zheng Yuan reached out again, took a deep breath after a moment, and decisively turned to walk towards the gas stove. He couldn't watch any longer. If he did, the fire would be burning his eyebrows. These two women were practically playing with fire. "Let's cook." Zheng Yuan set up the hot pot and took out his cold steel samurai knife. The high-carbon steel knife, crafted with modern technology, was as easy to use for cutting beef as cutting tofu. He took a large piece of yak meat out of his backpack. The meat had a delicate texture, and the fat was distributed between the muscles like snowflakes. Just looking at the raw meat was enough to whet one's appetite. Zheng Yuan placed the meat on the wooden cutting board and sliced it with a flourish. The blade sliced through the beef with almost no resistance, producing thin, translucent slices that were neatly arranged on a plate. Although he wasn't a chef, he had eaten a lot of Chaos Han beef hot pot before, so he knew a little about how to cut each cut of beef, including the brisket, the chuck, the 3-flower shank, and the 5-flower shank. While cutting the meat, Zheng Yuan set aside 2 pieces of yak meat, each weighing 30 catties, and handed them to Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luing. "Keep an eye on the trading channel and see if there are any electrical appliances or rare supplies. I'll cook, and you guys can search for them on Taobao." The two took the meat and sat down in front of the fireplace, opening the trading channel. Sheng Luing muttered to herself as she scrolled through the chat. Right now, nobody even has electricity, so electrical appliances are probably scarce. Xie Qingxi, however, wasn't so sure, since anything could be found in the treasure chest. The two continued scrolling, and Sheng Luing glanced at the chat channel, her finger suddenly stopping. A warning was posted on the channel. There's a man named Pan Sheng in Silverfrost with over 20 men who are robbing shelters everywhere. People's hard-earned houses have been smashed, and their supplies have been looted. Soon, others chimed in, saying that Pan Sheng and his gang would force people to join, resorting to violence or even murder if they refused. Others mentioned that Pan Sheng might possess S-level talent, be very strong, and have excellent equipment. Upon seeing this, Xie Qingxi's expression immediately turned serious. She turned and called Zheng Yuan over to take a look. Zheng Yuan put down the knife, wiped his hands, and glanced at the chat history. Pan Cheng, more than 20 people. He raised an eyebrow. Xie Qingxi nodded, saying that the other party was still expanding and anyone who disobeyed would be dealt with. Sheng Luing was also a little nervous, worried that they might run into this group. Zheng Yuan returned to the cutting board and continued cutting meat, his tone calm. He said that Silverfrost Plain was so vast, and everyone was scattered in different places, so the probability of the meeting was not high. Besides, very few people have transportation these days. Sleds are only found in B-grade treasure chests. Even if Pan Sheng and his group had them, it would be impossible for more than 20 people to travel together, and their fuel would run out. He placed a plate of beef near the pot and said, "Don't be afraid if we really run into them. I have a level 4 invisibility cloak, a divine paralysis ring, a tiger bow, and double armor. With one of you providing strong crowd control and the other healing, they might not stand a chance if we really fight." Xie Qingxi thought about it and agreed that it made sense. They had witnessed Zheng Yuan's strength firsthand, killing saber-toothed tigers, fighting black bears head-on, battling a pack of wolves alone, killing a snow leopard with a single arrow, and even holding his own against a yak. Looking across the entire Silverfrost Plains, there probably hasn't been anyone who can go toe-to-toe with Zheng Yuan yet. Zheng Yuan added, "Of course, we still need to be careful. Better safe than sorry." After saying that, he arranged the last piece of beef and clapped his hands. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. The meat is cut up. You two start a fire, but remember not to set the house on fire." Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luing placed the divided hot pot on a gas stove and turned on the valve. With a hiss, blue flames ignited at the bottom of the pot. Half the pot was filled with chili oil and the other half with clear broth, and soon it started bubbling away. The chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns in the chili oil were swirling, releasing a numbing and spicy aroma. The mushrooms and goji berries in the clear broth were unfurling, releasing a subtle sweetness. The water boiled, and the meat was cut. Zheng Yuan brought several plates of beef to the side of the pot, then took out 3 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks. He mixed the sesame paste that had fallen from the yak with mineral water and poured it into the bowls. He smashed a few more cloves of garlic, chopped them into minced garlic, sprinkled them on top, and added 2 drops of sesame oil. Food is the most important thing for people. No matter what hardship one endures, one should never suffer in one stomach. The three sat around the hot pot, the firelight from the fireplace and the flames from the gas stove reflecting off each other, making the room warm and cozy. The red oil in the pot kept bubbling, and the spicy aroma spread. Just one whiff was enough to make your mouth water. Zheng Yuan picked up a thin slice of hanging tenderloin and dipped it in the spicy broth for about 10 seconds. The beef quickly changed color from bright red to pink, then to light brown, with the edges curling slightly. He picked it out, dipped it in the sesame sauce, and put it directly into his mouth. Fresh. Tender. Chapter 42. My mouth is numb. Yak meat is firmer than regular beef. Its fibers are tender and not dry at all. When you bite into the meat, it has a subtle grassy aroma, which, when mixed with the numbing spiciness of the chili oil, brings out a refreshing sweetness, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. As Zheng Yuan chewed on the meat, he gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Sheng Luiying had her eyes on the clear broth hot pot for a while. She picked up a slice of shank, cooked it until it changed color, rolled it in sesame sauce, blew on it to cool it down, and then put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up immediately. The umami flavor of the mushrooms and the sweet aroma of the beef in the clear broth blended perfectly. It wasn't as overpowering as the spicy hot pot, but it was mild and delicious, making it increasingly addictive. Sheng Luiying's cheeks were bulging, and her mouth was glistening with oil as she ate. Xie Qingxi, on the other hand, stood firmly in the hot pot. She picked up a large piece of pork belly with her chopsticks and threw it in. As soon as the meat changed color, she took it out, piling it up in her bowl like a small mountain, and then ate it piece by piece. The spiciness made her forehead sweat and her lips turn bright red from the chili peppers, but she couldn't stop eating. The spicier it was, the more she wanted to eat. The three of them devoured the hot pot, plate after plate, eating the tenderloin, the brisket, and the 5-flour brisket. Zheng Yuan had cut out several large plates of yak meat, weighing at least 3 pounds, which the three of them devoured completely. The steam from the hot pot, combined with the warmth of the fireplace, made the two girls' faces flushed red. As the meal progressed, Xie Qingxi grew unbearably hot and unzipped her JK uniform a little, slightly opening the collar to reveal a small patch of skin flushed red by the heat. Zheng Yuan glanced at her and nearly dropped his chopsticks. Sheng Luiying also took off her knitted cardigan, leaving only her white round-neck shirt underneath, which clung slightly to her body in the heat. Outside, the wind and snow howled, but inside, it was as warm as another world. It gets dark early in the snowy days, and by the time they finished eating, it was completely dark outside. The three of them quickly tidied up, piling the bowls and chopsticks aside, putting the remaining meat into their backpacks, and adding a few more pieces of firewood to the fireplace, making the fire burn brightly again. Time for bed. The fireplace is keeping the room warm tonight, making the bedroom much more comfortable than last night. Zheng Yuan lay in the middle, with Sheng Luiying on his left and Xie Qingxi on his right, both wearing short skirts and stockings as they slipped into bed. Zheng Yuan opened his backpack and remembered that he hadn't used his copy skill for today, so he decided to copy the invisibility cloak. This thing could save his life in a critical moment. With the divine authority skill activated, the level 4 invisibility cloak instantly became 10. Although he was exhausted, the messages in the chat channel that evening still felt like a thorn in his heart. Pan Cheng, violent expansion, kill anyone who disobeys. Zheng Yuan knew he was powerful, but in the apocalypse, possessing a treasure was the most dangerous thing. He had a sled, plenty of meat, a gas stove, coal, a comfortable shelter, and 2 women by his side. These things were enough to make anyone envious. He wouldn't be afraid if there were only 2 or 3 people on the other side. But with more than 20 people taking turns attacking, the attrition alone would be a problem. This wooden house can protect against wind and snow and wild animals, but can't stop armed men. If someone were to attack, a few axes would be enough to break through the wooden plank wall. The shelter's defenses must be upgraded as soon as possible. Walls, watchtowers, and traps must be installed, and it would be best to also install an alarm system so that anyone approaching could be detected in advance. Zheng Yuan was calculating the upgrade plan when he suddenly sensed a slight movement beside him. He turned his head and saw Xie Qingxi lying on her right side, blinking her bright eyes at him. She had already taken off her outer shirt and skirt at some point, leaving only her undergarments and black stockings that clung to her legs, faintly visible in the dim light. Zheng Yuan's anger flared instantly. Xie Qingxi didn't speak, only mouthing softly if he needed help. Zheng Yuan had only one thought in his mind. Who could resist this? He pulled the blanket up, covering both of their heads. After a long while, Xie Qingxi finally peeked out from his embrace, took a deep breath, shook her hands, and muttered softly, "My mouth is numb." Zheng Yuan looked at her tired and embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but chuckle softly. In the middle of the night, Zheng Yuan was suddenly awakened by a sound. It wasn't the sound of the wind, which he had been listening to for 3 days and could distinguish clearly, nor was it the sound of wild animals treading on the snow, which he could recognize as the footsteps of wolves and snow leopards. The sound was different. It was a person speaking. The voice was very low, as if they were deliberately communicating in a breath. But in the quiet snowy night, even the softest voice would be amplified. Especially after Zheng Yuan drank 10 bottles of shunbao, a traditional Chinese medicine for kidney health. His 5 senses became much more acute than before. He could even clearly hear the faint crackling sound of firewood burning in the fireplace, let alone hear people whispering outside. He suddenly opened his eyes. The 2 women beside him were still fast asleep. Zheng Yuanxian gently moved Sheng Luiying's legs off him, then carefully moved Xie Qingxi's head from his shoulder to the pillow, his movements as light as defusing a bomb. He slid out of his sleeping bag and stepped barefoot onto the warm floor. The fireplace fire had died down, with only a few dark red embers glowing faintly in the hearth. Zheng Yuan didn't turn on the lights to avoid revealing that someone was inside. He groped his way to the door, put on the wolfskin coat hanging on the hook, and then took out a level 4 invisibility cloak from his backpack. The moment the invisibility cloak was donned, his figure vanished from the room. Even his breath, heartbeat, and scent were swallowed up by the spatial interlayer. He moved silently and was immune to physical attacks and touch. Zheng Yuan passed through the wall and entered the courtyard. The night sky was moonless, the snow reflecting faint starlight, and the courtyard was shrouded in a layer of cold, gray light. The gate, locked during the day, remained intact, the lock showing no signs of tampering. But the hushed voices were indeed coming from outside the wall. Chapter 43, The 3 Sneaky Figures. Zheng Yuan stepped through the snow in the yard and silently approached the wall. He placed one hand on the top of the wall, exerted a little force with his forearm, and lightly flipped himself up, peering down from the top. 3 people were squatting at the base of the wall. The man at the front was a bearded man with a thick beard that looked like a ball of steel wool. He was wearing a tattered military overcoat and had a dagger tucked into his waistband. Next to him was a short, chubby man, his figure resembling a potato wrapped in a cotton-padded coat. Behind him stood a tall, thin man wearing black-rimmed glasses, timidly rubbing his hands together. A homemade wooden ladder lay at the feet of the 3, with 2 long wooden poles and several short sticks tied between them, so rough that it looked like it might fall apart at any moment. The bearded man lowered his voice and urged, "Hurry up, put on." The short, stout man and the bespectacled man quickly erected the ladder and leaned it against the wall. The top of the ladder just reached the top of the wall. The bearded man spat into his palm, rubbed it, and stepped onto the first rung. He turned around and hissed, "Hold on tight, don't make the same mistake as last time." The short, chubby man quickly grabbed both sides of the ladder, and the bespectacled man also held on, whispering assurances that everything would be all right. The bearded man then climbed up step by step, moving with extreme caution, testing his stability with each step, the hem of his military overcoat swaying gently in the cold wind. Zheng Yuan leaned over the wall, looking down at him as he slowly approached, a wicked smile playing on his lips. When the bearded man was less than a foot away from the wall, Zheng Yuan reached out and grabbed the top of the ladder, gently pushing him backward. The ladder wobbled at first, and then the whole structure began to tilt backward. The bearded man sensed something was wrong and reached out to grab the top of the wall, but he was still a little short. He flailed his fingers wildly in the air, but grabbed nothing. The next moment, the ladder suddenly fell backward. The bearded man forced back his scream, clung tightly to the ladder with both hands, and fell down the ladder like a koala being blown away by the wind. The 2 people below were also dumbfounded. They were holding it firmly. So how did the ladder suddenly collapse? The short, chubby guy tried to dodge, but it was too late. The bespectacled man was even more decisive, simply crouching down with his hands over his head. With a loud crash, the ladder slammed into the snow, sending up a cloud of snowflakes. Because the snow was thick on the ground, the noise wasn't too loud. The bearded man tumbled down the ladder, his overcoat filled with snow. The short, stout man was hit on the head by the horizontal bar, and the bespectacled man, though he crouched down, still got a scrape on his back. The three of them tumbled together at the base of the wall, while snowflakes were still falling in the air. The bearded man scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to brush the snow off his beard, and yelled angrily, "Are you two out of your minds? I told you to hold him steady, and this is how you hold him." The short, chubby man rubbed his head, saying with a wronged expression that he was holding on with both hands. The bespectacled man adjusted his askew glasses and quietly echoed his sentiment. The bearded man was so angry his mustache stood on end. How could the ladder fall over if I held it up? The short, chubby man raised both hands and swore, "I really did help it up, but it fell backward on its own." The bearded man spat out the snow in his mouth, pointed at the ladder and protested, "I'm not going up. Find something lighter. Fatty you go." The short, stout man glanced at his still angry face, then at the ladder that had been properly secured, and could only grit his teeth and agree. "I'll go, but you two better hold me tight. With my build, a fall is no joke." He shook the ladder to make sure it was stable, then took a deep breath and stepped onto the first rung. He was short and stout, but surprisingly heavy. The ladder creaked slightly with every step he took, sending shivers down the spines of the two men below. He climbed even slower than the bearded man, pausing to catch his breath after each step, his crossbar bending slightly from the pressure. When he was halfway up the wall, he was still half a meter away from the top. Zheng Yuan reached out again, hooked his hand on the top of the ladder, and gave it a gentle push. The ladder fell over again. This time, the short, chubby guy couldn't hold it in any longer. In the instant his body lost its balance, he instinctively screamed, "Ouch, damn it!" As soon as he spoke, he suddenly remembered that he couldn't be too loud, so he quickly covered his mouth with both hands, and the rest of his shouts were muffled into mmm sounds. He then crashed heavily into the snow, tumbling twice before stopping. Snow filled his cotton-padded coat, and even his neck, making him look like a radish just dug out of snowdrift. The short, stout man struggled to sit up, took off his hat and shook off the snow, his face flushed as he glared at the bearded man. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Are you deliberately retaliating against me?" The bearded man glared back. "What would I retaliate against you for?" The short, chubby guy got angrier and angrier, feeling that he hadn't held on properly earlier, and now the bearded man was deliberately not helping him, making him fall too. The bearded man immediately cursed him for talking nonsense, saying that he was holding onto the ladder with both hands and hadn't let go at all. The short, chubby man looked at the bespectacled man again. The bespectacled man was so frightened that he raised his hands and stammered that he had also held onto it, but the ladder suddenly tipped backward as if someone had pushed it. The three of them fell silent for a second. Then, they all looked up at the top of the wall. There was nothing on the top of the wall. There was no one there, and nothing seemed amiss. Only a section of wooden wall covered with a thin layer of snow stood in the night, as quiet as a tombstone. Chapter 44. This place is a bit eerie. The bearded man swallowed hard, brushed the snow off his clothes, and said in a clearly weak voice, "Forget it. Let's go. This place is a bit eerie. The ladders fell over by themselves both times. I have a bad feeling about it." The short, chubby guy still wanted to argue, but seeing that the bearded man wasn't joking, he had no choice but to shut up. The bespectacled man whispered a reminder, "But the boss sent us to scout ahead." The bearded man interrupted him directly. "We've seen everything we needed to see. There's a wall, a lock, and signs that someone has lived here. If we stay any longer and wake up the people inside, ruining the boss's plans, can you take the responsibility?" The short, stout man gritted his teeth, hoisted the ladder onto his shoulder, and the three of them packed their things to leave. Zheng Yuan, hiding on the wall, witnessed the bizarre scene. The bespectacled man who had been cowering suddenly stood up straight, took a deep breath, and the snow under his feet seemed to be swept up by the wind. The three of them then slid quickly across the snow and became black dots in the distance in a few seconds. While its speed couldn't match that of his sled, it was at least on par with an electric car. Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes, judging that it was most likely some kind of acceleration-related talent. He didn't give chase. The fact that they mentioned boss and plan indicated that these three were just spies, and there were other forces behind them. Rushing into someone's lair, even with an invisibility cloak, wouldn't be safe. Zheng Yuan always believed in the importance of prudence. Who knew how many other superhumans were in the opposite camp? What if someone could detect invisibility or had already set a trap? No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand an attack from a group of people. After confirming that the 3 people were far away, he used his invisibility cloak to quickly patrol the area around the yard to make sure that no 4th person was lurking. Only then did he lightly jump down from the wall and return to the shelter through the snow. The moment he pushed open the door, the warmth and the scent of pine and firewood wafted out. The fireplace still glowed with an orange light, and the 2 girls on the bed slept soundly, their breathing steady. Everything was just as it had been before he left. Zheng Yuan didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he leaned against the headboard, opened the shelter management panel, and went to the defensive fortifications. The current defenses were too weak, consisting only of wooden walls and a few locks. Today, the opponent only brought a ladder. If next time they bring an axe, rope, and grappling hook, or even a whole group of people, he might not be able to hold out by just hiding in the shadows and launching a sneak attack. The watchtower must be built as soon as possible. A high vantage point will allow for early detection of distant activity and will also serve as a deterrent, letting ordinary wanderers know that this place is not to be trifled with. The wall needs to be raised. Right now it's just over 2 meters high, and anyone can climb over it with a ladder. It should ideally be raised to over 3 meters and then reinforced with barbed wire or spikes, so that anyone trying to climb it will pay the price first. However, the construction noise is too loud now and will definitely wake Sheng Luying and Xie Qingxi. Zheng Yuan decided to do it tomorrow. The other party just left tonight and shouldn't be coming back anytime soon. He turned off the control panel and tiptoed back into his sleeping bag. As soon as he lay down, the people on either side seemed to sense his presence and move closer. Sheng Luying draped her legs over him, and Xie Qingxi used his arm as a pillow. Zheng Yuan tucked the blankets around them and closed his eyes. He was awakened by the light of the fireplace that had been rekindled in the early morning. Xie Qingxi had already gotten up and was squatting in front of the fireplace adding firewood, still wearing her black JK uniform. It seemed she really liked it and had changed back after waking up. The black stockings covering her calves gleamed softly in the firelight, making Zheng Yuan's heart itch slightly. Sheng Luying was still asleep, curled up in her sleeping bag, only her fluffy head showing. Zheng Yuan didn't rush to get up. Instead, he leaned against the headboard and opened the system panel to check the daily results. The 4th day's score was out. Killed snow leopards and yaks, built a fireplace for heating, and improved living and protective facilities. The overall review remained sarcastic. Eating hot pot and singing songs. Is this the apocalypse? I thought you were on vacation. Total score, 64 points. The rewards refresh quickly. The basic reward is 1 gourmet lunchbox, which is multiplied tenfold by the activation of the divine power talent, becoming 10 lunchboxes. Additional rewards include 10 level 1 Santa Claus outfits and 10 speed cigars. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the food container. He first opened it. The instructions were simple. Put in enough ingredients, say the correct and complete name of the dish, and the container would automatically cook the corresponding delicious meal. Automatic cooking. Zheng Yuan almost sat up in bed. Yesterday, he spent almost an hour cutting meat, preparing seasonings, starting the fire, and cooking the broth for a hot pot meal. Now, although we have this thing, all we have to do is feed in the ingredients and name the dishes. It's practically a post-apocalyptic smart kitchen. Even if the system throws them onto Mars tomorrow, he can still enjoy boiled fish and braised pork. Of course, it's best not to throw it away. Chapter 45, The Powerful Santa Claus Costume. Zheng Yuan then looked at the Santa Claus outfit. The panel showed that it was a level 1 special equipment with basic cold weather protection. Its appearance was a classic red Christmas suit, a red coat, red pants, a black belt, and a Santa hat. The note also said that you might not be able to resist shouting ho 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 after wearing it, which is normal. Zheng Yuan's lips twitched. This thing was really ridiculous. Who would run around in the apocalypse wearing a Santa Claus costume? However, since it's only level 1, it means it can be upgraded. Just like the invisibility cloak, level 1 is just the basics. Its true value lies in its subsequent effects. Zheng Yuan rolled out of bed, went to the workbench, and placed all 10 level 1 Santa Claus costumes on it. After the upgrade path popped up, he gasped. The level 2 outfit would automatically generate 3 small gifts in the pocket every day, such as candy, small toys, and greeting cards. The notes even specifically noted that the cards contain positive energy quotes. Aoli gay. The level 3 effect is even more outrageous. The wearer can pass through any chimney or pipe without injury quickly, whether it's straight, curved, wide, or narrow, and then come out from the other end. But the real highlight is at level 4. It can summon a magical sleigh equipped with 4 reindeer, fly regardless of terrain, reach a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, carry 4 people, last for 3 minutes, and has a 2-hour cooldown. Zheng Yuan's hand trembled slightly. At 400 kilometers per hour, even in just 3 minutes, it was enough to cover 20 kilometers. In the event of an attack or an emergency evacuation, this would be an absolutely powerful escape trump card. More importantly, it can fly regardless of terrain. That is to say, even if there are cliffs or bottomless abysses in front of it, the sled can fly directly over them. Zheng Yuan did not hesitate. They had to cooperate. The crafting rules are the same as for the invisibility cloak. 2 level 1 items combine to form a level 2 item. 2 level 2 items combine to form a level 3 item, and 2 level 3 items combine to form a level 4 item. In the end, he successfully obtained a level 4 Santa Claus outfit and had 2 level 1 items left. As the golden light faded, a bright red Santa Claus costume lay quietly on the workbench. The red velvet coat had thick white fur trim on the cuffs and hem, which felt soft and warm to the touch. The red velvet pants were also thick, with a white trim around the cuffs. The most eye-catching feature is the black leather belt, with a small reindeer head engraved on the metal buckle, shimmering faintly gold in the light. A round white pom-pom adorns the top of the Santa hat, swaying gently in the breeze. This is level 4 equipment. 3 small gifts are generated daily, allowing you to pass through chimneys and pipes without taking damage, and also summoning a magic sled. Zheng Yuan carefully put it into his backpack. Don't let its comical appearance fool you. Its value is no less than that of a level 4 invisibility cloak. With one ability to become invisible and the other to fly, they have 2 trump cards in hand. Unless faced with truly unavoidable circumstances, it's virtually impossible to keep him in Silverfrost Plains. Next, he checked the speed cigar. The panel showed that it was a rare item. 1 puff would increase movement speed 20-fold for 5 minutes. 1 cigar could be used 10 times, and he had 10, which meant a full 100 speed boosts. What does 20 times the speed mean? An average person runs 100 meters in 13 or 14 seconds. With a 20-fold increase, it would be less than a second. Combined with the stealth of a level 4 invisibility cloak, it would be virtually impossible to move without a trace. This thing can be used to kill and rob, and also to save one's life and escape. It's absolutely a divine artifact. After sorting out the rewards, Zheng Yuan glanced at Sheng Luing, who was still lazing in bed, and then looked at Xie Qingxi, who was warming herself by the fireplace, and began a plan for today's day. Yesterday, although we had sleds, we spent most of our time hunting and didn't explore the surrounding terrain and resources properly. Today, we must go out and take a look around the area near the shelter. The more you explore, the higher your daily score will be, and higher scores will allow you to obtain better items. However, before setting off, you must upgrade the shelter's defenses. The appearance of those 3 people last night was a warning. On this snowfield, humans are sometimes more dangerous than wild beasts. Zheng Yuan reopened the shelter management panel and flipped to the defensive works category. The items inside were dazzling. Reinforced walls, thickened doors, deeper foundations, iron bars on windows, defensive roof layers, as well as watchtowers, firing ports, trap zones, moats, and spike boards. He read through the list one by one, and the more he read, the more cunning the system seemed. It broke down the defense into a bunch of fragmented projects, each of which required separate materials and time. If he wanted to arm the shelter to the teeth all at once, the materials and time would have to be doubled. There was no other way but to take it one step at a time. Zheng Yuan decided to start with the project that offered the best value for money and the quickest results, raising the height of the fence. The current wall height is 2 meters, which can be upgraded to 3.5 meters. After the upgrade, it won't just be taller. The top can also be modified to slope outwards at a 45-degree angle. Whether it's a wild animal or a person, the difficulty of climbing over from the outside will double. The upgrade requires 60 pieces of wood. After checking his backpack, Zheng Yuan discovered that the construction costs over the past few days had been too high. Upgrading the bow, making cutting boards and knives, repairing the fireplace, and installing insulation walls had almost depleted the wood he had saved up. I only have about 30 pieces of wood left in my backpack, which is less than half. There are a few trees nearby, but it's not enough, not to mention there are other things that need to upgrade later. Zheng Yuan opened the trading channel, preparing to exchange meat for wood. People often sold timber before, and the price wasn't high. A pound or two of meat could be exchanged for a dozen or so yuan. But as soon as he clicked in, he was stunned. The price of wood had skyrocketed, with the cheapest option being 7 pieces of wood for every pound of wolf meat, and it was marked as a fixed price with no room for negotiation. Take it or leave it. Just 2 days ago, 2 pounds of wood could be exchanged for 20 yuan. Now the price has more than doubled. Zheng Yuan's face darkened. Wasn't this a ripoff? Chapter 46 Long-Term Cooperation, Ning Shuang. The forest was full of trees, and timber was readily available. Yet the wholesale price had skyrocketed, causing Zheng Yuan to frown. He opened the World Chat channel and sent a message asking, "Why is timber so expensive now? Wasn't it plentiful just a few days ago?" Soon, a girl named Ning Shuang replied to him. She said that the newbie protection period had ended, and wild animals in the wild were much fiercer than before. There were 2 bears near her house, one black and one red, guarding the woods in front of her door. She had only gone out to cut down a tree, and the 2 bears, after hearing the noise, chased her for 4 or 5 kilometers. As soon as Ning Shuang finished speaking, the channel erupted in complaints. Some people encountered wild boars while cutting down trees, and after returning to their shelters, the walls were riddled with holes. Others were trapped inside their houses by a pack of wolves for 2 days, too afraid to go out. Going out to cut down trees now is like going to war. Someone has to stand guard with a weapon before you dare to even lift an axe. Looking at these messages, Zheng Yuan finally understood. No wonder the wild animals he encountered these past 2 days had been so ferocious. Even after the alpha wolf died, the pack wouldn't retreat and yaks dared to charge at him. It wasn't that he was unlucky. Rather, after the protection period ended, the system had significantly increased the aggressiveness of the wild animals. This meant that ordinary survivors had to fight tooth and nail just to chop down trees, let alone hunt. Just then, Ning Shuang messaged him privately, saying she had some wood in stock that she could sell to him cheaply, as a way of making friends. But the quantity was small because the 2 bears at the gate were too troublesome. Going out felt like committing a theft. Just as Zheng Yuan was about to reply, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Ning Shuang lacked a sense of security, while he lacked timber. If he could help Ning Shuang solve the problem of wild animals, she could focus on cutting down trees, and he would only need to purchase the timber, which would be much more efficient than going out to cut down trees himself. More importantly, Zheng Yuan had a workbench of materials, so he could craft equipment. He opened the crafting list and quickly browsed through the weapon category. There were quite a few ranged weapons, but many required basic archery skills, which would be difficult for ordinary people to master in a short time. The crossbow is different. It doesn't require drawing a bow, nor does it rely much on skill. You just pull the trigger and aim precisely, much like firing a gun. Even someone who has never touched a bow before can quickly become a combatant. Soon, Zheng Yuan's gaze fell on a crafting option, composite hand crossbow. Grade B quality, attack power 120. Although slightly inferior to the tiger bow, it was sufficient for dealing with ordinary wild beasts. He had oak, tendons, and iron blocks. Crafting several would be no problem at all. Moreover, this version isn't even the lowest tier. With the added tendons, its power and durability are significantly greater than the base version. Zheng Yuan calculated that he had enough materials to make about 10 crossbows. 10 crossbows firing simultaneously could turn even a black bear into a pincushion. He opened Ning Shuang's private chat window and directly proposed cooperation. "I'll provide weapons to help you deal with wild beasts. You'll exchange them for the wood you cut down. This isn't a 1 or 2-time transaction. I want a long-term partnership. From now on, you can sell me the wood you cut down first at a slightly higher price than the market price, which will save me the trouble of going out to cut down wood myself. How about it?" Ning Shuang was silent for a moment, then sent a long message, her tone clearly excited. "Boss, are you serious? What kind of weapons can you give us? Those 2 bears at my door are driving us crazy. If you can really solve this, you can have as much wood as you want." Zheng Yuan replied, "Composite crossbow, B-grade quality, attack power 120. If you fire your arrows at the same time, a black bear definitely won't be able to withstand it." The message was sent almost instantly, and Ning Shuang replied, "I want it. When is a convenient time for you to trade, boss? We can go out and chop down trees right now." On the other side, Ning Shuang jumped up from the ground after seeing the reply. She was tall and slender, with a knee-high ponytail and healthy tan skin from years of outdoor exercise. She was currently warming herself around a campfire with several friends, and her sudden appearance startled everyone. Ning Shuang immediately swiped the chat panel to the air and excitedly shouted, "Sisters, we're saved. That big shot is willing to provide us with 8 crossbows." The shelter instantly erupted in excitement. It was much smaller than Zheng Yuan's shelter, but very tidy. There were 8 girls in the room, all quite young, the youngest being 16 or 17 and the oldest just over 20. They were originally members of a university women's sports team, some trained in archery, some in shooting, and others in track and field and swimming. During summer training, they were thrown into this world together, and they have persevered to this day thanks to their athleticism and teamwork. But once the protection period ended, their situation became increasingly difficult. Armed with only sharpened wooden sticks and 2 iron knives, even chopping firewood felt like a suicide mission. The day before yesterday, they encountered a black bear. If it weren't for the girls from the track and field team running fast, they probably would have been in serious trouble. A short-haired girl leaned over to look at the message, her eyes widening in surprise. "Really? 8 crossbows? Is this guy a wholesale arms dealer?" Ning Shuang, however, was quite certain if he says he can provide it, then he definitely can. After saying that, she turned to look at the 2 girls sitting side by side in the corner. Xiao Qi, Xiao Jiu. One of you practices archery, and the other practice shooting. So playing with a crossbow shouldn't be too difficult, right? The 2 girls looked up. They were twins in the team, the older sister Lu Qi and the younger sister Lu Jiu. Their names were casual, but their appearances were anything but ordinary. Both sisters had oval faces, their skin was so white it shone in the snow, and their features were so delicate they looked like they had stepped out of a painting. The older sister, Lu Qi, is on the archery team, and the younger sister, Lu Jiu, is on the shooting team. One is a sharpshooter, and the other is a marksman. Hearing Ning Shuang's words, the 2 sisters exchanged a glance, patted their chests simultaneously, and said in unison, "No problem." Chapter 47, A Reliable Trading Partner. Lu Qi picked up the conversation, saying that her father had taken her hunting before, and that crossbows were easier to use than bows. Lu Jiu nodded, her ponytail swaying behind her head. A crossbow is like pulling a trigger, similar to a gun. Once the sights are adjusted, I can't say it's 100% accurate, but it'll definitely be useful for shooting bears. Ning Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again to start making plans. The powerful figures are willing to give them equipment, and they can't just take it for free. Their help is a favor, and their gratitude reflects on their attitude. In the apocalypse, weapons are even more important than food. You can survive for a few days without food, but without weapons, encountering wild animals means certain death. Ning Shuang looked at the sisters in the team. The boss gave us crossbows, so let's give him wood. Wood is everywhere in the forest, but crossbows are too scarce. We can't let people help us for free. None of the girls had any objections. Zhao Yiran said it was okay. Chen Xiaoyan nodded, and Ku Ran was even more direct, telling everyone to cut more and send it over. Ning Shuang mentally estimated that a B-grade composite hand crossbow had never been sold on the trading channel, and even ordinary bows were extremely rare. If she really had to set a price, she thought 60 pieces of wood would be about right. The problem is, even if you take 60 pieces of wood and shout, there's no guarantee anyone will sell them. Wood can be chopped up easily, but you can't make a crossbow without blueprints or a crafting table. 8 crossbows, at 60 pieces each, would amount to 480 pieces of wood. But Ning Shuang felt that number was too low. She typed and deleted repeatedly in the input box, finally sending a single sentence. "Boss, the crossbow is too precious. We don't have anything good to repay you with, so we'll give you 600 pieces of wood. Although it isn't worth much now, it's still a token of our appreciation." After the message was sent, Zheng Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. 600 pieces of wood. That's quite a generous offer. Considering the cost, he's actually making a killing. He has all the oak, tendons, and iron needed for the crossbow. He just needs to craft them at the crafting table. But these girls, even in difficult circumstances, were willing to give an extra 100 pieces of wood, which speaks volumes about their character and makes them worthy of long-term cooperation. Just then, Ning Shuang sent a friend request. Zheng Yuan accepted it and casually added a tag to her contact, timber supplier. Then he typed a sentence in the input box, which made Ning Shuang's eyes widen. "Since you're so sincere, I'll give you the crossbow, a half price." From now on, you'll help me cut down trees. And for now, we'll exchange 1 pound of meat for 15 pieces of wood. I'll take 500 pieces up front, and we'll cooperate long-term for mutual benefit. After reading it, Ning Shuang immediately turned to her sisters and shouted, "The boss not only gave us crossbows, but also a long-term contract." She quickly confirmed the details of the transaction with Zheng Yuan. 1 pound of meat for 15 pieces of wood, slightly higher than the market price of 12 or 13 yuan, but the real bargain was on the other side. 500 pieces of wood, 8 people can chop them down in about a morning. Although they are not as strong as strong men, they are quite efficient when working together, not to mention that there are track and field athletes in the team. Ning Shuang knew that if it weren't for the presence of ferocious beasts in the vicinity, the price of timber would probably have already plummeted to 20 yuan per kilogram of meat. Individual human strength was too weak. It was virtually impossible for them to withstand a black bear head-on. She even thought, who in this world could defeat a black bear with their bare hands? Little did she know that the big shot who provided them with the crossbows had just beaten a yak with his bare hands the day before. On the other side, Zheng Yuan had already stood in front of the workbench and started making a hand crossbow. 8 compound crossbows were neatly arranged in the crafting list. Materials were added, a flash of gold appeared, and 1 crossbow was complete. More materials were added, another flash of gold appeared, and another crossbow was finished. Towards the end, he simply stuffed all the materials in at once. Golden lights flashed one after another, like fireworks, and 8 brand new hand crossbows quickly filled the table. Next, he made matching crossbow bolts. Crossbow bolts differ from ordinary bows and arrows. They are shorter and thicker, with heavier arrowheads and a cross-shaped fin at the tail for stability. Iron blocks are used for the arrowheads, hardwood for the shafts, and animal hide strips can also be used instead of the fin material. Zheng Yuan counted them. 1 crossbow with 10 arrows should be enough, so 8 crossbows would be 80 arrows. In any case, they could be recycled in most situations. After finishing, he casually picked up a composite crossbow to test its feel. The grip fit his palm perfectly, the trigger pull was just right, and the crossbow arm had 2 taut tendons that provided excellent elasticity. He loaded an arrow, aimed at the wooden stake that had been cut down as a target in the distance, and pulled the trigger. The arrow shot out instantly, its trajectory almost invisible. The next second, a muffled thud came from the wooden stake. The arrowhead embedded nearly 2 inches into the wooden plank, sending a small clump of sawdust flying. It's quite powerful. This is more than enough to deal with bears. 8 people with 8 crossbows taking turns firing. Even the fiercest black bear couldn't withstand being turned into a pincushion. However, the crossbow doesn't have unlimited durability. The bowstring will loosen after prolonged use. Zheng Yuan thought for a moment, then sent another message to Ning Shuang. The bowstrings for crossbows need to be replaced frequently, which consumes a lot of energy. If you don't have replacement bowstrings, you can make them from animal sinews and accumulate them gradually while hunting. Ning Shuang quickly replied that she understood, and then sent another message. Boss, could you make us some more arrows? We can trade them with you for meat if we find any in the future. Zheng Yuan looked at the message and thought these girls were quite organized. They hadn't even received their equipment yet, and they were already thinking about the consumables. Arrows are consumables after all. Not all of them can be retrieved after being shot. 80 arrows may seem like a lot, but after a few tough battles, they'll be gone in no time. It seems this group of people is worth investing in. So Zheng Yuan made another batch of arrows. However, no matter how sincere the other party was, he couldn't just give them away for free. It would be troublesome if they took them and then didn't fulfill their promise. He sent a message. To be on the safe side, you can first put something of equal value as collateral with me during the transaction. Once the timber is delivered, I will return the collateral to you. Ning Shuang remained silent for a few seconds before replying. Boss, you've thought this through very well, but we trust you. Here's what we've got. I have something here that you can use as collateral. I don't know if it's worth anything. It's just gathering dust here anyway. Soon, the trading window lit up. The moment Ning Shuang placed the item upstairs, Zheng Yuan stopped drinking water abruptly. His thermos flask hovered in midair, his mouth slightly open, his eyes fixed on the icons in the trading panel. That was a battery. A super large battery. Chapter 48. This deal was already a huge profit before it even started. High-capacity energy storage batteries. Capacity, 690,000 milliamp hours. Function, stores a large amount of electrical energy, which can be converted to 220V AC power via an inverter. It can also power USB devices and DC appliances. A full charge can support a typical household's power consumption for about a week. Note, it can fully charge a mobile phone approximately 200 times, cook enough hot pot for 3 meals, and power an electric vehicle for 200 kilometers. For someone with electrical skills, having it is like owning a mini power station. 690,000 milliamp hours. When Zheng Yuan saw the capacity, his heart skipped a beat. Although he had a small solar charging panel, its power was low and it lacked energy storage, so the electricity generated during the day would simply be wasted if he couldn't use it. This battery is practically a perfect match for the solar panels. It charges during the day and supplies power at night, creating a complete cycle. In the apocalypse, electricity is a second life. With electricity, you can have lighting, heating, cooking, and even power tools. Zheng Yuan Gang was about to reply, "I'll take this, name your price," when his finger suddenly stopped. "Wait, I haven't used today's daily copy yet." He received 10 speed cigars today, and then busied himself upgrading his Santa Claus outfit and crafting a crossbow, keeping the number of times he could copy the divine authority talent. Since the battery is just collateral, as long as it gets into his hands first, he can make 10 copies. Then he can return the original to Ning Shuang and get 10 690,000 milliamp hours energy storage batteries for free. Isn't this just getting something for free? Zheng Yuan's lips unconsciously curled up, and he immediately typed a reply. "Okay, this collateral is acceptable. I'll return it to you in its original condition once the wood is delivered." He placed the bow and arrows into the private trade window and a battery on the other side. After Ning Shuang confirmed the trade, the large battery immediately appeared in Zheng Yuan's backpack. The actual product is even more impressive than the icon. It's about half the size of a suitcase with a dark gray, high-strength shell, rubber bumpers on the 4 corners, and an LCD screen and a row of ports on the front. It has 2 USB ports, 1 Type-C port, 1 220V socket, and a car charger port. The metal handle is heavy. Zheng Yuan lifted it with one hand and estimated it to weigh about 20 or 30 pounds. With so many interfaces, calling this a mobile power station wouldn't be an exaggeration. He placed the battery in the corner next to the fireplace, took a deep breath, and activated his divine powers. Daily replication, target, high-capacity energy storage batteries. A faint golden light spread from his palm to the surface of the batteries, as if coating the casing with a layer of gold film. 3 seconds later, 10 identical batteries were neatly arranged in the corner, with even the scratches on them being exactly the same. Copy successful. Received 10 high-capacity energy storage batteries. Zheng Yuan patted the battery casing, almost humming with satisfaction. This trade hasn't even started yet, and they've already made a killing. He turned to look at the 2 girls inside the room. Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying were squatting in front of the fireplace, warming themselves by the fire. They were wearing JK uniforms with stockings, and they looked particularly attractive in the firelight. However, Zheng Yuan wasn't in the mood to admire them. The 2 crossbows he had just made were originally intended for them. After all, he couldn't possibly stay by their side 24/7. He beckoned. "Come here. I'll teach you how to use a crossbow. You can use it to defend yourselves when I'm not home." Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying walked in one after the other. Zheng Yuan picked up the crossbow and carefully explained its structure and usage. Crossbows are different from bows. You don't have to keep pulling the string, so it's more energy efficient. The arrow is put into the slot, and the tail of the crossbow is locked in place. When aiming, look at the crosshair. The 3 points are in a straight line, which is similar to firing a gun. After he finished speaking, he demonstrated how to nock the arrow. He stepped on the footrest, pulled the string with both hands, and with a click, the bowstring was hooked onto the crossbow. Then he nocked an arrow and aimed it at the wooden stake in the yard. Aim without holding your breath, breathe naturally, and pull the trigger during the exhale interval. The next second, the crossbow string snapped, the arrow flew through the air, and thudded into the center of the wooden stake. The 2 girls listened even more attentively than they would in class. After all, before, failing a subject might have just meant failing a grade, but now, failing a subject could be fatal. Xie Qingxi took the crossbow first and followed his movements to cock it. Although it was a bit difficult, she still managed to do it. She nocked the arrow, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one smooth motion, and the arrowhead finally stuck into the side of the wooden stake, about 10 centimeters off-center. "It's off-center," Xie Qingxi said, with some dissatisfaction. Zheng Yuan patted her shoulder. It's already very good that you shot like this on your first try. Crossbows are easier to use than bows. You'll get the hang of it after a few more practices. Next, it was Sheng Luying's turn. Holding the crossbow like it was a hot potato, she was extremely nervous, squinting with one eye for a long time before pulling the trigger. With a clang, the arrow struck the edge of the wooden stake, nearly flying away. Sheng Luying cautiously opened her eyes. Is how it is. I played with it in the school's experience center before. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Zheng Yuan mentally assessed the situation. The two had performed reasonably well, at least managing to hit their targets within a certain range. They possessed strong crowd control and healing abilities, and coupled with ranged weapons, they could be of assistance should the shelter be attacked. Of course, there are no shortcuts to mastering the skill. It can only be achieved through practice, arrow by arrow. After teaching for a while, Zheng Yuan guessed that Ning Shuang should have cut down some trees as well. So he opened the private chat and sent a message. How much wood do you have now? I need 100 yuan first. I need it urgently. Ning Shuang replied almost instantly, immediately listing 100 pieces of wood in the trading channel. Zheng Yuan took it out and saw that the wood was stacked neatly. Each piece was freshly cut, and the cut surfaces still carried the fresh scent of wood. Chapter 49, Frenzied Hunt. Movement detected. Zheng Yuan opened the shelter management panel and submitted a portion of the 100 pieces of wood he had just acquired to upgrade the walls. The remaining wood from yesterday was only enough to raise the walls higher. The top of the walls still lacked defensive measures. Fortunately, the system panel had an additional option, firing ports. A firing port is a narrow opening in the wall, wider on the inside and narrower on the outside. From the outside, it looks like a slit, but from the inside, it provides a good angle for firing. Combined with Xie Qingxi's force control skill, anyone who gets close to the wall can be easily counterattacked. Zheng Yuan chose to build 2 firing ports, one on each side of the main gate. In the blink of an eye, 2 thin holes appeared in the wall, almost invisible from the outside. Xie Qingxi leaned over to peek, then clapped her hands in satisfaction. Great stuff. We won't need to carry ladders to see outside anymore. With the wall upgrades complete and the firing ports installed, the shelter finally had basic defenses. While not impregnable, it was sufficient to handle ordinary harassment. Even without Zheng Yuan, the 2 girls could hold out for a while with the crossbows, firing ports, and the heightened walls. If all else failed, they could use invisibility cloaks to hide. With fewer worries, Zheng Yuan prepared to go out. He took out the level 4 Santa Claus outfit from his backpack. The bright red velvet coat stood out in the firelight. The white fur trim glowed warmly, and the black belt buckle gleamed slightly. I'm going out for a bit. You 2 stay home and keep an eye on the trading channel. Zheng Yuan put on his Santa hat, the white pom-pom jingling as it swayed. He wore his Santa suit over his clothes, still with a wolfskin lining and iron armor underneath. Xie Qingxi looked at him dressed in bright red, her lips twitching from trying not to laugh. What kind of outfit is this? Santa Claus? Going out to deliver presents to others. Zheng Yuan pushed the door open without turning his head. Santa Claus needs to perform too. The wind outside was a little calmer than in the morning, but the temperature was still very low. However, Zheng Yuan found that he wasn't cold at all after entering the courtyard. The clothes looked like ordinary fleece, without a down lining or a windproof layer, but wearing them felt like being enveloped in an invisible warm air source, completely blocking out the cold wind. He even felt dry and comfortable, like wearing short sleeves indoors. The description of basic warmth is clearly too modest. This level of warmth is better than a wolfskin coat, probably due to some kind of magical effect. Zheng Yuan took out the sled, climbed on, and started the engine. This time he didn't bring Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luying, because today's main task was to scout ahead and clear out wild animals. The target was further away, and there might be unknown dangers. It would be more flexible to act alone. The sled sped across the snowfield. The sun hid behind the clouds, the sky was a grayish-white, and visibility was fairly good. The snowy scenery on both sides rushed past, and occasionally one could see pine trees bent under the weight of snow, and a startled snow hare peeking out of its burrow. After driving about 5 kilometers, signs of human activity began to appear on both sides of the road. Damaged wooden houses, collapsed walls, and scattered debris were everywhere. Some walls had been cleaved open with sharp tools, the breaks jagged and uneven, clearly indicating that they had been broken into and looted. Some of the wooden houses had parallel, deep scratches on their walls, claw marks extending from the corners to the roof, the marks of wild animals. One shelter had even burned to a crisp, with snow steaming on the charred remains, and nearby lay a flattened tin can and half a charred cotton coat. After the novice protection period ended, both humans and beasts became even more ruthless. Zheng Yuan twisted the throttle of the sled one more turn, and the roar of the engine echoed across the snowfield, attracting quite a few uninvited guests. A yak burst out from behind a snowdrift by the roadside, charging headfirst at the sled. Zheng Yuan didn't even stop the sled. He turned sideways, drew his bow, and shot an arrow through the yak's forehead. He then jumped off the sled, dismembered the yak, and collected the carcass, all in a clean and efficient manner, less than 30 seconds in total. Less than a kilometer later, a pack of jackals appeared in sight. They were smaller than wolves, but faster and more agile. 5 jackals surrounded him and his vehicle from the snowfield. Zheng Yuan stopped the sled, drew his cold steel katana, and charged directly at the nearest one. He had long since figured out the attack habits of these beasts. They basically pounced in a straight line with their heads down. As long as he predicted their attack, slicing them down was as easy as cutting a watermelon. The 5 jackals didn't last 5 minutes. Then 3 wolves and a wild boar came, and he took them all down as well. The density of wild animals in this area was significantly higher. There was hardly any wasted time running over the 10+ kilometers. After he finished butchering the last ibex and checked his backpack, he discovered that his haul was quite outrageous. 160 gene of yak meat, 90 gene of wild boar meat, 80 gene of 3 ibex, and 45 gene of 5 jackals and 3 wolves. The meat alone weighed 375 gene, approximately 188.5 kilograms, not counting the fur, bones, and tendons. Zheng Yuan even felt that if he continued fighting like this for a few more days, he could open a chain of post-apocalyptic supermarkets. One of the wild boars dropped an A-grade treasure chest. Its silver blue light was very conspicuous in the snow. It was a size larger than a B-grade treasure chest, with inscriptions slowly flowing on its surface. It also felt heavier than it looked. Zheng Yuan didn't rush to open it. Good things should be saved up and opened together later. That's called a sense of ritual. He glanced at the sled's dashboard. It had already traveled about 20 kilometers, the farthest he had ever been from home. If they continued on, it would be late by the time they returned. Even disregarding fuel, they had to consider time. Zheng Yuan was about to turn around when he suddenly caught something moving in the snow ahead. 2 dark figures moved about in the snow, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound, like something heavy pounding against a wooden wall. Sharp, urgent screams were also mixed in with the snowstorm, though they were barely audible. Chapter 50 Santa Claus? Am I seeing things? It was a small wooden cabin, somewhat similar in appearance to the hunter's cabin they had seen in the Story Forest a few days ago. The snow around the cabin was covered with messy footprints, some human, some with huge animal claws. One wall had been dented inward, planks were cracked, and debris was scattered all over the ground. In the open space in front of the house, a woman was dealing with a black bear. She moved nimbly, as if she were walking on air, dodging the bear's repeated attacks. Each time she waved her hand, planks, snow, and pebbles on the ground would be whipped up by the strong wind and hurled at the black bear. But these things, landing on the black bear's thick fur, were practically just tickles. They did little more than provoke it. Zheng Yuan could see clearly that this woman was stalling for time. Her abilities were better suited for restraint than for killing. She could keep the black bear entangled here, but she couldn't kill it. She desperately held the black bear back, just to prevent it from getting close to the cabin, because there were clearly still people inside. Zheng Yuan slowed down and stopped about 100 meters from the battlefield. He leaned on the handlebars, watching the fierce battle where the odds were heavily against him, and muttered, "Interesting. To be able to fight a bear for so long, one must be quite bold and strong." Li Zhoufan was almost at her limit. Her special ability was an S-rank wind manipulation technique, which sounded powerful and indeed possessed considerable strength. She could summon strong winds out of thin air, swirling things up and flinging them away, and even briefly levitating people. When she first drew this talent, she thought she was about to take off. But reality quickly slapped her in the face. The wind was oppressive, but not lethal. She could roll up planks and smash them against the black bear, smear snow on its face, and slow it down with wind pressure. But none of these methods could kill this thick-skinned monster. The black bear took more than a dozen heavy blows, but only grew more and more agitated. Meanwhile, her physical strength and supernatural abilities were constantly being depleted, and her limits were being approached little by little. In a few more minutes, she probably won't even be able to stir up a gust of wind. If she were alone, she would have run away long ago. With the aid of the wind control technique, her speed across the snow was faster than even a snow leopard, and the black bear couldn't hold her back at all. But she couldn't leave. Her sister was still in the cabin. "Sister, run. Don't worry about me." A child's voice, trembling with tears, came from inside the house. "Go find someone to save me." "Shut up," Li Xiaofan shouted without turning his head, his voice trembling. "Give me 5 more minutes, and I can handle it." But she knew in her heart that she couldn't handle it anymore. Her arms ached so much she could barely lift them. Each swing of her arms felt like it drained the strength from her very bones. The wind beneath her feet grew weaker and weaker. What used to be a 10-meter glide now felt like an eternity of 5. Just as she was about to collapse from the cold and exhaustion, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance out of the corner of her eye. At the edge of the snowfield in the white horizon, a small that was moving towards them. As it drew closer, the outline of the sled came into view first, and then she could see the clothes of the person inside. She wore a bright red velvet coat and trousers, and a pointed red hat with a white pom-pom on the tip. That red outfit stood out like a ball of fire in the snowfield. It was impossible not to see it. Li Xiaofan's mind went blank for a moment. This wasn't a desert, nor a mirage. Why did this person riding a sleigh and dressed in bright red look like Santa Claus? Wait, he doesn't seem to have a white beard. But the important question is, why would someone dressed like that be here? She blinked hard, forcing herself to come back to her senses. Whether it was a hallucination or reality, she couldn't care less now. She had to fight for her sister's life. Li Xiaofan gritted her teeth and squeezed out every last bit of strength. She swung her hands forward sharply, and a gust of wind rushed towards the wooden house, supporting the roof. The next second, she raised her arms, and the wooden structure cracked with a piercing sound. The back wall and part of the roof collapsed simultaneously, and wooden beams, tiles, and planks rained down on the black bear. This finally caught the black bear off guard. It groaned as it was hit and instinctively backed away. "Right now, little Ning, run." Li Xiaofan flicked his right hand toward the window, and the last bit of power from his wind control technique enveloped the small figure by the window. An 8-year-old girl was lifted by the wind and bounced out of the window, arcing through the air before landing steadily on a snowdrift in the distance. The black bear roared in fury. It realized it had been tricked. The woman who had been pestering it for so long had dared to rescue someone right under its nose. It abandoned the dilapidated wooden house, pawed at the ground with its 4 paws, and turned to pounce on the exhausted Li Xiaofan. Li Xiaofan could no longer dodge. That last move had completely exhausted her. Her legs went weak, her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the snow. The black bear's massive shadow obscured her vision, and the stench of the wild beast assaulted her senses. Its paws were raised high, slamming down on her with a heavy whooshing sound. She closed her eyes. The excruciating pain I had imagined did not occur. What she heard was a howl from the black bear, even more agonizing than when it had been hit by the log. Immediately afterward, the sounds of fighting exploded in her ears. Li Xiaofan opened his eyes, and the black bear was no longer in front of him. The black bear, which had just been fierce and enraged, was now entangled with a bright red thing in the snow 5 meters away. No, that's not entanglement. It was that bright red thing that was unilaterally beating up the black bear. The opponent's punches were so fast, they were just afterimages. Each punch landed on the black bear with a dull thud. The black bear's roar changed from anger to panic in less than 3 seconds. It wasn't until the black bear was punched into the ruins of the wooden house, smashing a large hole through the wall, that Li Xiaofan finally saw what the red mass was. Santa Claus. It really is Santa Claus. A red velvet coat, red velvet pants, a black belt, and a red Santa hat with a white pom-pom on the tip that swayed with every movement. The only difference from fairy tales is that in fairy tales, Santa Claus gives candy to children, while this Santa Claus is using an adult black bear as a punching bag. Tapte 50 ni zofans bewilderment. Zheng Yuan pulled the black bear out of the collapsed wall, slammed it heavily onto the snow, and then kicked it 5 meters away. It plowed a deep furrow in the ground, struggling to get up, but its movements suddenly froze as soon as it propped itself up on one side. An arc of electricity flashed across the dark gold ring on Zheng Yuan's hand, triggering the paralysis effect. The next second, Zheng Yuan unleashed punch after punch. As the fifth punch landed, the ring flashed with electricity again, and the black bear's paw, which had been raised in midair, instantly went limp. Its massive body froze in place, only able to exhale a cloud of resentful white mist from its mouth. The little girl next to her stared in disbelief. She only knew that cheetahs were fast and blue whales were strong, but the scene of Santa Claus beating up a black bear was clearly beyond the scope of zoology. Zheng Yuan, too lazy to continue throwing punches, simply drew his gleaming samurai sword from his waist and slashed the black bear's neck with a single stroke. As the black bear breathed its last, its eyes were filled with humiliation, as if it were accusing the bear. Can't you hunt in a normal way? The black bear fell to the ground. Killed black bear. Experience points gained, 400. Drop, 1 C-rank treasure chest. Zheng Yuan sheathed his sword, bent down to pick up the silver gleaming treasure chest from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and casually stuffed it into his backpack. It's alright, it's a C grade, as long as it's not an E grade. Then, he turned to look at the two sisters in the snow. The older one was still sitting on the ground, her legs weak. The wind manipulation technique had almost drained her of her strength, and even her fingers were trembling. The little one, however, was full of energy. He had already climbed out of the snowdrift and stood beside his older sister, looking up at the red figure emerging from the ruins with unblinking eyes. Li Mengmeng is 3 years old this year. She has 2 crooked pigtails, wears a cotton-padded jacket that is a size too big, with the sleeves rolled up several times, and her round little face is red from the cold, with eyes as bright as stars. Santa Claus. Her mouth formed a round O shape, and she took 2 short, unsteady steps as she ran towards Zheng Yuan. Before Li Zhoufan could stop her, she had already reached Zheng Yuan. The little girl only reached a little above Zheng Yuan's knees, tilted her head back, exhaled white mist from her mouth, and spoke in a crisp and sweet voice. Thank you, Santa Claus. Zheng Yuan looked down at the little one. Her eyes were full of admiration and happiness. She clearly really thought of him as Santa Claus. No wonder, dressed in bright red, rushing out of the snow, and punching the monster away, this would look like Santa Claus saving the day in a fairy tale. Zheng Yuan crouched down to be at eye level with Li Mengmeng. The little girl looked closely at his face and became even happier. Santa Claus, you're so young. Zheng Yuan remained unfazed. Santa Claus can be young too. After saying that, he reached into his pocket. The level 4 Santa Claus costume automatically generates 3 small gifts every day, which could be candy, small toys, or a greeting card. He touched something hard, took it out, and saw that it was a chocolate wrapped in gold foil, which glittered in the snow. Li Mengmeng took the candy with both hands, looked at the candy, then at Zheng Yuan, her expression like she had won the lottery. It's chocolate. Look, sister. Santa Claus gave me chocolate. She examined the candy several times, turning it over and over, the gold foil making her face even redder. Then, she carefully stuffed the candy into her cotton-padded jacket pocket, patted it to make sure it was safe, and then pounced on Zheng Yuan's legs to hug him. A 3-year-old child is as weak as a kitten, but their affection is exceptionally genuine. Li Zhoufan watched from the side, completely bewildered. She had just survived a life-or-death struggle. Her physical strength was completely exhausted, and her mind hadn't recovered yet. Suddenly, a Santa Claus appeared before her, killing the black bear with a few punches and kicks, and then pulling out chocolates from his pocket to coax her sister. It all happened so fast that she didn't know which thing to be shocked about first. Li Zhoufan used his hands to support himself on the snow and slowly stood up. His legs were still weak, and he didn't even bother to brush the snow off his knees. He just looked at the young man and read in front of him, opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start asking questions. Zheng Yuan also stood up and looked at her. Li Zhoufan was not short, slender yet muscular, clearly someone who exercised regularly. Her features were cool and aloof, with a touch of heroism in her eyes. But at this moment she was in a terrible state, her hair disheveled, her face covered in dust, and her lips white from the cold. How are you? Are you hurt? Zheng Yuan glanced at her and saw a bruise on her left arm and a tear in her clothes from the bear's claws. But thankfully, there was no blood. Li Zhoufan finally came to his senses and shook his head. No, it's just a minor injury from the collision. Thank you for saving us. She paused, looking at the incredibly handsome man dressed as Santa Claus, and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Zheng Yuan waved his hand casually. "It was nothing. I'm also a survivor from Survival Game, and I just happened to be passing by." He spoke casually, but Li Zhoufan was even more shocked. She possessed an S-rank talent, the wind control technique, yet she could barely manage to survive with her younger sister. To find food, she had to carefully avoid wild animals every day, and when looking for water, she feared being robbed by other survivors. But this person in front of me kills black bears like chickens, wears a Santa Claus costume, can pull out candy at will, and ride the sled that can go chugging through the snow. Chapter 52, The Differences Between People Are Enormous. How can the difference between people be greater than the difference between people and bears? Zheng Yuan glanced around. The wooden house was completely destroyed. One wall had been smashed down by the black bear, half of the roof had collapsed, and planks and furniture fragments were scattered all over the ground, making it impossible for anyone to live there anymore. Li Zhoufan followed his gaze to her home. Her lips pursed slightly, and her eyes darkened. This shelter, which she had painstakingly built bit by bit over several days, was now completely destroyed. Zheng Yuan was also calculating in his mind. Although this woman was in a sorry state, he had clearly seen her when she was dealing with the black bear. She could control the wind, so her ability was at least S-level. The fact that she could withstand the black bear for so long and successfully rescue her sister shows that she has good combat awareness and composure. It would be a waste to leave someone like her out there. Bringing her back to the shelter would not only enhance their combat strength, but also allow them to take advantage of the shelter's auspicious reputation for having many children. However, he couldn't say that himself. Inviting a woman home so soon after meeting her seemed like taking advantage of her vulnerability. Li Zhoufan was also hesitant. It was true that they had lost their home, and if they couldn't find a place to stay tonight, she and her 3-year-old sister might not survive the snowy night in sub-zero temperatures. Although she had only known this man for a few minutes, he had saved her without making any demands, and his eyes were gentle when he gave Meng Meng candy. Such a person couldn't be a bad one, and he was indeed excessively handsome. High-nosed bridge, deep-set eyes, well-defined features, and good body proportions. He stood there like a model, completely different from Pan Sheng and his gang. Last time, when Pan Sheng and his gang tried to recruit her, the leader kept glancing at her, and his smile was unsettling. She refused on the spot, and if she hadn't run fast and had the ability to control the wind, she almost wouldn't have been able to escape. She wanted to ask if she could stay at Zheng Yuan's house, but the words caught in her throat. Asking for a place to stay after only knowing him for a few minutes was incredibly shameless. But what would happen to Meng Meng if she didn't go? The two adults were each preoccupied with their own thoughts, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. At this moment, Li Meng Meng finished eating the chocolate. She carefully unwrapped the candy, licked it twice, and then bit it off little by little, with a brown stain still on the corner of her mouth. Then she suddenly ran over, grabbed Zheng Yuan's hand, and looked up at him with her little face, asking, "Santa Claus, can we go to your house? Look, our house is broken. My sister can't fix it, and neither can Meng Meng." Zheng Yuan looked down at the little one and smiled. The child's assist came at just the right time. "Okay." He squatted down and ruffled Li Meng Meng's hair, making her pigtails even crooked. "Little girl, what's your name?" "My name is Li Meng Meng. My older sister calls me Meng Meng." "Meng Meng, get in the car with your sister." Zheng Yuan stood up and held out his hand to Li Zhoufan. "Come on, let's go stay at my place. There are 2 other girls in my family, so you could talk to each other." Li Zhoufan stared at the hand for a second, then grasped it. The palm was dry and warm. "Thank you." Her voice was much softer than before, and a hint of relaxation finally appeared in her usually cold and aloof expression. The 3 boarded the sled. Zheng Yuan sat in the front driving. Li Zhoufan sat in the back, with Li Meng Meng's sandwich between them to prevent her from falling off. The engine sputtered again, echoing across the silent snowfield. The sled kicked up 2 plumes of snow as it sped off in the direction it had come from. About 2 minutes after they left, the bushes beside the ruins of the cabin suddenly stirred. Snow fell softly, and 2 heads peeked out from behind. One had a tangled, bushy beard, and the other was short and round, like a potato just dug out of the snow. They were the same two guys who had their ladders knocked over and then slunk away outside the Zheng Yuan shelter a couple of days ago. The bearded man stared at the departing sled, spat angrily, and muttered, "What the hell am I going to do now? I finally managed to lure the bear here. My legs are about to break." It was supposed to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, but someone intercepted me halfway through. The short, chubby man shrank his neck. "What else can we do? They have a car. Can you catch up with four wheels on two legs? Go back and report to the boss that there's a tough one here." The moment the boss was mentioned, the bearded man's anger subsided considerably. The short, chubby man was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, "Do you think the boss can beat that guy? That's Black Bear, you know. He took care of him in a few minutes by himself. I didn't even see how he made a move." The bearded man glanced at him as if he were an idiot and sneered, "You've only been here a few days. Haven't you seen the boss in action yet?" The short, fat man shook his head. "You'll see when the boss gets serious. With his imposing presence, even a black bear would run away." The short, stout man was skeptical, but said nothing more. He shook the snow off his body and looked into the distance. The sled had disappeared at the edge of the snowfield, leaving only a track mark that was almost completely smoothed over by the fresh snow. "Let's go, let's retreat." The two crawled back into the bushes, leaving only two crooked footprints on the snow, which were quickly covered by the heavy new snow. The shelter's gates were open in the twilight. The afternoon sun hung low on the western treetops, turning the snowfield a gentle golden orange hue. The raised wall was covered with a thin layer of snow, and its sloping top cast a long shadow in the setting sun. Zheng Yuan parked the sled at the gate of the courtyard and got off. He had installed the lock himself. The large iron lock was icy cold, and it took him 2 turns of the key before it clicked open. As he pushed open the gate, a notification popped up in the shelter system. Chapter 53 New Members, New Troubles. 2 survivors who were not part of shelter have been detected entering the shelter area. Should we invite them to join the current shelter? Whether. Zheng Yuan mentally nodded yes. A child was detected to be too young and has been automatically added to the shelter without the child's consent. A pale blue light screen immediately appeared before Li Zhoufan's eyes, displaying information about the shelter. Director Zheng Yuan, 2 current members, level 1, and a string of attribute descriptions that she didn't have time to read carefully. She had just clicked agree when another line of bold text popped up on the screen. It was a feature of the shelter. Li Zhoufan read it word by word, her eyes widening. Each time the shelter director successfully conceives a child, they randomly gain 1 type of unlimited resource. Upon the child's birth, the shelter also gains an additional type of unlimited resource. The director can conceive with any adult of the opposite sex within the shelter, with the process compressed to 1 month, during which appearance and movement are unaffected. Li Zhoufan's face instantly flushed red, the colors spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She subconsciously looked ahead and saw Zheng Yuan, holding Li Mengming's hand, calmly pushing open the shelter door. In other words, any adult woman who joins this shelter could theoretically have a child with him. Li Zhoufan's mind was buzzing. Looking down at her younger sister, Li Mengming was running towards the door with her short legs, completely unaware of the storm raging in her sister's heart. The door opened, and a wave of warm air rushed in, carrying the scents of firewood and pine, hot pot spices, and a hint of sweet soapberry. The warmth enveloped Li Zhoufan, and the awkwardness from before faded considerably. Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi were sitting in front of the fireplace, chatting and warming themselves. Both of them were still dressed in JK uniforms. Xie Qingxi crossed her legs, her black stockings gleaming in the firelight, while Sheng Luiying sat cross-legged on the floor, her white stockings warm from the fire. As soon as the door opened, the two turned around at the same time and saw Li Zhoufan, whom they had never seen before. She was tall and slender, with delicate and refined features, and a heroic air about her. Although her hair was a little messy, it was still clear that she had excellent natural beauty. Behind her was a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old, with pigtails and a round face red from the cold, peeking into the house. Xie Qingxi raised an eyebrow slightly, while Sheng Luiying smiled at the little girl. The two exchanged a glance, their meaning clear. Zheng Yuan had indeed returned with his men. They had long known the shelter's nature. Many children, many blessings. Relying solely on the existing members' reproductive efficiency was too low, and Zheng Yuan would inevitably bring back more women sooner or later. They just hadn't expected that day to come so soon. However, I don't dislike this woman. To have survived the apocalypse with her sister until now, she must either be incredibly lucky or extremely capable. Zheng Yuan cleared his throat and gave a brief introduction. This is Li Zhoufan, whom I met outside just now. He has an S-level wind control talent and single-handedly held off a black bear for 5 minutes to rescue his sister. This is his sister, Li Mengmeng. Li Zhoufan nodded, trying his best to look energetic. Zheng Yuan then pointed to the two people inside the room. These two are Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi. Don't stand outside, come inside and talk. The group entered the house one after another. As soon as Li Zhoufan stepped across the threshold, warm air enveloped her from head to toe. The temperature inside was much higher than outside, and the fireplace was burning brightly, the orange flames licking the oak wood and crackling. The walls were newly insulated, and the floor was warmed by the heating, no longer icy cold to the touch. The whole room felt like a cozy cocoon, completely isolating it from the harsh cold outside. Li Zhoufan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Since transmigrating, she had never been to such a warm place. Li Mengmeng was even more direct. She spun around on the spot, opened her little arms, and cheered. Wow, what a big house. So warm. Sister, look, they're making a fire over there. It's so cozy. Zheng Yuan took off his wolfskin coat, put on indoor slippers, stood in front of the fireplace to warm his hands, glanced at the two new sisters, and began to make plans in his mind. Having two more people is definitely a good thing. Li Zhoufan possesses S-rank wind manipulation skills, making her a formidable fighter. She will be useful for both hunting and defense. When dealing with the black bear, she didn't act recklessly, but rather with judgment and tactics. Such a person is highly valuable to a team. But problems arose. Two new mouths to feed meant that food, water, daily necessities, clothing, bedding, and heating supplies all had to be redistributed. Fortunately, he had plenty of food stored up. Wolf meat, beef, and mutton were piled in his backpack, so he wouldn't go hungry in the short term. The real problem is the accommodation. The shelter only has 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. The 2 rooms were already tight, and it was already difficult for him, Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi, to squeeze into one bed. Now, the Li sisters have also joined the group. We need to build at least 1 more bedroom, or better yet, 2. 1 for the 2 sisters, and 1 as a backup. That way, we won't be caught off guard if someone else joins later. We also need to get an indoor toilet. These past few days, going outside to relieve ourselves has been freezing. Zheng Yuan opened the shelter management panel to check the expansion rules. The system offered 2 options: build upwards or expand outwards. Building a second floor requires a lot of timber and iron blocks for load bearing, and in winter, the heat rises, making heating a problem. In contrast, a large single-story house is much simpler, extending directly into the yard without needing to consider load-bearing capacity, and only requiring timber and basic reinforcement materials. Anyway, there's already a lot of timber stockpiled in the yard, and Ning Shuang is still supplying it continuously. Zheng Yuan quickly estimated. The 2 new bedrooms would need 100 pieces of wood, the indoor toilet 40 pieces, and the new area would need to be enclosed with a 3.5-meter high wall, which would cost another 60 pieces. There were a total of 200 pieces of wood, but the wood he had was far from enough. Chapter 54, Expanding the Room. Zheng Yuan opened a private chat window and sent a message to Ning Shuang, asking her how the woodcutting was going. Ning Shuang replied almost instantly, saying that they had already chopped down more than 500 pieces of wood and had even killed a black bear that had ambushed them with the crossbow Zheng Yuan had given them. Although it was only a half-grown bear, it was enough to feed them for a long time. Zheng Yuan was somewhat surprised. The fact that even a bear could be dealt with showed impressive efficiency. So, as previously agreed, he converted the 8 crossbows into 300 pieces of wood, adding that to the 100 pieces he had received at noon, bringing his total to 400 pieces of goods. After deducting these, he supplied Ning Shuang with another 20 caddies of meat and placed a new order for 500 pieces of wood. Ning Shuang immediately initiated a trade, and 500 pieces of wood filled the trade window. After Zheng Yuan confirmed, the amount of wood in his backpack suddenly increased to over 400, and after deducting the materials consumed that morning, there was still a considerable amount left. He put the large battery he had previously collected back into the trading list, added another 20 caddies of wolf meat, and reminded Ning Shuang to check the quantity. After confirming that everything was correct, Ning Shuang thanked her repeatedly and said that she would continue to cut more wood in the future and that she could contact her directly whenever needed. Zheng Yuan closed the chat and walked into the courtyard. The sun had already sunk below the treetops, leaving only a sliver of orange-red light on the horizon. The cold wind was still biting, but it was milder than in the morning. He opened the shelter expansion panel, set the new area to be outside the north wall of the living room, and planned to build 2 bedrooms side by side, plus a small indoor toilet. The walls of the new building will use the same insulation layer by default, and the roof will be sealed to the same standard. After Zheng Yuan submitted the timber, iron blocks, tendons, and plant fibers, the expansion was directly confirmed. The next second, a pale golden light rose from the outer walls of the shelter, covering the north wall and the kitchen side wall. The outline of the new area unfolded automatically on the snow, with the foundation, wooden stakes, and walls taking shape in sequence, the wooden planks interlocking perfectly. The walls had built-in insulation layers, and the windows were sealed with animal hides. The roof was covered horizontally with wooden planks, which were then covered with waterproof strips of animal hide to keep out snow. Subsequently, the wall was extended northward to include the newly added area within the protected zone. The 3.5-meter-high wall with its 45-degree sloping top seamlessly connects with the original wall. The firing ports next to the main gate were also replicated in the corresponding positions on the new wall. The gaps were not visible from the outside, but the surrounding activity could be clearly observed from the inside. The whole process took less than a minute. After the golden light dissipated, the shelter was almost half again as large as before, and the doors to the 2 new bedrooms were open, empty yet intact. Zheng Yuan planned to give one room to the Li sisters and keep the other as a guest room. He went inside and took a look. The space was similar to his current bedroom, and the basic wooden planks had already been laid on the floor. He used the extra wood to make 2 new beds and several sets of tables and chairs on the workbench, placed the beds in the 2 bedrooms, and brought a spare thin blanket from his own room to lay down first. Zheng Yuan stood at the door and waved to Li Mengmeng, who was warming herself by the fireplace, saying that this was their room. Li Mengmeng immediately sprang to her feet, her short legs moving swiftly, her pigtails bobbing. She rushed to the door and peered inside. The house, though simple, was warm and cozy. The little girl was so happy that she took off her shoes and jumped onto the bed, shouting that she had a bed now, her face full of satisfaction. Li Zhoufan followed behind, leaning against the doorframe as she watched her younger sister jump and bounce on the bed. Suddenly, her eyes welled up with tears. She blinked, suppressing her emotions, and softly thanked Zheng Yuan. The bed is ready, but the mattress still needs to be sorted out. Zheng Yuan slept on his own saber-toothed tiger skin mattress for 3 days. The fibers were as stiff as steel wool. It was okay to cover himself with, but after a while, it really hurt his skin. Now, there's an even better material available, the hide and down from the yak from yesterday. He deliberately kept the entire yak hide, along with the thick layer of yak down, which is excellent for natural warmth. Zheng Yuan went to the workbench, put yak hide, yak wool, yak sinew, and plant fibers into the materials bar, and clicked craft. Soon, several thick yak wool mattresses appeared beside him. He made 3 in total, 1 for the Li sisters, 1 for the guest room, and the last one for himself, replacing the saber-toothed tiger skin. Zheng Yuan laid out the new mattress and sat down to try it out. His body sank slightly into the soft down. Then his back was supported by the thick cushions, and a warm, delicate feeling enveloped him, making him feel sleepy. This level of comfort is even better than the Simmons mattresses he slept on in his original world. Next, he took out a complete snow leopard skin and simply processed it on the workbench into the style of a sleeveless long coat. There were no complicated buttons, nor was there a waist belt. The entire piece of fur was simply folded in half, leaving cuffs on both sides. Zheng Yuan asked Li Mengmeng to come over and try it on. The little girl ran up to him, and he put the snow leopard coat on her. The 3-year-old child looked incredibly cute in the over-the-knee leather coat, the fluffy silver fur covering her little body. Her collar was turned up, perfectly framing her round little face, making her big, dark eyes shine even brighter against the white down. Zheng Yuan asked her if it was warm. Li Mengmeng immediately nodded, saying it was warm and soft, and excitedly showed it to her sister. She spun around in the room, the hem of her snow leopard fur coat spinning with her, the silvery white fur shimmering in the firelight. Seeing her sister so happy, and then watching Zheng Yuan carefully straighten her cuffs, Li Zhoufan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Her tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. Zheng Yuan clapped his hands, returned to his room, and tidied up the bed with a new mattress. He lay down on the bed, the thick, soft yak wool covering his back, and he let out a long sigh of comfort. Then, he suddenly remembered something else. The treasure chests aren't all open yet. Chapter 55, Crazy Treasure Chest Opening. Zheng Yuan sat up from the bedside, opened his backpack, and took out all the treasure chests he had accumulated over the past few days, neatly stacking them on the floor in front of the bed. One grade A treasure chest gleamed with a cold, silvery blue light, its surface shimmering with inscriptions. For grade C treasure chests shone with a slightly weaker silver light. 9 grade D treasure chests were simply arranged in 2 rows. There were 14 in total, almost filling the empty space in front of the bed. Opening treasure chests is a rare ritual in the apocalypse, and Zheng Yuan was determined to do it to the fullest. He decided to start with the D-level chests and open all 9 of them at once. A soft white light appeared one after another, and items fell into his arms. The first item was 20 liters of purified water, and the second was a ghost mask. Zheng Yuan glanced at it, but couldn't figure out its purpose yet. Later, they found hand sanitizer, an electric heater, a water heater, binoculars, a shower head, and a signal gun. The electric heater was smaller than the previous one, but it was enough for a small room. The water heater made Zheng Yuan raise an eyebrow. With it, he could take a hot shower tonight. As for the signal gun, he held it in his hand and examined it a few more times. This item isn't needed for now, but it can be used to call for help in critical moments, and it can also attract certain things to run in a designated direction, making it a strategically significant tool. Next up were the 4C grade treasure chests. The first one yielded a small air conditioner. Zheng Yuan currently has a fireplace and an electric heater, which it doesn't need for the time being, but keeping them will always be useful. The second C-level treasure chest contained 300 iron ingots. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. Iron was such a versatile material. It was indispensable for upgrading barbed wire fences, repairing armor, and crafting crossbows and tools. The third C-level treasure chest contained a defibrillator. After collecting all of these, only one A-level treasure chest remained in front of the bed. Zheng Yuan held the A-grade treasure chest in his hands and weighed it in his hands. It was much heavier than a C-grade one. As the first A-grade treasure chest he had obtained so far, what could be inside? A silvery blue light flowed through the dimly lit room, making his pupils appear blue. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath and reached out to lift the lid of the box. Inside the box, a fan lay quietly. The fan surface is made of a special material, resembling both silk and an extremely thin sheet of metal. Its color gradually changes from cyan to emerald green, and it shimmers slightly in the light. The fan ribs are warm and cool to the touch, and feel heavy in the hand. Banana leaf fan. Function: creates a powerful gust of wind, strong enough to generate a force 8 gale. Note: please read level 8 gale backwards. Yes, you read that right. It describes the wind as a level 8 gale. Side effect: the Earth's rotation speed will increase slightly after each use. After reading the instructions, Zheng Yuan remained silent for a moment before finally uttering only one word. This introduction is way too arrogant. A level 8 gale? Read it backwards, and the meaning changes completely. System, are you serious? But since it's an A-grade item, its power must be considerable. As for the side effects, the Earth's rotation speeds up slightly, but it's unclear whether that's a joke or not. Since the system listed it in the side effects section, Zheng Yuan decided to hold off for now. Otherwise, accidentally blowing the house away would be a real problem. He carefully put the banana leaf fan back in his backpack. What pleased him most tonight wasn't actually the fan, but the water heater. These past few days I've been working in the snow, and my body is covered in blood, sweat, and mud. Although I can wash myself with snow water at night, wiping myself with a cold, wet towel is hardly a comfortable experience. Zheng Yuan picked up the water heater and shower head, went to the empty corner next to the kitchen, opened the shelter management panel, and directly built a small bathroom. The bathroom wasn't big, just big enough for one person to stand and shower. It had wooden walls on all 4 sides, a sliding door, and a pre-installed water heater mount on the ceiling. Zheng Yuan silently gave the system a thumbs up. He installed the water heater and shower head, then brought out the large battery from before, connected the inverter to the power cord. The battery was still fully charged, more than enough to heat water. After everything was settled, Zheng Yuan gang stepped out of the bathroom and ran into Xie Qingxi and Li Zhoufan talking in the living room. Xie Qingxi had already poured her some hot water, and Li Zhoufan was slowly drinking from the cup, her complexion looking better than before. Li Mingming sat in front of the fireplace, playing with the wrapper of the golden foil candy, crumpling it into a small ball, unfolding it, and crumpling it into a small ball again, having a lot of fun by herself. Zheng Yuan waved the instruction manual in his hand and said to the group, "The shower room is ready to use. There is hot water. Whoever wants to shower can go first." Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying's eyes lit up at the same time. They had only been able to wash themselves with wooden basins for the past few days, so the news of a hot bath excited them even more than seeing delicious food. Li Zhoufan felt a little embarrassed. She had just arrived and wanted to take a hot shower right away, so she couldn't bring herself to ask. But Xie Qingxi had already pulled her toward the bathroom, saying that she had gotten dusty from playing with the bear and that she should shower first. Sheng Luiying followed and handed her the newly opened bottle of shower gel. Zheng Yuan then traded a few toys on the trading channel to keep Li Mingming company. This child is too young, probably only 3 years old. He plays with the same few toys over and over again and seems to enjoy it immensely. More than an hour later, the 3 girls finished showering. When the last one came out, Zheng Yuan felt it was about time to cook. He took out 5 lunchboxes, just the right size for 4 adults and 1 child with 5 dishes. Everyone watched as he placed a piece of yak meat into the first lunchbox and clearly stated the name of the dish: braised beef. The lunchbox lid closed, revealing a warm yellow glow inside, accompanied by the bubbling sound of stewing. A moment later, the lid popped open automatically, revealing a steaming plate of braised beef, its sauce rich and flavorful, with translucent tendons embedded in the meat chunks. For the second lunchbox, he made roasted beef ribs. The third was beef soup, the fourth was cumin lamb, and the fifth was hand-pulled lamb rice. 5 lunchboxes lit up simultaneously, and the small table in front of the fireplace was quickly piled high with food. There was glistening red beef, sizzling beef ribs, milky white beef broth, fragrant cumin-flavored lamb, and perfectly separated grains of rice served by hand. Everyone gasped almost simultaneously as they looked at the steaming hot food on the table. Chapter 56, Unlimited Water Resources. Although Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi already knew that Zheng Yuan had a gourmet lunchbox, the impact was still completely different when the 5 hot dishes were actually placed on the table. Li Zhoufan was stunned. She had only eaten half a piece of hard bread and drunk half a cup of melted snow water for breakfast. She had just tried to start a fire at noon when the black bear came knocking on her door. But now, this man she had only met today had not only given her a warm room and a soft bed, but also laid out a feast she had never seen since she transmigrated. She couldn't help but ask, did these things appear out of thin air? Zheng Yuan pulled out a chair and casually explained that this was a gourmet lunchbox obtained from opening a treasure chest. He said it so lightly, as if it were just an insignificant little gadget. Li Zhoufan was speechless for a moment. How could something like this be just a trinket in the apocalypse? Li Mingming had already climbed onto the chair and was kneeling on it, her little hands gripping the edge of the table, her eyes fixed on the nearest braised beef. She excitedly called out to her sister to look at the meat, then obediently turned her back, clearly drooling with desire, but she didn't reach out to grab it, only secretly glancing at Zheng Yuan, waiting for the adults to speak. Zheng Yuanxian placed a piece of stewed beef, cooked until tender, into her bowl. Li Mingming poked at it with her chopsticks a few times but couldn't get it through, so she simply grabbed it with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, and sauce immediately smeared around the corners of her mouth. She mumbled a soft her face full of happiness. No one stood on ceremony and started eating. Zheng Yuan watched as everyone devoured the food, smiling as he picked up some himself. The fire warmed his back, and the aroma of the food mingled with the steam, making the whole room feel alive. After dinner, Li Mingming was already fast asleep in bed. She was still wearing her snow leopard coat and refused to take it off. She was curled up in a small ball on the yak wool mattress, with the glistening oil from the roasted ribs still on the corner of her mouth. Li Zhoufan gently tucked her in, afraid of waking her, as she sat back on her own bed, finally relaxing for the first time. Since transmigrating, she had never felt so relaxed as tonight. With high walls, locked doors, and her companions guarding her, she could finally sleep peacefully. In the other room, Sheng Luiying fell asleep as soon as she got into bed. She had been watching the trading channel all day, listing and exchanging goods, bargaining, and tallying supplies. She was exhausted from sitting for most of the day, and as soon as her head hit the mattress, she drifted off to sleep, her breathing quickly becoming even. Zheng Yuan lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. The effects of the kidney tonic made him energetic. Today he drove more than 10 kilometers, hunted yaks, wolves, jackals, wild boars, and black bears, expanded his house, built a bathroom, and moved materials in and out, yet he didn't feel too tired. His mind was still racing. The shelter was indeed getting better. There were more people and more supplies, but the problems were also increasing. With Li Zhoufan and Li Mengmeng joining, there are now 4 adults and 1 child. More people mean more food, water, and supplies. Housing will need to be expanded as well. The rewards are daily, but the danger never disappears. Those 3 from yesterday will definitely return. If they bring even more people, can they hold them off? Thinking of his 2 beautiful wives, Zheng Yuan felt a stirring of desire within him. Xie Qingxi was still awake. In the darkness, she turned to her side and whispered, "Zheng Yuan, are you under a lot of pressure?" Zheng Yuan turned around and looked at her in the dim light from the window. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "I could cry my eyes out, but you understand me the most." Xie Qingxi pursed her lips as if she wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. She looked away and buried her face in her hands. But some things didn't need to be said. Zheng Yuan already understood. He lifted a corner of the blanket and swept Xie Qingxi up in his arms. She pressed against his chest, hearing his steady, powerful heartbeat. Zheng Yuan gently hooked the door to the spare bedroom next door with his foot, went inside, and then closed it with his heel. The lock clicked shut. Kidney tonic is truly a great invention. After an unknown amount of time, Zheng Yuan leaned against the headboard, breathing heavily, surprisingly refreshed. He carried Xie Qingxi back to the bedroom and tucked her in. She was fast asleep, a faint smile on her lips, and didn't even wake up when he moved her. Shang Luying was fast asleep on the other side of the bed, curled up like a kitten, her hand unconsciously clutching the corner of the blanket. She was clearly unaware that the girl next to her had turned into a woman. Zheng Yuan gently closed the bedroom door and walked into the living room. Just then, a highlighted notification popped up on the system panel. The Many Children, Many Blessings tray to the shelter has been triggered. Please select an existing item and convert it into unlimited resources. The relevant explanation also came to mind. For each successful birth of an offspring, the shelter would gain an unlimited resource. When the offspring was born, it would gain an additional resource. Zheng Yuan chose water without hesitation. Although we now have filters and no longer need to exchange meat for water, water is not ultimately unlimited. In the event of another disaster, water, as a basic resource, will be the most critical, and it is also the hardest currency in the market. He opened his backpack and selected the 20-liter bottle of mineral water he had opened that afternoon. The moment his finger touched the water, a faint golden light rose from the surface of the bottle, and a line of text slowly appeared. Unlimited resource locked. Pure water. From now on, you'll have an unlimited supply of pure water. Zheng Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the fireplace and took a deep breath. From that moment on, he possessed an inexhaustible supply of water. This means that he can have as much of the most sought-after and hardest value currency in the apocalypse as he wants. Chapter 57, Crazy Upgrades. Money makes you buy. The price of water in the trading channel is always ridiculously high, especially for survivors in the desert scenario who would rather trade all their possessions for a few bottles of water. Zheng Yuan glanced at his backpack. The simple filter was no longer needed. He opened the trade channel and sent a message to Ning Shuang. "I have a simple filter, but I don't need it anymore. If you want it, take it for 20 pieces of wood." Ning Shuang replied almost instantly, clearly having the reminder on even while sleeping. When she saw it was a water filter, she got excited, sending several question marks and saying that this thing could filter river water. It was definitely a treasure, and 20 pieces of wood were practically charity. Not long after, a transaction request popped up, and Ning Shuang immediately placed 40 pieces of wood. Zheng Yuan put the filter in and returned half of the extra wood. 20 was the agreed-upon price. He remembered that Ning Shuang had proactively given him extra wood when they first met. He doesn't betray his own people. Ning Shuang knew his temperament. He meant what he said, so she didn't refuse anymore, and the deal was quickly completed. After processing the filter, Zheng Yuan flexed his fingers, scrolled to the top of the trading channel's product list, and took a deep breath. Start buying. From top to bottom, anything that's hung up, whether it's food, drinks, household items, or toys, is snapped up instantly if it looks appealing. Iron blocks by Fabric by 1982 La Fight by Sexy swimsuits by 2. Those still awake in the trading channel were quickly stunned. At first, only a few sellers noticed their items being snapped up instantly, thinking they were lucky to have found buyers in dire need. But soon, more and more people discovered that their newly listed items were being sold within seconds. The buyer IDs were all Zheng Yuan. This name was already somewhat well known on the trading channel. A few days ago, he traded saber-toothed tiger meat for bread, iodine for a down jacket, and even meat for hot pot base in the morning, making many people drool with envy. Now, he's not even pretending anymore. He's just sweeping the entire market with an endless supply of water. The chat channel exploded instantly. Some people said that the iron blocks they had just listed were gone in 3 seconds. Some said that 5 iron blocks were sold out in seconds as soon as they were confirmed, and some even recognized that the buyer was Zheng Yuan and asked him in astonishment where he got so many iron blocks. Someone roughly calculated that Zheng Yuan had spent at least several dozen bottles of water in this short period of time. But the number of transactions kept increasing, jumping to 40 or 50, and even if each transaction involved 2 bottles of water, it was still a terrifying number. Those watching the desert scene were moved to tears. They couldn't even exchange iron blocks for a single bottle of water, yet Zheng Yuan was spilling dozens of bottles at a time. Some even shouted out, asking if the big boss needed a leg accessory, someone who could talk, eat, and occasionally help with insults. Zheng Yuan didn't even look at these trending messages. He was grinning from ear to ear. His backpack was almost full of food, clothes, toys, tools, and materials. He only stopped when he felt he had enough. He snapped up a lot of resources that rarely appeared on the trading channel tonight. The iron ingots alone were enough for him to forge a whole new set of iron armor, plus dozens of crossbows, and still have some left over. Zheng Yuan sorted the supplies into categories, then stood up and looked at the small wooden house where he had lived for several days. Although the wooden walls had sealed the windows and added insulation, they were still wood after all. The fireplace was warm, but it still required a constant supply of firewood. Before today, this place would have been just a shelter that could barely keep out the wind and snow. But now, everything is different. Zheng Yuan opened the shelter management panel. The amount of wood jumped to 4 digits, and the amount of iron blocks also soared from 3 digits to 4 digits. All the upgrade options that had been grayed out due to material shortages were now lit up. The descriptions of the walls, roof, foundation, courtyard, and fortifications filled several pages. Zheng Yuan moved his fingers again and began clicking on each upgrade item. The first step was to upgrade the house materials. The original wooden walls were covered with a pale golden light, and the thin walls quickly became thick stone and wood composite walls, producing a dull stone sound when tapped. The second step is to expand the space and upgrade it into a 2-story villa with a single click. The roof automatically deconstructs in the golden light. The low ceiling is raised to twice its original height, and a stone and wood staircase spirals up from the corner of the living room. The second floor, beams, columns, and walls take shape one by one, and in the blink of an eye, an entire floor of space is added. The 4 rooms upstairs are arranged side by side, and each window is made of bulletproof material. The third step was to upgrade the fence. The 3.5-meter-high wooden fence outside the yard was replaced with a stone slab wall with iron edges, and a new barbed wire fence was added to the top. The fourth step was to install defensive fortifications. 4 brand-new watchtowers rose from the 4 corners of the courtyard, more than twice the height of the original wooden towers. The towers were of mixed stone and wood construction, with covered sentry posts on top and narrow observation holes around the perimeter. The walls between the towers also had firing ports, allowing for crossfire that could cover all angles outside the compound. Step 5. Explore the basement. Zheng Yuan didn't know why he needed to explore it, but since the option was on the panel, he clicked it. Step 6. Install the electrical system. A mini transformer box appears in the basement, with a pre-installed battery interface. The replicated large battery is automatically connected, and wires extend along the conduits inside the walls to every corner. Step 7. The lighting system is activated. Switches and wiring are automatically installed, and the light fixtures on the ceiling simultaneously emit a warm yellow light. The living room, kitchen, bedrooms, hallway, stairwell, basement, and bathroom were all lit up. The entire shelter shone with a warm light in the dark, snowy night, like a small lighthouse. Step 8. expanding the yard. The wall is pushed outwards a full circle, doubling the yard's area, and a stone path is automatically laid on the newly created open space. Is Chapter 58 reasonable? Is this reasonable? Step 9, the hot spring. Zheng Yuan's index finger hovered above the options, and he tilted his head. Hot springs were a good thing. They had to be arranged. Construction required stone, water pipes, heaters, and circulation pumps. He had stone, and he'd also picked up a few sets of water pipes and circulation pumps while he was shopping. He then purchased 2 high-powered heaters through the trading channel, and the system quickly indicated that the materials were complete. Zheng Yuan did not hesitate and immediately confirmed the construction. A soft golden light shone on the open space on the west side of the courtyard, and snowflakes that had just fallen and were instantly evaporated. The ground silently sank, and a ring of bluish-gray pebbles automatically formed around the edge, its surface warm and smooth, like an old hot spring pool that had been used for many years. The bottom of the pool was paved with smooth stone slabs, and the inlet and outlet were connected to underground pipes that led to the heater and circulation pump in the basement. Hot water gushed out, white steam rose, and even the lights in the yard were softened by the steam. In the center of the pool, there's a natural rock with hot water bubbling out from a hollow. In just a few minutes, the cabin was upgraded from a primitive heating system to a modern luxury villa with electric lighting and a hot spring bath. Xie Qingxi was awakened by the shaking of the walls and the sudden switching on of lights. She had just stepped out of her room when she asked if it was an earthquake, but halfway through her sentence, she saw what was in front of her and froze in the middle of the stairs. The cramped wooden cabin on the first floor has been transformed into a high-ceilinged and spacious area. A crystal chandelier hangs overhead. The stone and wood walls are smooth and flat, and the kitchen now has its own separate area, complete with cabinets and a countertop. Xie Qingxi gripped the stair railing, her voice slightly unsteady. Zheng Yuan, did you bring us back to the modern era? Did we travel back in time? Sheng Luiying rubbed her eyes, still half asleep, and mumbled, Is it dawn yet? The next second, she saw the chandelier, the stone walls, the spacious living room, and the brand-new cabinets, and instantly woke up, even pinching herself. Ouch, that hurts. It wasn't a dream. She immediately ran downstairs, spun around under the chandelier, and touched the stone walls and floor, her expression as if she had stumbled into an expensive showroom. Is this our home? Is this a movie set? Zheng Yuan stood in the center of the living room, arms outstretched, smiling like a magician taking a bow. Surprised? Unexpected. Xie Qingxi had already guessed some of it. Tonight, Zheng Yuan carried her into another room, and when she woke up, the shelter had turned into a large villa. The cause and effect were too clear. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Sheng Luiying was still in shock, pacing back and forth in the living room. She touched the cabinets, then the chandelier, finally staring at Zheng Yuan and asking, Where did you get so many materials? How did you finish this in an hour? You didn't save them up until now, before upgrading all at once, did you? She suddenly looked towards Li Zhoufan's room, paused for half a second, then glanced at Xie Qingxi and Zheng Yuan, her expression gradually becoming subtle. You guys, Li Zhoufan just arrived and you. She didn't finish the second half of her sentence, but the meaning was written all over her face. Zheng Yuan almost burst out laughing. This woman's imagination always managed to wander 3 kilometers away. What are you thinking? He tilted his head towards Xie Qingxi and mouthed a few words to Sheng Luiying. Sheng Luiying followed the gaze, her eyes shifting from confusion to shock, then to sudden realization, her mouth forming a wide O. Xie Qingxi, embarrassed by the stare, lowered her head and straightened her clothes, her ears turning red all the way to her neck. Zheng Yuan clapped his hands, forcibly steered the conversation back on track. Stop with this and that. There's a hot spring outside. Change your clothes and go out for a try. A hot spring? There's a hot spring in the courtyard. Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying's eyes lit up at the same time. The shock and embarrassment from before were instantly washed away by these 2 words. Sheng Luiying had already rushed towards the door, but turned back halfway. Wait, what are we supposed to wear? We only have JK uniforms, stockings, and wolfskin coats. We can't exactly go to the hot springs in wolfskin coats, can we? Zheng Yuan took out 2 swimsuits from his backpack, one a simple style with thin straps, and the other a floral ruffled halter top style. I've bought them for you. The 2 girls took it and looked at it for a couple of seconds, then simultaneously looked at him, How come his size is so accurate? Zheng Yuan coughed lightly. A visual estimate. The two glared at him, then turned and went back to their room to change. The commotion woke Li Zhoufan up. She pushed open the door and came out, still wearing the gray long-sleeved shirt Sheng Luiying had given her. Her hair was slightly sticky from sleep, but her clear, cold eyes were fully awake. She leaned against the doorframe, her gaze sweeping over the transformed living room, crystal chandelier, stone walls, high ceiling, and spiral staircase, finally settling on Zheng Yuan. What happened? How did the house suddenly become like this? Her voice was forced to be calm, as if she was trying to convince herself that everything made sense. But this doesn't make any sense. Chapter 59, Hot Spring. Zheng Yuan spoke casually, as if explaining that he had cooked 2 extra dishes that night. It's just a minor upgrade. Nothing serious. Don't panic. Looking at the brightly lit villa before him, Li Zhoufan was momentarily speechless. You call this a minor upgrade? This is hardly a small-scale event. Ever since she met Zheng Yuan, her heart has been on a roller coaster. Killing a black bear, riding a sled home, eating a feast, waking up in a warm bed, and now the house has become a villa. Each of these events is enough to shock an ordinary survivor for days. Zheng Yuan pulled a bath towel from his backpack and draped it over his shoulder, casually asking, "We're going to go to the hot springs. Do you want to come?" Li Zhoufan was stunned. Soaking in a hot spring in the courtyard in sub-zero temperatures? Her instinct was to refuse. After all, they had only known each other for less than 10 hours, and she had already freeloaded on meals, showers, and a bed. Going to a hot spring with her now seemed a bit unreasonable. Before she could even speak, a small figure darted past her legs. Hot spring. Meng Meng wants to soak in the hot spring. Li Meng Meng, dressed in a snow leopard coat zipped up to her chin, looked like a little snowball. She hugged Zheng Yuan's leg, tilted her head back, and blinked her big eyes. Santa Claus, can Meng Meng soak in a hot spring? Meng Meng has never seen one before. Li Zhoufan's prepared polite refusal was shattered by his sister's direct question, leaving him only able to struggle in a low voice. We don't have swimsuits. Zheng Yuan seemed to have been prepared. He bent down, picked up Li Meng Meng, weighed her in his hands, and put her back on the ground. Then he took out several swimsuits from his backpack. 1-piece, 2-piece, with skirts and simple styles, covering everything from adults to toddlers. He even pulled out an orange children's swimming ring with a duck pattern printed on it. We have all kinds of styles, including children's sizes. Zheng Yuan casually slipped the swimming ring over Li Mengming's head. It nestled around her neck like a giant donut. Li Mengming looked down and immediately giggled. Li Zhoufan watched as her younger sister, wearing a swimming ring, jumped and hopped around until she finally couldn't keep going. Refusing her again would seem too heartless. Okay, but Meng Meng must stay in shallow water and promise her sister not to run around. Okay, Meng Meng promises not to run around. Li Meng Meng raised her little arm and gave a not-so-standard salute, and the orange circle followed and spun around. Zheng Yuan handed Li Zhoufan a swimsuit and a new bath towel, letting her choose for herself. At this moment, Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying also came out after changing. Xie Qingxi was wearing a dark-colored swimsuit with thin straps, and a bathrobe was draped over it, with the straps loosely tied. Sheng Luiying was wearing a floral swimsuit with ruffles, which looked soft and fluffy. Zheng Yuan's gaze swept over the two of them, and just as some inappropriate thoughts popped into his mind, Xie Qingxi pushed open the courtyard gate and casually said, "We're going out first." Cold air and hot steam from the hot spring rushed into the room at the same time. Zheng Yuan quickly changed his clothes and followed them out. The courtyard was brightly lit, with warm yellow light streaming down from the tops of the stone pillars of the wall, illuminating the entire space like an open-air resort. The snow had stopped, and a few stars still peeked through the night sky. White steam billowed in the hot spring pool, and fine ripples appeared on the surface of the water, which was steaming hot under the lights. Soaking in a hot spring in winter is simply a top-notch experience. Xie Qingxi was already in the water, her arms resting on the edge of the pebble pool, her eyes closed and head tilted back, looking as comfortable as a sprawled-out cat. Occasionally, she would stick her legs out of the water and then put them back in, water droplets sliding down her knees and shimmering under the light. Sheng Luiying sat on the shallow steps next to her, the water up to her shoulders. Only her round head and her face flushed pink from the steam were visible, and she would occasionally splash water on her face. Zheng Yuan slid down the stone steps into the pool. The hot water seeped into his muscles from his skin, gradually soothing the fatigue and soreness accumulated during the day. He leaned against the slightly sloping pebbles, the water level just covering his collarbone, and soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Not long after, Li Zhoufan also came out with Li Mingming. She chose a dark blue one-piece swimsuit with a small V-shaped opening at the back, and a bath towel was draped over it. She was slender but not weak, with well-proportioned and clear lines left by years of exercise, straight collarbones, and a toned waist and abdomen. Standing there, she exuded a cool and heroic aura. Zheng Yuan glanced at it a couple more times, simply admiring it. Li Zhoufan was the last to enter the pool. She first tested the water temperature with her hand before slowly bending down to enter. The moment her toes touched the hot water, she took a soft breath, then sank in completely, leaving only her head and half of her neck above the water. A few strands of hair, damp with moisture, clung to her cheeks, appearing dark and shiny under the light. Zheng Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her. "How is it?" Li Zhoufan was silent for 2 seconds, then exhaled a long puff of white steam and uttered only 2 words, "God." The last time she soaked in a hot spring was before she transmigrated. But now, something she never even dared to dream of, soaking in a hot spring in the apocalypse, has actually happened. Li Mingming, wearing a little duck-shaped swimming ring, floated slowly on the water. Because of the buoyancy, she nestled in the center of the ring, gently spinning around, her little feet kicking out splashes of water. "Look, sister, I am swimming." She stretched out her 2 little hands and tried to paddle towards Li Zhoufan. But after paddling for a long time, she was still spinning in circles, instead making a mess of the water around Xie Qingxi. Xie Qingxi pretended to be angry and splashed a handful of water on Li Mingming's swimming ring. Li Mingming immediately screamed, then laughed even louder the next second. Sheng Luiying also joined in, sneaking up from the bottom of the water to the back and grabbing the little duck's tail. The swimming ring bounced on the surface of the water, and Li Mingming laughed so hard she could hardly breathe, kicking her legs wildly and splashing water all over the faces of several adults. Zheng Yuan leaned against the edge of the pool watching this scene, and suddenly felt a little thirsty. Of course, it was just pure thirst, not hunger. Chapter 60, The 10 Silent People. Zheng Yuan took out several bottles of chilled drinks from his backpack. The system backpack doesn't change temperature. Whatever you put in, it's the same as what you take out. He now has unlimited water, gourmet meals, and enough supplies from the trading channel to last a long time. He can replenish whatever he needs anytime. A hot spring bath can't be complete without food and drink. He immediately traded green grapes, strawberries, watermelon chunks, and 2 boxes of chilled ice cream on the trading channel. Then he took out potato chips, shrimp crackers, yogurt, juice, and beer, arranging them one by one on the rocks by the pool, like an open-air self-service bar. From the moment Li Mingming saw the ice cream, her eyes were glued to it. She quickly climbed out of her swimming ring, waded through the shallow water to the edge of the pool, and tiptoed to reach the nearest box of strawberry ice cream. Zheng Yuan handed her the box and gently flicked her forehead. "Just call me brother. You don't have to call me Santa Claus brother every time." Li Mingming immediately nodded. "Okay, thank you, brother." After saying that, she scooped out a big spoonful and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged out, and she squinted her eyes because of the cold, but her face was full of satisfaction. The others also took what they liked. The cold wind howled overhead, and icicles and snow hung on the courtyard walls, but they were soaking in the steaming hot spring, drinking ice-cold beer, and eating strawberries. At this moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had been shut out. Inside and outside the courtyard walls, it was like 2 completely different worlds. As the group chatted and soaked in the water, Zheng Yuan's ears suddenly twitched. He heard a sound in the distance. After being given 10 bottles of kidney tonic, his hearing had become so acute that it was beyond that of a normal person. Through the stone wall, the mist, and the lights in the courtyard, he could clearly hear the footsteps carried by the wind, the rustling of clothes, and the hushed conversations. The sound came from the snowfield outside the northeast corner of the courtyard, not far away. Zheng Yuan calmly put down the beer can, dried his hand with a towel, and said, "You guys play first, I have something to do." He got up from the hot spring pool with clean, swift movements, barely splashing any water. Li Zhoufan glanced at him. She noticed that Zheng Yuan's relaxed expression had only shifted to alertness for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Zheng Yuan went back to his room, dried himself off, put on his Santa Claus costume, then donned an invisibility cloak and slipped out silently. Steam still rose from the poolside, and the laughter of several girls drifted through the mist. Li Mengmeng was still in the water, shouting to her sister to show her how fast she was swimming. Outside the shelter's walls, 10 people were squatting in the snow. They chose a very strategic location, perfectly positioned between the edge of the watchtower's searchlight and the blind spot of the firing port. But now, such caution is of little use, because the wall in front of them is no longer made of wood. The 10 people stared at the shelter in front of them, remaining silent. Calling it a shelter is no longer accurate. Before us stands a large villa made of stone and wood, with double-height ceilings and bright lights. The sentry post on the top of the tower is clearly visible under the lights, and steam from the hot spring can be faintly seen from within the courtyard walls. Laughter and the sound of water can even be heard from there. This place is completely different from the one they scouted out last night. The short, chubby man squatting at the front was shivering and curled up in a ball, his cotton padded coat collar turned up to his ears, his face filled with disbelief. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, making sure he hadn't gone to the wrong place. Last night, it was just a small log cabin with a wooden fence. How did it turn into a big villa in just one day? And the lights are on? The short, stout man's voice trembled. What happened? It wasn't like this yesterday. Should we fight? The burly man with a face full of scars stared at the brightly lit stone villa, spitting out the grass root in his mouth, but remained silent. The woman carrying a bow and arrows behind him also kept quiet. 10 people looked at each other, none of them wanting to be the first to answer. After a long while, a more cautious-looking man wearing a fur hat spoke in a low voice. They probably can't beat us, can they? He drew a circle in the snow and pointed out a few locations. In places like this, if we have someone guarding each spot, we won't have any advantage. Besides, the group that can stay in such a big house must be quite large. Our 10 people probably won't be enough. After saying that, he looked up at the firing ports on the wall and the height of the tower, his eyes growing even more serious. Also, their technological level is clearly higher than ours. Those aren't oil lamps, they're electric lamps. The burly man then continued. The fact that they can use electricity means they have power generation capabilities or large capacity batteries. In the apocalypse, to be able to get these things, you either have ridiculously good luck or... He didn't continue, but everyone understood the second half of his sentence. Either the opponent's strength was beyond their comprehension. The short, chubby guy finally couldn't hold back any longer. Should we retreat or not? How are we going to explain this to the boss? When Pan Chung was mentioned, his voice noticeably weakened and his eyes flickered. The others remained silent. A profound silence fell over the snow-covered ground. None of the 10 could make up their minds. Chapter 61, Come and Go As You Please? No way. The 10 men glanced one last time at the brightly lit villa, then looked at each other, all seeing the same thing in each other's eyes. This battle will not be easy. It's not that we can't fight, but the risk is too great. Especially when those who usually love to charge in a battle are unwilling to step forward. It shows that the risk is simply not worth it. As they were preparing to retreat from the bushes, they suddenly heard a very faint rustling sound behind them. It didn't sound like footsteps, nor like the wind, but more like the soft rustling of fabric brushing against the air. The short, stout man felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned around abruptly and saw the bearded man squatting on the ground, whittling tree branches with a knife, without even lifting his eyelids. The short, chubby man lowered his voice and asked, "Why are you taking pictures of me?" The bearded man frowned. "Who took pictures of you? Why would I take pictures of you?" The short, chubby man stared at him for 2 seconds, making sure the other's attention was on the tree branch. Just as he was about to turn away, he was tapped twice on the shoulder. He turned back again. The bearded man was still an arm's length away, spitting on the branches to remove the thorns. The short, stout man growled irritably, "Get away from me." The bearded man also got angry. "Who touched you? Are you sick?" After saying that, he threw the branch away and moved several steps to the side, clearly not wanting to have anything to do with him. The surroundings quieted down. The short, stout man glanced around. The bearded man was 2 meters away, the burly man was on the other side, and the others remained still. But the third time, that hand landed on his shoulder again. This time the touch was clear, the 5 fingers distinct, as if someone had reached out and pressed down on him from behind. But there was clearly nothing behind him, just empty space. He instantly remembered the ladder he had fallen over last night. He felt something was off when he last came here, but tonight was even more strange. No one was touching him, yet he kept feeling something on his shoulder. A chill ran from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. He gripped the collar of his cotton-padded coat and took a step back, his voice trembling. Something's not right. Something's 9/10 wrong. The long-haired man, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. He was the number 3 in this group, and he usually led the missions. He was ruthless, and no fewer than 10 people had died at his hands. The people around him instinctively moved closer. The long-haired man said in a calm tone, "Don't go crazy." The short, stout man immediately lowered his head, not daring to argue any further. But the next second his shoulder was slapped hard again. This didn't sound like a greeting. It sounded more like a deliberate attempt to scare him. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned around abruptly, only to be met with a deathly pale ghost face. The face, its eyes rolled back and devoid of color, was less than a palm's width away from him, as if it would turn to look at him at any moment. The short, stout man screamed in agony and fell backward into the snow, kicking wildly until he crashed into the strong man's boots and came to a stop. His hand trembled as he pointed forward, his throat choked, and it took him a long time to finally manage to utter, "A ghost! There really is a ghost. I just saw a ghost head right in front of me." The long-haired man looked in the direction he was pointing. The snowfield was empty, the bushes were still bushes, and only the snow was falling silently. He looked away, and a long knife instantly appeared in front of the short, fat man, slicing through his hair and cutting off a few strands. The long-haired man said coldly, "If you keep yelling, I'll cut your throat later." The short, stout man trembled with fear and swallowed the rest of his words. The long-haired man looked up at the villa, his mind racing. There's no point in hiding here any longer, and a direct assault leaves us uncertain about the enemy's strength. If we misjudge their numbers even slightly, they could be wiped out. He never did anything he wasn't sure of, and he wasn't there to die. After a moment, he made his decision. Withdraw. As soon as the word was uttered, everyone immediately moved in the same direction, their movements light and quick. The short, stout man was still trembling as he got up. The bearded man passed by him, hesitated, and ultimately remained silent. The 4 people approached the socially awkward man in the middle of the group. The socially awkward man raised his hand, and a gust of wind rose from beneath his feet, swirling snowflakes behind him. The airflow spread out from the group of people, first lifting them slightly off the ground, and then pulling the other 5 people into the edge of the ripples. Seeing them about to leave, Zheng Yuan immediately ran in the direction of their retreat. He had been wearing an invisibility cloak, intending to tease the short, fat guy and interrupt their attack and probing. Unexpectedly, this group of people didn't dare to fight at all, and mistakenly thought that there were at least a dozen people living in the villa, so they prepared to go back to Pancheng to ask for reinforcements. If we really let them go back, the next time they come, it won't be 10, it might be 20 or 30. Come and go as you please? No way. Do you think this is a hotel lobby? Zheng Yuan ran about 50 meters, turned around, raised his hand, and pointed the powerful flashlight at the group of people who were rapidly approaching. Burst mode activated. A blinding white light tore through the darkness like a knife, instantly filling everyone's vision. Before their pupils could even contract, all they saw was a deathly white. The direction of escape and the location of their companions all vanished in the blinding flashes of light. Instinctively, everyone raised their hands to shield their eyes, and the group immediately descended into chaos. The wind howled, carrying low curses and gasps of alarm, and the figures on the snow staggered about. The man in the fur hat bumped into the burly man's arm and nearly fell, but the burly man caught him. Zheng Yuan didn't give them a chance to adjust. He immediately put away his flashlight, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow. The tiger bow was taut in the cold air. The bowstring made of saber-toothed tiger tendons was fully drawn, and it emitted a deep hum. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just 2 or 3 seconds, 6 arrows flew like a swarm of bees leaving their nest, tearing through the swirling snow and heading straight for the group of people temporarily blinded by the bright light. Chapter 62, The Divine Power of the Banana Leaf Fan. They were knocked back by people who had hastily raised their shields. In the chaos, only 3 people fell, struck by arrows. The rest were deflected by wildly swung metal weapons. A few drops of hot blood splattered on the snow, a stark contrast to the naked eye. The long-haired man's roar immediately exploded. "Take cover. Don't panic. There aren't many of them, hold on." He was the first to recover from his blindness and the first to plunge into the snow pit. In the instant he took cover, he scanned the direction of the arrows and quickly determined that Zheng Yuan's position was extremely treacherous. The opponent stood on the sloping hillside, aiming high and low. Everyone who tried to dodge seemed to have their landing point predicted in advance. Zheng Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw the long-haired man stabilize the group so quickly. This guy with long hair is indeed quite capable. Even after the bright light, he could immediately determine the number of people, the direction, and the cover, and his tone remained calm. This composure was not feigned. However, he didn't have many arrows left in his backpack. Zheng Yuan put on his invisibility cloak again, and his figure disappeared silently into the snow like smoke. The socially awkward man huddled behind a small rock, his body trembling uncontrollably, muttering something incessantly. The short, chubby man, meanwhile, hid behind a withered bush, huddled up in a ball, his head in his hands. His teeth were chattering, not from the cold, but from fear. The cabin suddenly transformed into a large villa, and he felt someone pat his shoulder several times throughout the night. But when he turned around, there was nothing there, only ghostly faces appearing. Another blinding flash of light almost blinded him. With so many things happening in quick succession, no one could withstand it. He had also done many bad things. He followed Pan Sheng in burning down other people's shelters, looting supplies, and tying those who refused to surrender to trees to freeze to death. But who in the team didn't have blood on their hands? Why was he the only one targeted by the ghost? The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He burrowed his head deeper into the bushes, but his buttocks were still sticking out of the snow, making him particularly conspicuous. Everyone hid behind cover, barely daring to breathe. After a while, they cautiously raised their heads and peered ahead by the starlight. The snow ahead was as smooth as a freshly laid-out sheet of white paper. There were no footprints, no traces of trampling, not even a single ripple of snow. If someone had actually stood in the direction the arrow came from, they would have left a mark. This area is covered in soft, loose snow. Even a rabbit running through would have left a trail of paw prints. But there was nothing there, only the clean snow surface gleaming coldly white under the starlight. The short, stout man peeked through the bushes, then quickly withdrew. Horrifying images of vengeful ghosts, malevolent spirits, and earthbound spirits swirled in his mind. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt on the back of his neck became. He subconsciously touched his neck to make sure that nothing had been inserted into it. The long-haired man lay prone in the snow pit, his brow furrowed. He didn't care about footprints. In the apocalypse, using common sense to explain the unknown was often the most deadly approach. The absence of footprints doesn't mean the enemy is gone. It simply means they're using a method of movement he doesn't understand. Invisibility? Snow camouflage? Whatever it is, the opponent is definitely not an ordinary character. He made a subtle hand gesture. The people around him immediately understood and continued to remain hidden, without making a sound. The long-haired man waited, waiting for the enemy to lose their temper and strike again. If they revealed their location once more, they could seize the opportunity to counterattack or even launch a pincer attack. They were waiting, and Zheng Yuan was watching. At this moment, Zheng Yuan, cloaked in invisibility, had already stood behind them. He held a banana leaf fan that he had just taken out of his backpack. I haven't used this fan since I got it. The system description says it can create a level 8 gale, and the side effects are so outrageous that I don't dare to try it. But this seemed perfect. A group of people were scattered and squatting in the snow, motionless, almost as if they were there specifically to test weapons on him. Zheng Yuan gripped the fan handle tightly, swung in a wide arc with one hand, and slapped it forward sharply. The movement was swift and clean, like swatting away a large fly suspended in midair. In that instant, the world seemed to change. As the fan traced its path, the air visibly distorted. It wasn't ordinary wind. It was more like space itself had been forcibly torn open. The air around the gap spun wildly, compressed, and exploded, instantly forming a white wall of air that pushed forward. The air wall swept past, and the snow on the ground wasn't stirred up, but simply vanished. The snow layer, up to calves deep, was instantly compressed into vapor and torn into nothingness, revealing the frozen black soil beneath. The surface of the black soil was completely bare, without even a small pebble left. The figures hiding behind bushes, snow pits, and rocks vanished cleanly the instant the air wall swept through. The air wall continued to rush forward for a long distance, so far that its end could not be seen. Where it passed, it left behind a straight, empty corridor about 7 or 8 meters wide. The corridor was still covered with waist-deep snow on both sides, but in the middle there was only bare black soil, with edges so neat as if measured with a ruler and as flat as a newly paved road. Zheng Yuan looked down at the banana leaf fan in his hand, then at the open corridor that had been forcibly created in front of him, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Holy crap! He knew this thing was quite powerful, but he never expected that one swipe of the fan would kill a person instantly. People, snow, bushes, everything that had been in sight just moments before was gone. Not even a trace remained. The black earth was as still as if no one had ever been there. Zheng Yuan looked at the fan again. The inscriptions on the emerald green fan were still slowly flowing, as if the attack just now was just normal for it. The system said that each use would increase the Earth's rotation speed by a tiny bit, and he now thinks that's not an exaggeration at all. It was just a casual wave, and it had this effect. If I used real force, who knows if it would affect the Earth's rotation? Zheng Yuan carefully put the banana leaf fan back in his backpack, deciding that he would never use it casually unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 63, 3 Powerful Rewards. On the snow-covered plain, only a straight, empty corridor remains, leading back the way he came. Zheng Yuan did not linger. He put his invisibility cloak back on and, following the trail he had left behind, turned and walked back. The next morning, Pan Chung sat in the tiger skin chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. The shelter's main hall, made of stone and wood, could accommodate 20 or 30 people for meals. The leftover food on the long table had frozen into ice crystals. 7 or 8 core members who had stayed behind stood before him, all with their heads bowed, not daring to look at his face. A whole night had passed, and none of the 10 men sent out last night had returned, not even one to report back. Pan Cheng's fingers suddenly stopped. Of the 10 people, 2 were his old brothers who had followed him since the beginning, and the remaining 8 were also hand-picked experts. Originally, they were just going to probe Zheng Yuan's situation to see how many people were in that wooden house, whether they could win them over or simply take them over. But now, 10 people have vanished without a trace. Their opponent must be very strong. And in Pan Cheng's eyes, strength means they possess valuable items. Those who survive the apocalypse either have incredible luck or exceptional strength. Since he conquered Silver Frost Plains, the surrounding survivors have either surrendered or been wiped out. For a long time, no one has dared to confront him head-on. Pan Cheng's eyes were as calm as ice, yet they were the most dangerous. Continue hunting the surrounding wild animals today. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the hall instantly perked up their ears. Tomorrow, go kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped the metal armrest lightly with his fingertip, and a shallow dent silently appeared. This was his ability, magnetic perception. Not only could he detect targets through metal, but he could also manipulate some metal objects. It was also his trump card for dominating the Silver Frost Plains. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan Gang woke up from his warm bed. He turned over, casually opened the system panel, and checked the daily settlement. Yesterday's points broke records, exceeding the previous highest single-day score by 2 to 3 times. Part of this came from the large-scale exchange of water for supplies in the trading channel, and the other part came from the attackers last night. In the settlement details, killed enemy survivors was followed by a count multiplied by 9. Zheng Yuan was stunned. There were clearly 10 people blown away by the banana leaf fan last night, but only 9 died. That is to say, 1 survived. Such a strong wind could blow a person at least 7 or 8 stories high. Yet some people still survived. Zheng Yuan thought about it for a moment, then decided not to dwell on it anymore. Daily settlement. Settlement date, day 5. Shelter director, Zheng Yuan. Overall score, 276 points. Basic reward, danger perception ability X1. Divine power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Gained, danger perception ability times 10. Bonus reward, skill awesome X1. Divine power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Acquired, skill awesome X10. Bonus special reward, Thor's Hammer X1. Divine Power activated. Rewards increased tenfold. Obtained. Thor's Hammer X10. Zheng Yuan opened the description to view it. Danger Perception is a passive skill that can warn of danger 1 second in advance and mark the direction in one's mind. After stacking 10, the warning time is directly increased to 3 seconds. Don't underestimate those 2 extra seconds. In actual combat, knowing the enemy's attack direction 3 seconds in advance is almost equivalent to having a brief premonition of the future. Awesome is an active skill that can transform soil into quicksand. When 10 parts are stacked, the area expands from a 1-meter diameter quicksand pool to a 10-meter diameter pool. This is no longer just a matter of people slipping and falling. It can swallow a small group of people whole. As for Thor's hammer, Zheng Yuan did not use it immediately, but went to the workbench. 10 hammers were laid out side by side, their metal bodies crackling with electric arcs, making the workbench light and shadow flicker. He stuffed all 10 Thor's hammers into the crafting menu. A flash of golden light, and a new hammer appeared in his inventory. The level 2 Thor's hammer now had a charge function. Holding down the enchantment ring for 3 seconds doubled its damage, and the lightning could jump between enemies. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he continued to synthesize the level 2 hammer, eventually obtaining the level 3 Thor's hammer. It retained the lightning summoning and jumping effects, and also added a melee passive, which adds lightning damage with each strike. The hammer handle felt slightly warm in his palm, as if it contained a small thunderstorm. Zheng Yuan weighed it in his hand with satisfaction, put it into his backpack, and turned to go to the restaurant. Breakfast was made from a gourmet lunchbox, featuring crab roast soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, hot soy milk, and a large plate of golden and crispy pan-fried buns. Li Mengmeng knelt on the chair, her cheeks bulging, crab roast smeared on the corners of her mouth, and half a shrimp dumpling in her hand. Sheng Luiying and Xie Qingxi sat around a dining table, discussing what color curtains to use for their new bedroom. With 4 more rooms on the second floor, each with windows, curtains naturally needed to be arranged as well. Li Zhoufan sat quietly to the side, drinking soy milk, her hair tied in a low ponytail, and she looked much more energetic than yesterday. After breakfast, Zheng Yuan decided to go hunting. Pan Cheng had lost almost his entire reconnaissance team last night, so the chances of him attacking again in the near future were slim. This is precisely his downtime. Before the beasts become too troublesome, he needs to farm as many points, treasure chests, and resources as possible. However, just as Zheng Yuan was about to leave, Li Zhoufan found him. Chapter 64. If your boss can walk out this door today, I'll consider my trip worthwhile. Standing in the corridor, Li Zhoufan reminded Zheng Yuan, Pan Cheng's ability is to manipulate metal. I've met him before. They wanted to recruit me, but I refused. His hideout is about 6 or 7 kilometers north of my old place. Be careful when you go hunting. She looked up at Zheng Yuan, a worry in her eyes that she herself didn't even realize. Zheng Yuan nodded and quickly went through the information. In terms of distance, Pan Cheng's stronghold was about 30 kilometers from the shelter. Not close, but not far either. The fact that they could bring people from 30 kilometers away under their control meant that most of the survivors in this area had already been eliminated or absorbed. Zheng Yuan reassured him, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Today, I'll clear out the wild animals around the house first. They won't go too far. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked into the snowfield. Zheng Yuan did not go directly to Pan Cheng's side, but instead started from the shelter and searched outwards in a spiral pattern, expanding the search area circle by circle to ensure that every inch of the surrounding area was scanned. The snowfield appeared peaceful under the sunlight, but Zheng Yuan knew that once the novice protection period ended, there was much more hidden beneath the snow than was visible on the surface. He sped along on his sled, the roar of the engine echoing across the vast snowfield. Not long after, he spotted 3 Argali sheep. Argali meat is lean, but the yield is good. The 3 sheep together produced over 70 gene, approximately 35 kilograms, of meat. 2 kilometers further on, he encountered 2 lone black wolves. Their pelts were intact, and he also collected their bones and tendons. Then, a ferocious white rhinoceros charged out. This creature had thick hide and was incredibly fast. It didn't fall even after repeated charges. Zheng Yuan immediately drew Thor's hammer and slammed it down. The white rhinoceros was enveloped in blue smoke, frozen in place, and then crashed into the snow. Over the next few hours, he searched almost every area within a radius of 20 kilometers where wild animals might be hiding. He eventually hunted down 16 animals, including wolves, sheep, wild boars, and a white rhinoceros. Of the 16 treasure chests, only one was grade B. The rest were grade C and D. Zheng Yuan opened the grade B chest, which contained only an ice maker, meaning it could make ice cubes from water and its size could be adjusted. He didn't even bother to glance at it, tossing it directly into the reserve supplies pile. In this freezing weather, the ice machine was utterly useless. As for the other low-level treasure chests, they were all filled with everyday items. These things might be precious to others, but Zheng Yuan now has a stable water supply and can exchange for most resources on the platform, so he doesn't lack anything. Having opened more boxes recently, he's noticed a pattern. Items below grade B are mostly ordinary items, while only items of grade A and above have the potential to yield items with special abilities or unique names. In the afternoon, the snow stopped for a while, then started falling again. Snowflakes covered the handlebars, epaulets, and dashboard. Zheng Yuan wiped away the snow and looked up to the north. In the depths of the snow curtain, the outline of a building could be vaguely seen, with a stone and wood roof, and it was clearly larger than an ordinary single-person shelter. Based on the direction and distance given by Li Zhoufan, that should be Pan Cheng's stronghold. Zheng Yuan parked the sled in a pine forest, put in his backpack, put on his invisibility cloak, and silently approached. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the stronghold was larger than he had imagined, constructed of a mixture of wood and stone, large enough to accommodate 20 or 30 people. The walls were rough but sturdy, and the gate was wide open, without even a sentry in front of it. These people were clearly used to running rampant on their own turf. Their vigilance was ridiculously low. Zheng Yuan, wearing an invisibility cloak, walked straight in through the gate. In the courtyard, some people were chopping wood, others were chatting, and no one noticed his presence. He crossed the courtyard and entered the main hall. Inside, a dozen or so people sat around a long wooden table, eating bread and a pot of stew. Steam rose from the pot, and the smell of grease filled the room. The first seat was occupied by a man of medium build, leaning back in a tiger skin chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrests. His eyes swept over the crowd with an air of absolute certainty. Zheng Yuan was almost certain that this was Pan Cheng. Zheng Yuan stood against the wall, able to hear the sounds of them chewing bread and clearly see everyone's expressions. He was in the very center of the enemy camp, yet no one around him knew. This strange feeling made him tense as he faced a formidable foe for the first time. Just then, a man rushed in from outside, his boots still covered in snow. He walked up to Pan Cheng and whispered, "We've searched the area, but we didn't find the fourth master, nor any trace of him." Pan Cheng paused slightly with his spoon, then took a sip of water, his movements unhurried. He put down the spoon, his voice low but enough to stop everyone in their tracks. A dozen people, all gone. Looks like the other side had some strength. A burly man, standing nearby, suddenly stood up. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, and his arms were thicker than Zheng Yuan's thighs. He grinned and said, "What are you afraid of?" "Boss, I'll take a few brothers over there and take them down." Pan Cheng paused for a few seconds, then slowly placed the spoon next to the empty bowl and stood up. "This time, I'll take matters into my own hands." The burly man's eyes lit up, and the other corps members also showed excited expressions, as if the battle was already over as long as Pan Cheng took action. Zheng Yuan, in the corner, smiled silently. "Personally take action? If your boss can walk out this door today, he'll have come for nothing." However, Zheng Yuan also knew that launching an attack in the hall surrounded by more than a dozen people was tantamount to suicide. Even if he unleashed a lightning strike instantly, he didn't know the strength of these people's skills. Once his position was exposed, he would face a multi-person attack. Dealing with a pack of wolves is completely different from dealing with organized groups. The issue isn't tactics, but the battlefield, and he must choose that battlefield. Chapter 65, Thor's Hammer, a demolition expert. Zheng Yuan turned and walked out of the gate. The courtyard was still empty. He found a slightly raised earthen mound outside the courtyard, not too far from the main hall, just enough to see the main hall's doors and windows clearly. Dark clouds slowly approached, carrying the chilling, pre-thunderous scent of an approaching storm. Zheng Yuan felt it was a good time, so he stood on the hilltop, took off his invisibility cloak, and took Thor's hammer from his backpack. This hammer has a key feature, energy storage. As long as you hold down the button, the electric arc around the hammer will rapidly intensify. A second later, the tiny sparks of electricity transformed into crackling blue-white arcs. The dark clouds overhead visibly coalesced into a low-pressure vortex, the air thick with electrical charge, and even the snowflakes on the ground seemed to be gently pulsating. 3 seconds later, the energy storage was complete. Zheng Yuan gripped the hammer handle tightly and swung it down fiercely at the main hall of Pan Cheng's stronghold. The next moment, lightning tore through the dark clouds, and 3 forked bolts of lightning struck vertically from the vortex, hitting the same rooftop with pinpoint accuracy. A loud bang erupted, and the ground shook. The roof of the main hall was ripped off instantly, sending stone and wood fragments flying into the air. Sparks flew from the wood chips, and black smoke billowed everywhere. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone slabs at the entrance, and several woodcutters in the courtyard were thrown over by the shockwave. One of them was emitting blue smoke, with residual electric current still coursing through his body, convulsing as if he had been hit by a tranquilizer dart. A large amount of rubble fell, piling up into a crooked ruin. The massive shelter was completely destroyed by this single blow. The power of Thor's hammer far exceeded Zheng Yuan's expectations. Even he himself was stunned by the shock, and was unsure whether the person inside was dead or alive. Just as he was pondering, a noise suddenly came from below the ruins. A collapsed stone wall was suddenly lifted up, and rubble tumbled down. Several hands wearing iron wristbands reached out from the gaps, grabbed the edges, and lifted them up forcefully. Immediately afterwards, the second and third stone slabs were pushed aside, and several people crawled out from under the rubble. They were all covered in dust and dirt, their hair smeared with sawdust and mortar, but their iron armor remained intact, the breastplates and shoulder armor gleaming coldly in the snow. The first burly man to crawl out spat out a mouthful of ash, wiped the soot from his face, and roared with bloodshot eyes, "Who did this? Get out here!" The other armored men also stood up, their armor clanging together. Their faces showed a mixture of anger and confusion. On a perfectly overcast day, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck with incredible precision, ripping the roof off the main hall. They themselves didn't believe it was a natural disaster. Silver Frost Plains is snowy year-round, but it's not a thunderstorm zone. Not to mention that lightning bolt, just now, which struck the roof straight down, as if someone had measured the angle perfectly. Pan Cheng was the last to stand up from the ruins. His tiger skin chair had been smashed in two, with several charred holes burned into the tiger skin. He pushed aside the broken planks in front of him, brushed the dust off his shoulders, and his expression was not as irritable as the others. His eyes were deep, and his lips were pressed down, as if he was forcibly suppressing his anger. Then, he looked up and saw another person at the edge of the ruins. The man appeared out of nowhere, standing on a sloping hill less than 20 meters away, holding a hammer that was still crackling. Arcs of electricity crackled around the hammer, particularly glaring in the gloomy, snowy light. Even more outrageous, he was dressed in a bright red Santa Claus outfit, with a white pom-pom on the tip of his hat swaying gently in the wind, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding charred ruins. Pan Cheng's pupils contracted, and he pointed at Zheng Yuan, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. "You brat. It was you who did this. You'd better give me your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Cheng waved his hand. The shards of iron around the ruins, the iron hinges on the door, the broken blades, and the blown-off iron pot handles all floated up from the ground. A dozen or so pieces of iron hung in midair, their edges gleaming coldly, all aimed at Zheng Yuan. The next second, all the iron pieces seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand, shooting towards Zheng Yuan with a whooshing sound. The burly men behind Pan Cheng also moved at the same time. The strong man swung his axe, pushed off with his feet, and charged out like an enraged rhinoceros. 2 armored men flanked him from the left and right, the 3 of them closing in a triangular formation. The sound of metal scraping through the air was sharp and piercing. The axe blade trailed a cold arc in the snow, and the 3 men charged forward like cannonballs fired from a gun. Zheng Yuan remained calm and switched the hammer to his left hand. He reached in his Santa Claus's coat pocket with his right hand, pulled out a cigar, and put it in his mouth. Then he took out a windproof lighter, pushed it with his thumb, and a blue flame hissed out, lighting the tip of the cigar. The orange-red flame shone for a moment in the overcast sky, and a wisp of smoke rose from the corner of his mouth. Zheng Yuan took a drag, slowly exhaled the smoke, and it dissipated into white mist in the cold air. He said calmly, "It's really impolite to start fighting right away. Let's play along." The men behind Pan Sheng were stunned by what they saw. Even the burly man's charge paused for a moment. They charged forward desperately, while the other side stood there smoking a cigar. Isn't this looking down on people? But before their anger could turn into an attack, Zheng Yuan had already made his move. The cigar's 20x speed boost takes effect the instant he inhales his first puff. In Zheng Yuan's eyes, the whistling iron pieces suddenly slowed down, as if they were being soaked in transparent syrup. He could clearly see the trajectory of each piece of iron. The triangular piece on the left was rotating, and the blade fragment on the right was slightly higher. The three burly men moved even slower, as if swimming in mud. The burly man had barely raised his axe to his shoulder when the anger on his face slowly turned into confusion. His mouth was still open, but to Zheng Yuan, it looked ridiculously slow. Chapter 66, I bet your gun is empty. Zheng Yuan, with a cigar in his mouth, gripped Thor's hammer tightly with his right hand again. Boom! With a single blow, a deep dent instantly appeared in the armor on the burly man's chest, and arcs of electricity exploded along the armor, spreading throughout his body. The man was electrocuted and curled up like a shrimp, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward and crashed heavily into the ruins, kicking up a large amount of rubble and wood chips. Zheng Yuan exhaled smoke and said casually, "This combo is called Thunderclap, Ruthless Hammer." Before the words were even finished, the second and third hammer blows were swung out almost simultaneously. The two heavily armored men flanking them from the left and right hadn't even seen the movements clearly when they were struck in the chest, as if by a rhinoceros, and they were sent flying backward. The three of them crashed into each other one after the other, the metal armor colliding with a muffled thud, and arcs of electricity crackled and jumped on their bodies, only dissipating after several seconds. The iron pieces controlled by Pan Sheng were still slowly flying in midair, while Zheng Yuan had already strolled through the gaps, even having time to glance at the patterns on the fragments of the blade. In Pan Sheng's eyes, the scene was completely different. He only saw the iron pieces fly out. Zheng Yuan suddenly turned into a red afterimage, and the next second, his three subordinates were sent flying backward at the same time. All the iron pieces missed their target and clattered into the snow. Zheng Yuan hardly moved his position from beginning to end. He only changed the angle of the hammer a few times. Pan Sheng's eyes shifted from anger to shock, then quickly became complex. To possess such speed, lightning-like abilities, and explosive power by himself. If he could be brought under his control, his power would undoubtedly surge. He forcefully suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and spread his hands, shouting, "Young man, you're quite capable. How about joining us? Resources, territory, women, you can choose whatever you want." Zheng Yuan was about to continue his attack, but stopped upon hearing this. He had just destroyed the enemy's stronghold and killed 3 of his capable subordinates. Yet the enemy wasn't fighting desperately, but instead trying to recruit him. Either Pan Sheng has a trump card up his sleeve, or he's mentally unstable. Zheng Yuan looked at him and calmly replied, "If you're going to be my dog, I'd be happy to." Pan Sheng's smile froze instantly, then vanished completely, leaving only a chilling, killing intent. He believed that Zheng Yuan's continuous bursts of power must have taken a heavy toll. A move like that, with its wide-ranging lightning and the instantaneous knockback of 3 armored men, couldn't be without consequences. Zheng Yuan's speed in dodging the metal shards seemed a bit slow. He was more inclined to believe that his opponent was already at his limit. Pan Sheng suddenly flipped his hands up. This time, there were twice as many metal fragments flying into the air as before. Broken swords, iron pots, door bolts, nails, axes, and fragments of armor hung densely in midair, completely blocking Zheng Yuan's path. At this density, normal people simply cannot escape it. Zheng Yuan subtly dodged the first wave of shattered blades, but out of the corner of his eye, he could already see the second and third waves following closely behind. Pan Sheng's intention was clear, to block all of Zheng Yuan's evasive maneuvers and use sheer numbers to pin him to the spot. With a speed boost of 20 times, the shards of iron appeared to Zheng Yuan as slow as a moving jigsaw puzzle. By the time he bypassed the third wave of broken blades, the fourth wave hadn't even had time to close in, and he had already slipped through the gaps. Zheng Yuan raised his hand and gripped Thor's hammer, activating the energy storage. The electric arc on the hammer expanded rapidly, and an invisible pressure seemed to push the surrounding snowflakes aside. He moved swiftly, and in a few leaps, he was in front of Pan Chung. Pan Chung reacted quickly, retreating while manipulating his two largest iron blades to defend himself, crossing them to protect his chest. He was about to taunt him that this move had already been used, but Zheng Yuan's hammer was always one step ahead of him. Boom! The hammer slammed into the breastplate, and an electric arc exploded at the point of contact. Pan Cheng's pupils contracted sharply in the bright light as he was slammed into the rubble by the immense force. The rubble bounced up to half a person's height, and the broken walls were shaken so badly that debris flew everywhere. Several people who hadn't fallen yet were about to rush forward when Zheng Yuan turned and smashed them all to the ground with a single blow. Each strike was accompanied by the crisp cracking sound of the paralysis ring being activated. Just then, Pan Chung climbed up from the ruins. He held a pistol in his right hand, the muzzle steadily pointed at Zheng Yuan's chest, his finger on the trigger. At this distance, firearms are deadly enough. Pan Cheng's face was contorted with pain and rage, his voice trembling. Put down the hammer. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the bullet today. He stared intently at Zheng Yuan and continued to threaten. A gun is fast from 7 paces away, and within 7 paces, it's both fast and steady. You'd better not try anything funny. Zheng Yuan was slightly taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Pan Chung to have a gun. Firearms were extremely rare in the apocalypse. They never appeared in the trading channel, and were almost never found in treasure chests. This gun was either a reward from Pan Cheng's talent, or was found among the belongings of some unlucky guy. Regardless, this was the first time Zheng Yuan had faced a gun barrel head-on since his transmigration. Seeing him stunned, Pan Chung sneered, "Put down the hammer. This is your last chance." Instead, Zheng Yuan walked towards the gun barrel. He looked at Pan Chung and said calmly, "You try opening one." Pan Chung glared angrily. "You forced me to do this." The next second, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 67 Avalanche. Are you a beta tester? Zheng Yuan clearly saw the rhythm of Pan Chung pulling the trigger. Each burst of force seemed to him as a slowed-down frame of a video. Thor's hammer was already raised before the opponent's fingertips even pressed down. The instant the trigger was pulled, he swung the hammer horizontally, the hammerhead striking the bullet about to leave the barrel. A string of copper-colored sparks exploded. The bullet was deflected and veered into the snow beside it, thin white smoke rising from the bullet hole. Pan Chung stared at the gun barrel, then looked at Zheng Yuan, who was unharmed and still had a cigar in his mouth, and was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the snow-capped mountain behind them. The valley trembled, and the snow was whipped up by the gale, turning into a white shockwave that swept in front of the main avalanche. The sound was so loud that it swallowed everything. Heartbeats, panting, and the sound of footsteps on snow all disappeared. Avalanche! Someone shouted, but no one needed to be reminded anymore. Everyone saw the overwhelming white wave that blotted out the sky. The burly man was the first to spring to his feet and scramble down the mountain to escape. The other surviving armored men, ignoring their injuries and abandoning their axes, scrambled to their feet and ran. Those who had just been injured, their bones broken, and were paralyzed by electric shocks, were now all able to move. Their survival instincts had drained their last bit of strength, making them flee for their lives like ants being chased by a flood. Pan Chung didn't care about Zheng Yuan and turned to run away. The avalanche approached at a terrifying speed. It was the true power of nature, something that hammers and lightning could not contend with. Faced with such a disaster, everyone was left with only one choice: run. But after running a few steps, Pan Chung suddenly realized that there was someone behind him who hadn't moved at all. Zheng Yuan remained standing, even moving the cigar to his lips, and glanced down at the sled timer. 3.5 minutes remained, more than enough. The next second, he flashed and caught up with the fleeing crowd. But he wasn't there to escape. Zheng Yuan kicked the slowest armored man to the ground. The man already had a leg injury, and when he was kicked in the lower back, he fell face down into the snow. Before he could get up, he was kicked over again. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. Those men who were desperately fleeing were kicked down one by one like chickens, their heavy armor rolling and rubbing against each other in the snow. When Pan Chung turned around and saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He'd seen madmen desperados, and ruthless people driven to desperation to take others down with them. But he'd never seen anyone like this. The avalanche was practically crushing him. Instead of running, he chased after them and started kicking them. This isn't just crazy, this is downright insane. Are you fucking crazy? Pan Chung shouted hoarsely. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. He raised his hand and fired several shots at Zheng Yuan, the muzzle constantly spitting fire, but Zheng Yuan seemed to know the trajectory in advance and dodged each shot one step ahead. Pan Chung was utterly desperate. You can't beat him, you can't escape him, you can't even get a bullet to him. This guy is a nightmare. The avalanche was less than 100 meters away, and the snow mist stirred up by the shock wave rushed over first, instantly reducing the visibility to zero. Pan Chung roared, "I'll fight you to the death." But the sound receded. He didn't rush forward at all. Instead, he turned around and manipulated his two armored subordinates, using the magnetic force to hurl them toward Zheng Yuan. The two burly men tumbled through the air, their armor twisted and deformed by the magnetic force. Pan Chung was actually using them as shields. Zheng Yuan dodged to the side. With a speed boost of 20 times, the two humanoid cannonballs seemed ridiculously slow to him. In the instant they passed each other, he swung his hammer down. The armor dented, arcs of electricity crackled, and both men died instantly. Then, Zheng Yuan looked up at Pan Chung. Pan Chung knew he couldn't escape. He watched the red figure slowly approaching, then glanced at the snow wall behind Zheng Yuan that was pressing down on his head, and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, if I die, you die too. You'll die with me. He opened his arms, no longer running away, as if he wanted to embrace Zheng Yuan and perish together. Zheng Yuan took out a banana leaf fan from his backpack, grasped the handle, and casually fanned himself backward. For a split second, time seemed to stand still. The next moment, the snow wall, which carried an unknown amount of snow, began to retreat in the opposite direction. The entire avalanche wave was flattened head-on by an incomprehensible force, then rolled back along the path it had come from. Snow mist surged back, ice chunks flew backward, and the deafening roar quickly faded into the distance. Once visibility returned, black rocks were visible on the hillside, and even the snow that had accumulated for who knows how many days had been shoveled away. The entire mountain was spotless, as if it had been shaved. Pan Cheng's laughter caught in his throat, and his running steps came to a halt. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. He looked at the barren mountain in the distance, then at the nonchalant red-clad man in front of him. All his knowledge about combat, strength, and the apocalypse shattered into dust at that moment. How can this be? His voice trembled, he swallowed hard, and finally uttered that absurd yet seemingly the only reasonable guess. Are you a beta tester? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuan's expression changed, a rare occurrence. He tried to remain calm, but the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He thought to himself, this guy really has a wild imagination. He even came up with something for beta testers. Are there still closed beta tests for post-apocalyptic survival games? If it's true, he'd like to ask who the developer is so he can get a refund. What a terrible gaming experience. He almost froze to death, almost got swatted to death by a bear, and almost got surrounded and killed by a pack of wolves. Seeing his silence, Pan Chung assumed he had guessed correctly, and his expression became even more complicated. No wonder he dared to wander around in a Santa Claus costume. No wonder he had a fan that could fan an avalanche back. No wonder bullets couldn't hit him. This person is actually an internal account of the game company. Chapter 68 Kulin Pan Cheng. Zheng Yuan glanced at the cigar timer. There wasn't much time left. He stopped wasting words with Pan Chung, gripped Thor's hammer tightly, and charged forward in 3 strides. The few armored men who could still stand didn't even have time to react before he smashed them down into the snow, with each blow, blue and white arcs of electricity exploding into sparks. Those who tried to escape didn't get far either. Zheng Yuan's figure was as fast as a red line, weaving through the ruins and snowdrifts several times, and the remaining guards all fell to the ground. Pan Chung was indeed quite fast. He used his magnetic perception on his armor, gliding forward using the force between the metal parts. But even at his fastest, he couldn't outrun Zheng Yuan, who was 20 times faster. Before long, the sound of footsteps on the snow grew closer behind him. Pan Chung was cornered by Zheng Yuan under a bare rock. Wait, don't kill me. Pan Chung leaned against the rock, his hands raised high, his gun already lost in the chaos. I have important intelligence that will definitely be useful to you. Zheng Yuan stopped, casually draped the hammer over his shoulder, and gestured for him to continue. Pan Sheng was covered in cold sweat. He used to be daring and ruthless because he thought no one was stronger than him. But now he knew very well that the person in front of him could easily take his life. He swallowed hard and tentatively said, "Promise me you won't kill me first, then I'll tell you." Zheng Yuan took a step forward, and the arc of electricity on the hammer crackled and bounced onto his armor. The armor instantly became conductive, and Pan Sheng shuddered, his hair standing on end. "If you don't talk, you'll die right now." Pan Sheng, his tongue tied from the electric shock, quickly waved his hand and said, "I'll tell you. The next scene might be a desert or a rainforest, and the difficulty will increase. The wild animals will be stronger, and the environment will be harsher." Zheng Yuan stopped his wrist, the hammer hovering in midair, and pressed him for an explanation. Pan Sheng quickly explained that one of his subordinates had drawn a precognitive talent. Although he could only see blurry fragments, the person was very certain that the next place would be extremely hot, hot enough to fry an egg on a rock. They judged that it was most likely a desert or tropical rainforest, and that the storm would last for more than 7 days. As Pan Sheng spoke, he glanced at the cigar countdown timer, trying to sneak back while Zheng Yuan was thinking. But the moment he took a step, the hammerhead pressed against his shoulder, and an arc of electricity traveled along the armor. "Oh, thank you for the information." As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer rose and fell again. An arc of electricity exploded from Pan Sheng's chest. His body stiffened, the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, and he slid down the rock to the ground. And just like that, the strongest being in this snowy region was easily killed by Zheng Yuan. It's hard to say whether this information is true or false, but it's most likely true. Under those circumstances, Pan Sheng didn't have much room to lie. Whether it's a desert or a rainforest, it means that extreme heat must be addressed in advance. Fortunately, Zheng Yuan already had air conditioners, generators, large-capacity batteries, and solar charging panels, all of which are crucial for survival in the hot environment. Next comes cleaning up the loot. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Zheng Yuan recalled the 10 people from a few days ago. At the time, it was easy for him to just swat them with his fan, but he later felt the pinch. Those were 10 backpacks containing who knows how many valuable items. From then on, he made a rule that he would never fan away the spoils of war unless absolutely necessary. He couldn't let any of the boxes on the ground go to waste. He went through them one by one and found a large number of air conditioners, military first aid kits, iron blocks, tools, lighting sticks, food, and bottled water. The supplies were indeed abundant, befitting a major power. What surprised him most was Pan Sheng's pistol. Zheng Yuan examined the gun several times. The grip was worn, indicating it was an old gun that had been used for a long time. There was only one bullet left in the magazine, but Pan Sheng had several full magazines in his backpack. He loaded the magazine and immediately activated his divine power. Daily copy, target, pistol. The next second, 10 pistols appeared in Zheng Yuan's backpack. This thing is a godsend in the hands of ordinary people. Drawing the gun and pulling the trigger requires neither talent nor skill, making it simpler and more direct than Thor's hammer. Of course, that's assuming you don't encounter a monster like Zheng Yuan who can block bullets. After packing up all the spoils, Zheng Yuan drove his sled quietly back to his shelter. Before going to bed that night, he checked the World Chat channel as usual. The chat was bustling with activity. Some say that Pan Sheng, the most powerful figure in the snowfield, is gone, and his shelter has collapsed as if struck by lightning. Others say that thunder is rolling over there, and lightning is striking the same spot one after another. Soon, some people speculated that they had been punished by heaven for doing too many bad things. Others countered that there was no such thing as divine punishment in the apocalypse. They were probably just crushed into ruins by a truly high-level lightning attribute talent. Zheng Yuan slowly closed the chat panel. What others speculate about doesn't concern him much. He's more concerned about what will happen tomorrow and beyond. The next day was the morning of the 4th day in the snow. Daily settlement is now open, and the reward for the 4 items, lie detector stone, substitute doll, hemostatic bandage, and phantom clone, are all doubled. The lie detector stone can determine whether someone is lying. If Pan Sheng had been there yesterday, he could have immediately verified the truth. The substitute doll can withstand 1 fatal blow. This is very important, and it would be best if everyone had one. Hemostatic bandages can quickly stop bleeding and are useful when injured outdoors. The Phantom Clone system originally only allowed the summoning of one Phantom, but now, through system stacking, it can generate 10. This thing can both harass the enemy and act as bait, and it can also be used in conjunction with the invisibility cloak to complete various actions, making it highly practical. Zheng Yuan packed everything away with satisfaction and began upgrading the shelter. Chapter 69 Golden Sands, Polar Day, The Sun Never Sets, Madoka. The next few days passed relatively peacefully. Zheng Yuan had cleared out most of the wild animals near the shelter and took the opportunity to upgrade the house from stone walls to a thicker composite structure. He installed individual air conditioners in the bedrooms and central air conditioning, and also applied a heat-insulating coating to the roof. During the day, he goes out in a sled to collect treasure chests. At night, he soaks his feet in the hot spring at home and eats watermelon. While others are still struggling to survive, he seems to be on vacation in a snowy village. Along the way, he encountered several survivors who were nearly frozen to death and helped them deal with the nearby wild animals. As a result, rumors gradually spread in the area that there was a red Santa Claus who rode a sleigh to harvest wild animals, and some even said that he could fly, followed by reindeer and the sound of bells. During this time, Li Zhoufan's relationship with the other two girls became increasingly natural. Once, Zheng Yuan went out to clear out animal dens and missed an adult black bear, which wandered into the vicinity of the yard. The three women immediately coordinated their actions. Li Zhoufan and Xie Qingxi were responsible for restraining and controlling the bear, while Sheng Luiying fired her gun, turning the black bear into a pincushion. The seventh night, 11 p.m. Less than a minute remained before the scene transition. Zheng Yuan leaned against the bedroom window, staring outside, wanting to see how they would be transported to the next scene. The instant time resets to 0. The night outside the window, which was previously covered in snow, is suddenly transformed into a dazzling, multicolored time tunnel. Countless colorful streaks rush backward, and the shelter seems to hang suspended in the center of a kaleidoscope. He had just seen what appeared to be a few tree shadows within the colorful light, when everything suddenly stopped. A blindingly bright light rushed towards him, and Zheng Yuan instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, after his eyes adjusted to the light, the snowfield outside the window had completely disappeared. In its place was an endless expanse of yellow sand dunes. The nearest sand dunes are more than half a person's height, and in the distance they stretch out in undulating waves. Sunlight shines on the sand, giving it a golden bronze sheen, and the air is distorted by the intense heat. To Zheng Yuan's surprise, it was dawn. It was still midnight before we entered the tunnel, and based on past experience, the time should have been the same. But now the sun was high in the sky, and the sky was a blindingly blue. He opened the system panel. Current scene, Golden Sand Sea. Duration, 10 days. Scene characteristics, polar day, the sun never sets, it's always daytime. All outdoor wild animals have enhanced abilities, and unique scene-specific wild animals appear. Zheng Yuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. The sun never sets. This system really doesn't intend to let anyone live. Without air conditioning, living in a wooden cabin is like being in a sauna. Water is also hard to find in the desert. Without water, people will die of thirst in just a few days. This round of drought will likely kill many people. Without further thought, he used his copying skill for the day. Zheng Yuan took out a small solar panel, copied it 10 times, and covered the roof with all 10 solar panels. He then immediately turned on all 6 air conditioners and the central air conditioning in his home before checking his daily bonus. The reward from the previous 2 days were mediocre. One was a level 3 fireball spell, which could summon and charge a giant fireball. The other was a universal remote control, which could control any electronic device. So he didn't have high expectations for today. Tracking Sticky Bomb, X10. Description: it is almost no weight, and after being thrown, it will automatically track and stick to nearby moving targets. Its explosive power is enough to blow through a stone wall. Men in Black. Description: you can hide your identity and speak and trade in the chat channel. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up. This reward came at just the right time. From now on, he won't have to worry about being targeted when trading resources. He opened the chat interface and found that he could choose a new identity and even choose his own name. Zheng Yuan thought for a moment and then decided on 2 characters. Yuan Shun. Starting today, His name in the chat and trading channels will be Yuan Shun. Zheng Yuan was just about to sit down and have a drink of water when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. Xie Qingxi rushed down from the second floor, her hair disheveled, her robe untied, rubbing her eyes as she pointed out the window. Zheng Yuan, it's turned into a desert outside. All the snow is gone. It's all sand. Sheng Luing also leaned half her body out from the stairwell and wailed, "It's over. It's daytime every day now. How am I supposed to sleep in?" Li Xiaofan carried Li Mingming downstairs to the living room window. Seeing the golden sand dunes outside, distorted by the scorching sun, her brows immediately furrowed. Li Mingming leaned on her shoulder and asked sleepily, "Sister, why is it already dawn?" When she saw the desert outside the window, her eyes widened. "Wow, so much sand. Are we going to beach?" A 3-year-old child doesn't understand the desert. She only knows that sand is usually found by the sea, so she thought this place just meant that the seawater hadn't been found yet. Li Xiaofan gently corrected, "It's not the seaside, it's the desert." She placed her younger sister on the sofa and walked to the window. The sand dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, the heat shimmering like mist, and the courtyard walls reflected a blinding white light. Even without going outside, she could feel the heat seeping into the house through the glass. Xie Qingxi paced back and forth in the living room, unable to help but complain. "How can we go out like this? It's not sunshine outside. It's like an oven. Are we going to have to stay indoors for the next 10 days? She reached out and touched the window, but immediately pulled her hand back as soon as her fingertips touched the glass, which was already scorching hot from the sun. Sheng Luiying stood beside her, nodding repeatedly. She was already afraid of the sun, and looking at the intense, blinding sunlight outside, she had already started to worry. Chapter 70. Do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for everyone. It's always daytime outside, making even sleeping a problem. Light seeps into the bedroom through the cracks in the window, making it as bright as midday. When I lie down to sleep, I always feel uneasy. Zheng Yuan walked to the window, reached out to test the temperature of the glass, and then remembered the animal hides he had stockpiled. Saber-toothed tiger hides, wolf hides, black bear hides, snow leopard hides, and many small animal hides he had collected while hunting. They would come in handy. Since the sun couldn't be blocked outside, he decided to block it from inside. He returned to his workbench, took a large stack of animal hides from his backpack, selected a few of the largest ones, and submitted them to the shelter system's curtain upgrade interface. A flash of golden light, and instantly all the curtains in the rooms were replaced with heavy leather blackout curtains. The silver-white, spotted side of the snow leopard skin faced outwards, reflecting some sunlight, while the inside was a fine, soft velvet layer that was almost completely opaque. As soon as the curtains were drawn, the bedroom immediately darkened, blocking out the glaring white light. Xie Qingxi and Sheng Luiying each tried it out at the windowsill next to the refrigerator, pulling the curtains back and forth several times, then standing in the shade to feel the temperature. Finally, they both gave the animal skin curtains a thumbs up. Li Mingming, however, was drawn to the fuzzy texture and found it fascinating, so she reached out and touched it several times. Having solved the problem of blocking out the sunlight, Zheng Yuan prepared to go out into the yard to test the actual temperature outside. He walked to the door and grasped the doorknob. Even though it was an indoor metal handle, it was still hot from the sun. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The next second, a wave of heat rushed in like a wall, hitting his face hard, dry and scalding. The air was filled with the acrid smell of sand baked in the sun, mixed with the scorching smell of quartz being heated. The stone slabs in the courtyard were so shiny they reflected light. Stepping on them would probably feel like stepping on a metal plate. Zheng Yuan immediately closed the door, looked down, and saw that his arms were covered in a thin layer of sweat. Looking at the air conditioner panel in the living room, he saw that the room temperature had risen from the 20s to 27 or 28 degrees Celsius. He then realized that the problem was more serious than he had imagined. Although the shelter has been upgraded to a stone and wood structure, with insulated walls, a reflective coating on the roof, individual air conditioning in the bedrooms, and central air conditioning in the living room, all of these features can only barely keep the interior not too hot. The outside temperature was too high, so high that even the air conditioner running at full power couldn't keep it cool. Zheng Yuan looked around and noticed that the walls near the windowsill were significantly hotter. If the sun never set, the air conditioner would have to constantly consume full power, and whether the solar panels could withstand it was still uncertain. He stood in the living room in silence for a moment, his fingers unconsciously stroking the remote control. If even his place is like this, the situation for the other survivors can only be worse. Not everyone has stone and wood walls. Not everyone has a reflective roof, a large capacity battery, and air conditioning, and not everyone can produce piles of animal hides to make blackout curtains. Most people can barely make ends meet in a wooden hut, and in this desert under the midday sun, they probably wouldn't last even a day. Zheng Yuan opened the World Chat channel, wanting to see just how chaotic things were outside. Messages were scrolling by at breakneck speed, one after another, giving him almost no time to read them, each sentence revealing anxiety and despair. Some said their location had become an eternal snowfield, with temperatures below -30 degrees Celsius, and their stoves had gone out, so they could only try to start a fire with iron blocks. Others said they were thrown into a rain-soaked jungle where the rain never stopped, and they were flooded 3 times in one night, waking up in the morning to find their beds floating on the water. Some people also said that the camp was blocked by blue poisonous frogs. The frogs were covered in poisonous slime, and touching them would knock you down. There were also reports of pythons as thick as an arm crawling across the roof. If you slid down even a little bit, you'd be dead. More reports indicate that the wild animals have also changed completely. Some people had their stone walls destroyed by wild boars while cutting timber, and others had their wooden houses burned down by fire-breathing lizards, forcing them to flee into the desert wrapped in thermal blankets. The man's last message was, "There's sand under the blanket now, and the sun is baking on top. I don't know how much longer I can last. Brothers, see you in the next life." Zheng Yuan's finger hovered over the message. He looked at the unfamiliar ID and the words "see you in the next life," and suddenly an old saying came to mind. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for everyone. If everyone dies in a disaster, and only a few people are left living in big villas with air conditioning, what is the meaning of this world? Zheng Yuan looked down at the screen, opened a private chat, and started typing. He told the other person that he could provide heat-insulating and sun-blocking cloth, as well as basic materials for building a shelter, such as wood and iron blocks, enough to rebuild a small insulated house. In addition, he would also give them 20 liters of mineral water. He had only one request, that they would do their best to help others in need in the future. The message had barely been sent when a reply popped up. It was a jumbled mess of sentences, riddled with typos, and filled with an excited, almost incoherent expression of gratitude. Yuan Shun. Boss. Thank you. Thank you, Yuan Shun. Interspersed throughout were fragmented phrases like 20 liters of water, and how could there be so much? 20 liters of water, which in the original world would be nothing more than a bucket of mineral water, not even enough for a shower and readily available in restaurants, is more precious than gold, food, weapons, or even treasure chests in this polar desert. The survivor on the other side of the screen, who originally only had a heat-resistant blanket draped over his body, had cracked lips and was on the verge of losing consciousness due to the intense heat. Since his transmigration, he had never seen 20 liters of water at once. After a long while, the other person sent another message. I really want to kowtow to you. Zheng Yuan did not continue the conversation. He put the blackout cloth, timber, iron blocks, and 20 liters of mineral water into the trading window and sent them directly. Chapter 71, another unlimited resource. Next, Zheng Yuan helped many more survivors. He always used the identity of Yuan Shun and never revealed his real name. Anyway, he had plenty of resources. He had more than 3,000 caddies of meat alone, and his water supply was unlimited. Taking out a few buckets of water and a few bundles of wood was like scooping a ladle of water from the sea for him. But for each person he helped, he would leave a message in the transaction notes that said something like, many hands make light work. Don't always think about going alone. Find people nearby to team up with and help each other out. That's better than anything else. He quickly discovered a pattern. 9 out of 10 people struggling to survive in the desert are in small teams, usually only 2 or 3 people, and at most 5. With so few people, even the best talents will have weaknesses. If you draw a combat talent, you'll lack healing. If you draw a healing talent, you'll lack damage output. When you encounter a strong beast, you can easily give your life to save it. But when several people come together, it's a different story. They can fight, heal, and control. Their talents complement each other, and the effect is far more than just the sum of their individual parts. Zheng Yuan had already proven this point. Xie Qingxi's strong crowd control, Sheng Luiying's healing, and his damage output meant the three of them could easily take on the black bear. If Li Zhoufan hadn't been brought in, the two girls might not have been able to deal with that black bear that attacked the yard so easily last time. When he helped the eighth person, the tide began to turn on the World Channel. The screen was initially filled with SOS messages, but gradually people started sharing their locations with each other. Someone said they were near the dry riverbed east of the sand dunes and asked if anyone was nearby. Someone quickly responded, saying they were upstream, about 2 kilometers away. The two quickly decided to meet up. One had sea-level combat talent, the other healing magic, a perfect complement. Similar conversations are becoming more and more frequent. The survivors in the same area finally realized that instead of fighting alone and waiting to be devoured by wild beasts one by one, they should take the initiative to come together and stick together for warmth. They don't have Zheng Yuan's fighting strength, but their numbers are an advantage. As long as they gather enough people, and each person contributes a little, they can become a considerable force. Because of Zheng Yuan's reminder, countless people changed their original fate. During this process, the name Yuan Shun was mentioned repeatedly. Some say that Yuan Shun gave him 20 liters of water, which almost brought him back from the brink of death from thirst. He also relied on this water to reunite with another team and survive the most difficult time. Some say that the god not only provided water, but also blackout cloth and wood, allowing him to rebuild a shelter with insulation. The god also reminded him to unite, so he has now formed an alliance with 3 people in the neighborhood. Many people were shocked to learn that they were not the only ones to receive the supplies. Some people roughly calculated that there were more than a dozen people mentioned in the channel who had been helped by Yuan Shun. As a result, various discussions emerged. Some people said that he was doing charity, while others said that this was called having a broad mind, having more resources than he could use, and not asking for anything in return, only asking those he helped to help others. In no time, the name Yuan Shun spread throughout the regional channels. Almost everyone knows that there is a powerful figure in the Golden Sands called Yuan Shun who will give away water, materials, and food for free, and will always add the phrase, "We must unite." Amidst this lively atmosphere, a man named Lu Sha was quietly staring at the screen, scrolling through the discussions about Madoka Kaname. Lu Sha sat in the command center of his shelter. His shelter was large, even larger than the one in Pancheng, enough to accommodate dozens of people. A hand-drawn map of the desert surroundings hung on the wall, and communication equipment and monitoring panels he had obtained from treasure chests were on the table. He was of medium build, with a gentle face, and always spoke with a friendly tone. But those who knew him well knew that his greatest skill was hiding a knife behind a smile. He scrolled through all the comments about Madoka on the channel, raising an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. He's richer than him. Lu Sha's sanctuary had over 50 people, including 6 S-rank talents. For some time now, they had been practically unchallenged, never encountering a worthy opponent. He had always considered himself the strongest force in the vicinity, until he saw those screenshots today. 20 liters of water, blackout cloth, and wood and iron blocks are all free. If it were just one person receiving supplies, it could be considered a coincidence. But for more than a dozen people to receive a considerable amount of supplies, this gesture is quite unusual. More importantly, this is a desert. Water is scarcer than gold, and even the shelters of the desert have to carefully allocate drinking water, while the other side is giving away like it's free. They either have massive reserves or have mastered a method to reliably obtain water. Either way, it's worth a study. A thin man wearing glasses came over with a glass of water and sat down next to him. This man is called Bai Yi. He is Lu Sha's deputy and strategist. He is meticulous and best at analyzing intelligence. He looked at the screenshot of Yuan Shun's transactions on the screen, pushed up his glasses, and said that at least a dozen people were mentioned as having received supplies today, with each person receiving at least 10 liters. That means Yuan Shun was distributing hundreds of liters of water every day. In the desert, hundreds of liters of water are not as valuable as hundreds of kilograms of wood. Even exchanging 10 kilograms of meat for a single bottle of water might not be enough to attract buyers. If he were to trade this water, it would be enough to buy half of their warehouse. Lu Sha nodded, not in a hurry to express his opinion, but leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. A moment later, he asked Bai Yi, "Do you think we'd be rich if we just robbed this person?" Bai Yi didn't answer immediately. He stared at the screen in silence for a few seconds before speaking calmly. His advice was to hold off. Someone who can distribute so many resources must either be extremely capable themselves or have a powerful team behind them. Making a hasty move before fully understanding their capabilities could easily lead to losses. However, if you can win them over or establish a long-term partnership, the value may be greater than taking advantage of them. Bai Yi reminded Lu Sha again that the monsters had become stronger with each change in the terrain recently. The desert was already much harder than the snowy terrain, and if there was another increase in difficulty later, their group of over 50 people might not be able to hold out indefinitely. Having a strong ally meant having another path to take. Lu Sha nodded thoughtfully. He thought this made sense. It wasn't that robbery was bad, but robbing someone whose background was unknown was too risky. In comparison, it was more worthwhile to first bind the other party's resources and strength to one's own through cooperation. If all else fails, it's not too late to make a move after we've figured out their hand. So Lu Sha opened the world channel, carefully considered his words, and sent a message. He expressed his deep admiration for Madoka's good deeds, explaining that he manages a sanctuary with over 50 people, 6 S-rank talents under his command, ample resources, and decent combat strength. He sincerely invited Madoka to join him if interested, so they could work together to face future challenges and any needs could be discussed in person. The channel went silent for a moment after the message was sent. Many people were stunned. A shelter of over 50 people with 6 S-level talents. This kind of scale would definitely be considered a top-tier force in this area. Lu Sha's personal invitation can be seen as a recognition of Yuan Shen's strength. But Zheng Yuan simply couldn't be bothered to pay any attention. After waiting for a while, without receiving a reply from Yuan Shen, the chat channel quickly became lively again. Some people took screenshots and forwarded them to various small groups, while others sighed that Yuan Shen was indeed aloof, not even taking a large force of more than 50 people seriously. Lu Sha's expression didn't change much, except that her fingers tightened slightly around the cup. He muttered interesting under his breath, then put the cup on the table and turned to Bai Yi, saying, since he's unwilling to come, let's observe him first and see how much he's hiding. Zheng Yuan had actually seen the news a long time ago, but he didn't take Lu Sha's invitation seriously at all. He continued browsing the world chat channel. He must have been incredibly bored to go to someone else's shelter. His own shelter had central air conditioning, a private bedroom, a hot spring, and several incredibly attentive girls. He lived like he was on vacation. Why would he go and become someone else's subordinate? Only someone with their brain slammed in a door would agree to that. As he was scrolling through the messages, a newly popped up message suddenly caught his attention. Someone shouted in the channel that they had killed a camel. The beast had crashed into half of their wall and nearly knocked them down. Upon decomposition, it released a substance called camel hump liquid, which the system determined had extremely strong heat insulation properties. After being applied to the wall, it remained only warm even after being exposed to the sun for half a day. Zheng Yuan's fingers stopped. Camel hump liquid. He looked up at the thermometer on the wall. It read 29 degrees Celsius. The central air conditioning had been running for most of the day, and the 3 individual air conditioners were also operating at full power in their respective rooms. The ceiling had reflective paint, the walls had insulation layers, and the windows were covered with heavy snow leopard skin blackout curtains. Even so, the room temperature could only be barely kept at around 20 degrees Celsius. This was still his shelter. In an ordinary wooden hut, the people inside would probably have been roasted to a crisp long ago. If we could get our hands on some camel hump liquid and apply a layer to the walls and ceiling, the indoor temperature might drop to just over 20 degrees Celsius. That's the truly comfortable temperature. Zheng Yuan was pondering how to acquire a few camels for tomorrow when he suddenly heard a slight noise beside him. Sheng Luiying came out of the bedroom at some point. She was probably woken up by the heat. Her body was having a hard time adjusting after suddenly coming from the snow to the desert. The room temperature never dropped to a comfortable level where she could sleep under a blanket. She sat down next to Zheng Yuan and casually picked up the glass of ice water on the table and pressed it against her forehead. Zheng Yuan glanced at her, his gaze lingering for a couple more seconds. After spending so much time together, this woman has become more and more relaxed, daring to sit next to him dressed like this in the middle of the night. He looked away, silently telling himself that business was more important, but his body clearly wasn't following his brain's commands. The next second, Zheng Yuan stood up and picked Sheng Luiying up in his arms. Sheng Luiying gasped softly, almost dropping the ice water glass, and leaned against his chest. Zheng Yuan used his heel to hook open the door to the spare bedroom, and then closed it behind him. After an unknown amount of time, the system panel popped up. The Many Children, Many Blessings tray to the shelter has been triggered. Please select an existing item and convert it into unlimited resources. Chapter 72, Hot Air Machine. And so it goes again. Last time Zheng Yuan chose unlimited water. What should he choose this time? Food isn't a problem for now. The 3,000 plus kilograms of meat in his backpack is enough to last a long time. Electricity isn't a problem either. The large battery on the wall shows over 70% remaining and is still slowly increasing. 10 solar panels operate at full efficiency under the intense sunlight of the polar day, generating enough electricity during the day to not only meet current needs, but also store in batteries. Therefore, the only thing worth converting right now is ammunition. Zheng Yuan took out his pistol, removed the magazine, and glanced at it. The gun was a good thing, but bullets were a finite resource. If bullets were unlimited, the weapon's purpose would completely change. With 10 pistols and unlimited ammo, each girl in the shelter has one. Even when he's not home, ordinary enemies can't easily break in. Aside from monsters like him who can block bullets with a hammer, most people would fall after just one shot. He selected the magazine and activated the infinite resource conversion. A flash of golden light appeared, and pale gold text emerged on the magazine's surface. Infinite resources, bullets. The living room had cooled down, but Zheng Yuan was still full of energy. The enhanced fatigue resistance from the kidney tonic allowed him to stay awake even after working for so long. Now that he knew the effects of the camel hump liquid, he naturally wanted to go out and get a few camels to farm materials. But the problem is, how do I get out of the house? Zheng Yuan pushed open the door a crack to test the temperature, and the heat wave outside immediately rushed in, distorting even the air at the doorway. He quickly closed the door and mentally considered available transportation options. The sleigh simply couldn't move on the sand. The tracks were designed for snow and would only slip when stuck in the soft sand. The Santa Claus costume's magic sleigh, on the other hand, could fly at 400 kilometers per hour, ignoring terrain, but only for 3 minutes, and its cool down took 2 hours. Is 3 minutes enough to fly out, find the camel, and come back? What if I'm delayed and stuck outside for 2 hours? I'd be steamed alive even if I did nothing. If only there was something to slow down the cooling process. He opened the trading channel and searched for vehicles, but the results were blank. There weren't even any bicycles, let alone cars or motorcycles. It was the 6th day of the apocalypse. If anyone actually owned a vehicle, they'd be using it themselves long ago. Who would put up for sale? Just as Zheng Yuan was having a headache, his private chat suddenly lit up. It was Ning Shuang. Hey bro, what's the situation over there? It's turned into a snowy wasteland here. No sun. It's been pitch black all night. We're freezing to death. Weren't you in the snow before? We'd like to get some cold weather gear. Ning Shuang sent another message, saying that they had hunted a deer whose antlers were emitting a cold air that felt like a block of ice when placed in the room. She wondered if it would be useful to Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked her to bring them over in exchange. He placed 10 animal hides, tendons, and 20 liters of water in the trade box, and also added bark strips for sealing the windows. These animal hides would make enough coats to keep them warm and protected from the wind, and the tendons and bark strips could be used to seal the shelter windows. Since Zheng Yuan didn't need them right now, he simply gave them all to them. Ning Shuang was stunned when she received the full stack of supplies. She had only asked a question, but Zheng Yuan had given them to her so readily, and she quickly thanked him. After the transaction was completed, Zheng Yuan received the pair of deer antlers. The antlers were entirely ice blue, covered with frost-like patterns, and gleamed coldly under the light, feeling like holding a block of ice in his hand. He went to the workbench, ready to see what he could make. The appraisal interface quickly popped up a list of crafting options. Frost Potion, which can temporarily resist high temperatures. Frost Vest, which is like a strengthened portable air conditioner. Weapon Enchantment, which can add cold damage to melee weapons and slow down the target, but requires an enchanting table. What truly made Zheng Yuan stop looking was the bottom option. Hot Air Blower. Quality, Grade B. Principle, powered by the extreme temperature difference between the cold air from deer antlers and the high temperature of the desert, requiring no fuel. Function, provides stable mechanical power output, supplying energy to various mechanical devices. Note, With this, you can build a car by hand. That's right, build a car by hand. I believe in you. Zheng Yuan stared at the note for a few seconds. Crafting a car by hand sounded like a joke, but the system never made things up in the creation list. He glanced at the materials list. Copper pipes, aluminum sheets, sealed metal containers, heat-conducting plates, precision connectors, piston cylinders. He already had most of them. The more than 60 treasure chests he'd opened during his previous hunt contain a wide variety of supplies, like a general store. All that was missing was the flywheel, bearings, and a set of sealing gaskets. Zheng Yuan immediately posted it on the trading channel, offering bottled water in exchange. Before long, others were vying to trade with him. Once he had gathered all the materials, he laid them out in a row on the workbench. The copper pipes gleamed with a dark red metallic sheen. The aluminum sheets were so thin they were translucent, and the joints of the sealed containers were perfectly fitted. Zheng Yuan filled in the materials one by one into the production column and pressed confirm. An ice blue light, mixed with metallic shimmer, lit up the workbench. When the light faded, a machine the size of a microwave oven appeared steadily on the workbench. The machine has a silver casing with a transparent viewing window on the side, allowing a view of the internal pistons and crankshaft. A recessed top perfectly fits into the antlers. Once placed on the antlers, cold air automatically flows into the machine, creating a temperature difference with the inhaled hot air. The piston began a steady, reciprocating motion. There was no engine noise, no smell of fuel, only a slight, even clicking sound like the beating of a metal heart. It doesn't need fuel. It can operate solely based on the temperature difference between hot and cold. With the engine in place, the next step was to build the car. Chapter 73 Handcrafted Off-Road Vehicle. Zheng Yuan opened the trading channel and listed all the materials he needed. 4 wide wheels and a spare tire, a set of reinforced drive chains, 2 solid axles, a steering wheel with universal joints, and several sets of spring shock absorbers. Headlights didn't matter much. It was always daytime outside the desert anyway, so it didn't make much difference whether they were installed or not. His goal was clear: to first build a light off-road vehicle that could run in the desert. But the real problem is the air conditioning. In this awful weather, driving without air conditioning in the car is like writing your will in advance. You'll be sunburnt to a crisp in no time. So, he also needs a pair of antlers. Zheng Yuan messaged Ning Shuang, asking if she could get a few more pairs of deer antlers, the more the better, and he was willing to trade for them. Ning Shuang replied quickly, saying that those deer were difficult to deal with. A lone one was manageable, and a few people could take it down with coordination, but 2 or 3 together would be troublesome. However, if he needed them, he would take people out to look for them tomorrow. Zheng Yuan replied directly, "I still have a pistol. I can give you one." Ning Shuang was silent for several seconds, repeatedly confirming that the message was indeed from Zheng Yuan, before she almost jumped out of her chair. They had only been using crossbows for a few days, and Zheng Yuan had already pulled out firearms. She excitedly sent a string of exclamation marks, saying she'd go find the deer immediately if she got a gun, and shoot as many as she could. Zheng Yuan opened the trading system, sent her a pistol and 30 bullets, and specifically said not to be stingy, shoot as many as you want. Ning Shuang was utterly shocked upon receiving it, repeatedly saying she had never seen a real gun in her life. Zheng Yuan simply smiled. He now had unlimited ammunition and wasn't worried about running out. Ning Shuang handed the gun to Lu Jiao, who had received shooting training in the team. Lu Jiao skillfully checked the chamber, magazine, and bullets, then reloaded and engaged the safety, his movements steady and methodical. She marveled at Zheng Yuantai's absurdity. Just a few days ago, they had been given crossbows, and now they had jumped straight from melee weapons to firearms. It was past 2 a.m. in the snowy area. Although it was still dark there, everyone was exhausted. Ning Shuang put on a snow leopard fur coat, and Lu Qi wrapped himself in thick animal hides. The group, fully armed, walked out of the shelter. The cold outside was even more biting than before. The white mist they exhaled seemed to freeze into ice shards. Ning Shuang urged everyone to finish the battle quickly, kill the 3 deer, and return. No one should be reckless. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through the World News Channel. The living room, thanks to the air conditioner and blackout curtains, was kept at a comfortable temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, and the ice maker next to him was still making ice. He held a glass of iced water, casually browsing the messages. The chat was still in chaos. Some were calling for help, some were forming teams, some were cursing the weather, and some were reminiscing about the snowy scenery. Zheng Yuan, however, was preoccupied with the information about the next scene that Pan Cheng had mentioned before his death. There are certainly more than just Pan Cheng's subordinates who could foresee this. In the apocalypse, information is a second life. Even knowing a little bit of a vague clue in advance can increase one's chances of survival. He searched for keywords such as prophecy, foresight, and next scene, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find the prophet. Instead, he saw a bounty. Someone named Xiong offered 30 liters of mineral water as a reward for the location of the god of prophecy. This price would be enough to drive many people to their deaths in the desert. The channel exploded instantly. Some said they had seen Yuan Shun. Some said they knew the location of shelter. And some said Yuan Shun was not a person, but a team. Zheng Yuan wasn't worried about these false rumors. He had always traded anonymously and had never even left his house, making it virtually impossible for anyone to find him using his identity as Yuan Shun. But what truly troubled him was that someone had already begun to target him. Someone who could casually offer a 30-liter water bounty was no ordinary individual. If enough people searched, someone would eventually find his villa. Even if Yuan Shun's identity wasn't exposed, that house alone would be enough to make the desert survivors envious. At that moment, a private message popped up. The other party reminded him that Xiong Tuo was actually in cahoots with Lu Sha, and their goal was to find his location, destroy his shelter, and then recruit him. Zheng Yuan thanked her and handed her 50 kilograms of water. Wan Jiaro jumped up immediately upon receiving it. That much water would last her a long time. Zheng Yuan then switched to the regional channel and issued a bounty using his identity as Yuan Shun. Collect intelligence on the Lu Sha team, including their number of members, talent levels, core combat strength, location of their shelter, patterns of action, vehicles, etc. Reliable information will be rewarded with 31 liters of mineral water. It was exactly 1 liter more than the other parties. The channel immediately erupted in a second wave of discussion. First, someone put a bounty on Yuan Shun, and then Yuan Shun retaliated by putting a bounty on Lu Sha. The tension was palpable. Soon, 7 people sent him intelligence via private message. Zheng Yuan checked each piece of information and found that Lu Sha had about 54 people under his command, with 5S level and 1 SS level in the core, while Lu Sha himself was SSS level, and his abilities were suspected to be related to sand. They also had cars, trucks, and SUVs. One of the 7 intelligence reports was clearly fabricated. While others claimed there were 5 or 6 core S-level individuals, he said there were more than 10, and even described Lu Sha's abilities as water-based. Zheng Yuan simply replied, "The data doesn't match," and immediately closed the window. He gave each of the remaining 6 people 31 liters of water. The water was worthless to him, but his credibility had to be maintained so that everyone would know that as long as they provided Yuan Shun with reliable information, they would be rewarded in full. One of the men, Zhao Yichuan, after receiving the water, also sent an extra lizard skin. The system indicated that the skin had strong heat insulation properties and could be used as heat-resistant clothing or laid on the roof. Zheng Yuan touched it. The scales were dense and could indeed block heat. He replied to Zhao Yichuan that they could continue trading for good items in the future, and the price would never be a loss. To be able to kill a desert creature so quickly and obtain a complete lizard skin, this person was at least an A-level talent worth keeping an eye on. Just as they were sorting through the intelligence, Ning Shuang's message popped up again. They were lucky. They found a lone deer. Lu Jiu shot the deer in the leg, and the others surrounded it to finish it off with crossbows, having already obtained a pair of antlers. Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected them to act so quickly. After the antlers arrived, he held them in his hand, the icy chill spreading through his palm, a comforting sensation even in the polar day desert, making him want to sigh. He immediately went to the workbench and began constructing a second small thermostatic refrigeration unit. The core components remained a hot air engine and a thermostatic refrigeration system, but this time it was specifically designed for cooling and installed behind the driver's seat. This separated the drive and cooling functions, ensuring that vehicle speed and cooling were not compromised. Copper pipes, aluminum sheets, sealed metal cans, heat-conducting plates, flywheels, and shock-absorbing spring seats were all filled into the materials list. A flash of icy blue light appeared, and a second refrigeration unit was successfully formed. Zheng Yuan then sent a message to Ning Shuang. telling them to send any surplus deer antlers they had, in exchange for 10 caddies of meat and 20 bullets for a pair of antlers. Animal hides and ice crystal, ores unique to the snowy region, could also be exchanged for bullets or desert supplies. With everything prepared, Zheng Yuan finally began building the car. He submitted iron pipes, aluminum plates, copper wires, bolts, springs, tires, steering wheels, drive chains, wolf skins, saber-toothed tiger skins, as well as the hot air engine and refrigeration unit, all at once to the workbench. The materials list was densely packed, resembling a miniature hardware market. He took a deep breath and clicked make. The next second, a burst of golden light exploded, brighter than ever before, illuminating the entire living room. The light faded, and the new car automatically entered the backpack. Zheng Yuan placed it in the center of the living room. The villa's living room was large enough, with a ceiling height of nearly 4 meters and a sturdy floor, more than enough to park a small car. This vehicle has a very unique design, with a completely wasteland-inspired, handcrafted look, and not a single piece of regular sheet metal. The chassis is a trapezoidal beam made of welded steel tubing, and the frame is spliced together from square tubing of varying thicknesses, with neat and sturdy welds. 4 large desert tires support the entire vehicle, with treads so deep you could fit a finger inside. The seats are made of 2 layers of yak leather stretched over a steel frame, filled with compressed camel hair and plant fibers, and surprisingly, they're just the right firmness and fit perfectly. Chapter 74, The Unexpected Armored Vehicle. The real cooling system is located below the center console, with 2 antler-shaped air blowers embedded side by side in a duct made of recycled wood chips. One blower drives the rear wheels, while the other is dedicated to cooling the cab. Cool air wafts out from the vents under the seats, running up the sides of the legs and enveloping the cockpit in a cool, flowing space. There's no interior, yet has everything you need, purely focused on practicality. Zheng Yuan opened the car door, climbed into the driver's seat, and found the steering wheel barely turning, and the brake pedal felt rather stiff. But this car didn't burn oil, didn't use batteries, and didn't rely on solar energy. Its 2 antlers were its energy source, and the temperature difference between hot and cold was its fuel. He packed the car into his backpack, opened the door, and went outside. Outside, yellow sand filled the sky. The sun blazed high, and the sand dunes undulated like silk under the sunlight. The hot wind swirled the sand grains, leaving fine ripples on the ground. Scattered across the sandy ground were some plants whose names I didn't know, including gray-green needle-leaf shrubs and dark green vines that crawled close to the ground, their bark cracked and motionless in the hot wind. After leaving the house, Zheng Yuan immediately locked the gate. The scorching hot lock made him worry it would melt in the sun. Then he took out his car, got in, stepped on the gas, and drove deeper into the sand dunes. The car was moving faster than expected, at about 20 kilometers per hour. According to information from the World Chat channel, this desert is home to 3 unique creatures: fire-breathing lizards, flame camels, and horseshoe crabs. Fire-breathing lizards can shoot flames over short distances, and their scales provide insulation. Camels secrete hump fluid, which is an excellent heat-insulating coating, and their skin is also fireproof. Horseshoe crabs have extremely hard shells that can be used as shields. Zheng Yuan began his exploration, using the shelter as a base. Less than a kilometer later, he discovered a fire-breathing lizard in the shady side of a sand dune. The creature was entirely grayish-brown, with layers upon layers of scales, like a sheet of asbestos tiles. It lay on the ground, its mouth slightly open, a faint orange flame flickering deep in its throat. Zheng Yuan rolled down the car window and raised the silenced pistol. With a bang, the bullet struck the lizard squarely in the head, piercing through the thin crevice of its brow bone. The fire in its mouth flickered and then went out. Its limbs twitched a few times before it lay completely flat. After dissecting it, he obtained 3 lizard skins, 2 lizard teeth, and a small piece of flame gland. System analysis showed that this could be used as an ignition source. Next, he encountered several fire-breathing lizards, clearly the most common creatures in the area. But the fire camel he was most looking for still hadn't appeared. Just then, a huge camel finally came into view. It was a size larger than an ordinary camel, and its single hump gleamed in the blazing sun as it squatted in the sand, ruminating. Flame Camel saw the car from afar, but didn't move away, clearly unaware of what this metal contraption was. Zheng Yuan rolled down the window and swiftly and decisively shot it in the head. Upon closer inspection, he obtained camel hump extract, camel hide, camel bones, and a large amount of camel meat. The camel hump extract, a transparent liquid in a metal can, was slightly cool to the touch when exposed to air. He carefully put it into his backpack. After driving for another 10 minutes, his divine vision suddenly alerted him to horseshoe crabs in the sand ahead. Zheng Yuan squinted and looked, but there was nothing on the surface. He immediately realized that these creatures were most likely hidden under the sand. He drove straight over it. Just as the car passed, something suddenly bulged up from the sand, making the undercarriage clang loudly. Zheng Yuan steadied the steering wheel, slammed on the brakes, and leaned out the window to fire another shot. The horseshoe crab was killed on the spot. Only when he got out of the car to dissect it did he realize that this thing looked like a hybrid of a prehistoric trilobite and a horseshoe crab. Its yellowish-brown carapace was covered with tiny protrusions, and it was difficult to spot because it was half buried in the shallow sand. After disassembling, you get a piece of horseshoe crab shell. It is very heavy, but the edges are exceptionally smooth, so it can be used as a shield with almost no processing. After some exploration, Zheng Yuan roughly figured out the patterns. Fire-breathing lizards prefer shade. Fire camels live on flat ground between sand dunes, and horseshoe crabs bury themselves in shallow sand, making them easy to spot only when passing by. Within a radius of about 20 kilometers centered on the shelter, there were more of these creatures than he had imagined. The density was not exaggerated, but it was enough to slowly harvest them. After driving for several hours, Zheng Yuan prepared to call it a day and go home. With no landmarks on the sandy sea, he fixed the compass to the steering wheel and adjusted his return route according to the previous path. As he drove back along the ridge of a high sand dune, a large cloud of dust suddenly billowed up ahead. The dust was unusually strong, rapidly approaching along the base of the dune, reaching a height even above the roof of his car. Zheng Yuan gripped the steering wheel, preparing to slow down and give way. But the next second, a car burst straight out of the sandstorm. That car was 2 sizes bigger than his beat-up little car, with a 6-wheel all-wheel drive chassis, a fully enclosed armored body, and a dark gray paint job that reflected the sunlight. A wide, angled crash bar was mounted on the front of the car. The side armor plates have narrow observation windows, as narrow as firing ports on a military fortress. The entire vehicle, from its design to its aura, exudes an air of expensiveness, power, and menacing presence. Zheng Yuan glanced down at his hand-rolled car, its frame welded from steel pipes, the black bearskin awning flapping loudly in the wind. The difference between the two was like a Wuling Hongguang encountering a Porsche Cayenne on the highway. To make matters worse, the armored vehicle did not slow down at all after seeing him. Zheng Yuan's heart sank. They came for him? What the heck? Chapter 75, Lu Hanyan. Just as Zheng Yuan was about to swerve to avoid a collision with the armored vehicle, it suddenly braked sharply ahead. The 6 tires carved deep arcs in the sand, and the doors flipped open like a metal beetle spreading its wings. A woman jumped out of the driver's seat. She was wearing a black fitted short-sleeve top, a dark brown skirt, and desert boots, her long legs particularly striking in the blazing sun. Her long, wavy hair shimmered with a brown sheen, and she had delicate features and a healthy tan. Zheng Yuan was stunned. This person's looks, figure, and leg length almost perfectly matched his aesthetic standards. At the same time, the divine vision also provided the other party's information. Name, Lu Hanyan. Age, 19. Height, 1.72 meters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Measurements, 90-57-81. Personality, outgoing, generous, and straightforward. After getting out of the car, Lu Hanyan walked straight to Zheng Yuan's beat-up car. Without knocking or saying hello, she opened the door and climbed into the passenger seat as naturally as if she were going home. Zheng Yuan was a little confused, turning his head to look at the uninvited woman. What do you want? After settling into her seat, Lu Hanyan gave a polite, yet interested smile. My name is Lu Hanyan. Would you be interested in joining us? Zheng Yuan was also observing her. Up close, her makeup was exquisite. She even wore false eyelashes. To be so meticulous in the apocalypse meant either she was incredibly powerful or had an extreme obsession with her appearance. Either way, it showed she was no ordinary person. Zheng Yuan rested his arm on the steering wheel and said calmly, I don't join any faction. But if you want to join mine, you're welcome. Lu Hanyin was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. She clearly hadn't expected that instead of recruiting people, she would be poached by the other party. She didn't press the issue, tossing her wavy hair to reveal a silver earring. Fine, if you don't want to add me, then don't. But can't we at least be friends? As the two drew nearer, a friend request popped up automatically. Lu Hanyin added Zheng Yuan and quickly recognized him. So you're Zheng Yuan? How did you get so much water in the trading channel before? As soon as she said it, she realized it was inappropriate and quickly added, I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Zheng Yuan didn't care, and instead asked, what is your talent? Lu Hanyin didn't hide anything. SSS level talent, great prophet, can make vague predictions about recent major events. Zheng Yuan was shocked. An SSS level great prophet, even if it's just a vague prediction, is by no means weak. Lu Hanyin was clearly used to this reaction. She leaned against the car door and pointed at her head. The ability is very strong, but the time and place are not always accurate. Sometimes I can see the date, and sometimes I can only see the approximate date. For example, a few days ago, I predicted that a very strong boss would appear in the desert, but the specific spawn time and location will have to wait for the next divination. Boss. Zheng Yuan frowned. Lu Hanyin nodded. The bosses in the post-apocalyptic game are huge, have extremely high health, and drop rewards that are no less than an S-level talent. So I contacted a lot of capable people to prepare to team up and fight them. It's almost impossible to defeat them alone. Zheng Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. Even enhanced ordinary beasts were no match for him. A single shot would be enough to defeat them. If the apocalypse were only this difficult, it wouldn't pose any real threat. But the boss Lu Hanyin mentioned was clearly not comparable to those wild monsters. The rewards were comparable to an S-rank talent, but the risks were also ridiculously high. Lu Hanyin looked at a 3-story high sand dune in the distance. In the scene I envisioned, its outline was very clear, and its size was probably a bit taller than that sand dune. Zheng Yuan mentally estimated that it was at least 10 meters tall. He even began to wonder if a boss of this size could withstand his boundless energy. As long as it was still a carbon-based life form, it shouldn't be a problem. He steered the conversation back on track. So you've been recruiting people everywhere just to fight this boss? Pretty much. One team can't handle all. We need to gather enough core damage dealers. Lu Hanyin looked at him. What's your special ability? Will you join us? Zheng Yuan casually replied, S-rank fireball. The fireball spell was indeed a skill he had acquired before, and its damage was considerable, making it perfect for impersonating a talent. A true SSS-level divine talent involved far too many factors and certainly couldn't be revealed casually. In the apocalypse, revealing all one's trump cards was tantamount to handing one's neck to someone else's blade. At this point in the conversation, Zheng Yuan suddenly remembered someone and casually asked, have you contacted Lu Sha? Lu Hanyin nodded, her tone calm. I've contacted him, and he's one of the core members of this team. His SSS-level talent is quicksand control, which is a huge advantage in desert terrain. He can create sandstorms, quicksand traps, and sand clones. There could be more than a dozen sand clones, and they're all physical clones that can confuse the eyes, which can help disperse firepower when fighting bosses. Zheng Yuan appeared outwardly unchanged, but inwardly he had already quickly memorized it. Good heavens, before he even asked, Lu Hanyin had already revealed all of Lu Sha's abilities. Sand control, sandstorms, sand traps, sand clones. In short, it's battlefield control. Lu Sha's talent is indeed troublesome, as it combines damage and crowd control. Especially in the desert, during team battles, this ability is more challenging than simply dealing damage. Chapter 76, The House Burned Down. Zheng Yuan leaned back in his chair, his tone carrying just the right amount of longing. That's strong? To be honest, I'm even considering joining him. Do you know where he lives? Lu Hanyin turned to look at him, seemingly surprised that this person, who had just said he wouldn't join any faction, would suddenly inquire about the other party's location. However, she didn't think much of it, given the undeniable allure of an SSS-level team. She pointed in a direction. Go straight along this road. It's about 20 kilometers. I've been there once. It's a very large shelter. Zheng Yuan nodded, memorizing the directions. Getting information for free. This was a lucrative deal. 20 kilometers wasn't too far. He could get there in an hour in his beat-up little car. However, he didn't plan to rush over right now. The more important thing was to bring the camel hump liquid home, apply it to the house, and then process the lizard skin and horseshoe crab shells. He could go visit them later when he was fully prepared. After their conversation, Lu Hanyin simply got out of the car, waved to him from outside the window, and turned to walk towards the armored vehicle. The hot desert wind lifted her short skirt, and Zheng Yuan couldn't help but lean back. He sat in the driver's seat, watching her get into the car. This woman, in terms of both appearance and ability, made his heart flutter. An SSS-level great prophet, plus that face and figure, she was a walking treasure in the apocalypse. Zheng Yuan finally understood the mentality behind those people's desperate attempts to recruit him. Who wouldn't want to bring someone who is both truly powerful and good-looking home? The armored vehicles restarted, turned around in the desert, and kicked up a cloud of dust. This time, the convoy didn't follow closely behind Zheng Yuan, but instead circled around the distant dunes and gradually disappeared behind the orange-yellow horizon. Zheng Yuan was about to start his car and go home when a private message suddenly popped up on the system panel. It was from Sheng Luying. The message was short but clearly conveyed panic. Zheng Yuan, come back quickly. Someone set fire to our house. The house almost burned down. Zheng Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately gripped the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. The old car's drive chain emitted a screeching sound, but after a few seconds, he realized it wasn't fast enough. The engine's limits were fixed. Even flooring the accelerator wouldn't get them back to the shelter in minutes. Zheng Yuan slammed on the brakes, pushed open the door, and jumped out. The Level 4 Santa Claus outfit instantly covered his entire body from the backpack, with a red velvet coat, red velvet pants, a black belt, and a pointed Santa hat all appearing at once, the white pom-pom on the hat looking particularly comical in the bright sunlight. He gripped the activation ring of the magic sled, and an icy blue rift immediately opened in front of him. Four reindeer pulled the sled out, their hooves leaving rings of frost on the sand, and their antler bells jingled. Zheng Yuan leaped onto the sled and yanked hard on the reins. All four reindeer raised their heads simultaneously, their front hooves leaving the ground. The next instant, the sled soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of red light that swept across the desert. The sand dunes rushed past, leaving the dilapidated car in the dust. A red figure swept past Lu Hanyin's convoy, then looked up in surprise. Huh? Another expert? So fast. The magic sled lasts only 3 minutes, but it can fly at 400 kilometers per hour, ignoring terrain. The shelter rapidly closes the distance at full speed, compressing a distance of more than 10 kilometers into a mere 2.5 minutes. Soon, the outline of the shelter came into view. Zheng Yuan saw a plume of black smoke rising from the roof in the distance, but fortunately it wasn't thick and the fire should have been brought under control. The sled traced an arc in the air before slowing down and falling. Zheng Yuan jumped directly from the sled into the yard, and the reindeer and sled immediately turned into ice blue specks of light and disappeared, the sound of the bells also fading into the hot wind. The yard was a mess, with several charred marks on the wall and a pungent, burnt smell filling the air. Most conspicuous were the row of solar charging panels on the roof. Of the originally neatly arranged 10 panels, 4 were completely burned beyond recognition, with melted and deformed edges and spiderweb-like cracks on the silicon panels. The other 2, although not burned, were blackened by smoke, and their power generation efficiency will certainly be greatly reduced. Fortunately, the stone and wood structure of the roof withstood the flames. The heat insulation coating and fireproof layer installed during the previous upgrade of the shelter worked, preventing the fire from spreading into the house. Several girls were in the courtyard. Sheng Luying was still clutching the rubber hose attached to the water pump, her white shirt soaked through. Xie Qingxi stood on the edge of the roof, carrying an empty bucket, her face covered in soot. Li Zhoufan hovered above the rooftop, the air swirling beneath her feet, a soaked spare bed sheet in her hand, which she was puffing away at the remaining smoke. Judging by the stability of her wind manipulation, she deserves considerable credit for suppressing the fire so quickly. Li Mingming stood in the corner, holding an orange duck-shaped swimming ring. Her smile was unusually absent from her face as she nervously stared at the ceiling. Upon seeing Zheng Yuan return, Sheng Luying was the first to drop the water pipe and run over. Her face showed both relief at surviving the ordeal and grievance at being bullied. Pointing to the burned solar panels, she simply said, "Someone set a fire." Xie Qingxi nimbly jumped down from the roof, put the bucket aside, and wiped the ash off her face. At first, I saw strange flashes on the roof and thought it was just a hallucination from the heat. A few seconds later, the roof suddenly caught fire and all 4 planks caught fire at the same time. She paused, then continued. The other party moved very quickly. When I rushed out, I only saw a figure flash across the sand dunes in the distance and then disappear. Li Zhoufan added. After I flew up, I found that the fire was very concentrated, only burning the roof and not the exterior walls, which was obviously aimed at the solar panels. Zheng Yuan stood in the courtyard, looking up at the charred roof, and remained silent for a few seconds. He hadn't offended anyone, at least not using the identity of Zheng Yuan. The identity of Yuan Shun was kept absolutely secret, and all transactions relied on the system's anonymity, making it impossible to trace the location of the shelter. As for Lu Sha, he only refused an invitation once, which wouldn't warrant sending someone to burn down his roof. He'd only known Lu Hanyin for half an hour, so it was even less likely. Who could it be? Chapter 77, The Alluring Xie. Just passing by, seeing a luxurious house, and wanting to vandalize it? Zheng Yuan picked up a piece of burnt solar panel fragment, examined the melted and deformed frame, and then casually threw it back into the ruins. He brushed the dust off his hands and turned to ask the girls, was the other person male or female? Did you see their face clearly? Did they use any special abilities? Can you tell by their attack methods? Xie Qingxi shook her head after recalling the incident. I didn't see their face clearly. By the time I saw them, they had already gotten into a black car. By the time I chased after them, the car had already driven away. Zheng Yuan remained silent. The car's arrival, the precise targeting, and the swift action. This was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a premeditated, targeted strike. The fact that they chose to attack him while he was out indicated they had been watching him for some time. He walked to the gate of the courtyard to inspect the damage to the shelter. As he passed Xie Qingxi, he patted her shoulder lightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me." The other party didn't come back all day. The bad news is that a lot of solar panels were damaged, and the power output is slowly decreasing. 4 panels were burned, reducing the power generation by nearly half, and 2 of the remaining 6 panels were affected by smoke, further reducing their efficiency. Although the 10 large batteries could still hold on, Zheng Yuan felt uneasy watching the power level drop. He opened the trading channel and quickly found a medium-power photovoltaic panel, asking for 15 G of water. The price wasn't outrageous in the desert, and Zheng Yuan didn't even haggle. The transaction was completed immediately. After acquiring the solar panels, he activated his divine talent to copy them daily, and 10 brand new panels appeared in his backpack. He immediately activated the shelter system and installed the solar panels. Meanwhile, someone on the trading channel noticed this record. At Lu Sha's stronghold, the underling who was in charge of monitoring the trading panel immediately pointed out to Lu Sha. "Boss, Zheng Yuan is trading water for something again. It's solar panels. Could the house we just burned down be his?" Lu Sha grinned. Very likely. With his financial resources, if he really needed solar panels, he would have replaced them long ago. The fact that he's replacing them now definitely indicates a problem. The more he thought about it, the more determined he was to recruit Zheng Yuan. So he ordered, "Find another opportunity to set fire to his villa. The bigger the better, and I'll step in to save him." It was past 11 p.m., and Zheng Yuan was already feeling sleepy. He had been on guard all day, but the other party was still nowhere to be seen, which made him furious. He just wanted to teach the other party a lesson once they showed up. At this point, the system notifies you that yesterday's daily settlement has been credited. Bamboo Dragonfly X10, a flying item, has a speed of 80 kilometers per hour and a 1-hour flight time. It can be flown by wearing it on your head. There is also the Stink Bomb X10, which has an extremely strong stench that can make people's eyes water. The note warns that it cannot be used in enclosed spaces, otherwise the user will also be affected. Zheng Yuan weighed the dark green ball in his hand. It was very light, and its surface was covered with fine pores. With a gentle shake, he could even smell a faint sulfur odor. He thought to himself, one is good for speeding up getting out of the house, and the other is perfect for playing pranks without drawing blood. Pretty good. He continued to lean against the window, his eyelids growing heavy. Just as he was about to fall asleep from boredom, Xie Qingxi peeked out from around the corner of the stairs. She was wearing a loose, white cotton nightgown, the hem just past her knees, revealing a section of her calves. Zheng Yuan saw her, and his temper flared instantly. He was just bored, and here she was. He pulled Xiet Qingxi into his arms and whispered, "Are you dressed so scantily to seduce me?" Xiet Qingxi moved closer and whispered, "Yeah, just to perk you up." The soft touch was irresistible to Zheng Yuan, and he smiled. "Okay, let's get intimate then." Xiet Qingxi muttered that it wouldn't work. She already had a child. Zheng Yuan glanced at her flat stomach and marveled at the system's amazing capabilities, which allowed her to give birth without feeling anything. His gaze fell on her rosy, alluring lips again, and a different thought suddenly crossed his mind. A long while later, Xiet Qingxi felt that her lips were even a little swollen. Then, Zheng Yuan donned an invisibility cloak. He knew the other party would definitely come again. Nighttime was the best time to strike, even though theoretically there was no longer true night. Around 3 a.m., just as Zheng Yuan's eyelids were about to close, he heard the sound of tires rolling over sand from behind a distant dune. He instantly woke up. An off-road armored vehicle was parked about 40 meters outside the yard behind some dead bushes. A man got out of the vehicle. His movements were very subtle, clearly those of an experienced person. The man wore a dark cloak and clutched a grease-soaked torch. A lighter clicked, and the flame flickered in the wind, illuminating half of his unfamiliar face. He took 2 running steps, swung the torch in a wide arc, and hurled it hard towards the solar panels on the roof. The torch tumbled in the air, tracing an orange-red arc. Zheng Yuan leaped off the balcony, simultaneously lighting a speed cigar and placing it in his mouth. In that instant, the surrounding scenery seemed to slow down. The torch was still slowly spinning in the air. He stepped onto the stone slab in the courtyard, used the momentum to flip onto the roof, caught the torch, pulled his arm back, and then swung it back the way it came. The man was looking up, waiting for the roof to light up, but instead, a ball of orange-red fire, getting closer and closer, crashed straight into the roof of his car. The torch landed on the roof, bounced, and rolled to the seam between the windshield and the roof, the flames licking the metal and making a sizzling sound. Without thinking, the man lunged at the car and reached out to grab it. The moment his unloved fingers touched the torch handle, he reflexively jerked away, scalded. The torch bounced twice on the sand and went out. Only then did he realize that 2 blisters had formed on the side of his palm, and his arm was pressed against the metal roof of the car, which had been exposed to the scorching sun all day. The intense heat instantly burned his skin, producing a short, hissing sound. He yelled in pain, clutching his arm and staggering back several steps. Standing beside the car, he grimaced and shook his hand, his brows furrowed in pain. Chapter 78: Arrival at Liu Sha's lair. At that moment, the man was filled with doubt. How could the torch bounce back on its own? He clearly saw the torch fly onto the roof, only to have it fall back onto the car roof, as if it had eyes. Before he could figure it out, a flash of gunfire suddenly appeared on the windowsill of the shelter. Li Zhoufan was startled awake by the noise, pushed open the window, knelt on one knee on the windowsill, steadied his pistol, and fired 2 shots in his direction. The bullet struck the vehicle and bounced into the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although it didn't hit anyone, the gunshot in the silent desert was so piercing that it nearly scared the man out of his wits. "They have guns." He scrambled into the car, yelling as soon as his bottom touched the seat, "Drive? Move it!" The SUV surged forward, its rear wheels carving deep craters in the sand before it swerved and sped away. Zheng Yuan, cloaked in invisibility, caught up in a few steps, aided by the speed of the vehicle and the cigar, and gently landed on the roll cage on the roof. The 2 people in the car were still talking, clearly shaken. The driver said thankfully, "I didn't expect the other side to have a gun. I didn't see them use one last time they came. Luckily we got out of there quickly." The other man clutched his arm, wincing in pain, and urged him to hurry back and report to Lord Liu, saying that the shelter not only had guns, but was also very strange. Torches thrown out would bounce back on their own. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuan's eyes immediately turned cold. It was indeed Liu Sha who was behind it all. If there hadn't been someone guarding the house, they might have really destroyed it tonight. The desert daytime temperatures are terrifying. Without shelter, a person simply cannot survive for long. Zheng Yuan suppressed his anger, took out a sticky homing bomb from his backpack, attached it to the roll cage crossbeam on the roof of the vehicle, and casually triggered the fuse. After doing all this, he flipped off the roof of the vehicle, rolled once on the sand, and quickly ran towards a shelter. The next second, a loud explosion occurred behind him. Zheng Yuan glanced back. The explosion sent flames soaring into the sky, its power comparable to a small missile. The armored off-road vehicle, carrying the bomb, disappeared behind the sand dunes, leaving only billowing smoke and dust. He brushed the sand off his body, not immediately heading for Lu Sha's lair. The enemy outnumbered him, numbering over 50, including several S-rank talents. A direct confrontation wouldn't be a safe bet. Li Zhoufan stood on the second-floor balcony, looking out, still holding a gun in her hand. She had clearly missed the car wheel, but she saw a burst of orange-red light suddenly erupt behind the sand dunes in the distance, and the sound of the explosion came a while later. As she was wondering, the air around her slightly distorted, and Zheng Yuan appeared out of thin air, took off his invisibility cloak, and leaned against the balcony railing. "I just blew up that car," he said. "They're Lu Sha's men, and Lu Sha is behind this." Li Zhoufan gazed at the lingering smoke in the distance, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the gun handle. She asked if they should join forces to teach the other side a lesson, her tone now tinged with wariness. Their repeated attempts to destroy the shelter have crossed her line. In this apocalyptic world, she finally has a place where she can sleep peacefully, and she absolutely cannot watch others destroy it. Zheng Yuan glanced at her and noticed that she was usually quiet, but she would immediately become serious whenever the safety of the shelter was involved. With her around, the security at home was indeed much more secure. He said, "Thank you for firing the shot." Li Zhoufan tucked the gun behind him and casually replied, "You're welcome. I'm part of this family too." As soon as she spoke, she froze, her ears quickly turning a faint red. She cleared her throat, pretending to calmly look away, and returned her gaze to the now still sand dunes. Zheng Yuan didn't expose her, only saying that he would handle the matter and that she should go and rest. The other party had suffered a loss this time and probably wouldn't come again anytime soon. Li Zhoufan was still a little worried. "Won't you be in danger all by yourself?" Zheng Yuan reassured her that he was just going to check on things. Li Zhoufan nodded, told him to be careful, and then turned and went back to her room. After she left, Zheng Yuan took out a bamboo dragonfly from his backpack, put on his head, put on his invisibility cloak again, and turned it on. The rotors turned silently, and his feet slowly left the balcony. It was already late at night, and Lu Sha was probably fast asleep. Zheng Yuan leaned forward and flew towards Lu Sha's stronghold. He glanced at the system time. It was just past 2 in the morning, the time when people were soundly asleep. The bamboo dragonfly hummed softly in the night sky, carrying him across the desert. Zheng Yuan flew not very high, about 20 meters above the ground. The bamboo dragonfly was very small, appearing only as a blurry black dot from the ground. With the addition of the invisibility cloak, no one would suspect that a person was flying in the sky. About 10 minutes later, the outlines of a large cluster of buildings appeared on the distant horizon. Zheng Yuan lowered his altitude and carefully examined the shelter. At first glance, it was astonishingly large, far larger than his 2-story villa shelter, almost like a small fortress. The outer perimeter is a wall made of stones and sandbags, about 2.5 meters high, with sharpened wooden stakes stuck in it, densely packed, looking like a primitive but effective defensive fortification. Inside the walled compound stood several buildings, including long wooden barracks and stone bunkers. The tallest one in the center, a 3-story structure made of stone and wood, was likely Lu Sha's residence. Chapter 79, Turning Off the Air Conditioning at Lu Sha Shelter. The entire stronghold was several times larger than Zheng Yuan's courtyard and surrounding vegetable garden. However, despite its large scale, the workmanship was very rough, and it had a good enough feel to it. Zheng Yuan landed about 200 meters from the shelter, put away the bamboo dragonfly, tightened the hood of his level 4 invisibility suit, and then walked towards the huge shelter on foot. There were 2 guards at the gate. One was dozing against the wall, his head nodding and drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. The other was awake, sitting cross-legged against the wall, a wooden spear across his knees, carving a crooked scorpion on the shaft with a knife. It seems Lu Sha is more cautious than Pan Cheng. At least he knows to arrange guards. But the guards can only stop those who can be seen, and they are meaningless to Zheng Yuan, who is wearing an invisibility cloak. Zheng Yuan swaggered past the 2 men into the stronghold. His level 4 invisibility cloak allowed him to enter the spatial interlayer without leaving footprints, making a sound, or even concealing his breath. Even when he was less than half a meter from the guards, they remained completely unaware. Once inside the compound, Zheng Yuanxian walked around the stronghold, noting the layout of the roads and buildings. With over 50 people living there, the place was indeed quite large. The tallest three-story building in the center was likely Lu Sha's residence and command post. There were 5 or 6 low wooden houses scattered around, like a barracks, each capable of housing 4 or 5 people. Further away was a row of long warehouses, with wooden crates and iron barrels piled up at the entrance. The entire outpost resembled a rudimentary military fortress. Though crude, it was not to be underestimated. Zheng Yuan didn't know what Lu Sha looked like, but that didn't matter. As long as he turned on the air conditioners in all the rooms, Lu Sha would definitely be the most arrogant and the first to jump out and start cursing. He took out the universal remote control. It was a daily reward from a few days ago, and the description said it could remotely control any electronic device. He'd initially thought it was useless. Where would he get so many electronic devices in the apocalypse? But now it seemed like a night-raiding godsend. Zheng Yuan headed straight for the tallest 3-story building. His invisibility cloak allowed him to pass through walls. The stone and wood walls appeared to him like a thin mist. The lobby on the first floor was empty, with a large wooden table in the center, scattered with maps and several empty bowls. Wooden crates filled with dry rations and miscellaneous items were piled in the corner. A hand-painted flag hung on the wall, depicting a fist crushing sand. This was likely the symbol of Lu Sha's forces. He quickly located the air conditioning control panel on the first floor. The building uses a central air conditioning system, with the outdoor units mounted at the back of the building. The touchscreen panel was at the end of the corridor, displaying the cooling mode with a light blue backlight. Zheng Yuan pointed the universal remote at the panel, and the menu popped up automatically. He immediately switched the temperature from cooling to the highest setting for heating, and also turned the fan speed up to maximum. He then went up to the second floor. The doors on both sides of the corridor were tightly closed, and he walked through the walls to look around. Some rooms had several beds crammed together, with constant snoring. Others had only one person living in them, with maps and personal equipment on the table, suggesting a higher status. Each time Zheng Yuan entered a room, he would operate the air conditioner panel a few times, switching from cooling to heating. There was another person sleeping very soundly, turning over with his pillow and smacking his lips. After adjusting the air conditioner by the bed, Zheng Yuan casually pulled the blanket up a bit. After finishing everything, Zheng Yuan returned to the first floor, looked around at the door to make sure no one was there, then unfastened the latches on both sides of the door and pulled hard. The doors were wide open, and a gust of hot air rushed in. The sweltering air surged into the hall like waves, quickly dispersing any remaining coolness. After doing all this, Zheng Yuan leaned against the corridor wall, crossed his arms, and waited quietly. Not long after, a furious roar suddenly came from upstairs. Which bastard turned the air conditioner on to heat? Immediately afterwards, a second and a third person were also awakened by the heat. Some people rushed out of their rooms barefoot, and the hallway was filled with curses. In the living room, someone was still yelling that someone had opened the door, causing all the air conditioning to escape and hot air to keep pouring in. The entire building was like a pot of porridge that had been suddenly turned on a high flame, boiling from top to bottom. Zheng Yuan hid in a corner, quietly waiting for the person he was looking for to appear. Soon, a shirtless man wearing only his underwear came down from upstairs, cursing and swearing. The man was of medium build, with fair skin, and his short hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to his forehead, glistening with oil under the dim light. The only clothing he was wearing was a pair of gray striped underwear, the waistband of which was a bit loose, and he had to pull it up with every step he took. The man angrily demanded, "What happened? Why is the air conditioner turning on heating? Who did this?" His voice was hoarse and irritable, startling the henchmen who were still rubbing their eyes, who all took a half step back. A tall, thin man immediately stepped forward, bending over and saying they didn't know either. All the rooms had been switched to heating, and after asking around, no one admitted it, and no one had seen any outsiders come in. Zheng Yuan smiled silently in the corner. So this was Lu Sha. Lu Sha cursed a few more times, then suddenly yawned. Although he had a short temper, he was careless about technical issues. Hearing that all the rooms were experiencing the same problem, he figured it might just be a system malfunction. He waved his hand impatiently and said, all right, maybe it's a system malfunction. Let's talk about it tomorrow." After saying that, Lu Sha turned and went upstairs again. The others also yawned and went back to their rooms, not taking the incident to heart at all. Chapter 80. The Power of the Stink Bomb. Zheng Yuan watched Lu Sha return to her room and close the door. He waited a while longer to make sure everyone in the shelter was asleep before proceeding with the next step. He first made his way to the electrical distribution room at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor. The room was small, but it was packed with equipment. A row of batteries of all sizes lined the wall, and there were several spare energy storage modules next to them. Without saying a word, Zheng Yuan stuffed the batteries and modules into his backpack one by one until the entire power distribution room was completely emptied, leaving only a few empty power cords hanging on the wall. He then took out several foul-smelling bombs, weighed the dark green ball in his hand, sneaked back to the third floor, placed one in Lu Sha's room, pulled the safety pin, and immediately retreated. Then he went downstairs and placed one in each of the key locations: the kitchen, the living room, and the bathroom. After placing each one, he quietly pulled the safety pull and quickly left. I have to say, this stuff really stinks. The smell is like rotten eggs, moldy cheese, and rotten swill all mixed together and fermenting. It can bring tears to your eyes if it hits your nasal cavity. Before long, the air in the entire building seemed to solidify into a foul stench, so intense it stung the eyes and made the nose sting. The shelter instantly erupted in chaos, filled with screams, retching, and the sound of windows shattering. Some people rushed out while cursing whoever had thrown the stink bomb, but they were choked and coughed after only one shout. Everyone ran into the yard like madmen, some wrapped in sheets, some in shorts, some barefoot, creating complete chaos. The stairwell was so crowded that people were practically falling over. Someone slipped on their slippers and fell, and a skinny man almost tumbled down the stairs before someone grabbed him by the collar to prevent him from falling badly. Did the toilet explode? It wasn't the toilet. The septic tank exploded. Zheng Yuan had already left the building before the stench had completely spread. Wearing an invisibility cloak, he stood in the center of the courtyard, watching the group of people pour out of the building in a disheveled state. Some people were retching against the wall, some were rushing outside while clutching their heads, and others were bending over, desperately trying to breathe in the hot air. The more chaotic the scene, the happier Zheng Yuan felt. Lu Sha was the last to rush out. He was still only wearing gray striped underwear, shirtless, one hand covering his mouth and nose, the other supporting his knee, panting heavily in the yard. His hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to his forehead. His belly rose and fell with his breathing, and he looked utterly disheveled in the moonlight. After recovering, Lu Sha's face turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Who the hell is behind this? First the air conditioner, now the stench. This is definitely not an accident. Just then, a henchman rushed over and whispered a report in his ear. Although the voice was soft, Zheng Yuan heard it clearly. Report. The batteries have been stolen. All the batteries are gone. Not a single one left. Lu Sha froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. The next second, he clenched his fist and kicked the wooden crate next to him. The crate rolled several times and crashed into the wall with a dull thud. The shelter stank so badly you couldn't go inside, and the batteries were dead. No electricity meant no air conditioning, no lighting, and no communications. Everyone was stuck standing in the courtyard. Although the desert nights were cooler than the days, it was still unbearable after a while. Lu Sha had only been out for a short while, but he was already covered in sweat. He took a few deep breaths and pointed at a few of his underlings. You guys go inside and move the air conditioner out. Set up the tent outside. The people whose names were called looked bitter. One of them mustered his courage and whispered, Boss, the smell inside. Lu Sha immediately roared. Hurry up and go. Do you want to die of heat stroke outside? Move it now. After cursing, he wiped his sweat, opened the trading channel, and wanted to buy a few batteries as an emergency measure, so that at least the fans in the tent could be turned on. But when the page was refreshed, he was stunned again. The prices of batteries in the trading channel had all skyrocketed, not just slightly, but ridiculously high. What's worse, almost all the other sellers were cleared out, leaving only one person with the ID Li Zhou fan, who had a row of batteries hanging up, priced at 1 yuan for 50 kilograms of water. 50 kilograms of water are worth more than 10 batteries in the desert. This is blatant robbery. Lu Sha immediately realized that this was all premeditated, and that was indeed the case. Zheng Yuanlai had already informed Li Zhoufan beforehand. instructing her to buy up all the batteries on the trading platform. The batteries were scarce to begin with, and were quickly sold out, after which Li Zhoufan relist them at higher prices. Liu Sha gritted his teeth and sent a message to Li Zhoufan. I don't have 50 caddies of water, but I'll give you 30 caddies of water and 100 pieces of iron. Li Zhoufan replied instantly. Is this enough to send away a beggar? It's not enough. Liu Sha's temples throbbed with rage, his fingers gripping the communication panel, turning white as he roared. Who is this woman? I'm going to kill her. Feeling increasingly frustrated, he suddenly turned around and roared. Get in the car. This shelter is no longer safe. Let's rob it. Everyone stared at him. A thin, dark-skinned scout cautiously approached, awaiting orders. Liu Sha wiped the sweat from his face. He was shirtless, and his pants had slipped down a bit more. He pulled them up and asked in a cold voice, Where is that nice-looking villa? The dark-skinned, thin scout pointed southeast without hesitation. It's over there, about 15 kilometers behind the sand dune slope. I've scouted the area twice, so I know the way very well. Zheng Yuan, who was standing hidden to the side, looked in the direction he was pointing and was immediately stunned. That direction led directly to the location of a shelter.